Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for not having girlfriend like me. Chapter 1. Xia Ya, it's so hard, it makes me feel so uncomfortable riding it, ugh. Carina, I'm growing. It's normal to be hard. Idiot Xia Ya, if you hadn't pointed out the wrong sailing direction, we might have found the Rizao pirates long ago. What if they ran away in the past? If you can't get the treasure, you have to take full responsibility. I don't want to either, but sailing is too difficult to learn. See Circle Calendar 1516, East Blue, Ku Island, early winter. The street was covered with a thin layer of white snow, and there was no one there, but you could see a line of footprints increasing step by step, and you could hear a man and a woman bickering. Two voices, one set of footprints, but no one. I have to say, this scene is still a bit weird. Actually, the owner of the female voice comes from a 14-year-old girl named Carina. Carina is a character from the theatrical version of Golden City. She has a sweet singing voice, a flexible mind, and shrewd stealing skills. In the plot, she has a close relationship with the little thief cat Nami. The intersection of, nicknamed Phantom Thief. The identity of the male voice owner is even more special. His name is Xia Ya, a 14-year-old time traveler. 2 years ago, he traveled to the world of pirates and met Carina, who was also an orphan in East Blue. They formed a team of knights and phantom thieves and made a living by robbing pirates on the sea. It is worth mentioning that at the beginning of time travel, Xia Ya was the rider who ate the Paramecia Riding Fruit. In the original work, the riding fruit appeared in the latest chapter of the Egghead Island plot. The eater was Marine Vice Admiral Bruglas. After the old woman used her ability, she mounted a pacifist and controlled the pacifist to launch at Bonnie. Laser. Other than that, there aren't many abilities shown, and it's not clear in the plot whether he can ride people. But that's not important. The important thing is that Xia Ya is already riding. Yes. To sum up Xia Ya's ability in one sentence, anyone can ride it. Theoretically, he can ride the sky, the earth, the air, Shirahoshi, the Empress, and control them to fight for themselves. Of course. The premise is that the opponent is willing to be ridden, or Xia Ya surrenders with absolute strength. Otherwise, who would want to be ridden? Xia Ya is a time traveler. Although he has no system, he also has cheats. Yes, his riding fruit is upgraded. Not only does it avoid side effects, there is also an additional bug level ability. This ability is the gain buff. Simply divided into two parts. 1. The riding fruit will randomly refresh a temporary riding buff with a special ability. What ability it is, how long it can be used, and when it is refreshed all depends on luck. 2. When Xia Ya signs a riding contract with a human, she will obtain a permanent riding buff, which can be regarded as permanently obtaining a passive skill. Such as now. Xia Ya has a buff with a countdown on her head. Invisibility. While riding, the Esper and the mount will gain the ability to become invisible. The remaining time is 2 days, 15 hours, 34 minutes, and 46 seconds. A perfect temporary version of Paramecia transparent fruit. Now that the invisible skill has been refreshed, of course it must be used rationally. It just so happened that Carina got some information some time ago, saying that the Rizao pirates stationed in Kuidao made a huge fortune. No, the two of them are very playful and ready to collect the food. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, when Xia Ya and Carina landed on Kui Island, they used the riding mode and became invisible together. This was also the fundamental reason why the two of them were clearly walking on the street, but could only hear their voices but not see their people. A few minutes later, Xia Ya rode Carina into the Rizao pirates station. Idiot, if I hadn't insisted on this direction, we almost went in the wrong direction again. Fortunately, I'm smart enough to persevere. Humph. Carina hammered Xia Ya's thigh, pouting to get praise. Xia Ya pulled Carina's hair. Keep your voice down, Others can't see it, but they can hear it. There were several bonfires burning in the open space not far away, and the smell of roasted meat wafted in the air. A dozen pirates were eating meat and drinking heavily. Little did they know that two people had already come to them. In the center of the station, sat a strong man 2 meters tall. He was wearing a fashionable brand of captain's uniform, and the pirate hat on his head also had the logo of their pirate group painted on it. This person is the captain of the Rizao Pirates, my hawk. Next to the captain's chair, a girl with short orange hair, about 14 years old, was raising her wine glass boldly. Captain Dog Eyes, the wine on Koideo is so great. Let's have another drink. I'll do it first. Nami raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. Dog-eyed my hawk smiled crookedly. Thanks to Nami's intervention this time, we were able to get the treasure map with just one cannonball without wasting a bullet. Nami is not only cute in appearance, but also has a deep drinking capacity. If you weren't a little younger, I would have promoted you to captain's wife. Gwigwigwa. Ha ha ha, Captain, you are so funny. Celebrating that the captain picked up the treasure, let's drink to Nami's joining, cheers. Logically speaking, if a girl named Nami falls into the hands of a group of vicious pirates, her fate will either be to become a handyman, or become the captain's personal plaything, or become a toy for all pirates to vent their anger on, or simply be sold as a slave. However, looking at this situation, it seems that Nami is now a member of the Rizao Pirates. Of course. Nami's ability to enter the pirate group and gain their recognition was only the first step in her plan. Her real purpose was to get all the pirates drunk and then steal the pirate group's treasure. The so-called treasure map is just a part of the plan. Nami just drew it casually using her talent for drawing sea charts. None of them are old. It seems that the Rizao pirates are not very smart. Seeing that everyone was already a little drunk at this time, Nami had a sly smile on her lips. Cheers! Come again! Xia Ya's eyes suddenly lit up when she saw the girl with orange hair as she passed by. Nami! I never expected to meet him here. In fact, 99% of the pirate world is sea area, and the importance of navigators is self-evident. Navigation cannot be without navigators, just like horses cannot be without knights. Xia Ya and Carina suffered a lot during the voyage because of the lack of navigators. Nami is the top navigator in the original book. Even the fishman dragon that can freely travel through the sea, and even the thief golden lion Shiki who sails in the air, all covet Nami's navigation skills. So, navigators are very important. More importantly, for Xia Ya, Nami is not only an excellent navigator, but she can also ride. Chapter 2. Yet, my navigator must be her. Carina and Nami will have to grow their hair long in the future, and have twin tails to match my driving skills. It's better to collect the treasure for now. Carina, turn around quickly, let's go west. Xia Ya tightened her legs, pinched Carina's neck, then covered the girl's warm forehead with one hand, pinched the girl's pink ears with the other, and swaggered past the pirates one after another. This scene is similar to the Snowfield twins Nunu and Willump going to gank. My neck feels so itchy. This idiot actually has hairy legs. I'll arrange hair removal cream for him later. Carina complained in her heart and angrily twisted a twist on Xia Ya's thigh. Xia Ya grinned in pain. If there weren't pirates around him, he would have pushed his feet to the top and screamed loudly. Soon, the two people who were walking around successfully entered the Rizao pirates' treasure room and packed up all the treasures. And just when the two of them turned around and were about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared and bumped into the two of them. Oh, it hurts, it hurts. How do you see the road? Xia Ya idiot, we hit the wall. Xia Ya and Carina didn't expect someone to come in suddenly, so they fell to the ground and scratched their heads. After separation, the effect of the invisible buff also disappears. Hey! What did I hit? Nami's forehead was spinning with golden little stars. The treasures scattered on the ground made her wake up instantly. Hey! Who are you? Assholes! Are you trying to steal my treasure? At the same time, outside the treasure house, a pirate was shaking the drunken captain wildly. Boss! Dog-eyed my hawk boss! We made a big mistake. I just found out from other pirate groups that our new navigator is the infamous little thief cat. Dog-eyes my hawk's eyes were wandering, and his mouth was a little awkward. Ugh, don't shake, I want to vomit. What did you just say? Little, what kind of cat? Little thief cat. Nami is the little thief cat who specializes in using treasure maps to join various pirate groups, and then greedily steals all the treasures. Damn! How dare you rob Lao Zi? My hawk, a dog-eyed man, had a clever idea and woke up from the wine. I'm in vain. Little ones, follow me to the treasure house immediately, I will kill her to death. In the treasure house, the air is quiet. Although Nami is only 14 years old, in order to redeem the village from the dragon pirates, she started her career as a thief in East Blue early, and her knowledge has increased a lot. After being stunned for a moment, she already understood that she was meeting a colleague. Damn it! I drank the wine, I provided the strength, and of course the treasure is mine alone. It was such a close call. I almost got intercepted. Nami's expression changed and she became very calm in an instant. She smiled slyly and warned the two of them, Hey, hey, I can tell you are thieves at a glance. What a coincidence. This is my territory. You are actually trying to steal my and Captain Dog-Eye's treasures. If you are discovered, you will be cut into pieces. Do you know that there are some of the most vicious pirates out there? But Nami changed the topic. If you leave now, I won't ask anyone to come. Move. Nami was obviously here to steal, but he acted as if he had caught a thief in his own home, but he also pretended to be generous. Xia Ya was also amused. She looked at Nami, who was not long but already beautiful, and asked, Hey, do you want to be ridden by me? What to ride? Nami asked. Ride you? What kind of talk are you talking about, like a tiger or a wolf? Facing the furious Nami, Xia Ya spread her hands helplessly, Leave her alone, let's go ahead and pack her up and take her away. Carina didn't waste any time and quickly collected the treasure again. While Nami was stunned, Xia Ya climbed onto Carina's back in one leap. Then... Hey! No! Missing! At this moment, Nami felt that her worldview had been refreshed. What's going on? Disappeared into thin air? Nami's mind stopped, but he instinctively grabbed a soft arm with his little hand. Hee, don't even think about leaving. Let me go, idiot, the invisible Carina shouted. Although Nami is very afraid of supernatural events. But if someone dares to steal the treasure in front of you, even if the other person is a devil, you have to stand up and give it a try. So she held Carina's arm firmly. You can't leave. You must keep my treasure. Boom. While Nami and Carina were wrestling, the door to the treasure house was violently kicked open, and a group of pirates surrounded the door and blocked the door. Nami, you really disappoint Lao Zi, hiccup. Don't you want to live? How dare you worry about Lao Zi's treasure? My hawk, who took the lead, shouted angrily with dissatisfaction. Captain Dog-Eyes, you have misunderstood. I heard some movement in the treasure house, so I came in to take a look. As a result, you also saw that the treasure had been stolen. Look, I don't have anything in my hand. Gold and silver treasures. Really nothing. Nami let go of Carina decisively, spread her palms to prove her innocence, and then pointed outside. I saw with my own eyes that the thief had fled in that direction. Captain Dog-Eyes, let's chase him quickly. Rather than having the treasure in the hands of vicious pirates, Nami prefers that the treasure be obtained by those who need it. Although it's a pity, let's forget it. Just think of it as fulfilling them. Now that the treasure has disappeared and there is no evidence, I believe that the Rizao pirates can't do anything to me. After failing to steal the treasure, I had to find an opportunity to escape. The frog at the bottom of the well is croaking. Dog-eyed my hawk raised his eyebrows, anger already on his face. Ignorance, who can run away in front of Lao Zi? I am a big pirate with a bounty of more than 9 million belly. Brooklyn Joseph my hawk, do you think I don't know the identity of your little thief cat? Lao Zi is drinking with you just to accompany your performance and relax. It's just a boring life, I really thought I wanted you to join the pirate group. Hurry up and tell me where you hid the treasure, or I will chop you into pieces. My hawk is trying hard to maintain his dignity as a captain and refuses to admit that he was deceived by Nami. He believed that Nami had hidden the treasure. Several pirate subordinates acted together to surround Nami, either with ferocious expressions or with murderous intent on their faces. Oops, they know the identity of my little thieving cat. It's really over now. Nami was a little desperate at the moment, and hurriedly waved her hands and explained helplessly, misunderstanding, everyone, it is really a misunderstanding. You're dead, little thief cat. Some pirates had already drawn their muskets and aimed at them. Facing these pirates who were licking blood from their knives, Nami, who was only 14 years old, had fear in her eyes and was trembling all over. The pirates have already opened the door. Those two people should have taken the opportunity to take away all the treasure, right? Team up with others to steal, and betray your teammates when something happens. Nami has experienced this kind of thing many times. She had long since decided not to trust others. Although she didn't have much interaction with those two people, in Nami's mind, Xia Ya and Carina were no different from other thieves. Now that the most valuable treasure has been taken away, it is impossible for them to come back to save themselves. He no longer has any bargaining chips. Am I going to die? The figures of the villagers and sister of Koko Yasi village flashed through Nami's mind quickly. If there wasn't a trace of faith supporting him, he might have collapsed to the ground. Die or be ridden by me. What would you choose? Just when Nami was desperate, a warm air flowed across her ears. Chapter 3. What would you choose? Nami heard a small voice, as if the air was speaking in her ears. It's that boy's voice. Behind me? Why don't they leave? Nami was a little angry subconsciously. She didn't understand at all that at this time, that boy still wanted to ride her. Hello. Whether you ride or not is another matter, the key is not something that should be thought about at this age. This way. Dog Eyes my hawk obviously lost his patience and pulled out a big knife and slashed at Nami. Die to Lao Zi. Nami closed her eyes tightly, held her head as if resigned to her fate, and cried out, "You guys leave quickly." What responded to her was silence, and the voices in the treasure house seemed to have frozen. When Nami tried to open her eyes, she found that her arm had been raised inexplicably, and her right hand was firmly holding the big knife that my hawk had chopped down, but the blade could not move forward one step. This, taking the sword with bare hands. Isn't it? When did I become so powerful? At the same time, Nami didn't know when, there was someone sitting on his shoulder, and he was grabbing his hair. The man weighed almost as much as a scarf. It's wired. But the feeling of being ridden is real. Everything happened in a flash of lightning, and no one could predict it. At this moment, Xia Ya, Nami, and Carina all appeared. It is worth mentioning that after traveling for so long, Xia Ya's riding fruit has refreshed many temporary buffs, which is what he relies on to become stronger. One of them is the temporary drain buff. While getting the buff, Xia Ya will stay with Carina on an island full of beasts. He will start by subduing a sheep, and finally subdue the tiger, the king of the island, to become a mount. The strength, physique, and fighting skills of the mount will all depend on it. Absorbed by Xia Ya. He has also encountered situations where marines and pirates were fighting. The dying wounded had fighting skills, and some were masters, but they had lost their ability to resist. Naturally, they were the targets of Xia Ya. After accumulation, Xia Ya's physical fitness and combat skills have reached a certain level. And after Carina became Xia Ya's mounting partner, he also got a permanent buff. 10 times gain. When in the riding state, Xia Ya's strength equals Xia Ya plus mount, x10. In the realm of East Blue, Xia Ya is very strong by herself, let alone in the riding form with a 10-fold increase. Xia Ya has such a trump card. Facing East Blue's pirates, he can do whatever he wants. For example, the current Rizao pirates, even if Nami's strength is 0, Xia Ya's own strength is x10, and she can be destroyed with just a few moves. He is so strong, why steal? Instead of robbing? Isn't this a waste of time and expression? But after all, Xia Ya and Carina are thieves. Now that they have obtained an invisible buff, the two of them are like playing a game and getting limited time props. They come here to do tasks at a stuck time. The invisible person should have characteristics such as wretchedness and voyeurism to be exciting. To put it bluntly, this is a spice in the boring sailing life of the two. There is really no need to fight and kill every day. Occasionally eating vegetarian food is also very stylish. Here, facing Nami's sudden rampage, my hawk was so frightened that he twisted his mouth. Who? Gwa. He had just sobered up from a drunken state, so when faced with anything, he would subconsciously think that he was dazzled. Dog eyes. My hawk rubbed his eyes. Only then did he see a purple-haired girl about the same age as Nami appear in the treasure house. Pity. My hawk was immediately disappointed. He preferred mature women to young girls. It turns out you have an accomplice. Looking at Xia Ya on Nami, my hawk suddenly burst into laughter. Hey, you brat, where are you leaving this stack of arhats? The posture is good. I thought it was something. How dare you scare Laozi, I'll chop you to death. Wow! Without any hesitation, my hawk unleashed his strength and wanted to slash all three of them to death on the spot. However, the scene of blooming blood flowers did not appear. Only my hawk had cold sweat on his forehead, and was surprised to find that his knife couldn't be pulled out of Nami's hand. What level of power is this? Since when did Nami become so strong? Impossible. There's absolutely no way it's her. Laozi is the most powerful being in the entire pirate group. Under the force of Nami's palm, the sharp blade broke directly. Ping pong. Xia Ya looked at the shocked pirates, grabbed Nami's hair and pulled it, just like holding a steering wheel to drive a car, or using a controller to play a game and control a character. The next second, Nami punched out with lightning speed. My hawk's chest immediately sunk, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth like a fountain, directly embedded in the wall. Bulu bulu. Dog eyes. My hawk had blood bubbles in his nose, and after a few twitches he stopped breathing. The next second, Nami's body moved again, and in a few flashes, countless fists fell on other pirates. Ah! Powerful impact, like dense bullets. Let this group of pirates, who can only be arrogant and domineering in East Blue, let out a miserable cry. In the face of absolute power, the Rizao pirates didn't even have room to struggle. Until all the pirates fell to the ground. The screams slowly stopped before ending completely. Did he control me to do all these things? No way, he is so powerful. My hands actually don't hurt at all. It's amazing. Nami looked at the palm of his hand that received the blade with a look of disbelief. Xia Ya jumped off Nami and turned back into a handsome boy. Carina stepped forward cordially, holding her arms and resting her cheek on his shoulder. Hello. People of the same age. Carina smiled. I should be saved. Since they chose to show up, they shouldn't hurt me. Nami relaxed a little, and an idea popped into her mind uncontrollably. If you pay them to use it to deal with the dragon pirates, can it be done? Is it feasible? Nami shook her head subconsciously again, trying to calm down. Ah, hello, I didn't expect you to be so good. If you hadn't taken action, I might have died. Thank you so much. Xia Ya shifted her gaze from the corpses to Nami, and narrowed her eyes slightly. I won't hurt you. My name is Xia Ya. I am a rider who has eaten the fruit of riding. I can ride on people and fight side by side. Are you willing to join us and become my mount? Devil fruit? I see. That's why he's so eager to ride me. Although Nami has never seen the secret treasure of the sea, she has heard about it. She knew that it was a super treasure worth hundreds of millions of Baileys, and that after eating it, she would gain unexpected superpowers. Nami has looked forward to it countless times, hoping that she can pick up a devil fruit while sailing. Not for eating. But after selling it, you can have money to save your village. Do I have a choice? Nami asked. Chapter 4. Do I have a choice? Nami is quite afraid of Xia Ya's strength. He can kill so many people at once without blinking an eye. He might also be a cruel pirate. So he asked very cautiously. Certainly. Xia Ya said with a smile, we can part ways, but if you choose this way, you will definitely regret it. Silence. Nami was silent for several seconds before sighing and making a decision. You can take all these treasures. I still have important things to do, and I am not suitable to team up with anyone, so I can't choose to be with you. I'm really sorry. In Nami's understanding, evil dragons are invincible existences. Even though Xia Ya, who was so close at hand, showed great strength, she could not suppress the fear coming from her distant hometown. In Nami's opinion, both Xia Ya and Carina are good people. Don't bring trouble to them. Is it because of the evil dragon? A criminal pirate group that collects village name protection fees through violence. Do you think they will give up the long-term meal ticket of the entire Koko West village for 100 million belly? The fishman is hostile to humans, and it is just open to you. A joke or a random trick can make your efforts come to naught. If you believe it, you would be too naive. Xia Ya tried to conquer Nami. You actually know my past. Nami was stunned for a moment. She never expected that the young man in front of her would be so aware of what she was going through, as if he had experienced it himself. At the same time, Xia Ya's words also shattered the hope in her heart like glass. Nami has seen a lot of intrigues on the sea, and has also thought about whether the dragon is deceiving her. The answer is 9 times out of 10, yes. But she had no choice but to believe that she could spend money to redeem the village. Just like the only straw a drowning person grasps, even if he sinks to the bottom, he will believe that the straw can save him. But now, as Xia Ya points out, everything falls apart. Carina patted Nami on the shoulder and consoled her with a sweet voice. Nami, actually Xia Ya told me about your experience. He said that the reason why we stayed in East Blue was entirely because of you. We must find you. Then he will help you solve the troubles in the village and take you out to sea together. And today I finally found it. Carina has a very shrewd mind. Since Xia Ya asked Nami to join, it means that she has decided to solve Nami's concerns. Therefore, Carina just made up a past event on the spot based on the conversation between the two. In fact, Xia Ya has never mentioned Nami in front of Carina before. You said that, right? Carina crooked on her elbow. Certainly. Xia Ya nodded and comforted Carina's back. There is no doubt that this is a compliment. Carina looked at Nami with a satisfied smile and said, so. Are you willing to trust your partner for once now? Carina also has a lot of little thoughts. She really wants to take Xia Ya as her own. But the cruel sea told her that Xia Ya needs more partners. Only by making good use of Xia Ya's abilities can everyone be happy. Moreover, My Hawk and others rushed into the treasure house, and Nami took the initiative to let go of Carina's arm and let her escape. He even deliberately pointed the wrong way to lure all the enemies away. So, When Nami made this decision, it was already approved by Carina. Now seeing that Xia Ya intends to include Nami as a partner, Carina will naturally add fuel to the fire. Did they come specifically to see me go to sea? Will you also help me solve the troubles in the village? Is not it? But Nami received too much information in a short period of time, and her brain was paralyzed and she couldn't think. Hey, what? Carina came closer with a suspicious look on her face and said suspiciously, do you prefer to believe in big bad guys like evil dragons? Nami was a little dumbfounded. Oh, you are so big. Idiot. Carina was speechless. He immediately lost his temper and turned around and shouted, Xia Ya, don't waste time here. This woman is so stupid. You ride her and go. An hour later, a small boat floated on the blue sea, with 3 figures on it. Nami had absolutely no idea that one day he would be ridden on a boat. Here, Xia Ya poured out a bunch of treasures from the bag, almost filling the entire boat. Treasure, so much treasure. Carina's eyes sparkled when she looked at the glittering treasure. Her beautiful purple eyes turned into the shape of Baileys, shining with a golden light that was more dazzling than the sun. Worth 12.32 million Baileys. Nami was still confused at first, but the moment he saw the treasure, he counted the total value of the treasure like a professional. For the record, my name is Carina. By the way, this is our captain, Xia Ya. Carina showed a cute smile. My name is Nami. Nami replied quickly. Xia Ya, I think Nami is very talented at Pele. How about we hand over the financial power to Nami? Carina keenly discovered that perhaps because of her experience, Nami was obsessed with money. If money can help Nami quickly integrate into the team, Carina is happy to hand over financial power. After all, she wasn't worried about Nami running away at all. No one can say no to Xia Ya. Xia Ya had no objection to this, agree. From now on, all Baileys on the team will be entrusted to Nami. At this moment, Nami forgot her fear of the dragon, smiled awkwardly and waved her hands in refusal. No. I really can't. Can't refuse. Xia Ya and Carina said almost at the same time. Nami wanted to cry but had no tears. No. Aren't they afraid that I'll take the money and run away? I wouldn't be able to sleep with such a pile of treasures around me. At this time, Xia Ya suddenly asked, Carina, Nami, do you know there is a Sixes Island in East Blue? There is something in this world that allows people to reach the sky in one step, and that is the legendary secret treasure on the sea, Devil Fruit. Compared with Grand Line, it is difficult to encounter Devil Fruit in East Blue. But Xia Ya, as the original party, knows the location of 3 very powerful ownerless Devil Fruits. Among them, East Blue has one. Loguetown Fruit of Xixis Island. It is C Circle Calendar 1516, and there is still 1 year before Ace goes to sea. There is a high chance that Maramara Fruit will appear there in advance. And Xia Ya herself is an ability user and does not need to eat the fruit. But both Carina and Nami can eat it. Xia Ya can fight side by side with the mount and enjoy a 10 times combat power bonus. If the mount eats Maramara Fruit. When Xia Ya is riding, she also has the ability to use fire, which is still 10 times more powerful. Therefore, as long as he can find the Maramara Fruit, he thinks it's worth it even if he has to be stationed on the island for a year. Xixis Island? I've never heard of this island. East Blue is so big, there are at least tens of thousands of islands. It would be difficult to just name the islands. I have no clue. Carina shook her head and answered. Nami is very confident in her navigation skills and expresses herself, I haven't heard of Sixes Island either, but as long as the place is marked on the map, I can find it no matter where it is in the world. The closest thing to us right now is Loguetown, which can be reached in 3 hours. There is a shop selling nautical charts on Carrot Street there, and you may be able to find clues. Nami, you are really great. Carina exclaimed. Then he exclaimed, Xia Ya, you really have good taste. Chapter 5. Nami, your sailing skills are really great. Listening to Nami's professional plan, Carina can tell that Nami has rich sailing experience. With Nami's help, sailing becomes easier. Good. Then we will go to Tyradai town first, and then go to Zixus Island. Xia Ya nodded in approval and then said, after the trip to Zixus Island, we will go to Koko West Village. Nothing will happen to Koko West Village during this period. You can rest assured about this. Nami was completely relieved, and couldn't help but feel a little tempted to cry. Xia Ya didn't forget to go to Koko West Village. It's just that it's more urgent to go to Zixus, we must find clues. Yeah. I understand. Shall we leave now? Captain. Nami said. Before that, we can first conclude a riding contract. Conclude a riding contract. In fact, Xia Ya's mounts are mainly divided into two types. One is to temporarily requisition mounts. For example, he has violently subdued a Sea Kings. The Sea Kings will become his temporary mount and will become well behaved. However, as long as he leaves the body of the Sea Kings, his connection with the Sea Kings will be blocked. If you want to ride again, you need to surrender again. To sum up, a temporary mount is a violent surrender, for temporary use. The characteristic is that he rides and throws himself around, drives violently, is ruthless and does not talk about emotions. The second type is the contract mount. Concluding a contract requires 100% willingness of the other party and cannot be forced under any circumstances. It is equivalent to signing a contract in black and white without deception. Because the conditions are too harsh, so far, the only person Xia Ya has signed a riding contract with is Carina. And if he chooses to conclude a riding contract with Nami now, it means that Nami will give all her loyalty. No matter when, no matter whether Nami is stronger than Xia Ya in the future, Nami cannot refuse Xia Ya to ride her and control her. The good news is, if the contract with Nami is successful, Xia Ya will get a permanent riding buff. This is what he looks forward to most. Conclude a riding contract? It seems so complicated. Nami muttered. Very simple. Xia Ya stretched out a palm and activated her riding ability. 5 cold blue spiritual flames appeared on the fingertips. As long as we keep our fingers connected and wait for the results quietly. Okay, let me try. Nami said. As Xia Ya and Nami's palms came together, 5 spiritual flames bypassed Xia Ya's fingers and were being absorbed by Nami's fingers. At this time, Nami read out a message. This information is like some kind of rule. It clearly tells Nami that after signing the riding contract, her life, behavior, and freedom will be completely controlled by Xia Ya. As long as Xia Ya is by his side, he is his irresistible master. Of course. At this moment, Nami also knew that as long as she had a thought, she could 100% withdraw from the ceremony. For Nami, this is a contract of permanent servitude. It's like selling one's life. The key is that she has the right to refuse. One can imagine how much mental preparation is required to sign such a contract. The difficulty of signing a contract is self-evident. But, facing the expectant looks of Xia Ya and Carina, Nami chose to believe without reason this time. So she stopped thinking and lifted all her psychological defenses. Bring it on! As the spiritual flame entered her body, Nami's eyelashes trembled slightly and she hummed softly, it feels so comfortable. Finished! I finally got Nami's reins. Xia Ya was very excited, holding Nami's head and rubbing it. After kneading, 2 short lines of buff names quickly appeared in front of him. 10 times gain buff. From reins of Carina. 10x gain, the ability user's strength is equal to 10 times the sum of himself plus the mount. Triggered while riding. 10 times lucky buff. From Nami's reins. 10 times lucky, the ability user's lucky power x10, Triggered 24 hours a day. Permanently trigger 10x luck. Seeing this, Xia Ya felt excited. He didn't expect that. What Nami brought him was actually a lucky buff. Originally, luck is something that cannot be seen or touched. But past experience tells Xia Ya that he actually needs luck. Because he will refresh the temporary buff frequently. But 90% of those buffs are very weak. They are all buffs that enhance the sweetness of drinking water, enhance the quality of sleep, increase male hormones, increase the chance of having pure dreams, avoid burning your hands when grilling meat, avoid rain when it rains, protect against lightning and thunderstorms, and increase the length of hair. These buffs are interesting and pervert. It can even be said that the temporary buff is the most interesting ability of the riding fruit. But most of the time it's really useless. Need luck to support. Like the previous invisible buff, it is already considered a jackpot. Now there is a 10 times increase in lucky buff. The probability of refreshing a powerful buff is high. It's not that permanent buffs are unaffordable, but temporary buffs are also very cost-effective. Say it again. Xia Ya also wants to find Paramecia fruit. Then we will know whether luck is of any use. It's done, we can set off. Xia Ya was in a good mood and immediately said, we welcome Nami to join us. Luck will favor us from now on. Okay. When we get to town, Nami and I are going to buy a lot of new clothes, and I will buy them for you, Xia Ya. Carina hugged Xia Ya excitedly. I have just harvested more than 10 million belly, and I no longer need to travel in poverty on the sea. With the addition of Nami, the problem of navigation has also been solved. Carina's mood at the moment is also quite beautiful. Xia Ya smiled and said, haha. Spend as much as you like. Seeing that the captain had decided to set sail, Nami immediately prepared to take action, then let me raise the sail. Let's go to Loguetown now. My sailing skills are also pretty good. Carina quickly pulled her back, a hint of pride flashed at the corner of her mouth. No need, Xia Ya can ride a boat. Hee. Hearing this, Nami was instantly confused, with countless question marks popping up in his head. Hey? Riding a boat? What's the meaning? Carina smiled, you just need to tell us which direction to sail. Okay, this way. Nami pointed out the direction, and Xia Ya immediately put her palms on the hull and used the power of riding. Soon, a tree root-like rein extends from the planks of the hull. Xia Ya holds the reins and shakes slightly. This action is similar to riding a horse. If you shake your hand and shout drive, the sense of immersion is even stronger. Then, a very magical scene happened. The ship was like a BMW, riding the wind and waves at high speed. Seeing this scene, Nami was completely stunned. No, he can also ride on his boat. Chapter 6. Thanks for your patronage, here's the nautical map you need. Please keep it, my beautiful lady. In Loguetown, in a shop with a Jade sign on Carrot Street, Nami took the map and paid with a pained look on her face. Carina, who was witnessing the payment process on the side, smacked her tongue slightly. 700,000 Baileys, it's too expensive. Just a package of broken blueprints, I'm afraid the cost is less than 300 belly, right? The front desk clerk put the money into the drawer with a smile, looked at Carina with a smile, and explained, this guest, in fact, this map is very unusual. It contains 8 versions issued in the past 100 years. There are 8 maps in total. The earliest 1434 editions are collection-level antiques. The clerk called Nami the beautiful lady and Carina this customer. Treated a little differently. But considering it was Nami who paid the money, Carina's eyes twitched. What? You are bundling sales and clearly clearing out the inventory on us. Yes, customer, our map store is a century-old store and we do have some inventory. The clerk nodded in exasperation with a smile, and then took out a pack of similar maps from the box. Guest, Do you need more? There are 10 versions of this pack of maps, and the ones in it are. What a shabby shop, it can be open for so long. Carina is so angry. Forget it, let's go. Xia Ya pulled Carina to sell and walked out of the store. In the world view of pirates, wars have never stopped. Some countries have disappeared, and the names of islands will also change. Some islands have been abandoned, or their fresh water has dried up, and they have lost their value for navigation. Publishing houses will no longer waste pen and ink on records. So the map basically needs to be updated every 10 years. It's a bit expensive, but it's not wrong to buy all of them. If the clerk hadn't brought it out too late, Xia Ya might have bought the 10 version. Walk out of the store. The trio found a place and started looking through the map to find information about Xixis. No. Nami flipped through the map very quickly. She soon discovered that the map in her hand did not contain information about Xixis Island, and she was a little disappointed. On the other side, Carina threw the map away. Is this map fake? It's a black shop. Xia Ya, on the other hand, pulled out a moldy and yellowed map, and a piece of mold fell off from the cover. And just where the mold was originally stained, there was obvious graying. The word Xixis is marked inside. Ah, this! Am I so lucky? I found it, Nami, come and make a plan. Xia Ya kicked up the dust and handed the map to Nami. Version 1434. Carina glanced at it, her expression was quite speechless. It's really an antique. Nami spread out the map and began to make calculations in his mind. At this location, according to the speed of our boat and the acceleration of the ocean current, it will take 10 days at the fastest to get to Xixis Island. Let's buy some supplies first. Carina nodded thoughtfully. I think I should go shopping for clothes first. I heard that Victoria's Secret swimsuits are good, so I decided it's the one. It's winter, Carina, cold. Xia Ya thinks it is better to buy in the summer, as it is troublesome to carry useless things. After all, their boat is old and small. Yes, the discounts are only available in winter. Carina's elbows reached into Xia Ya's heart. Fortunately, you reminded me. Xia Ya. Nami could only smooth things over and said, there is a warm current passing by near Xixis Island. I think, you can swim. Look. If you buy it, you will make a profit. While accompanying the two girls on a shopping spree, a line of small words suddenly flashed before Xia Ya's eyes. My invisibility buff hasn't expired yet. Actually, another temporary buff was created. Gold experience buff. Time remaining, 39 days, 32 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. Gold experience, you can summon a golden training whip and gain training ability. During the training process, the mount will receive a golden experience. The more stimulated the brain is, the stronger the understanding of devil fruit will be, and the development inspiration will be bursting. Xia Ya's brows twitched and she spoke highly of the description of the golden experience. He couldn't help but think of the fruit in the original work. Peacock, the granddaughter of Crane, is the trainer who ate the Paramecia whip fruit. She can even train a house. The ability of the gold experience buff should be somewhat similar to this, but the ability is unilaterally developed for devil fruit. If we find Loguetown fruit earlier this time, wouldn't we be able to use it perfectly? Thinking of this, Xia Ya felt excited. This golden experience comes at a perfect time. When he looked at Carina and Nami, his eyes were a little shocked. Who will be trained? At the same time, what made Xia Ya even more excited was that he finally felt the effect of the lucky buff. Previous temporary buffs have never existed at the same time. Yes. Now he has a temporary invisibility buff. Although there is not much time left, it has not expired yet. At this moment, the invisibility buff and the golden experience actually exist at the same time. This is something that has never happened before. And this time the buff is very long, 40 days. The longest time in the past was only 7 days, which is 6 times longer. When Xia Ya bought the map previously, she was not sure and thought it was just an accident. But now he was sure it had something to do with the lucky buff. Luck changes so much that even a fool can feel it. Nami is really my lucky star. When I think of the beach, swimsuits, and golden training whips. Xia Ya felt that she should go to Zixus Island as soon as possible. He immediately shouted towards the store, "Are you ready to buy it?" When he finished, I saw Carina and Nami walking out of the Victoria's Secret store with smiles on their faces, carrying large and small bags. When I came to Xia Ya, Carina stood on tiptoes and whispered into his ear, "I bought a very sexy swimsuit." Chapter 7. I bought a very sexy swimsuit. After choosing for a long time, I finally picked something with very little fabric, he. Faced with the temptation-filled provocation, Xia Ya flicked Carina's forehead in response. "Bajuo. Why do I feel like this doesn't stand up to scrutiny?" Xia Ya pointed to Carina's red panda. "Idiot, you don't know anything about style." Carina pouted and pulled Nami towards the harbor. Xia Ya and Carina have been together for a long time. In the early days, both of them were relatively weak and did not have much capital. In winter, they had to sleep closely together to avoid losing body temperature. Coupled with Xia Ya's fruit power, there are more opportunities for skin-to-skin contact. This resulted in a close relationship between the two and Carina's open-mindedness. She never minded being taken advantage of by Xia Ya. Anyway. Sooner or later anyway. While walking, Carina threw something that looked like a medicine bottle over her backhand. "Use it quickly. You idiot." "What?" Xia Ya took it and looked at the text on the bottle. "Exclusive for elegant men's hair removal." Carina has long complained that Xia Ya's thighs are like two caterpillars, and the riding position can easily itch the woman's neck. "No, it's been arranged." Soon, time flew by and it was 10 days later. In the waters near Zixus Island, a small sailboat is approaching. "Look, the island is a little deserted, but it really has a golden beach." Looking at the island not far away, Carina looked excited. "The wind is gentle." She immediately leaned down and stretched out her hand to feel the temperature of the sea water. "Sea fruit is really warm." "Nami, you got it all right." Carina looked at Nami with praise in her eyes. Nami was naturally happy when she was praised. "Ha, shall we land on the island first?" He, let's go to the cabin to change clothes first." Carina jumped out in a flash. Nami followed closely, but she was so shy that her neck turned red. Looking at the two people coming out one after another, Xia Ya's eyes suddenly sparkled. Obviously, he was amazed by their well-proportioned figures. Even Carina, who had seen it countless times, gave him a new impact. Women should look at each other with admiration after 3 days. There is no doubt that Victoria's Secret clothes are full of design, which can make up for many developmental defects caused by age. In addition, Carina and Nami are already beautiful in appearance, and their temperament is instantly recognized by the village. This money is well spent. If you don't spend all the money, you won't be allowed to board the ship. Go quickly. Carina threw over a pair of swimming trunks. After the change came out, Xia Ya said leisurely, "Let's go. If you want to swim, you have to do it early. Maybe some of us will become landlubbers soon." Landlubber. By the way, what did we come to this island for? Because they were too trusting, neither Carina nor Nami asked Xia Ya what she wanted to do when she came to Zixus Island this time. There are no buildings here, just rocks, weeds, and bushes. No matter how desolate it looks. "I came to an uninhabited island and couldn't figure out what to do?" Xia Ya said, "We are here to find a devil fruit. Secret treasure of the sea." The two women were surprised at the same time. 3 figures have jumped off the boat and are walking barefoot on the soft sand. The soft touch under your feet makes you feel happy. At this moment, Carina and Nami were completely attracted by what Xia Ya said about devil fruit, as if they had forgotten about swimming. Even though they were both wearing bathing suits at the moment. At the same time, they were also curious. Is there really a legendary devil fruit on this island? How did Xia Ya know? Xia Ya was already an esper before she met Carina. So, neither Nami nor Carina has ever seen a real devil fruit. On a desert island, it is very difficult to find a fruit the size of 2 fists. We must be prepared to stay here for a long time. Xia Ya vaccinated the 2 women in advance to prevent them from arriving sometimes noisy. So, what fruit is that? Carina asked. Xia Ya didn't rush to say it. The reality gave them some basic common sense. Devil fruit is divided into 3 major categories, namely, Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia. The bodies of those who eat Paramecia's devil fruit have special abilities. Like my riding fruit, which has the ability to ride on all things, and can use its abilities to affect the objects it rides on. After being ridden before, Carina and Nami were deeply touched by Xia Ya's explanation. People on both sides of Xia Ya nodded, yet. And Zoan can transform into an animal, and the characteristics of animals will also appear in the person with abilities. Zoan will greatly enhance the physique and endurance of the person with abilities. Logia can control natural elements and transform the body into elements to avoid physical damage. It is recognized as the strongest devil fruit type in this era. The 2 women listened with fascination, and their knowledge points really increased. They didn't expect that Xia Ya knew so much. The trio took a few more steps. And what we are looking for now is... Just as Xia Ya was about to continue explaining, his body suddenly sank, interrupting his speech. Jingle bell Linlin. The sound of metal, stepping on money? His feet sank into the sand at the same moment. Wait and look down. Only then did Xia Ya realize that under her feet was a rotten and broken wooden box. As the boards shatter, the contents of the box are revealed. At this time, between the soles of Xia Ya's feet, there was a strange fruit with an orange flame pattern, lying quietly on a pile of gold coins. When they see the light of day again, they are flowing with a layer of golden light. Shining. How could Xia Ya, a time traveler, not know that this look is the Paramecia fruit she is looking for? What kind of luck? I just landed on the island. I haven't walked a few steps. Just pick up the money and forget it. Ahem. Xia Ya stood in the treasure chest as if nothing was wrong, bowed and calmly picked up the Paramecia fruit from her feet. The pedicle holding the fruit shook it in front of the beautiful eyes of the 2 little beauties. See. What we are looking for is this Logia Paramecia fruit. Carina and Nami saw Xia Ya about to fall and originally wanted to help her. When I heard this, I was stunned for a moment, roaring. What? You must have hidden it. Chapter 8. I didn't know where Sixus Island was before, how could it be that I hid it? Xia Ya is helpless. Carina and Nami gathered around Xia Ya, staring at the Paramecia fruit in Xia Ya's hand, looking amazed. This is the first time I have seen such a weird-looking fruit. But it has to be said. This fruit looks very appetizing. Carina and Nami swallowed subconsciously. Is this the legendary secret treasure of the sea, devil fruit? Yes, this is the devil fruit that can make people fly into the sky, or the extremely rare Logia Paramecia fruit. As long as you eat it, you can gain the power to control fire and transform into a burning person. Under the surprised eyes of Carina and Nami, Xia Ya put away the Xiao Shou Guo decisively. Eating devil fruit will gain supernatural power, but at the same time, it will be abandoned by the sea and become a landlubber who cannot swim. So, let's enjoy the sunshine and beach for these 3 days, and let Carina eat it when the time comes. After all, Xia Ya got to know Carina early and gave her priority when finding excellent devil fruit. Paramecia fruit is just right. When conditions permit in the future, I'd better find a weather-related devil fruit for Nami so that her talent won't be wasted. No. The price is too high. I just bought a swimsuit. Carina looked frustrated. 3 days later. Carina held the Paramecia fruit in both hands, opened her mouth and bit into it. She was mentally prepared enough. The next second, Carina's face suddenly turned red as if she had eaten some dark food. Her beautiful purple eyes turned white. Vomit. Swallow it, just one bite. Xia Ya held Carina's chin up with one hand and smoothed her throat with the other. Good dong. Ugh, yuck. After Carina swallowed the fruit pulp, she quickly gasped for air with a look of horror on her face. This is not a fruit, it's almost like a stone in a cesspit. Ah, this, cesspit, is it that bad to eat? Nami showed a strange expression, pinching her chin with confusion on her face. Metaphor, you know metaphor. How about you eat the rest? Good sister. It's better not to do it. Nami waved her hand quickly. Anyway, you will know later. Carina hurriedly threw the remaining pulp aside, like a nimble cat using her feet to pull a pile of sand, and half of the Paramecia fruit was buried tightly. Then, Carina tilted her head and looked at Xia Ya. I don't feel anything. Where's my fire? Xia Ya didn't know either, so she tried to ask, how about you calm down and feel it? Boom. The moment Carina calmed down and felt it, a burst of orange flames swept away along with intense heat. Shocked, Xia Ya immediately hugged Nami and jumped 10 meters away. At this time, Carina was completely wrapped in raging flames, forming an increasingly expanding fireball, and the air on the sand was crazily distorted due to the high temperature. In fact, the surrounding sand has shown signs of being burned and melted. Takes the form of liquid glass. Looking at the giant great fireball in front of him, Nami's orange pupils kept shrinking, and worry filled his heart. Carina, is she okay? When the flames gradually dissipated, Carina's figure gradually became clear. Nami felt relieved. Carina, congratulations on becoming a Xiao Shou person. Have you noticed? Ordinary people no longer pose any threat to you. That's it. As soon as the words fell, Xia Ya punched through Carina's chest. When Xia Ya pulled out her fist, Nami was already stunned. Ah! Xia Ya's sudden punch frightened Nami so much that she couldn't speak. And in her dilated pupils, Carina's body was punctured with a big hole. Strangely, no blood flowed out. Instead, there were wildly twisting flames, as if stuck to the wound. Then, these flames collapsed toward Carina's body like quicksand, gradually filling it up. Now, not only was Carina's body undamaged, but her clothes also showed no signs of damage. It was like performing a top-notch illusion in front of everyone. All of this has actually been elementalized. Carina already knew that she could elementalize when she ate the Paramecia fruit, but she was still very happy to have her first elementalization experience in Xia Ya's hands. Nami, wow, I'm invincible. This is the elemental form of a Logia user. It can avoid any physical damage. Xia Ya was just experimenting just now. Don't worry, I'm so invincible. Carina made a proud expression at Nami. Nami was stunned on one side and covered her mouth in shock. Is this the power of the secret treasure of the sea? It's incredible. Her worldview was refreshed again. I never expected that just eating a devil fruit would be so powerful. Then, all kinds of complicated emotions rushed into my heart. Watching this team get stronger and stronger. Nami's long-lost confidence now burned like the fire in Carina's body. Xia Ya changed the topic and said to Carina, there are many ways to restrain elementalization in the sea. Logia is not invincible. I will tell you when I have the opportunity in the future, but now, he. Carina, you can try this first. Having just gained the fruit ability, it takes a process to adapt, but here in Xia Ya, he has a more perfect way to adapt. At this time, Xia Ya took another look at her golden experience buff. Gold experience, you can summon a golden training whip and gain the ability to train the mount. During the training process, the mount will receive a golden experience. The more stimulated the brain is, the stronger the understanding of devil fruit will be, and the development inspiration will be bursting. A golden leather whip appeared in Xia Ya's hand and danced towards Carina. This is the Epiphany whip. Every stroke will increase your inspiration for fruit development. But Carina in front laughed. Hee, you know, I can elementalize. Carina made a gesture as if she was willing to be spanked, and patted her round breasts. Hit here. Hit here. Hit it accurately. I can burn it with just a little use of my burning ability. You idiot. You are provoking me. Snapped. Chapter 9. Bang bang bang. The whip struck Carina's body, making a critical sound. Ah! This scene made Nami on the side look dumbfounded. So hard? This is so cruel. Are you punishing Carina? Just because of Carina's provocative words? Woohoo, we can't do this. Even if we sign a riding contract, even if Carina and I have the right to life and death in your hands, we are all good partners and we can't abuse the mount. Nami quickly hugged Xia Ya and begged, don't hit me anymore. Please, don't hit me anymore. At this time, flames suddenly burned under Carina's feet, suddenly bursting into development, and instantly rushed dozens of meters into the sky like a rocket igniting fire. And the next second, Carina's figure disappeared, replaced by a cross-shaped burning flame. Xia Ya looked up and watched Carina transform into a flaming cross. I was pleasantly surprised, could it be? The golden experience will make the mount burst with devil fruit development inspiration. Has Carina already developed a skill? So fast? The effect is too good. Can I draw the awakening? Soon under the witness of Xia Ya and Nami, the flaming cross in the sky began to rotate, and flames burst out and fell at a very fast speed. More than 10, 100, and thousands of them were densely packed, like meteors with tail flames, like heavy rain, and shot towards the distant sky like bullets. On the sea, several explosions exploded instantly, igniting a sea of fire. SSSSSSSSSSSSS. Boom 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 boom. Waves of rising mist instantly erupted from the sea. Xia Ya was also a little stunned. This scene. How does it look like Marine Admiral Kizaru's ultimate stroke Hakiku Megatama? It's just that sparkling fruit is a point of light, and Maramara fruit is a flame. Looking at it this way, the development of Ace in the original book was not very good. Ah! In the sky, after releasing her skills, Carina transformed from flames back into a human body, only to realize that she was dozens of meters high in the sky. She didn't know when she jumped to the top just now. The fear of heights caused her to frantically move her limbs and fall at a high speed. Help me! When she was about to fall to the ground, she was caught by Princess Xia Ya in a hug. Nami also ran over at this time. Stop hitting Carina. She didn't mean it. We have to talk about it. And at this time, Carina said faintly, it hurts so much, so exciting, and so comfortable. Shall we continue? Hearing this, Nami's mind was buzzing and confused. It hurts? So exciting? So comfortable? Such complicated emotions? No, you can become addicted after being beaten, right? Carina explained, how can I describe this feeling? Well, when this whip hits the body, it's like all the cells in the body are being slapped and exploded. Every cell becomes extremely active. They from countless pores, happiness is sprayed out like a volcano erupting. Yes, what is sprayed out is happy lava. Nami was confused again. Although Carina's description was very appropriate, Nami still reacted a little. Xia Ya on the other side didn't expect that Carina would feel like this. However, it can indeed be called a golden experience. Actually, this whip has a training effect. When whipped, it shouldn't cause physical pain or injury. It will only stimulate the cell activity in Carina's body and make her inspired. You can understand the move she just used as an instant burst of inspiration. Fruit ability needs to be developed. This is the specific role of training. Nami turned to look at Carina and felt relieved after making sure there were no injuries. Carina was fragrant, sweaty, and dripping, as if she had walked away from the gate of hell, but her expression did seem like she was enjoying herself. Nami knew that she had misunderstood, and she wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. So that's it. Haha. Ahaha. You guys go on, haha. Xia Ya said again, by the way, can you use that move just now again? Carina shook her head, that kind of inspiration disappeared in a flash, but a little memory remained. I didn't learn, what should I do now? Maybe I'm too stupid. Edison's invention of the electric light was based on countless experiments. The same is true for fruit development. It requires repeated experiments to increase proficiency and allow the skills to be fully formed so that they can be released with ease later. Practice makes perfect. Xia Ya immediately said, I think you should be whipped a few more times. If a few whips are not enough, just 100 whips, 1,000 whips. Chapter 10. 10,000 lashes, so terrible. Is the development cost of devil fruit so high? I still don't want to eat devil fruit in the future. Nami was so frightened that she quickly took a step back, fearing that Xia Ya would change her target. Certainly. Nami is also curious and waiting for Carina's answer. She really didn't believe that she would get pleasure from being spanked. Hit more, hit here, this part is the most sensitive and the most comfortable. Ahaha. Carina reminisced, the anticipation in her beautiful purple eyes overflowing. Nami. Considering that during the golden experience, Carina's thoughts would be flying wildly, and her potential would even explode. In order to ensure Carina's personal safety, Xia Ya simply drove up. Get trained. Carina. Bang bang bang. Ah. Zizi. Soon, the sound of whipping, screaming, and the sound of burning flames resounded throughout Xixis Island. The entire island seemed to be shaking at this moment. And from time to time, there are voices of men and women talking. This time I feel right. You should shout out the name of the move to deepen your memory. Name it. The flames are like a meteor shower. So this move is called Firebolt. Then just shout out loud. Flying Bolide. There were fire explosions all around, and Nami hid behind the rocks, trembling while listening to all kinds of noises. After 27 days, the situation finally stopped. At this time, Xixis Island encountered various forms of fire attacks. The powerful impact shattered the sand, the terrifying high temperature melted the rocks, and the ground on the island turned into scorched earth. It was completely different from when the trio landed on the island. What is said in the sea is true, Logia can indeed change the environment of the island. Crimson Bolide. Great Fireball, Great Fire Extinguishing, Phoenix Flames, Fire-style Waterfall. The city wall is in flames, the prison robe is broken, the pillar of explosive flames. Fire Gatling, Fire Fist, Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. Less than a month. Carina's control over Paramecia Fruit has become extremely proficient, and she has all kinds of tricks at her fingertips. And Xia Ya did not provide guidance on moves, full-screen Carina's inspired creation. At most, they are just given some names based on the characteristics of the moves. Finished. When Xia Ya came down from the riding mode, Carina showed an unfinished expression, you should let Nami try it too. Really, I feel that my life is complete and I have experienced all kinds of wonderful experiences. Even if I die now I didn't seem to have any regrets. But after thinking about it, Carina felt something was wrong. He immediately hugged Xia Ya's arm and said, he, but I really can't bear to leave you. I will never leave you, Xia Ya idiot. No? Is it really that cool? Nami turned into a fool, and her throat couldn't help but surge. Carina's words moved her a little bit. Don't people live in this world just to be happy? In Nami's world audience, happiness is something that cannot be bought with money. Xia Ya glanced at the training buff and saw that there were only 3 minutes left. He touched his nose as if thinking. However, training is only developed for devil fruit. Nami doesn't have devil fruit yet. You're wrong. Carina immediately retorted, Nami does not have devil fruit, but she is a human being, she has emotions, and all her senses are present. She can taste that taste, I'm sure. Nami, come and try it. Nami instinctively flinched and hurriedly waved her hands to refuse. No, 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 you better not want it, right? Carina immediately interrupted, leaned closer and said seriously, you, in order to save Koko West Village, you have been wandering alone for so long, living in depression every day, your emotions need to be completely released. Otherwise you will get depressed. We only carry happy people on board. Xia Ya is the medicine to treat you now. After hearing what Carina said, Nami finally nodded and agreed, Xia Ya, please trouble you. After a few minutes, Nami's scream slowly stopped. The golden whip in Xia Ya's hand turned into dots of stars and disappeared from this world. Some regrets. It would be nice if this buff was permanent. But fortunately, Nami has given a permanent lucky buff, and I believe it can be refreshed in the future. Nami, we can now set off to Koko West Village to end the rule of the dragon pirates. We don't have to worry about any accidents, because it's more than enough for Carina to do it. Xia Ya waved. Well, I can't wait too. Carina clenched her fist, and orange flames burst out. Then let's set off now. In the past, Nami would have been very emotional when she heard that she was going to deal with the dragon pirates. He even wanted to teleport over and blow up the dragon's fish head. But at this moment, Nami's mind went blank, and her thoughts were completely empty. She just collapsed on the beach, and her eyelids struggled for a long time before slowly raising them. It took a long time to make a waxy sound. Please let me slow down for a moment, I have to wait a moment. Until the sun is almost setting behind the horizon. A small boat left Zixus Island with slight shaking. Chapter 11. After about half a month of sailing, the trio's boat finally arrived in the waters near Kokozia village. A little further forward, you can see the island where Koko West Village is located. Oops, our boat is leaking. I don't know who Xia Ya and Carina's boat was. It had almost reached the end of its sailing life. Seeing that the small sailboat was leaking and losing her swimming skills, Carina panicked. What bad luck, it's obviously coming. It's okay. I'll ride the boat faster. Xia Ya is a user with the riding fruit ability, which can make the boat 10 times faster when riding. Before, she considered the quality of the boat to be poor, so she kept letting it sail normally. Unexpectedly, she still hasn't been able to persist until now. He might as well make a final sprint and rush ashore directly. And also at this time, in Xia Ya's eyes, 2 temporary buffs popped up again. Rampage buff, remaining time is 7 days. Double riding buff, 7 days remaining. Rage buff, the person with the ability obtains a black spiked whip. After whipping the mount will go berserk and fight endlessly. Dual mount buff, the ability user can ride 2 mounts at the same time. Seeing this, Xia Ya's eyes lit up. The first buff doesn't seem to have much effect. It's impossible for Xia Ya to whip Nami and Carina with a spiked whip. This is a private car and cannot be driven violently. It's so sad. The second one is a bit more interesting. How to ride 2 mounts at the same time. One rides another, stacks high? What if there are 10,000 people riding the buff in the future? Couldn't it be that the bottom foot is still on Gaia Island, and the top person has already arrived at Sky Island, the human centipede? Or build it up like a pyramid? At this time, Momo, the manatee who was ordered to patrol, suddenly rushed out of the sea in front of the ship. Manatee Mu is a sea beast. It has the head of a bull and the body of a sea lion. It was brought to East Blue from the Grand Line by the Dragon Pirates. It is also a combatant in the Dragon Pirates and is generally responsible for the sea area. Patrolling, very gluttonous and brutal. When seeing someone intruding into their territory, Manatee Moo will usually choose to eat them. But just as Mo was about to bite the boat, Xia Ya's figure appeared above its head. Then, a fist as big as a sandbag smashed down, and countless big bags popped up on Mo's head. It's just the right time. There's no ship docking. Moo moo moo. Mo screamed, his eyes were about to be hammered out, and tears instantly burst out and fell into the sea like a waterfall. In a short period of time, he was tortured all over his body. Surrender violently and gain the reins of Moo Moo. Xia Ya controlled Mo and lowered her head. Come on, you two, we are about to start. Ah! Nami had a psychological shadow about the giant manatee Moo Moo. She did not expect that in just a flash of lightning, Xia Ya had already beaten Moo Moo to the ground. It turned out that Xia Ya could even ride a manatee. What else can't he ride? When the trouble is solved. Do you want to drag your sister on board and go out to sea together? After Belmere was killed by the dragon, Nami lost her protector. Under duress, she negotiated with the dragon pirates, and finally made an agreement to buy the village with 100 million belly, and she lived a happy life ever since. A career of thievery at sea. Because of this agreement, she often came into contact with the dragon pirates, which caused her to be ostracized by the villagers of Koko West Village. Every time she went home, she would be looked down upon by the villagers. But Nami didn't know it. In fact, her sister Nakiko had told the villagers a long time ago. In order to make Nami feel better, the villagers cooperated with her and treated her as a member of the dragon pirates. So, Nami has had no one to talk to except her sister since she was 8 years old. If it weren't for the danger of the sea, Nami wouldn't let her sister take risks. She really wanted to live with her sister. Soon, under Xia Ya's control, Mo carried the trio and arrived at the port of Koko Yasi village. Let's go down from here. There is a path over there that can go around the woods and reach my house. Like in the past, Nami chose a road that could avoid many villagers. Although she didn't mind, the eye roll was still uncomfortable. Xia Ya put her hand on Nami's shoulder and encouraged, "It's not necessary. We came back this time to kill the dragon pirates, and we will definitely kill the dragon pirates at the same time. We should return in the most generous way." Inside the village. Nami nodded vigorously and no longer objected. Carina asked, "Then how can we be generous?" Xia Ya pointed to the manatee Moo Moo below, "Ride it." Can manatees come ashore too? Manatees have fins similar to human arms that can support their bodies. Of course, it doesn't matter whether Moo Mo the manatee is a land animal, nor does it matter whether it can walk. What's important is that it has become Xia Ya's temporary mount. Under control, it will leave even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire in front of it. This is the legendary violent driving. When Mo heard what Xia Ya said, he burst into tears and shook his head wildly. It was obvious that he was afraid of going to land. It's not up to you to be born. Xia Ya is not used to these cruel animals that dominate East Blue. It's bad luck if it dies. Rumble. Moo Moo. Soon, a huge figure screamed and rushed onto the shore, crawling towards the complex of Koko Yasi village. And huge fish scales stained with bloodline were left behind wherever they passed. On the other side, in Dragon Paradise, a fishman is making a report. What? Moo Moo was ridden away. The evil dragon couldn't believe it when he heard the report from his men. Moo Moo was a brutal sea beast he brought back from the Grand Line. Although it was not as good as the Sea Kings, it was still a tyrant in the sea. Although the evil dragon can be crushed to death at will, it is not something that ordinary people can afford to offend. Just because it is located in the territory of the weak Koko West Village, its huge size can scare some timid people to death, and it is basically invincible. Now, he was actually ridden away. How could it be possible? Yes, Dragon Boss, I saw with my own eyes a boy riding Moo with two girls. One of the girls is Nami. Nami, ha 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 ha. When the evil dragon heard the name, he laughed wildly. Chapter 12. Boys, bring your tattoo artist. I'm going to tattoo Nami with the Dragon Pirates logo in front of all the villagers, so that she can live in humiliation. The dragon's mouth was full of teasing. In fact, the dragon valued Nami's ability to chart the sea, but never truly appreciated her. Now the evil dragon is going to destroy Nami step by step in front of the villagers of Koko West Village. The reason is that evil dragons hate humans deep down. The evil dragon has lived in a filthy environment on the Fishmen Island since he was a child, surrounded by fishmen who hate humans. When he grew up, he joined the Sun Pirates, but when the captain died, Marine also came. The man who had frightened him all his life appeared. Polisalino. Kizaru sent the evil dragon to prison, and his humble survival and painful pleas became the entire life of the evil dragon in prison. It was not until later that Jinbei joined the Shishibukai that the evil dragon was released. After being released from prison, the dragon fell out with Jinbei and formed his own pirate group. But the Grand Line is full of strong people. The evil dragon was forced to learn about the weakest East Blue, and then he chose to come here to start his brutal rule. Waste, waste, waste. This is what Marine Warden calls their Fishmen clan. Now the evil dragon is going to make weak humans taste the same life as him before. The reason why the evil dragon cooperates with Colonel Mouse is because the evil dragon is afraid of the man standing at the top of Marine. Even if he is willing to pay Bailey, the evil dragon does not want that man to know the information about his presence in East Blue. Kizaru's 8-foot Megatama move is still a nightmare for evil dragons. So much so that he couldn't even look directly at the Sunday. On the other side, the Xia Ya trio entered Kakiasi village with a high profile and were discovered by the villagers. If it were normal, the villagers would give him a blank look. But things are different now. Nami actually rode that devil manatee. What's going on? Mu-Mo is a murderous god in this land. If any villager cannot pay the protection fee, he will be fed to Mu-Mo by the evil dragon and eaten. At the same time, outsiders who want to come to Koko Yasi village will also be killed. Mu blocked it and ate it. So much so that Koko Yasi village is like a closed prison. But now, the devil guarding the prison, Mu, was wailing in pain, with tears of pain flowing down like a waterfall. Yes, wail. All the scales on Mu's chest were rubbed off by the ground, and were full of scars and blood. If the skin hadn't been thick, the internal organs might have flowed out. Its painful sound spread throughout Koko Yasi village. The purpose of Xia Ya's doing this is to tell the dragon pirates the coordinates. Such a big movement was spread among the villagers. Nyokijo and station policeman Aegean both came to the square and witnessed Mu's tragic situation with their own eyes. Nami, who was already looking a little majestic on Mu's head, was stunned. At the same time, every villager showed a trace of fear in their eyes. It will be fine soon. I came back today just to save everyone. Nami stood up on Momo's head, smiled, and was ready to introduce Xia Ya to everyone, hoping to gain the understanding of the villagers. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, Nami has been in contact with the dragon pirates, the sworn enemy of the entire Koko West village. Over the years, disgust is inevitable, but now is the time to clear up the misunderstanding. However, what Nami didn't expect was... Aegean suddenly picked up a hoe in the corner. Everyone, get ready to fight the dragon pirates. The next moment, the villagers shouted in unison and picked up some agricultural weapons. There is no retreat, fight! We can't let Nami bear it alone. Get ready to fight! Everyone! If it were in the past, the village name would definitely roll his eyes at me and say bah. But now, the situation is completely different. This is not because the villagers knew that Nami had something to rely on and knew in advance that the dragon pirates would be destroyed. But Nami treats Mu of the dragon pirates like this, the dragon will never let her go. Nami's life has been seriously threatened. Nami's life safety is the bottom line for the entire Koko Yasi village. So the villagers burst into anger. Everyone. Seeing this scene, Nami was completely stunned. When she came, she even imagined many ways to meet the villagers, such as saying hello to everyone, explaining to everyone what she had done over the years, and even encouraging them to meet with her again. To a new and better life. But now, it seems completely different than expected. Are these still the same people in Kokozia village that I remember? Mumu, Xia Ya looked up at Nami and explained, actually, the villagers know that you contacted the dragon pirates to find a way to save the village. They actually all know the suffering you have suffered over the years. So, they have been cooperating with you in acting, just to make you become the hero who still persists. Heroes are lonely and the most courageous ones. Before the ending, the hero is also the most incomprehensible. Looking at the entire Koko Yasi village, Nami is the only one who has taken practical actions to save the village. And she is just a weak girl. All the other villagers know. I am just cowardly. I am incompetent. I am just not as good as a little girl. I just can't do it, give everything to save the village like Nami. Even if it is an idea or a plan, it cannot be achieved. So, the only thing the villagers can do is to cooperate with the little girl to perfect the character of a lone hero. That's all that can be done. And acting is today. When Nami's life was about to be threatened, all the accumulated emotions of everyone exploded. Cannot stand. Nami hasn't been truly loved by everyone yet. This is. Nami looked at Nakajao who was coming from below. The other person just nodded. At this moment, Nami suddenly fell into Xia Ya's arms and burst into tears. Ah! Yo yo yo! Ba bang bang! Ping 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 ping! At this time, the evil dragon clapped his hands and strode here with a group of murloc cotters. All the fishmen cotters drew out their weapons and stared at the villagers one by one. I really didn't expect that. The evil dragon raised his head and stroked his head with one hand. He smiled evilly and said, "You bunch of lowly trash actually gathered together to resist me, tisk tisk tisk. As long as you can afford the protection fee for so many years, I have not killed you, just to make you live in hell. But today, there will be a massacre here, and Koko Yasi village will no longer exist. It would be very boring if the humble insect died. It's all because of you, Nami. Only for me to see such a good show. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 13. At this moment, the dragon pirates were all dispatched, fully armed. The dragon pirates arrived so quickly that no one expected them. The villagers in Kokoyashi village didn't even have the chance to pick up weapons, and even if some had already picked up iron farm tools, compared to the knives, guns, and artillery of the dragon pirates, they were not on the same level at all. It fell to the ground. "You lowly piece of trash, don't move. Brother Evil Dragon wants you to watch a show. You losers." The combatants of the dragon pirates were targeting them viciously. The fishmen have strong bodies and different skin colors. They are all tall and strong, and their strength is 10 times that of ordinary humans. In addition, the characteristics of various fish organs and various bone spurs extending from the flesh make them exude a very violent sense of déjà vu. Oh no! We are completely unprepared. What to do? The villagers in Kokoyashi village suddenly felt terrible, their whole bodies were shaking, and many of them were desperate. At this time, a shark man who was more than 2.5 meters tall and had jagged teeth and nose looked at the scarred Momo and immediately became angry. This person is the leader of the pirate group, the dragon. "Come on, get Nami off Mumu. I'm going to tattoo my dragon pirate's logo all over her body in front of the whole village." Rather than killing people, dragons prefer torturing humans. In marine prison, the prison officers will not kill prisoners because of regulations, but they have all the privileges except killing. They will torture the prisoners in the most cruel way, making them worse than death. Every day they live in the midst of wailing. The evil dragon has experienced it himself. He wants to use the unfairness he has experienced to feed back to everyone. And when the evil dragon loses the pleasure of torturing people, the final value of the tortured person is death. The other side. An octopus man with 8 octopus tentacles and a murloc man with a trumpet-like mouth stepped forward. Brother evil dragon! Let me do it! Boo-hoo-hoo! Xiao Bazui pulled Baideoliu and shouted in the direction of Manatee, Moo, please bear with me. I will be quick. As soon as the words fell, an 8-clawed figure quickly attacked Xia Ya and others on Momo's head. Snapped. In an instant, a loud whipping sound was heard, and Mo immediately screamed, Moo. While screaming, the skin all over Momo's body turned red, the sharp teeth in his mouth clenched tightly, hot air spurted out from between the teeth, and he stared at everything with angry eyes, as if he wanted to kill everyone. Rampage buff, the ability user obtains a black spiked whip. After whipping the mount will go berserk and its combat power will soar. When the mount is furious, its various values are soaring crazily, and it only sees fighting, without any scruples, fighting without even recognizing its relatives. And just when Zioba rushed over and was about to take action, huge fins fell from the sky, and a massive amount of blood mist exploded instantly. Slap! Boom! After the smoke and dust dissipated, Zioba had been beaten into a pulp, and only a few broken tentacles on the ground were still twisting in response to nerves. Moo, the manatee, also had one of his fins broken off, but he felt no pain at all. Ah! Brother 8 was shot to death. Moo, it's impossible to defeat Zioba. When the surrounding fishmen saw Zioba's miserable condition, they all screamed in despair. They are outsiders, and they have a unified hatred towards the outside world, but they are still very united internally. Witnessing Xiao Ba being turned into a pulp with his own eyes, Wu Long was completely stunned. That person did it. He controlled Moo. For the first time, the evil dragon paid attention to Xia Ya, who was wielding a whip, and held the big saw blade Zhanfeng tightly in his hand. Attack them all, kill all the people on Momo's head. No one will be spared. Including Nami. Flying bull-eyed. At this time, as the girl screamed, Carina flew into the sky and turned into a flaming cross. The orange-red flames fell down like a pop, instantly drowning the entire dragon pirates. Screams and the sound of burning flesh and blood echoed throughout the square, and the charred corpses of fishmen were everywhere. Impossible, this is impossible. The smell of grilled fish filled the evil dragon's nostrils. The arrogance in his eyes was completely gone at this moment, and there was nothing but fear in his eyes. So similar. It's so similar to that man's 8-foot Megatama. The evil dragon seemed to see the figure in Carina's body that made him extremely frightened. This is Logia demon fruit power. Same as Porosalino. And now, that purple girl has the power to destroy the world like Kizaru Porosalino. Damn it, where did Nami find such a companion? Why? Why would Poseidon give this power to humans? Ah! I hate it. Even if I come to East Blue, I can't escape. The power of Logia is incomprehensible to the weak. The evil dragon has no way to deal with it. He has obviously escaped to East Blue. But still can't escape. The evil dragon felt a little regretful. He felt that the sea was his destination, at least there were no people with abilities in the sea. Escape. Take the wounded to the coast and escape to the bottom of the sea. Let's never come back. Seeing that the evil dragon was frightened out of his wits, the other fishmen cotters were all stunned. But soon, some fishmen also shouted, "Listen to Brother Dragon, run away and escape to the sea. It's too late. None of you can escape." Xia Ya turned over and rode on Nami, and when Carina fell down, she just rode on Xia Ya's neck. People ride people, people ride people. Combination technique double riding form human fortress. It is worth mentioning that, as a rider, Xia Ya doesn't have much particularity about riding. He can ride on the arm, neck, waist, thigh, and pull a hair of the horse, all of which are considered riding. Riding form. At the same time, he can also reverse the body committee with his mount. After all, being ridden counts as riding. The reversal technique, ah. Now Nami is just an ordinary person. In order for Xia Ya to release the long-suppressed hatred in her heart, it is natural for Xia Ya to take her with her when attacking. Xia Ya used the double riding buff, and the Paramecia Fruit ability became shared by 3 people at this moment. Soon, under Xia Ya's control, the 3 of them merged into a human fortress, turning into a blazing flame. 6 arms stretched out from all sides of the flame, 180 degrees. The 6 arms were like 6 gatlings, instantaneous. Countless fire bullets shoot out from your fingertips. Nami, aim and hit whoever you want. Carina, don't let anyone get away. Boo hoo hoo hoo, da 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 da. Following Xia Ya's movements, flaming bullets were fired densely from the tips of the 3 people's fingers, shooting at the escaping fishmen. Ah! The murlocs screamed and rolled on the ground. Some of them managed to extinguish the flames on their backs, but their belly was instantly hit by flame bullets. At this moment, the fish people were like a grilled fish on a charcoal rack, grilled almost without any dead ends until it was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. And Nami also focuses on those fishmen who have a direct hatred against her. Under the flames of Gatling fire, some fishmen's bodies were directly blown to pieces by bullets, leaving no bones or residue behind. Brother Evil Dragon, save me. This is hell, I never want to come here, ah. Upon hearing the calls for help from fellow fishmen, the evil dragon's eyes were bloodshot and about to overflow with blood. Damn it! Only then did the evil dragon understand. It turns out that the poor Asalino he met was already kind. People like Nami are the real evil spirits. Chapter 14. At this moment, all the fishmen on the field turned into grilled fish with thick smoke. Only the evil dragon was trembling and kneeling on the ground in despair. Devil! You are simply devils! The evil dragon roared unwillingly. Facing the Logia demon fruit power, the initial monster like the evil dragon cannot even touch a hair of the opponent. This is the objective gap between the weak and those with Logia ability. Even though Xia Ya deliberately avoided him during the attack, the evil dragon was also affected by the flame bullets. The skin on his body was burned everywhere, and the flames were still simmering on his arms, with thick and transparent fish oil coming out. I never want to see this face again, Nami said. Then let him disappear completely. A flaming sword extended from Xia Ya's palm, cutting off the dragon's head with one blow, and releasing a fireball that smashed the fish head that fell to the ground into pieces. The evil dragon completely ended his sinful life. At this time, the dragon pirates were all slaughtered, and Manatimu lost too much blood and lost his breath due to being violently driven. Everyone, come out! We are safe, the evil dragon empire has been completely destroyed. The trio returned to normal, and Nami waved to the surrounding villagers. Then generously introduced Xia Ya and Carina to the villagers. Behind the trees, villagers came out one after another from behind the house. They looked at the scorched earth all over the ground and could no longer tell what was soil and what was fishman corpses, but the smell of grilled fish filled the air, letting them know that the dragon pirates had indeed been wiped out. Finished. We didn't do anything. Fortunately, Nami, you're okay. At this moment, all the villagers' breathing stopped. They did not expect that the evil dragon gang that had done many evil things in Koko West Village would be so vulnerable in front of Nami and others. Looking at Nami's performance, it seems that the young man in front of him is the core of this group. I'm sorry, Nami, all these years You don't need to say anything anymore, I already know. Nami gave a cute smile. Immediately, deafening cheers resounded throughout the village. Thank you so much. Under the command of Carina, the villagers swarmed into the dragon paradise, confiscated the treasures inside, and burned all the buildings to ashes when they left. The traces of the fishman's rule completely disappeared. At the same time, the skull of the manatee Mumu was made into a sculpture and placed under the big tree at the entrance of the village as a memorial to the difficulties suffered by Koko Yasi village. Everyone should remember history. Of course, this is also to remember the 3 heroes who saved the village. They rode Mumu into the village. That night, a tall bonfire was lit in Koko West village. People in the surrounding villages knew that the dragon pirates had been wiped out, and they also brought various delicacies to the banquet to celebrate the demise of the Dragon Empire. The next day, in the orange grove of Koko Yasi village, in front of a simple grave, Nami and Nyaki bowed their heads in silence. This is Belmere, the savior and adoptive mother who raised Nami and Nakajao. After the worship, Nyochi said, Nami, Aunt Belmere must know that Koko Yashi village has been saved, and she will understand you. Do you still remember when you stole books from Aegean's bookstore? At that time, the young Nami went to the bookstore to steal books because of her thirst for navigation knowledge and because her family was poor. Afterwards, he was scolded by Belmere. Nami nodded heavily, yet. Not anymore, because I already have Xia Ya. Nami went to sea for 7 months and 5 days this time, but it was different from any other time. When she came back she was a completely different person. At this moment, Nakajao seemed to see a substantial light of hope in Nami's eyes. At the same time, she knew that the fundamental reason for Nami's change was her other 2 companions, Xia Ya and Carina. Ah! I was just about to tell you about this. Are you willing to go out to sea with us? Nakajao. Nami asked. Nakajao shook his head clearly, no, I want to stay and protect what Aunt Belmere left for us. I will protect it well so that you can see the changes every time you come back. Then, are you willing to be ridden by Xia Ya? Nami asked quietly. Ha! How could you say this in front of Aunt Belmere? Nakajao looked at her suspiciously, are you? I can't accept it, you are still so young. On the other side, Nami and Nakajao's home. Xia Ya, let's talk. Carina took a sip of orange tea, put the teacup on the table, stood up and complained, Xia Ya. You went too far, you actually hid it from me for so long. Obviously I can ride you, but you have been the one riding me for so long. I'm so young, doesn't it hurt your conscience to ride on me? Chapter 15. Stupid Xia Ya. Xia Ya explained, ha 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 ha, whoever follows whomever we do, and whoever rides are all the same. Then ride it for me now. Carina responded coquettishly. Xia Ya stood up and flicked Carina's plump and smooth forehead, when I get the chance, I'm going to the marine branch now. The marine there is the protective umbrella of the dragon. We must solve this hidden danger for Nami before we leave. While the 2 were talking, the door was pushed open. Nami and Nakajao walked in, and they naturally heard the conversation between Carina and Xia Ya. They didn't expect that Xia Ya would even take the initiative to get into trouble for Nami. At this moment, Nami's heart melted. Carina is right, following Xia Ya will really lead to happiness, Nami believes this 100%. If you attack Marine, you will be wanted all over the world. In a sense, Marine is more terrifying than a pirate. Xia Ya said, don't worry, because it will happen sooner or later. The evil dragon has been able to do evil in East Blue for so many years because Marine has provided him with shelter. Even if the dragon pirates are destroyed now, as long as those moths are still there, they will support another evil dragon. It is best to get rid of them. Choice. Moreover, if he wants to obtain a permanent buff, he needs to sign a riding contract, which means he has to find a partner who is willing to sign a contract with him. Looking at the entire pirate world, most of the targets suitable for strategy are in the pirate camp, and they have long been wanted criminals. Identity of. This leads to Xia Ya sooner or later being on the opposite side of Marine. After all, if Marine wants to cause trouble for you, he only needs to move his fingers to spread wanted notices all over the world. Before leaving, Nami suddenly grabbed Xia Ya. My sister won't go to sea for the time being, but she is willing to enter into a riding contract with you. Yet. Nyaki nodded with a blushing face. Xia Ya didn't expect that the surprise would come so suddenly. Nami is really my lucky star. Soon, the contract ceremony was completed. A permanent buff also appeared in Xia Ya's eyes. 10 times learning buff. Learning, when fighting in the mounted mode, you can see through other people's moves and understand countermeasures. At the same time, you can learn the opponent's physical skills, sword skills, haki. Look for your opponent, the opponent is your best teacher. Seeing this, Xia Ya was pleasantly surprised. This is a good buff. It can be regarded as the capital to enter the Grand Line. Grand Line's opponents are not comparable to minions like East Blue. Not only do they have powerful physical skills, haki is also a compulsory option, but Xia Ya has not been systematically cultivated, and most of her combat skills fall into the category of brute force. It's still because of the lack of leaders. But it's different now. After signing a riding contract with Nakajao, he can enhance his understanding ability as long as he fights enemies. The opponent will become his stepping stone. And the stronger the opponent, the more advanced combat skills Xia Ya can learn. Grand Line, I'm looking forward to it more and more. A few days later, a brand new warship docked at the port of Koko Yasi village. This is the trophy Xia Ya found after killing Colonel Rat. If Xia Ya hadn't found it, the warship would probably have continued to sit in the dock collecting dust. And warships are much stronger than ordinary ships and are suitable for use in the Grand Line. Goodbye everyone. Goodbye, Nami, Xia Ya, Carina, you must pay attention to safety. Come back often and visit. Nami waved to her sister and the villagers, and the villagers waved their hands. On the deck, Nami showed a sly smile. After opening his coat, wallets fell out one by one. There were some coins and photos of villagers in them. These were some souvenirs that Nami had obtained professionally. Of course. The dragon pirates left a lot of treasures, some of which have been distributed to the villagers. There is no such thing as living without money. However, this trip also allowed the Xia Ya trio to earn 70 million belly, so they no longer have to worry about expenses. Hee. This trip to Koko Yasi village was really interesting. I gained the most. Carina sat on Xia Ya's neck, lowered her head and patted Xia Ya's head with a bad smile. I'll pinch you, pinch you, pinch you. Hey! I'm going to pay back everything you did to me before. Who told you to lose at cards? Well, you still owe me 107 times. I couldn't stand the temptation of beauty, so I chose super double. Xia Ya rubbed her smooth mount legs and said with a sighing smile, Oh, Nami, why did you follow Carina so badly? You actually cooperated with Carina to trick me. You have to understand who is the boss of this boat. Sailing on the sea is quite boring, and people on the ship often pass the time by gambling. The same goes for 3 groups of people. However, the bet on this boat is not Bailey, but the number of rides. Who rides whom? It depends on who is good at gambling. But it is obvious that the 2 girls have joined forces, and Xia Ya urgently needs a helper to regain the victory. Boss, 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 you owe me 98 times. Nami looked into the distance and said, But, which direction are we sailing now? Chapter 16. Loguetown is located in the sea near the entrance to East Blue's Upside Down Mountain. It is the only way for East Blue to enter the Grand Line. Pirate King Roger was born here and ended here. Loguetown is also called the Town of the Beginning and the End by the Sea. The unique geographical location also makes Loguetown a specialty town of the Grand Line. There are many shops on both sides of the street, selling high-end goods imported from the Grand Line. Almost all ships going to the Grand Line will choose to make their final supplies here. The opposite is Loguetown has become the place with the highest concentration of blue marine in East. After all, it was Marine who executed the Pirate King here. It is a special place that earns Marine a lot of face. But at the same time, as long as they don't cause trouble, they usually won't be targeted by Marine. After all, so many pirates have gathered here to make a pilgrimage. In order to ensure the safety of Marine soldiers, it is normal to turn a blind eye. Anyway, pirates entering the Grand Line have a narrow escape. There is no need to fight and make a big fuss in a place like Loguetown where Marine has a long face. It's hard to explain. Of course. But there are always exceptions. Colonel Smoker, who was transferred from headquarters, is stationed here. The tacit balance between Marine and pirates was once again broken. Marine's side became stronger. The trio of Xia Ya who came to supply the goods did not find the wanted order with them yet and were spending money unscrupulously in Loguetown. Navigation tool stores are the ones they focus on. The Grand Line is different from the East Blue. The ordinary compass no longer has the function of identifying the direction. The recording pointer is the Grand Line's only tool that can indicate the direction. In order to make profits, businessmen will also contribute the most creative products for sale. Under normal circumstances, the recording pointer will replenish magnetic energy at a certain island in the Grand Line so that the pointer can record the direction of the next station. And what if the magnetism is not supplemented? Then, the magnetic force on the recording pointer is still the magnetic force recording the previous island. Equivalent to a temporary permanent pointer. And this bug alone means that a huge amount of wealth can be created. This has led to many business companies to spend huge costs and use endless means, and even train special ability users for this purpose, and bring out many record pointers for fixed islands from the Grand Line. It can be said, if they were not afraid of long distances, supplies, extreme weather, and had the determination to put life and death at risk, navigators would not pass other islands and set their goal at the Sabayati archipelago, the magnetic endpoint of the first half of the Grand Line. And Xia Ya's goal is very clear. He directly asked Nami to buy a record pointer to Alabasta, where he had a mount suitable for the strategy. At the same time, just in case, the trio also spent money to buy record pointers for nearby islands such as Whiskey Peak and Gaia Island. In order to save time, the three spent money like water. Okay, food, fresh water, medicine, and record pointers have all been taken care of. After putting away the last needed record pointer, Xia Ya and the other three walked out of the store. And it was at this time. There was a panic sound on the street, followed by the sound of well-trained and neat footsteps, until it stopped. Da-da-da-da-da. When Xia Ya and the three of them went out, they saw more than 20 Marines gathered outside the store, standing still waiting for orders. The leader was a man holding 2 cigars. The man has short silver hair, wears a large coat with justice written on the back, goggles hanging around his neck, and holds a strange-looking weapon in his hand, the 10 hands made by sea stone. This person is the gatekeeper sent by Naval Headquarters to take charge of East Blue. The person with the ability of the Logia Smoke Fruit, Marine Colonel Smoker. To Smoker's right is an intern girl wearing glasses. He was looking at Xia Ya, Carina, and Nami curiously. I'm sorry, if you were just an ordinary pirate, I might let you go, but if you killed a Marine Colonel, then I can only send you to prison to receive punishment, Xia Ya. Smoker was holding a cigar in his mouth, holding a brand new wanted notice that had just been issued. Xia Ya glanced at the wanted poster in Smoker's hand. It contained her name, her photo, and a bounty of 20 million Baileys. It is estimated that the news of Colonel Mouse's death reached the naval headquarters, and Marine lost his temper and offered this high bounty after investigation. With the issuance of a wanted warrant, it means that Xia Ya's identity has completed the transformation. He was identified as a pirate in Marine's eyes. Because of Nyoki Jo, Xia Ya received a 10x enhanced learning buff, and she could learn some of the opponent's combat skills by competing with others. So he is still eager to fight with the strong. But although Smoker came out of the naval headquarters training camp, it turns out that except for having a Logia smoker fruit that makes him arrogant and getting along like a fish in water in Loguetown, he has basically nothing to offer. Xia Ya doesn't want to waste time on Smoker either. But Tashiji, who was still very young next to him, found an opportunity to ride it. Maybe it becomes a permanent mount? Then one more permanent buff will be added. But the problem is that if you ride Tashiji, you can't ride Carina. Without Paramecia fruit, what could compete with Smoker's Logia smoking fruit? He didn't think Smoker came here just to chat with him. What a hassle! Smoker held a cigar in his mouth, glanced at Xia Ya, and ordered to his subordinates, "Come here, take him down, take the other two away too, and take them back for investigation." Xia Ya went alone and killed Colonel Mouse. Carina and Nami have not yet entered Marine's sight, so there is no wanted warrant. But the three of them are together, and Smoker is ready to capture them together. Now, Smoker held Sea Stone's weapons in his hands, pointing at Xia Ya with contempt in his eyes. The Sea Stone weapon in his hand was accurately captured by Xia Ya. Isn't this just a hammer to beat Logia? At that moment, an idea flashed in my mind. The moment she was pointed at by Smoker, Xia Ya took action at lightning speed. She held the sea stone pointed by Smoker in her left hand and decisively kicked Smoker's armpit from the bottom up. The powerful impact knocked Smoker back several steps. When Smoker stabilized his body with a surprised look on his face, Sea Stone's 10 hands were out of his control and appeared in Xia Ya's hands. However, this is not the end. Xia Ya pulled Tashiji over and rode on him generously in an instant. Logia gives you a huge natural advantage, allowing you to have no natural enemies in a small area like East Blue. You're careless, Smoker. Tashiji's face was red as Xia Ya strangled him naked, his hands had nowhere to rest, and he screamed loudly. "Where are you putting your hands? Let me go." Chapter 17. Tashiji originally wanted to struggle, but slowly her body became weak until she completely lost control. But her thinking skills were preserved. "Oops, my body is controlled by him. Is it the same devil fruit ability as Colonel Smoker?" And at this time, Tashiji's scream caught the attention of the surrounding townspeople and some pirates. They immediately gathered around to discuss. Tisk, 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 Marine is so embarrassed, even the little girl he brought was ridden in broad daylight. Ha ha ha, the Marine in Loguetown is nothing more than that. Boss, should we take this opportunity to give those male Marines a ride? I see a few of them are very pretty, and they suit me very well. Boss with a long beard, I think the man with the silver hair in the lead is very wild, which suits you very well. Boom. The bearded pirate leader nearby punched the pirate who was discussing loudly on the head. With a gloomy face, he yelled at the younger brothers, "The leader is the White Hunter. Smoker. Logia, the user with the ability of the smoking fruit, is the most invincible existence in Loguetown and even the entire East Blue. Logia is equal to invincibility. If we PS him off, we'll all go to jail. The hell do you want me to ride him?" As he said that, the pirate leader looked up at Smoker. He didn't let out a sigh of relief until he found Smoker's eyes fixed on Xia Ya. These idiots! As an old pirate who has been in the East Blue for many years, he is deeply aware of the terror of the White Hunter Smoker. Taunting the White Hunter Smoker because he didn't die quickly enough. The bearded pirate captain's previous captain, and the captain's previous captain, were all sent to prison by Smoker, otherwise he wouldn't be able to take the captain's position. I didn't expect that the newly recruited younger brother would be so blind. Oh! How dare you be so presumptuous in the face of the White Hunter? This man is doomed. I don't know which brat jumped out of nowhere. He doesn't know how to judge the situation. He actually dares to attack Marine's bespectacled girl. He really thinks he is a person. In this sea, there is never a shortage of arrogant newcomers with distinctive personalities. But without exception, those who did not know what was good or evil died. However, just when the pirate boys were dismissive of Xia Ya, the bearded pirate captain once again gave Xia Ya a critical blow with his fist. A hole! Look what this is! This is the wanted poster I just pulled off the Marine bulletin board. The brat you are talking about is the super felon criminal who was just offered a reward today, Xia Ya, whose head is worth 20 million belly. And it's the first bounty offered. At this moment, everyone on the street fell completely silent. All the pirates who were watching the joke had their mouths open at this moment, their throats were surging but they could not make any sound. 20 million. Bailey. In this small place where the average worth of East Blue is several million, a bounty of 20 million Baileys is something that people need to look up to for a lifetime. You took the weapon while I wasn't paying attention. You seem to have investigated me. Smoker grinned, dusted the footprints on his chest, and looked at Xia Ya with more attention. Xia Ya immediately took away the weapon in his hand. That weapon is made of sea stone and is the nemesis of all demon fruit powers. Smoker muttered inwardly, he actually knows my weaknesses. At this time, Smoker no longer looked down upon him. He was ready. The man in front of him killed a Marine colonel in East Blue, robbed a warship, and slapped Marine in the face. When Smoker got this information, he paid attention to Xia Ya for the first time. Unexpectedly, as soon as the wanted order was issued, the information that Xia Ya came to Loguetown was obtained. If you can send Xia Ya to Impel down here, it will be a great achievement. It will be helpful for your promotion to work in the Grand Line. So he came to arrest and protect Marine's face. Smoker has a relatively straightforward personality, and it is difficult for such a person to join the officialdom, so after coming out of the headquarters training camp, he was transferred to East Blue. For a person with Logia ability, this was a major blow. He was obviously the best graduate born. The graduates who were called monsters in the past have become Marine's strongest combat force. The Marine 3 Admiral. They are all Logia fruit capable users. One of them, Aokiji, is also Smoker's best friend. And the second emphasis now is because Xia Ya seems to be well prepared. Although the strength is not yet clear, it is definitely a tough one in terms of strategy. Smoker had to pay attention again and never dared to underestimate Xia Ya, who was only 14 years old. Now, Xia Ya didn't answer Smoker's question immediately. He was grabbing Tashiji's long, silky hair. Another flash of inspiration came to him, and he turned around and said, Nami, Carina, do you have that kind of circle? Circle. Circle. Carina and Nami were confused and had no idea what circle meant. Xia Ya couldn't remember what that thing was called, so she gestured. Tie your hair? Twin tails? JK. Do you understand? That's a headband. Idiot. Carina and Nami reacted simultaneously. Xia Ya's riding fruit has been upgraded to remove the side effects. Sea stone has no effect on him. He controls Tashiji to take the sea stone to create 10 hands, and then waved, one person at a time, quickly tie a pair of ponytails for the girl with glasses, so that I can ride enjoyable. Boo-hoo-hoo. In front of the public, Carina and Nami transformed into female Tonys and started working on it. One of them tied Tashiji into a double ponytail. Xia Ya held a delicate ponytail in one hand, and Tashiji made several movements like a puppet. Haha, sure enough, driving is much more comfortable with a steering wheel. Xia Ya is very satisfied with driving a new car. Damn it, Xia Ya. You should have told me if you like twin tails. Did you know that Nami and I cut each other's hair yesterday? Carina, although it's only 1 centimeter, 1 centimeter will grow for a long, long time. I told you earlier. Idiot. Yes. Nami, you said it earlier, why didn't you say it earlier, why didn't you say it earlier? Xia Ya, I thought you understood. Carina, you should have told me earlier, why didn't you tell me earlier? Now. Tashiji was completely stunned when she was being ridden. Such a shameful scene happened to her. These actions are so shameful. And it happened under the eyes of her boss, her colleagues, and even hundreds of people around her. Tashiji was going crazy inside, but there was nothing he could do about it. After settling the matter of the twin ponytails, Xia Ya finally said, I'm not interested in investigating you, but I am a little interested in trying how much you weigh. Don't let me down, Mr. Smoker. Thinking that Smoker could graduate from the headquarters training camp, he must have passed the basics of physical skills. And Xia Ya has never been exposed to systematic moves like Marine 6 styles. So I was wondering if I could use the 10 learning ability to gain some experience from Smoker. After all, shaving and finger pistol are still useful. Snort. Shameless talk. The murderous aura on Smoker's body became solid and cold, making many pirates around him feel a biting coldness. They didn't dare to blink, staring at Smoker who was about to take action. And Xia Ya was driving Tashiji. Tashiji shook the 10 hands in his hand and hooked Smoker with the other finger, seeming to be fully prepared. The next moment. Phew! Phew! A burst of smoke erupted, Smoker's fighting spirit boiled, and white smoke billowed out from the soles of his feet, impacting like an explosion. I don't know what ability you used to control Tashiji, but now. Get off Tashiji! Chapter 18. What kind of terrifying power is this? Logia is mad, run away! Smoke erupted from the scene and filled the entire street. Logia demon fruit power, the battle is always so shocking. People around him fled, fearing that they would be implicated. The White Hunter is taking action. That kid is going to suffer. Smoke billows. Facing the approaching Smoker, Xia Ya directly controlled Tashiji to rush forward. Seeing his subordinates being used as mounts, Smoker planned to go around and attack. Twisted White Snake. Smoker's arm turned into a white snake like smoke, attacking Xia Ya in a turning form. Xia Ya drove Tashiji sideways to avoid him and came to him. With a calm face, he uses the 10 hands of sea stone and sweeps the Smoker in the smoke. Poof! Smoker turned into a ball of smoke, gave up the offensive, and quickly took a few steps back. He doesn't want to be hit by sea stone. Everything happened in a flash of lightning. Tashiji was so frightened that his heart kept trembling and he couldn't speak clearly. Colonel Smoker. I can't remember my Jiji. Ah. It's a pity that the gap between Tashiji and Xia Ya is too big, and they have no ability to resist at all. They can only be controlled by their bodies, constantly shuttling through the smoke at extremely fast speeds, looking for the right time to take action. Ping! Now! Tashiji holds Koyo Shijir in his left hand and Juju in his right hand, constantly fighting Smoker. Explosions continued, and many buildings around the street were destroyed. The white figure and the figure of a stacked Arhut collide with each other, and each collision is bound to set off a huge shock wave. Hiss! The surrounding crowd dispersed quickly, and many were already stunned in place, immersed in this powerful power. It's too scary. Is this the power of the White Hunter? It's completely unsolvable. What a terrifying power! That marine girl seems pretty good too. Even the White Hunter doesn't dare to approach, especially the weapon in her hand. The White Hunter seems to be avoiding it intentionally. It was obviously snatched from Smoker's hand. Can it still be the winner? Cold sweat broke out on Smoker's forehead. He is the one with the ability of the smoking fruit. Although it is a Logia devil fruit, it is different from the Logia that naturally has attack elements. Smoke has no offensive power at all. Xia Ya rode Tashiji without any scruples, sprinting back and forth in the smoke. The sea stone 10 hands in Tashiji's hand was originally a weapon that belonged to Smoker and was also his very proud work, but now it has become a major worry for him. As long as the 10 hands attack, he does not dare to touch it. He is too afraid to touch it. The feet are at a disadvantage. A hole, where did he get my information? In the riding state, Xia Ya's strength is, ability user and mount, the strengths of all families. It's more than enough to face a smoker who relies on his fruit abilities to fight. You've shown your weakness. Smoker. Xia Ya suddenly appeared behind Smoker riding Tashiji. Smoker subconsciously wanted to use the smoking fruit element to dodge, but sea stone missed and hit his head on the head, and blood mist exploded. Within a second, Xiao Shiger also pierced Smoker's abdomen from behind. Blood spurted out instantly. Ah 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 ah! Smoker yelled and crawled away several meters. It turned into smoke and fled along the wall to the roof of the moving building. When the smoke dissipated, the ground was filled with ticking bloodline. Tashiji's hands were shaking. Just now, she not only hit Smoker on the back of the head with her Xia Shou, but also stabbed him with a knife. After all, Tashiji was Smoker's assistant who had just been transferred to the job, but he had only started working for a week. In the end, he not only broke his boss's head, but also stabbed him. If this news spreads, it will probably cause a shock in naval headquarters. Colonel Smoker, I didn't mean it. I really can't control how much I remember, wow wow wow. The surrounding Marines were completely stunned, their eyes widening. Are you sure it's not a joke? Colonel Smoker was actually injured? In the East Blue Loguetown branch, Smoker is invincible. Impossible. Smoker is Logia's demon fruit power. When can Logia be penetrated by ordinary weapons? Hoo ho ho ho, drink, drink, drink. On the roof, Smoker covered his abdomen and gasped, how is that possible? Who are you? How could a 14 or 15-year-old kid be so terrifying? Whether it is intelligence capabilities, combat deployment, or even strength, they are extremely powerful. In fact, Smoker graduated from the Naval Headquarters training camp and passed the assessment level by level, and the assessment item was combat. It can be said that Smoker is also a man who has experienced hundreds of battles. He has never been beaten in all aspects like this. Pass. He couldn't believe it. Xia Ya was not in the mood to report her situation to Marine. And at this time, in Xia Ya's eyes, a series of characters flashed. You learned how to use shave in Marine 6 styles. You learned how to use moonwalk in Marine 6 styles. Taishu has officially entered the celebrity stage. Open the learning summary panel. The power of 10 times learning has been fully exerted, and it can even be summarized and evaluated. Summarized into a panel. And at this time, seeing that Xia Ya had no intention of paying attention to him, Smoker no longer focused on Xia Ya alone. After all, it has just been confirmed that the other 2 girls are also with him. Since you can't get a bargain from Xia Ya, we can only start with his partners. The other party is holding Marine's assistant hostage, so it's not too much to hold a pirate hostage. Let's start with you. Immediately, Smoker endured the severe pain, and his lower body transformed into a smoke python, falling from the sky and heading towards Carina. The next moment, Smoker punched Carina through the chest. Sis. Chapter 19. How come? Smoker wanted to grab Carina, but his fist got stuck, and he was shocked. This is elementalization. Looking carefully, wisps of orange-red flames suddenly appeared on Carina's skin. The burning feeling on her hands told Smoker that this was a natural element, flame. Idiot, I'm here, you were cheated. Not far away, another Carina was on fire, looking at Smoker proudly. It's an elemental clone. Smoker was shocked again. Logia's elemental clone is a move that can only be born after Logia Devil Fruit has developed it to a certain extent. Smoker once witnessed Admiral Porisalino using it with his own eyes. He was so greedy, but because of his lack of development ability, he had no clue about development. No. Unexpectedly, I actually saw it on a little girl at this moment. What kind of talent is this? And The opponent's Devil Fruit can control fire and has the same potential as Marine 3 Admiral. Soon, the flames on the two Carinas became more intense, filling the whole street with a hot atmosphere. Even the signboard of the Jayad map point has been set on fire. What's going on? Logia again. Damn it. Why? Why? Such top-notch ocean resources actually appear on a little girl, ah. What a waste. It's so scary. The power of flames is 100 times stronger than the power of smoke. The pirates' eyes widened, not realizing that their beards had been singed. They looked at Carina in disbelief, and their eyes almost popped out of their eyes with envy. It cannot be said that the smoking fruit has no offensive power, it can only be said that it has nothing to do with the offensive power. In comparison, Paramecia fruit is completely different. The pirates who were far away felt like their skin would be burned to pieces, and those who were closer would be cremated on the spot. Smoker was shocked now. At this moment, he has no intention of fighting. Although the smoking fruit means that he will not suffer much loss in front of the Paramecia fruit. After all, the elements avoid the elements, but he is sure that he cannot defeat the other one with burning damage. Logia of properties. What's more, there is Xia Ya who can crush him with physical skills. He just wants to pass the information about Xia Ya and Carina to naval headquarters to increase the danger level. This pirate group. In addition to Xia Ya's weird abilities, there is also the even more terrifying Logia. The most detailed investigation must be conducted through the Marine Headquarters Intelligence Network. Fortunately, the other party does not have armament haki, otherwise. Xia La. At this time, the flame of Carina's clone has reached the critical point. At the moment of the explosion, Smoker turned into a cloud of smoke and was blown away. The next second, Xia Ya rode Tashiji and attacked again. While Smoker was hiding in the smoke and escaping, Sea Stone's 10 hands attacked his injured waist. Smoker's smoking fruit was restrained and turned back into a corpse and was smashed. Enter a shop. Boom. The marine soldiers were completely confused when they saw the thin smoke coming out of the big hole in the wall, and they all searched the store. Colonel Smoker, Colonel Smoker. Tashiji was about to cry, Colonel Smoker, I didn't do it. Woohoo! The store was filled with smoke, Smoker said with difficulty. You are no match for the Xia Ya pirates, run away. Leave me alone, I can get away on my own. Phew! Smoker vomited blood, turned into elements again with difficulty, penetrated through the cracks in the wall and escaped. He was seriously injured, and the opponent had mastered Sea Stone and a highly developed Logia ability user, which was a move that only Marine Admiral could use. Smoker knew that he was outmatched and had to retreat and pass the news to naval headquarters. The threat level of Xia Ya's team is too high, and all Marines should be on high alert. At this moment, the smoke on the street completely dissipated, and Marine soldiers fled from every window. In the blink of an eye, Marine was gone. Seeing that Marine was gone, the surrounding pirates fled in panic, not daring to stay where they were. The street suddenly became empty, and Xia Ya jumped off Tashiji. Summarized the learning panel. After having the 10x comprehension buff, his ability to summarize is very powerful and he has extremely strong self-awareness. It can be summarized in a panel. Moreover, he had just learned some ways to use Marine 6 styles on Smoker, and when Smoker escaped, he also found a chance to learn a little bit of observation haki. Although Smoker is useless, he still came out of the Marine training camp. He has been exposed to many combat skills and is still in a budding state. And this is enough for Xia Ya. He has been blessed with 10 learning comprehension buffs, and I believe he can be developed to a higher level in the future. Xia Ya. Devil Fruit, Paramecia Riding Fruit, no side effects. Taijutsu Personal Form, B, Basic Marine Rear Admiral. Physical Riding Form, 10x Increase A+, Advanced Marine Vice Admiral. Swordsmanship, disorganized and cannot be rated. Observation Haki, B, Individual Form, A, Mounted state. Temporary buff, not refreshed yet. Permanent buffs, 10x increase, from Carina, 10x luck, from Nami, 10x comprehension, from Nakajao. Of a free Tashiji collapsed on the ground and cried. She didn't know what to do at the moment. Carina gestured at Xia Ya and blinked. Do you want to take this mount away? She has twin tails. Let her stay here. Xia Ya shook her head decisively. During the ride, Xia Ya discovered that Tashiji had been resisting. A marine like Tashiji definitely has a red thread of justice in his heart, and it is impossible for him to bow his head like a pirate. At least for now, there will be no riding contract with Xia Ya. If you take him with you and imprison him, it will be a waste of food. It is better to let Marine raise him first and surrender later when you have the opportunity. At this time, a businessman was walking by carrying a carpet and stood in front of Xia Ya, stunned for a moment. What's going on? I just went to buy goods once. Why was my store burned down? What's going on? Kyoba. Which Kyoba did this? Oh my god! The businessman threw down the carpet and ran quickly towards the store. After entering the store, the merchant caught a marine soldier trying to escape. You marine did it. You still want to escape? Be careful, I will sue you in the legal department. You will pay for my shop. How does that BD smoker manage his subordinates? Xia Ya knew that smoker had escaped and was missing, and it would definitely take a lot of time to find him, so she immediately decided not to stay in Loguetown. Use the riding ability. The carpet dropped by the businessman suddenly floated in the air like a magic flying carpet. Let's go to the Grand Line. Soon, the Xia Ya trio rode a flying carpet and flew toward their warship in the port. It's amazing, you can also ride on carpet. He knows magic, right? It didn't take long for what happened in Loguetown to spread to Marine Ford. In the majestic boulder building of Takamatsu, there is the Marshal's office. Report. Marshal Sengoku, Colonel Smoker who was guarding Loguetown was attacked by pirates. He was hit hard on the head, stabbed through the abdomen with a knife, and his lumbar spine was hit with a blunt instrument and suffered comminuted fractures. He is being rescued in the hospital. It's impossible, he's Logia, how could he be injured in a small place like East Blue? Who did it? Colonel Smoker's assistant Tashiji. Tashiji? How is that possible? Did you miss any information? Marshal Sengoku looked at the information officer with a puzzled look. The information officer immediately added, yes, yes. It was the pirate Xia Ya who rode Tashiji and beat up Colonel Smoker in front of all the residents of Loguetown. Ride. Marine Admiral Aokiji Kyuzan raised his eyelids and his pupils shrank. Smoker is his beloved relative, friend, and brother. Chapter 20. Loguetown Marine Hospital. Blue blue blue. Smoker was tied up like a mummy, with only his eyes exposed, talking on the phone with difficulty. On the other end of the phone, Marshal Sengoku's voice came. How is it going? Smoker, I have fatal injuries all over my body. My Tianling cap is shattered, I was stabbed in the waist, and my spine is shattered. The doctor told me that I will have to lie in bed for 8 months. If I don't take care of myself well, my marine career will be ruined. Sengoku continued to ask, about the enemy, what did you find out over there? Smoker immediately cried, Xia Ya is demon fruit power, can ride humans to fight, and can even fly on carpets, and what I want to say is another person. Carina, this guy is not wanted by us, but she is a Logia fire type user. What? Sengoku was silent. Logia is a user with fire abilities. I have to say that Sengoku, as the marshal, was also very coveted when he heard about the ability of the fire system. Looking at the current Marines, the most outstanding one is the Marine's highest combat power, Marine 3 Admiral. And the three of them are all Logia ability users with attribute attacks. Compared to Logia like Smoker, it is a much higher level, it's a huge difference. The other side. In the marshal's office, staff officer he listened to Smoker's report and explained, if the guess is correct, that Xia Ya should be Paramecia, the rider with the ability to ride the fruit, and the pirate named Carina should be Logia, the Paramecia fruit. The ability user has an explosive attribute ability, which is comparable to Logia of Marine 3 Admiral. Sengoku was obviously a bit over the top. He never expected that such a powerful Logia would appear in East Blue. And it fell into the hands of extremely vicious people. Not only did Xia Ya kill Colonel Mouse of the Marine East Blue branch, but he also defeated Smoker, the reward for guarding Loguetown. Obviously, the previous reward of 20 million was a serious misjudgment. On the other end of the phone, Smoker continued to report, I sent someone to investigate the Jade store they visited. According to the clerk, they bought record pointers to Alabasta and other places. Alabasta may be their next destination. Alabasta. Soon, the call ended. Sengoku sat on the marshal's chair with his hands crossed and looked at Aokiji to the side. Kuzan, go to Alabasta and eliminate this hidden danger. If discovered earlier, Sengoku might have changed his strategy, such as recruiting Carina to become a Shishibukai. But things are different now. Colonel Marine who was guarding Loguetown was almost handed over to his post. This incident will definitely become a topic for pirates to laugh at Marine for a long time. Marine must quickly regain his face, otherwise Sengoku will have trouble sleeping and eating. Okay, I'll take a trip. Aokiji changed his laziness and agreed quickly. Sengoku looked at Smoker was beaten violently. Although it has nothing to do with Tashiji, the fact that she beat Smoker violently exists objectively and has a great impact. She should be removed from Smoker's side and let her work as an assistant under Hina. The last thing is the bounty issue for Xia Ya and others. Sengoku also has a headache about this. Because he already knows that Xia Ya only robbed the East Blue branch's warship, and has not yet clearly established a pirate group. If we had noticed earlier that Xia Ya's energy was so strong, we wouldn't have issued the wanted order. Zhaoan is the best way to deal with it. But now it's too late. Wow 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 wow. What a magical countercurrent. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that this world could have such a wonder. Even warships seemed insignificant in front of the dragon-like red line. Looking at the almost endless waterway going upstream, Carina and Nami both looked in awe. After crossing the countercurrent channel, we will officially enter the Grand Line. Xia Ya, you have to ride more steadily on the warship. Carina shouted loudly to Xia Ya on the bow. No. Come on, Alabasta, we are coming. Both Nami and Carina only grabbed the ropes to prevent themselves from being taken away from the warship's hull by the impact of the current. At this moment, Xia Ya was driving the ship at the bow. I can't help but feel a little emotional. After traveling for so long, we are finally entering the Grand Line. In the previous battle with Smoker, although I got some of the Marine 6 styles, it was regarded as the enlightenment of real combat skills, and I also summarized it in a panel. But facing the endless stream of masters in the Grand Line, it is impossible to completely crush them without the support of various combat basics. He had to find the fastest way to improve. In Alabasta, there was a backup mount named Luobing and a Shishibukai named Crocodile, which made him look forward to it. Although the pirate world has a large population and abundant talents of all kinds, Xia Ya is a time traveler after all. His idea is to go straight to Huanglong without going through trouble. There is no doubt that Robin, who has had a tragic experience, is his best the strategy object. And at this time, Xia Ya's eyes suddenly flickered. Beautiful collar buff. Countdown, 2 months. Beauty collar, you summon a collar for your mount to wear. Instantly, if you pat the left cheek of the mount, it will become 1 year younger. If you pat the right cheek of the mount, it will grow 1 year older. If you pat the forehead of the mount, it will change back. At her original age, when the temporary beauty buff disappeared, she completely returned to normal. Hiss, there is actually a beautiful collar buff. Is it a similar ability to the Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie? Can it control a person's age? At this moment, Xia Ya, who had received a new temporary buff, looked at Carina and Nami, her eyes shining brightly. The trio formed a team and have been in East Blue for several months. The three of them are all of the same age. They are all 14 years old now and will soon turn 15. After all, Nami and Carina are both girls and their bodies have not developed yet. Mature, definitely not as charming as the future. And now that we have this buff, doesn't it mean they have reached the peak of their appearance, temperament and figure ahead of schedule? Although it has only been used for 2 months, once you enjoy it, you will make money. I want to see how good the two girls can be at their peak. While Xia Ya was smiling evilly at the two women, his eyes were refreshed again. Ghetto statue buff. Countdown, 2 months. Ghetto statue, within 2 months, you can summon the ghetto statue once and for all. The effect is that when an ability user cannot resist, it will absorb the opponent's devil fruit ability and give it to an ordinary fruit. Seeing this, Xia Ya's eyes flashed completely. Chapter 21. Ghetto statue buff. Ghetto statue is a creature in Hokage. It is the body of 10 tails that has been separated from chakra. It once separated one tail Shikaka from the body of Jinkraki Gaara. Obviously, the ghetto statue buff obtained by Xia Ya was improved by the riding fruit. It's only for devil fruit. It's a pity that it's temporary. It only has a 2-month validity period, and it can only be summoned once. So, with ghetto statue here, I have a chance to get a top-notch devil fruit. Xia Ya was thinking while riding the warship to control the direction. Originally, he planned to go to Alabasta and let Nico Robin tie him up as his own exclusive mount. This consideration arises not only because Robin is easier to conquer than other unknown characters, but also because Robin also has knowledge of O'Hara, and tying her to the ship will also allow Xia Ya to get a top-notch devil fruit 100% in the future. Zoan bat fruit phantom beast species vampire form. But at this moment, with the refresh of ghetto statue, everything seems to be planned from scratch. In fact, due to the existence of the Baroque Works Club in Alabasta, there are many people with abilities, such as Mr. 1's Dice Fruit, Mr. 2's Model Fruit, such as Mr. 5's Explosive Fruit, Miss Valentine's Kilogram Fruit, etc. It can be said to be the concentration of devil fruit in the first half of the Grand Line. But in terms of top-notch ability, only President Mr. Zero Sir Crocodile's Logia Sand Fruit is the only one. But Nami is not suitable for Sand Fruit. Xia Ya first thought of Nami and couldn't help but shake her head in denial. How about bypassing Alabasta and going to Sky Island first? Sky Island is located just above Gaia Island, and Gaia Island is the next island to Alabasta, not far away. Thinking of this, Xia Ya's expression relaxed and she seemed to have made a decision. First of all, there is an extremely arrogant Thor, Enel, on Sky Island, and he possesses a nearly invincible Logia, Thunder Fruit. Thunder Fruit not only has the highest destructive power, but also has the highest amplification of sight and color, as fast as the speed of light. Speed Blessing. Thunder Fruit is perfect for Nami. At the same time, the arrogant Enel is easier to defeat than the seafaring crocodile. That's right. Xia Ya has gained experience in the smoker battle. It is difficult for Logia to kill another Logia without absolute crushing strength. For Crocodile and Enel, 2 Logia users. With Xia Ya's current skill set, it's actually difficult to really kill the opponent. In addition to the basic configuration, all that remains is combat IQ and combat mentality. There is no doubt that Enel, the god of Sky Island, can be said to be the most self-righteous existence in the entire pirate world. He is obviously a frog in the well, but he is extremely arrogant and thinks that he is invincible. If he plans well, Enel will definitely be better than Crocodile is easier to conquer. And Sky Island also has a lot of Shantora gold. And the motto of Sky Island Technology Arc. The skyship proverbs can also be ridden. That's the whole world. Except for Golden Lion Shiki's ships, there are only a few ships with the ability to fly. Moreover, it uses the power of Thunder Fruit. This undoubtedly increases the temptation to Xia Ya. As for Robin? Come on, Robin can't run in Alabasta, and surrender will happen sooner or later. So, Xia Ya decided to go to Sky Island first and then return to Alabasta. After more than 10 minutes, the warship had reached the top of Upside Down Mountain, and then changed from upward to downward dive. After a short wait, the trio arrived at a quiet sea area. Is this the Grand Line? Blue sky, white clouds, calm waves, it seems not as powerful as the rumors. Nami sniffed the sea breeze and noticed nothing unusual. Since Twin Points is at the bottom of the Red Line, extremely bad weather cannot invade here, and calm seas are quite normal. After looking at the lighthouse at Twin Capes, Xia Ya might have asked the tower keeper Crocus for advice in the past. After all, Crocus was the ship's doctor who had been on Roger's ship, and he might have mastered some high-level combat skills. But no need now. Xia Ya has 10 times the power of understanding. As long as he fights, he can obtain the opponent's skills. He has been excluded from asking others for advice. If you have time to ask someone for advice, it is better to find a suitable enemy. So, Xia Ya left here in a warship. Blue waves are rippling on the deck of a warship. Xia Ya hooked her fingers at Carina. Carina, come here, I'll give you a surprise. Surprise? Carina and Nami both looked over. Look. What? A collar? Xia Ya, hello pervert. Not only do you like twin tails, you also secretly buy this prop in Loguetown behind our backs. Although I am complaining. But Carina still took the collar obediently. I have to say that this necklace is still very fashionable. It is made of black silk as a whole and feels very good. Only the connection is decorated with a heart-shaped white metal. I don't know whether it is silver or other precious metals. It looks very valuable. Put it on. This is no ordinary collar. Xia Ya urged, there is also a big surprise. In doubt, Carina put the collar on her pink neck and pouted, if you dare to lie to me, humph. Then, Xia Ya gently patted Carina's left cheek a few times. Something surprising happens. Carina's body is getting smaller in circles at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a purple-haired Lolita. Carina looked at her little palm, and her big eyes suddenly froze. Xia Ya rubbed the purple-haired Loli's head. I have never seen you when you were 5 years old, so I asked you to change it for me. At this time, Nami and Carina also understood and shouted, it's amazing. 5 years old. So cute. It must be Xia Ya's magical riding ability that has developed new tricks. Ai-chan. Carina instantly jumped up and rode on Xia Ya's face, playing a role-playing role. Ai-chan. I want a hug. Nami quickly got into the cabin and found a 2-meter-long fitting mirror. Place it in front of Carina's little body. Carina, look, you look so cute now. Hey, let me see. Not only that, there are even more magical effects. After saying that, Xia Ya patted Carina's right cheek again. At this time, Carina continued to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, her short purple hair continued to grow longer, her body grew longer and taller, and her figure became more and more explosive. After a few minutes of adjustment. This is a beauty necklace that can adjust your age and let you experience your peak appearance. Xia Ya looked at the beautiful purple-haired woman in front of her and praised, it seems that you are at your peak at the age of 26. Wow! Beauty is so destructive to women that it even outweighs everything else. What is power? For most women, it is not important. What is important is to be beautiful for a lifetime. So I can be so beautiful, ah. Carina held her face and became confident, I'm so happy. Xia Ya. She didn't expect it at all. It turns out that one day I can become so beautiful. It's incredible. I want to sleep with a beautiful collar. Suddenly, Carina Haki pointed at Xia Ya, call me, sister, come and listen. Come on. Don't you want to? Or are you going to disobey the queen's orders? The fun happened in just a moment, and the atmosphere on the deck exploded to the point of bursting into flames. And at this time, Nami also stuck to Xia Ya's arm like a piece of dog skin plaster. The coquettishness in her tone makes Xia Ya melt. Boss! I also want a beautiful necklace. Don't you want to see my 26 years old? Although Nami said this, she was inevitably a little nervous. She doesn't know if she will become disabled. Carina's bigness, Carina's pertness, and Carina's temperament all make Nami look a bit Alexander. It's all there, it's all there. Xia Ya smiled and conjured up another beautiful white collar. Chapter 22. Boom boom boom. Huge blue-white lightning illuminated the night like day. The deafening thunder sounded like a roar from the sky. Heavy rain poured down on the deck of the warship. Facts have proved that Xia Ya's decision was right. He captured a warship in advance, allowing the trio to have the capital to deal with bad weather on the Grand Line. The rooms on a warship are mainly divided into officers' lounges and soldiers' lounges. An officer. The treatment is naturally the best, and it is also the only double bedroom on the warship. The soldiers' room was more like a dormitory. Although there were many beds, they were only about 1 meter wide. The Xia Ya trio all live in the largest officer's room because they are indistinguishable from each other. At this moment, looking out through the transparent round window, Nami can't help but sigh, the climate of the Grand Line is really changeable. Just today, it's been through several seasons. Carina nodded, fortunately, Xia Ya got this warship. If it had been the previous boat, it would have been buried under the sea. Only Xia Ya sighed while lying on the bed. Looking at the two graceful figures, he felt that he was being targeted by the riding fruit. Why can only mounts change age? You can't change yourself. But it seems that driving a big car is also a different kind of fun. Anyway, it is already very big and powerful. What are you looking at? Seeing Xia Ya's eyes rolling, Carina immediately came to Xia Ya, with a hint of longing in her tone, what are you thinking about again? Face cues. Of course Xia Ya understands what Carina means. After all, for this long-standing partner, both of them regard each other as the one they will entrust to their lives. Some things will happen sooner or later, but as Carina changes her age, she seems to have reached a certain level. Conditions that can be tested. That's all. The warship has been sailing on the sea for more than a month. On this day, the sea breeze was gentle and the weather was clear. During this time, a wanted order for the Xia Ya trio was also issued. Carina and Nami were confused when they saw their wanted poster. Handsome photos. Wanted. Dead or alive. Xia Xia Ya. BJ 730,000,00, 73 million berry. Mine, published by Marine. Young photos. Wanted. Dead or alive. Carina. BJ 700,000,00, 70 million berry. Mine, published by Marine. Young photos. Wanted. Dead or alive. Nami. BJ 100,000,00, 10 million berry. Mine, published by Marine. What? I didn't do anything, why is there a bounty of 10 million Baileys? Also, it would be great if the photo was taken now. On the deck, Carina and Nami were both looking at their wanted posters. Following Xia Ya, they were no longer afraid of the arrival of the wanted posters, but they were very dissatisfied with the photos on the wanted posters. Yes. The photos on the wanted poster were all taken in Loguetown. At that time, they were all 14 or 15-year-old girls. At this time, through the blessing of beautiful necklaces, they are all at the peak of their appearance. The difference is so big that it is like a person in his 30s looking through his QQ space and looking at the non-mainstream photos and words. The sadness is enough to move everyone in the world. It's embarrassing. Xia Ya was drinking juice in 100 years. When we have a ship of our own, we will officially establish a pirate group. Nami, as a member of the pirate group, you will definitely be rewarded, and after this journey, your bounty is probably even higher. Higher? Nami was curious. Yes, look at Carina, she has almost never done anything to harm others, but why is the bounty so high? It's because she has the most terrifying destructive potential in the sea, Logia's Paramecia fruit. When he said this, Nami understood immediately. Once he has a powerful devil fruit, the reward will be more than just 10 million. But what's the big deal if a bounty is broken? Both Carina and Nami are looking forward to Marine coming over to take a set of photos for themselves and then update the bounty order. After all, they will soon be back to their girlish appearance. Finally, at 10 o'clock in the second morning, I saw the outline of the island. After all, it was the first island they encountered on this trip. Nami looked at the record pointer on his hand and confirmed again, it's Gaia Island. Are there any cameras in the town? We urgently need cameras on the ship. Agree. Carina shouted, I want to take a photo, a happy photo. The Grand Line has tens of millions of islands, which are connected by magnetism. If you want to find the islands, you must use the recording pointer in your hand to navigate accurately. If there is no recording pointer, you may never encounter the island unless you are lucky. Such is the case with the Xia Ya trio. They knew it was Gaia Island. When they sailed over, they did not encounter a second island, not even the outline of the huge Alabasta. But for Nami's superb seamanship, the strong hull of the warship, and the sufficient supplies on board. Otherwise they will surely be lost at sea. Gaia Island. Gaia Island is located in the first half of the Grand Line. Geographically speaking, it is in a huge sea area with Alabasta. 400 years ago, half of Gaia Island was washed up into the sky by soaring sea currents. That place is Shantora, the land of gold. Today, Shantora has become a ruin and part of Sky Island. Sky Island is not marked on any map, no one even knows that Sky Island exists, and it will not form a magnetic force to be recorded by the recording pointer. The best way to find Sky Island is to come to Gaia Island. Then, go to heaven. At this time, the trio stood on the bow of the warship, with the sea breeze blowing against their faces. Looking at the islands in the distance, they look like the teeth of a skeleton. Xia Ya, does Sky Island really exist? On the way, Xia Ya had already introduced the purpose of the trip to the two girls. When it came to Sky Island, both girls felt incredible. They were surprised that there really were islands in the sky in the world, and they were also surprised by Xia Ya's knowledgeable. It's 10,000 meters above Gaia Island. We can just find a mount and fly up there. Xia Ya's riding fruit is the ability to ride on all things. But mounts also have their own limitations. For example, warships. The function of general warships is to sail on the sea, so Xia Ya's mounted warships only have the ability to sail on the sea. Warships with artillery weapons can also control the artillery of the warship itself to attack enemy ships. But in the final analysis, navigation is the main function of this large ship. The riding effect is sailing. Carpets are different. Carpet is relatively light and can float in the wind, so it also has a driving function and can fly a certain distance. So, in addition to the soaring sea currents near Gaia Island, Xia Ya planned to go to the town to find out if there were any flying mounts. But the problem now isn't the way to get to Sky Island. But Xia Ya is going to Gaia Island to prepare. After all, what he has to deal with is Enel, who has the most invincible ability. Thunder Fruit wants to escape. It is estimated that no one in this world can keep him. Although it is certain that there is not much risk, if there is a slight mistake, the possibility of Enel escaping will increase. Very big. Naturally, Xia Ya would not allow this to happen. The 10 sea stone hands taken from Smoker are also one of the things Xia Ya relies on to go to Sky Island to find trouble for Enel. And on Gaia Island, it seems there is a way to restrain demon fruit power. Let's go to Gaia Island first. We haven't been to the island for a long time. We need to relax. Yet. Chapter 23. The Aborigines of Gaia Island all landed on Sky Island hundreds of years ago following the soaring sea currents. The area of the island left behind is not too large, but as a magnetic island on the Grand Line, it is a transportation thoroughfare, and its development is also an inevitable thing. There is a bustling town on the island, Magic Valley Town. The largest force in this town is a branch of the Shishibukai Donquixote family. Because of the existence of the Shishibukai force, Marine turned a blind eye to Demon Valley Town and did not build a branch here. Of course, Xia Ya is not here to cause trouble. With the Ghetto statue buff, he targeted Enel on Sky Island and had no intention of wasting time here. So, he is here to do business. After buying some fruits at a small store in Magic Valley Town, the Xia Ya trio arrived at the largest weapons store. Nowadays, Don Quixote da Flamingo has established a foothold in Dressrosa and has become one of the emperors of the New World's underground world. His most important business is the Sea Stone weapon in cooperation with 4 emperors Kaido. In the Don Quixote family's weapons shop, various weapons are displayed in the display cabinet, including broadswords, daggers, maces, muskets, ammunition. Just say what you want. The Don Quixote family is so arrogant that most pirates wouldn't dare to mess with them, and the shop assistants have no patience with anyone. What's more, Xia Ya also brought 2 stunning beauties with her, which made the clerk even more unbalanced. Sea stone. Xia Ya said the need. When he heard the word sea stone, the clerk's brows jumped and he immediately started rubbing his hands together enthusiastically. This is Gaia Island, a paradise far away from New World Wano Kuni. People who know sea stone must be knowledgeable people. At the same time, because sea stone is transported far away from its origin and the price itself is sky high, then the person in front of you must be a big customer. Bang 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 bang. About 10 minutes later, 4 gunshots rang out in the weapons store. There's nothing wrong with the gun or the bullets. Xia Ya put away the musket. Yes, 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 guest, you are right, please walk slowly. The clerk sent Xia Ya away, looking at the 4 bullet holes in the wall and wiping the sweat from his forehead. 1 sea stone bullet is worth 1.5 million Baileys. 4 bullets were used to test the gun. 6 million Baileys were spent in just 1 second. Hiss! How rich is this big customer of mine? The clerk muttered. No wonder I became a winner in life at the age of 10. For the rest of the time, the 3 of Xia and Ya spent another hour shopping in Magic Valley Town, and Carina and Nami also bought the camera they were longing for. They are looking forward to taking more beautiful photos on Sky Island. During the shopping process, Xia Ya learned from some store clerks that there had been an eruption of a soaring current 6 days ago, and according to the rule of soaring currents occurring 5 times a month, there is a high probability that it will happen again today. Xia Ya gave up her plan to find a flying mount to go to Sky Island. After all, experiencing the soaring sea currents is also one of the meanings of travel. The warship sailed away from Gaia Island and came to the sea to wait. This is a sea stone bullet that can attack the entity of a Logia user. It's really magical. Carina wore black gloves and held a bullet with curiosity in her eyes. Xia Ya nodded, yes, sea stone is a strange mineral that is only produced in New World Wano Kuni. Although it is processed into weapons, the process requirements are very high and cannot be mass-produced, so it is expensive. The 10 hands that were taken from Smoker before are also sea stone's special weapons. Carina suddenly blinked and asked in an ambiguous tone, "Then tell me, if I was handcuffed by sea stone now, would you do whatever you want to me?" Xia Ya. Ever since Carina got the beauty necklace and adjusted her age to 26, there have been more and more hints like this. Especially when she went to bed at night, she would hug her to sleep, which made Xia Ya a little bit uncomfortable. Do you need to find an opportunity to let her taste the power to shut her up? However, Xia Ya is afraid that what she will do if she becomes addicted after the beauty necklace expires. After all, her real age is. And at this moment, Nami's nose suddenly moved slightly. "Xia Ya, the sea has changed." Carina looked around. No. The sky has not changed, and there are no waves in the sea. Everything must be normal. But suddenly, the sky suddenly became dark. Although the climate in Grand Line changes just like a woman's face. But this time, what Nami sensed was not a sign of the coming storm. It's the bottom of the sea. There must be a big Uzumaki under the sea. Just as Nami finished speaking, the sea surface suddenly rolled, and soon formed a huge Uzumaki, sucking the Xia Ya 3-man warship into the Uzumaki. And just when it was about to sink to the bottom of the sea surface suddenly became calm again. Nothing happened. Very scary. Everything happened so fast that Carina and Nami felt like they were hallucinating. It's coming. The reason for the soaring sea currents is that there is a huge cavity deeper than the seabed in this sea area, and the geothermal heat on the seafloor will generate steam pressure. When it reaches a critical value, it will cause the seafloor to erupt, and the seawater will be rushed into the sky. This is more magical than the reverse current of upside-down mountain, please experience it. Just when Xia Ya finished speaking, the deck of the warship suddenly shook, and the surrounding sea surface suddenly sunk. The next second, boom! With a loud noise, a huge amount of seawater rose into the sky. The vision of Xia Ya and others was also at a 90-degree angle to the sea level, and the warship was rushing straight towards the sky. Xia Ya summoned the reins of the warship, left and right, and tied Nami and Carina into a sandwich. He enjoyed being sandwiched in the middle. Of course, this is for their safety. Take off. Wow! This is so exciting. But the time is too short. In just 1 minute, Xia Ya and the other 3 arrived at the White Sea of Sky Island from Qinghai. The warship also sailed on a white sea. From a distance, the ship seems to be sailing in the clouds. Carina and Nami were both looking at the unfamiliar environment around them. The geographical conditions of Sky Island were completely different from the islands on the Qinghai Sea. It seemed like it was in the clouds, with only clean white. Hey, is this Sky Island? I never thought that I would have such a great experience. What a beautiful scenery. This is the White Sea, still some distance from our destination. Xia Ya controlled the warship to stop and explain to the two of them, this is the Bibai Sea at a height of 7,000 meters, and the air is a little thin. Let's pause and adapt first. Next, I will tell you what you need to pay attention to. Chapter 24. Warship Sails. The Sea of Clouds rolled. Bibai is 7,000 meters above the sky, and there is still a height difference of 3,000 meters from the real Sky Island. The location where the Xia Ya trio was located was because there were not many people there. It is also outside the scope of Enel's monitoring. During the slow sailing, Xia Ya warned Carina and Nami, our target person this time is Enel. He is the god of Sky Island and a Logia thunder fruit user. He has the ability to control thunder. In addition to high stakes, in addition to its attack power and elementalization, thunder fruit also has ultimate speed. Thunder fruit? Isn't it the same as Carina's Logia Maramara fruit? Nami's beautiful eyes widened. She had seen Carina's changes after getting the Maramara fruit. She was already ready to eat the devil fruit. She didn't want to hold back the team, but she didn't expect to be assigned so soon. This is a secret treasure from the sea worth 1 billion Baileys. If Nami had remained a thief in East Blue, she would never have touched this level of power in her entire life. And all this is planned by Xia Ya for her. After experiencing the voyage together, Nami and Carina both regard Xia Ya as the man they want to give back to their whole life. Different elements have different effects. Thunder fruit can also produce radio waves. Enel is using this kind of perception to cover the entire Sky Island. No bird can escape his monitoring, so we must be cautious in every next step. Hiss! Isn't this the first time you predict the enemy? Carina was in disbelief. This is too scary. With Thunder's extreme speed, I'm afraid no one in the world can catch him. Xia Ya smiled and said, so we can't expose our purpose in advance. And Enel is a self-proclaimed god. His arrogance, underestimation of enemies, and ignorance are his weaknesses. As long as we make good use of sea stone weapons, he will pay a huge price for his contempt and ignorance. Yet, Carina and Nami nodded. Xia Ya continued, Nami, when we get to the edge of Sky Island, you stay on the warship. Carina and I have Paramecia fruit elementalization. Thunder cannot attack fire. We will pick you up after we deal with Enel. Nami was moved again and nodded heavily, okay. On the route of the White Sea, residents of Sky Island appeared one after another. They all wore white wing-like decorations, carried various goods on their backs, and came to the side of the warship to sell them. Nami and Carina were amazed and wanted to have a pair of white wings themselves. Isn't it the same as the Victoria's Secret model on the impurities? Sky Island has been around for a long time, and there are always people coming from Qinghai. Therefore, Sky Island has also formed its own unique tourism industry. Sky Island people will provide transportation convenience to people coming from Qinghai and promote Sky Island specialties. They use special clouds and shells as basic materials, and use special processes to make building materials, tools, and combat weapons. I didn't expect that islands existing in the sky can also form a tourism industry. The vastness of the sea is simply incredible. Look at those white houses, they are made of cloud bricks. Carina and Nami followed Xia Ya's instructions and regarded themselves as tourists from Qinghai. They took photos and records of the picturesque scenery around them with their cameras. During the period, they also purchased some Sky Island specialties. Sofa made of clouds, big bed made of clouds. It feels so soft and elastic to the touch. I really want to have a good sleep now. Arriving at Grand Line, Carina and Nami have already learned about Xia Ya's plan. It won't be long before they get a boat of their own. At this time, they see various Sky Island features and are already designing their own rooms. Purchased furniture. The two were generous and quickly received a warm reception from the people of Sky Island. The trio also learned some of the features of Sky Island. In the Bibai Sea, in order to adapt to the sea of clouds without a bottom, many strange-looking skyfish appear here. They absorb air and inflate themselves like balloons. They also have the function of parachutes and are the best way for ships to descend from Sky Island to Qinghai. Best method. Some kanji who are strong, have unique structures in their tentacles, and can run on the sea of clouds. The people of Sky Island specially cultivated various kinds of skyfish for this purpose as a means of transportation. Soon, after Xia Ya and the others paid the money, the warship was pulled by an express shrimp creature driven by the Sky Island people, and headed all the way to the depths of Sky Island. While the express taxi was traveling, the driver also asked Xia Ya and others promoted the Sky Island motorcycle, Vayaba. Vayaba is powered by Fengbei and Jet Fengbei, and can drive in the sea of clouds. Although driving is a bit difficult, fortunately, the sea of clouds is very wide, and traffic accidents such as collisions will not occur if you drive casually. Wait until it is delivered to the designated location. Sky Islander and Express Shrimp disappeared into the clouds. Let's go as planned. Da-da-da-da-da. Xia Ya rides Carina and drives the Vayabadudu through the dense forest. The scenery here is really amazing, it's like paradise. By the way, people in Qinghai say, does the legendary golden city Shantora really exist? Carina looked around excitedly, grabbing the dragon head of Vayaba. Keep twisting the throttle. But there is only white here, no gold at all. Xia Ya cooperated and said, some people say that Shantora has sunk to the bottom of the sea, and some people say that Shantora was actually hit into the sky by the soaring sea currents. Isn't it that we came to Sky Island to find the land of gold? Oh! Carina pressed the brakes and stopped the Vayaba. She pointed to one side and said with a shocked face, look over there, there is magical soil at an altitude of 10,000 meters. This Sky Island can't be the one in the rumors. That infinite land. Xia Ya and Carina kept talking, occasionally saying words like gold and infinite land. And at this time, boom! Sis! Suddenly, a blue thunderbolt fell from the sky and struck into the sea of white clouds. White clouds surged wildly. The violent arcs of electricity were meandering like thunder snakes in the sea of clouds. Just a few meters away from Xia Ya and Carina. It was obvious that the conversation between the two had attracted the attention of the god. If it weren't for the content of the conversation between the two that aroused God's interest, I'm afraid the thunder will fall directly on the two of them. And this is Enel's way of saying hello, long-range sniping. Chapter 25. There is thunder falling so high in the sky, but there is not a single dark cloud in the sky. Carina exclaimed with a face full of surprise, why did such a bizarre thing happen? Anything can happen on Sky Island, maybe even if God exists. Xia Ya said calmly, however, this is only a small probability of weather change. We must leave here, otherwise we will be struck to death by thunder. Yet, I'll drive the Verba. Carina nodded. Sky Island is really fun. There are so many magical things. Let's go find Shantora. And just as the two of them were driving the Viva and were about to leave here, in an instant, 4 thunderbolts suddenly landed again. From front to back, left and right, people roared wildly around Wei Ba. It seems like someone did it deliberately. Like a hunter using a hunting net to block all the escape routes of his prey. At the same time, above the clouds, deep in Apayadu, is the Temple of Thunder. In the temple, a man wearing a white turban and long earlobes was lying on the sofa, biting a red apple. He yawned, raised his eyelids slightly, and complained in a contemptuous tone, ignorant Qinghai people, where did I learn about the legend of the infinite land, but unfortunately, not much, tisk tisk tisk. But it caught my attention, how? This person is Sky Island's god of thunder, Enel. Under the amplification of thunder fruit, his inner net covers everything in Sky Island, and nothing can escape his eyes. Even if a bird disobeys his will, it will be judged by the gods descending from the sky. Unfortunately, Xia Ya is taking advantage of this to argue against Enel from afar. The power of God, the heart of a child. Destined to be manipulated. In the conversation between Xia Ya and Carina, she not only revealed what Enel was interested in, but also brought out a hint of doubt about God. The feeling of ambiguity made Enel, the god of Sky Island, very uncomfortable. Disobey me? It's not like that. Do you respect me? Nor. If it were the Qinghai invaders we encountered before, Enel would never have said a word, and would have directly dropped a god's judgment from the sky. Only those who survived would arouse Enel's interest. But now, Enel just wants to bring the two of them here safely and let them enjoy the highest standard of treatment. While the two of them are grateful and lament that there is a kind God in the world, he allows them to taste the most desperate dessert. And, under Enel's observation, he also discovered that the way Carina looked at Xia Ya was filled with admiration without a trace of impurity, and this kind of admiration was something Enel had never experienced in the eyes of anyone else. Yes. Even the 4 priests only feared Enel and did not worship him. This makes Enel even more crazy. At this moment, there was a trace of imperceptible jealousy in his heart. He was actually jealous of a mortal. For such a sinner, ordinary punishment methods are no longer worthy of him. So, for this kind of two-person combination who knows nothing about heaven and earth, they should be surprised first, then tell them the cruel truth, and then completely destroy Xia Ya in front of Carina, from 1 million volts to 10 million volts. And another 10,000 volts. Worship? Hee. It's better to kneel before God and taste the despair. The very thing of fear is God. Yeah ha 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 ha. Enel opened his ears and laughed with great interest. Come here. Here. Lord Kami. Bring those two Qinghai people to me. This time, invite them with the highest courtesy, ha 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 ha. Yes. Lord God. On Xia Ya's side, thunder fell from time to time around them, as if they were in the center of a thunderstorm. There are thunder nets on all sides, and there is no way to escape. The two of them stayed where they were. To outsiders, it must be that he was scared and did not dare to take a step beyond the thunder pool. Slowly, the thunder finally stopped. At this time, 20 soldiers holding knight spears emerged from the clouds and mist. The leader was a tall man wearing pilot hats and goggles, with big white wings on his back. This person is one of the priests of Enel. Shura, the rope trial priest known as the Knight of the Sky. Invaders, you have entered the territory of God, but you have been invited by God. Please come with me. Shura arranged for Xia Ya and Carina to ride in a large viper. God. Carina felt the big soft sofa on the Vayaba. It was much more comfortable than the Vayaba she rented. She looked at Shura in front of her and complained in her heart. This god of Sky Island really has no character. He sent such a person. The weak come to greet. The guy with wings in front of him is not even as powerful as East Blue's evil dragon. However, Carina still cooperated and asked, is there really a god in this world? Is this an infinite land? Then, Carina suddenly felt a little flattered. She pointed to the dozen guards around her, nodded her luxurious seat, and asked, how can God give us such courtesy? Your God is so kind. Your God. Such nice people. What kind of language logic is this? So, do you think Enel is a god or a human? Rumble. Wei Ba's surroundings flashed with thunder again. I'm afraid Enel is sulking again. Shura's eyelids twitched. Ignorant mortals, you will understand everything after you meet the great god of Sky Island. An imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Xia Ya's mouth. He never thought it would go so smoothly. He just used some information gaps to arouse Enel's interest, hoping to meet the real owner quickly through this method. But the results far exceeded expectations. Set off. Shura directly ordered, go to the Thunder Temple. Chapter 26. The giant bully drove to the gate of the temple. In front of you is the temple of the Lord God. Everyone enters on foot. When you meet the Lord God, you must kneel down and worship. Shura raised his hand to stop the convoy and said. At this time, the sky above them began to change. Rumble. Above the clouds, thunder was dancing, and the sky was dark, like the eve of a rainstorm. Countless thunderbolts landed dozens of meters around Vayaba. The thunder intertwined together, as if it was the end of the world. Carina couldn't help but frown. She knew that this was Enel, the god of thunder, demonstrating thunder fruit's ability. But even though she was a Maramara fruit user, the flame elementalization could 100% avoid the damage of thunder, but she was still not immune to the violent thunder. Some psychological resistance. Xia Ya is really not interested in Enel's bad taste. Who are you trying to scare? The frog at the bottom of the well has no idea that danger has come. Ghetto statue, is there finally a chance to summon it? And just when Xia Ya rode Carina into the temple, a string of characters flashed across his eyes. 6 paths golden coffin buff. 6 paths golden coffin, within 48 hours, you can use gold to build 6 pure gold coffins, including the Celestial Path, the Human Path, the Shura Path, the Hell Path, Hungry Kid, and the Animal Path. You can store 6 dead objects into the golden coffin at any time. Summoning comes out for a ride. The 6 Paths Gold Coffin can also be used as a storage space. 6 Paths Golden Coffin. Is this the combined skill of Impure World Reincarnation and 6 Paths Pain, which contain the laws of space? Xia Ya suppressed the surprise in her heart. My mind is racing. According to the skill description, ships, machinery, beast corpses, human corpses, are all considered dead objects. In other words, as long as I collect some powerful dead objects in advance, I can summon the corresponding objects like the Impure World Reincarnation, and then I can ride and fight. Xia Ya was thinking, even her steps were deliberately slow. Slow. His thoughts seemed to scan the entire pirate world in an instant, and answers were generated one by one. Ancient Weapon Pluton, General Frankie's Gundam, Pacifist. Even Whitebeard, the strongest man in Summit War. It seems that they can all plan and become their own mounts. More importantly, these dead objects can be stored in the 6 Paths Golden Coffin. Take it with you anytime, summoning anytime. And when it comes to the powerful dead thing closest to you, Thriller bark at Shishibukai Gecko Moria without a doubt. There are Ryoma and Majin Ounce. One is Wano Kuni, the ancient god of swords, and the other is the strongest demon in history who can move kingdoms. With the 6 Paths Golden Coffin, they can all reappear in the world. The premise is to build 6 pure gold coffins in advance within 48 hours. Thunder Fruit happens to have the ability of thunder metallurgy, and there is no shortage of gold on Sky Island. The only thing left is how to kill Enel and wait for 6. Once the Path's Golden Coffin is made, we will truly embark on the road to invincibility. Thunder Fruit must be taken. At this time, Enel was lying on the sofa, beating the drum behind him with a golden stick. Carina's discomfort and Xia Ya's daze were all noticed by him. Enel is very satisfied with the performance of the two. In Enel's view, these mortals from Qinghai are nothing more than toys to please him. Zizi. Enel transformed into thunder and lightning, condensing in front of Xia Ya Carina like a ghost. Growing static electricity in the air. It causes discomfort on the skin and makes the hairs stand on end. I just heard about the infinite land from you? That is my exclusive holy land, the place where God should live. Your ignorance is so disrespectful to God. A thundercloud formed under Enel's feet. He stood on it and pointed a golden stick at Xia Ya and Carina. Shura immediately said loudly, "What is in front of you is the only true God in the entire Sky Island. Enel, Lord God. Presumptuous. Who told you to speak? God's judgment." Enel was furious in an instant. He pressed down with one hand, and the blue-white thunder beam condensed and fell, drowning Shura's figure. Deafening thunder rippled back and forth in the temple. Enel was really angry at this moment. Originally, he wanted to use the legend of Infinite Land to laugh at the ignorant Qinghai people. As a result, Shura actually grabbed the conversation and blocked the topic. Priest Shura. The surrounding guards were so frightened that they stayed away from Priest Shura. After the thunder dissipated, a huge pit appeared on the ground, with thick smoke rising continuously. Shura stood in the pit with smoke coming out of his mouth and thunder snakes wrapped around his body. His whole body seemed to be scorched. Generally, Carina frowned when she saw this scene. Xia Ya is right, this is a guy who has gained invincible power and is arrogant, his behavior is childish and ridiculous. Enel originally planned to slowly destroy Xia Ya. But at this moment, the atmosphere was ruined by the priest, and he lost his patience. See the calm Xia Ya and Carina. I thought I was scared, but suddenly I felt even more boring. What a coward! I am thunder and a god. In the eyes of you mortals, the thunder of nature is the irresistible power of God, and I am the thunderman who ate the Logia thunder fruit, the god of Sky Island Enel. It is God's mercy that you come here. But now, God has run out of patience. Accept the trials you have not completed. Yeah ha 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 ha. Hearing that another trial was about to take place, Shadley, the great warrior of the forest, Gidaz, the captain of the air guard, the animal herder, and even Shura, the knight of the sky who was struck by lightning, climbed up from the pit with difficulty at this moment, and hurriedly they surrounded Xia Ya. Enel waved his hand and ordered boringly, "Kill this man in front of the woman." After saying that, Enel turned to leave. "Hey, don't be so self-righteous, UBD." As a sneer came from behind, Enel's face instantly turned as cold as ice. And when he turned around, then he saw Carina holding a musket, with the black muzzle aimed at herself. The next moment, Carina pulled the trigger. Boom! Chapter 27. Looking at the black muzzle of the gun in front of him, Enel seemed to have predicted something. His body remained motionless, watching everything that happened in front of him playfully. Boom! Then a huge gunshot rang out. A bullet ejected from the barrel and passed through Enel's chest at extremely high speed. But strangely, no trace of blood could be seen flowing out. It only left a small blue hole in Enel's body. If you look closely at the inside of the hole, there seemed to be tiny snakes swimming out of it. Then, under Carina's stunned gaze, Enel's wounds healed back together. Carina was really surprised at this moment. As a Paramecia fruit user, she knew exactly what was going on with Enel. Isn't it just that Logia's elementalization avoids physical damage? Doesn't sea stone have any effect on thunder fruit? This is impossible. It's impossible to be so invincible. Enel looked at Carina's frightened expression and laughed wildly in his heart. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Mortal weapons have no effect on gods. This is probably, the ignorant Qinghai people, the 100th bullet fired. Yeah ha 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 ha. Continue to despair. Mortals. There is no doubt that the Qinghai people's low-end tricks have pleased Enel. Let him feel refreshed no matter how many times he experiences it. At this moment, Carina's hand hesitated. She never expected that the sea stone bullet would actually lose its power. And Xia Ya on her neck. Unaffected by Enel's contempt at all, he continued to try to pull the trigger. Bang bang bang. Then, bullets passed through Enel's body one after another. When Enel realized that the musket was Carina's only means in front of him, his playful smile became even thicker. He even picked up his ears with his right hand and flicked his ears into the air, quietly enjoying Carina's performance. Expression. Carina was naturally confused. Isn't sea stone the nemesis of all devil fruit? Even Logia's elemental passive skills cannot be used in front of sea stone. But what's going on with Enel in front of me? Why didn't he react at all after several shots? Still evaded all bullets with elementalization. Carina was really panicking at this moment. If Xia Ya hadn't controlled her body, she wasn't sure she would have the strength to pull the trigger again. This is so abnormal. At this moment, Enel simply waved his hand and suddenly thrust the golden rod into the earth. Buzz buzz. The crisp sound of gold passes like ripples. Makes people feel happy to listen. Then, Enel leaned on the golden stick calmly. He yawned, lazily raised his eyelids, and looked at Carina, who was still in surprise. Finally, I saw a fairly satisfied expression. Not bad, not bad. As a reward for pleasing the gods, I allow you to fire another 100 rounds. But after that, you will feel what is called the most cruel divine punishment. Enel simply turned off the heart network detection, leaned lazily on the golden stick, and lazily closed his eyes to rest. And at the same time, Enel said lazily, the four priests. Here. Lord God. The four priests took a step forward. You are responsible for the countdown. When they complete the 100-round mission, you will wake up your gods. Yes. Lord God. The four priests solemnly accepted the order. Such a calm and invincible conversation was undoubtedly the most shocking. It almost makes people look down from Sky Island to Qinghai 10,000 meters below. People who are less able to bear it may collapse on the spot when faced with this gap. But Xia Ya just pulled Carina's purple hair. Continue to control her actions. Although Carina looked horrified at this moment, her body was completely under control and she continued to pull the trigger. Bang bang bang. The 99th shot. The 98th shot. The 97th shot. The priests followed Enel's orders seriously, standing next to Xia Ya and Carina, and counting down loudly. At this time, the corners of Xia Ya's mouth raised slightly, and she once again controlled Carina to pull the trigger. At this time, the muzzle of the gun burst out into flames instantly. A series of bullets exploded along the barrel. Bang bang bang! At this moment, when the bullet penetrated Enel's body, the long-lost pain immediately made Enel's eyes widen in an instant, and his expression instantly twisted to ultimate. Then, Enel's two pupils continued to overflow with fear, and his eyeballs were about to pop out. This is... It hurts. The unbelievable howl came out of Enel's mouth before he could even shout it. One after another, the heartbreaking pain came from all over the body. Enel felt his arms, legs, abdomen, shoulders. Not only were the flesh and blood all over his body violently pierced by hot bullets. Even the bones exploded in an instant. The blood mist erupted, almost igniting the air. So hot! So hot! Enel's brain was so heated that he was paralyzed, but his body instinctively wanted to use the elemental form of thunder fruit. But he found that his body had lost its strength. He even completely lost contact with thunder fruit's thunder power. No way, my thunder fruit! Impossible, my invincible divine power! It's impossible, Enel's breath became weaker and his voice became smaller and smaller. The 85th shot. The 84th shot. The 83rd shot. Although the four priests discovered some abnormalities. But God didn't say stop. They could only tilt their heads and continue counting down. In the loud countdown sound, Enel felt that his mind was gradually falling into deep darkness. Bottomless pit. The terrifying darkness like a bottomless pit. It wasn't until Enel's body could no longer support him that he slipped from the golden stick like a puddle of mud. He collapsed in a pool of crimson blood in an extremely twisted posture. Chapter 28. Xia Ya saw Enel lying in a pool of blood. There is only one breath left. So he also unmounted Carina. In order to prevent being struck by remote lightning, he had to ride on Carina at all times. If he encountered her, he would use the elementalization of Paramecia fruit to avoid the thunder attack. But that's no longer needed. Looking at the entire Sky Island, only Enel has some fighting ability, and now he is almost dead. And his four priests are not in Xia Ya's eyes at all. Ah! Xia Ya idiot, you even lied to me. At this moment, Carina suddenly realized and roared angrily. Say, why is sea stone useless? So you loaded the gun with regular bullets? Yes, Xia Ya actually doesn't know how far Enel's mental network is perverted, and there are some differences in the shapes of sea stone bullets and ordinary bullets. Just in case Enel notices it, she puts ordinary bullets in the magazine in advance. Middle. In this way, Enel may relax his vigilance after seeing that bullets are indeed ineffective against him. It seems that Xia Ya's bet was right. At this time, under Xia Ya's deliberate evasion, Enel's vital organs were not attacked by bullets, but the bones throughout his body were damaged by firearms, and some sea stone bullets were still stuck in the flesh and bones. The sea stones were embedded in the flesh one by one. For the Esper Enel, there was no way to resist. He didn't even have the strength to struggle. Immediately, Xia Ya ignored the four priests and guards. His eyes narrowed and he clapped his hands. Summon the Ghetto statue. Suddenly, the earth shook, and two huge grey arms emerged from the ground. Then the soil was squeezed and pushed away layer by layer, and a huge blindfolded monster suddenly appeared and crawled on the ground. It held a green scroll in its mouth, and its eyes were covered by a grey cloth. A huge shadow came over, blocking out the sky and the sun, which was very scary. The countdown of the 4 priests also stopped abruptly at this moment. What the hell is this? God! My Lord God! God, stand up quickly! Seeing Enel dying, the 4 priests could no longer bear the fear and ran away. Xia Ya was too lazy to chase them down. After all, without Enel, these domineering priests will definitely be hunted down by everyone on Sky Island. So don't worry about these minor characters. At this moment, Ghetto Statue's whole body was emitting twisted energy, which was grey visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the dying Enel was lifted into the air by a strange force, and something similar to blue spiritual power began to emerge from his body, flying towards the scroll in Ghetto Statue's mouth. 3 minutes later, the thunder power in Enel's body seemed to be drained away. The body also fell down. At this point, the Ghetto Statue turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. The Ghetto Statue buff is also gone. At the same time, a golden devil fruit with explosive thunder and lightning patterns on its skin landed accurately in Xia Ya's hands. Carina. Logia thunder fruit is here. Also, how can you use the word cheat between you and me? This is called not understanding enough. Fool! You're not smart enough. Carina's mouth curled up. She was not too excited to get the thunder fruit. After all, in her opinion, there was nothing in this world that Xia Ya couldn't do, so it was natural to get the thunder fruit. Carina twisted her body, her beautiful purple eyes trembling slightly, looking at the blue sky, and suddenly sighed, "We don't have a good understanding because we are not the most intimate relationship. It's a pity. The scenery of Sky Island is so pure, everywhere they are all white clouds, like white sheets. Brand new, never used sheets. What a pity, Nami is not here now, she can't see such a beautiful scenery. Yes, Xia Ya Nami is not here. It's just you and me here. Xia Ya." There was regret in Carina's eyes, and she looked a little charming. There is a very big and thick vine in the sky. The vine leaves are as big as a heart-shaped bed. Xia Ya. In the sky, clouds and rain surged, and Sanskrit sounds emerged. Until dark. Xia Ya then carried the limp Carina back to the warship. Nami came over to welcome her, looking distressed at Carina's exhausted appearance. She thought Carina had fought the enemy until she was exhausted. What kind of enemy is it that tortures Carina like this? Are the enemies that fierce? Nami touched Carina's forehead and shouted anxiously, "It's so hot. Do you have a fever?" Then he asked with concern, "Xia Ya, what's wrong with Carina? Is she injured?" "Well, there was a little blood." "Bleeding? Is it so serious? She can elementalize." "There is bleeding there, let me check it out." Nami was immediately nervous. Xia Ya smiled and reassured Nami, "But it's okay, don't worry, we got Logia's thunder fruit. Nami cares more about Carina than thunder fruit." It wasn't until Xia Ya and I sent Carina back to bed to rest, and after we were sure everything was fine again, that we returned to the deck with confidence. Now, Nami stared at the golden thunder fruit in Xia Ya's hand with a look of amazement. This fruit is extremely gorgeous, and the thunder of its teeth and claws leaks out, giving it a very domineering appearance. Is this the so-called invincible thunder power? Xia Ya nodded and explained, "Yes, this is a thunder fruit with the same potential as the Paramecia fruit. It is also a Logia. It controls the power of thunder. Nami, as long as you eat it, you will have flying escape. The power of the thunder of the earth, even thunder fruit's radio waves will increase your perception, allowing you to further your navigation skills." Nami seemed to hesitate, "It would be such a waste to give such a precious thing to me. When I was in East Blue, Nami is so busy running her life that she has no time to think about her future. Her future is dark. And now, not only did she perfectly solve the village's troubles, she also won praise from the villagers. There is also a secret treasure of the sea worth billions of Baileys in front of you. As long as she is willing, she can transform from a thief in East Blue to a person with the ability to control natural disasters. The difference is nothing more than daydreaming. Seeing Nami's appearance, Xia Ya couldn't help but want to laugh. Then she forced Thunder Fruit into Nami's arms, touched her head and encouraged, "You are the navigator I value. You have to do more than just I want to protect our ships, and one day, like Carina, she will be my best supporter. You cannot refuse the captain's order." Phew phew phew. Nami, hurry up and eat it. What I have experienced, you will experience it one day. I am really happy at this moment. Carina adjusted out of the cabin and said to Xia blinked affectionately. Xia, Carina, it's great to meet you. Nami nodded heavily and mustered up the courage to take a bite of the thunder fruit. It really tastes terrible. Although Nami had been mentally prepared for several months, the moment she bit into the thunder fruit, a strange taste exploded on her taste buds, like needle pricks, violently occupying her taste buds, and her tongue was like electric current. However, it was so numb that it was unbearable. Good dong. Finally. The moment Nami forced herself to swallow the pulp. On the warship, a blue thunderous light began to flash. Bang 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 bang. Carina clapped excitedly, "Great, Nami has also become Logia's Esper. The third Esper on our ship." Chapter 29. Alabasta Sea Area, Marine Branch. Hina sorry. In the branch office, a sexy beauty with long pink hair wearing a marine uniform was looking at an extremely tall man with a ponytail, expressing slight regret. And beside her stood a well-behaved intern assistant with glasses. These three people. The woman with long pink hair is Rear Admiral Hina, of Naval Headquarters. At the same time, Hina is also the manager of this branch. She and Smoker are graduates from the same training camp, and they have a good relationship. What Hina didn't expect was that Smoker would be beaten up by someone riding Tashiji. This shame is embarrassing to Naval Headquarters. At this time, Hina was receiving visitors from Naval Headquarters. The man with Peng Songta's head is Marine's highest combat power, Marine Admiral Aokiji Kyuzan. Kyuzan accepted the task assigned by Sengoku and came to Alabasta to snipe the Xia Ya trio. After waiting for half a month, but no one was seen, he went to the nearby Marine branch to say hello and prepared to catch a boat back to Marine Ford. The girl with glasses is none other than Tashiji. Because she was ridden by Xia Ya in public and beat up her boss Smoker, she was transferred out of Loguetown by Naval Headquarters and arranged to work as an assistant under Hina Rear Admiral. Tashiji, pour Kyuzan-san a cup of tea. Okay, I'll come right away. Tashiji cried. Kyuzan mission failed. Hina expressed regret. Kyuzan-san, are you going back to Naval Headquarters? Ah. It's a pity. Although there is still 1 month of mission time, there is no point in staying here. It is better to take this opportunity to slowly return to Marineford for vacation. Kyuzan cried. Hina took a sip of tea, lit a cigarette, and took a deep breath. What if I say it makes sense? After all, the map boss of Loguetown made it clear that Xia Ya purchased the record pointers of Alabasta and nearby islands. His goal is very clear. It's just because of delays in the itinerary that it will be a matter of time before he reaches Alabasta. A guy like Xia Ya. You won't die in the sea, right? Kyuzan felt a little lethargic. I don't like waiting, so I decided to go back to Marineford first. One more thing. Hina exhaled the smoke and held the cigarette between her jade fingers. That is. I investigated and found out that Crocodile is hiding in Alabasta, and seems to be planning a huge conspiracy. Alabasta has changed a lot recently, and it may be related to Sir Crocodile. Alabasta is a super kingdom in the first half of the Grand Line, covering an area of more than 10 million square kilometers. Alabasta has been established for a long time and has been spread to 10 second-generation kings. Due to historical reasons, the Desert Kingdom is also the focus of Marine. There are 3 marine branches around the Desert Kingdom alone. Hina's branch is just one of them. She investigated that the climate in Alabasta has changed suddenly in recent times. Cobra, the original wise king, suddenly lost the trust of his people. Hina analyzed that climate change cannot be blamed on the king. The anger of the people must be directed by someone behind the scenes. Throughout the world, coups that first attack with fishing boats and then seize power abound. Shishibukai Sir Crocodile happens to be hidden here, and he is also a Loguetown sand fruit ability user. Are the two related? It's unusual for things to get entangled together. Hina would like to take this opportunity to invite Kuzan to investigate and evaluate Crocodile. Crocodile is the 7 warlords of the sea. He has a cooperative relationship with Marine. If he learns about Marine's investigation, he may protest to Marshal Sengoku. Then you will be affected, Hina-chan. It is recommended to stay away from this matter until there is concrete evidence. Kuzan said bluntly. In fact, the 7 warlords of the sea are legal pirates proclaimed by the world government. As long as they don't make a big fuss, they will be tacitly approved. This is already a tacit understanding between Marine and Shishibukai. If Shishibukai does nothing and Marine launches an investigation, the cooperative relationship will be affected. If Shishibukai makes a fuss, it will also affect the authority of the world government. Kuzan's suggestion is also in compliance with Marine's internal rules. Hina took a long time to continue. Crocodile is secretly recruiting troops, and has attracted vicious pirates including West Blue's Demon Sun, Nico Robin, and so on. I really feel that it is unusual. Hina didn't know that Kuzan and Nico Robin had an entanglement in O'Hara. I just mentioned it because Nico Robin was very dangerous. Nico Robin. Ha Chien. Oh. Kuzan yawned, since you say so, I will stay and pay attention. It's strange, are we so busy during the holidays now? Deep in the white clouds of Sky Island, warships stay here. 3 figures came out of the cabin and stood on the deck breathing the fresh air of Sky Island. Welcome the new day. Xia Ya, where is your whip? Take it out and teach Nami. When she was on Zixus Island, Carina was inspired by the golden whip. The development progress of Paramecia fruit has been greatly improved. Now she can use it like a duck to water. Now that Nami has obtained the thunder fruit, Carina wants to let Xia Ya also use Nami. Have a good smoke. Give her 100 lashes, 1,000 lashes, 10,000 lashes. Carina mentioned the golden whip, and Nami immediately blushed and looked forward to it. After all, it's really nice to be whipped by Xia Ya with a whip. A golden experience. Xia Ya laughed and waved her hands. The ability to teach is gone, but it doesn't matter. There will be opportunities in the future. In addition, Nami's development of thunder fruit can be slowed down for now. We stay in Sky Island. There are 2 other important things. Things to do. The 2 women nodded and waited for Xia Ya to continue. The first thing, we need to find the ancient golden city of Shantora, and then take away a lot of gold. Lots of gold. That's right, 400 years ago, half of Gaia Island was washed away by the soaring sea currents to Sky Island, including a super golden city. Although it is very old, the ruins of Shantola must have remained, and there are a lot of remains in the ruins. We don't want gold for free. As for the second item, it's to find the Ark Proverbs built by Enel. The Ark motto made Xia Ya never forget it. After all, it is a super spaceship that can fly to the moon. Generally speaking, pirate ships can be regarded as shipwright craftsmanship. But the Ark's proverbs can be classified into the category of science and technology. After killing the god of Sky Island Enel yesterday, Xia Ya and Carina stayed warm on the vine leaves for a long time. It was already dark when they finished, so today he planned to collect gold first, then build the 6 paths golden coffin, and then put the ark. Find out proverbs. Then let's set off. There is so much gold, we have to look for it. Today will be very busy. When Carina and Nami heard that there was another wonderful adventure, they immediately went to the room and changed into beautiful clothes. At the same time, they had 2 new cameras hanging around their necks, ready to take beautiful photos while hunting for treasures. Last night, Xia Ya told them that the beauty collar would be ineffective after today. Then the 2 of them will become children again. It is rare to experience the wonderful age of 26, so you must seize the time to commemorate it. And also at this time, in the surrounding woods, there were strange movements on both sides. Wow! When the leaves on the left were pushed aside, many Sky Icelanders with white wings on their backs came out of the middle. They held spears and escorted 2 bound people, 2 of the 4 priests of Enel. And the other side. When the leaves on the right were pushed aside, a group of Sandians with brown skin and facial tattoos came out of the middle. They were holding weapons and escorting 2 people, who were the other 2 of the 4 priests of Enel. Chapter 30. Yesterday, after Enel's death, the 4 priests dispersed and fled the Thunder Temple. The 2 fled to the territory of the Sky Icelanders. 2 fled to Sandian territory. The 4 of them were destitute and went to a resident's house at night to steal food. As a result, the residents teamed up to catch them and beat them. During the process, the people of Sky Island learned that the cruel god of Sky Island, Enel, had been killed, and they were immediately shocked. They never thought that the invincible and cruel god Enel would be killed one day. Is it possible? No situation is possible. But the embarrassed priest was telling them that this was absolutely true. Sky Icelanders went to the Thunder Temple overnight. Sure enough, Enel's body was found. I also have great respect for Xia Ya who killed Enel. Ever since Enel occupied Sky Island, he has turned this place into a thunder hell. He brutally punished all Sky Icelanders with thunder, making them feel like they were living in a hell on earth. The appearance of Xia Ya is undoubtedly the light of justice that shatters the darkness. The situation is similar among the Sandians. So, the 2 groups escorted the 4 escaped priests over early in the morning. I would like to offer this as a gift. Let Xia Ya, the savior, administer justice. The leader of the Sky Island people is named Ganfor. Ganfor was originally a god who loved the people of Sky Island like his own son. However, with the strong invasion of Enel, Ganfor could only lead the people of Sky Island to live in fear. I am very eager to bring eternal peace to my homeland. Ganfor led all the Sky Island warriors to kneel in front of Xia Ya. On behalf of the majority of Sky Island people, I ask you to seek justice. Please help us regain our homeland from the Sandians. Sky Island is our Sky Island people's hometown. The Sandians are outsiders. Wappa, the leader of the Sandians, also led the Sandians to kneel in front of Xia Ya. On behalf of the majority of Sandians, I ask you to uphold justice and please help us Sandians take back the Sky Island people. They are the invaders and occupiers of our homeland. Please seek justice, sir. Please seek justice, sir. Faced with the appeal, Xia Ya had a headache. No. Do you just trust me so much? Xia Ya knows the history of Sky Island very well and can resolve the hatred between the 2 races with just a few words. But Xia Ya wants more than that. He is already planning to use these people to collect gold and find the Ark proverbs. After all, gold is scattered throughout the ruins, in cracks, holes, and snake bellies. The construction of the Ark was also hidden in a secret place. If it were just a trio of Xia Ya, it would take a lot of effort to do this quickly. Aren't Sky Icelanders free labor? Ahem. Xia Ya cleared her throat and said, everything you said is right. At the same time, everything you said is wrong. Hey! Ganfor and Wappa were stunned at the same time. What's right? What's wrong? Sir, which side do you take? Xia Ya did not go to explain to the two men, but ordered them to tie the 4 priests to 4 wooden pillars. To have weight in your words, you must first show your invincible strength. Blah blah blah. The 4 priests were tied tightly. Burn them. After Xia Ya finished speaking, Carina and Nami took orders at the same time. Ah! Orange flames all over the sky converged on the 2 priests. Heat spread, the earth rose, and the priests' wails resounded throughout Sky Island. In just a short moment, the bursting flames burned the priests on the pillars to ashes. Ah! 2 thunderbolts suddenly fell, and the other 2 priests were also wailing wildly in the violent thunder. The figures of the 2 priests behind the violent thunder were already as dry as carbon and no longer human. This. At this moment, all the Sky Islanders and Sandians were dumbfounded, and their eyes were waiting for him to come out. Whether it was fire or thunder, they regarded it as a power that could only be mobilized by gods. Enel scares everyone because of his use of invincible thunder. This fear is engraved in the bones of every Sky Islander. And now, fire and thunder were actually controlled by the 2 beauties in front of him. And they all listened to Xia Ya. There is no doubt that this is a miracle. It is God who is punishing the 4 priests who committed crimes. Xia Ya ignored the shock of Ganfur, Wappa, and others. He gathered his thoughts and said, "Get up. Next, you must remember that you have experienced hundreds of years of war, but you have no idea what you are doing fighting. Have you ever delved into the reasons?" At this moment, the Sky Islanders and Sandians were completely conquered by Xia Ya's power. They really didn't know why they were fighting. It's as if hatred is innate. Sky Islanders are indeed the aborigines of Sky Island. Your ancestors of Sky Islanders have lived on Sky Island since ancient times. There is no doubt about this. After Xia Ya finished speaking, Ganfur and the Sky Islanders felt excited. God's approval. God is on the side of the people of Sky Island. On the other side, the Vappa and Sandia people are in collective despair. Xia Ya continued, "As for this precious soil, this was originally the land of the ancestors of the Shandia people on Gaia Island. They built the golden city of Shantola on Gaia Island in Qinghai, but it was destroyed 400 years ago. The soaring sea currents brought it to Sky Island. Therefore, the ancestors of the Sandians also lived on this land. The sound of that bell 400 years ago is proof." At this moment, the Sky Islanders and Sandians were completely shocked. Is this real history? Holy bells don't lie. 400 years ago, half of Gaia washed up on Sky Island, and the golden bell rang throughout the heavens. The ancestors of both the Sandians and the Sky Islanders regarded the sound of the bell as a sign of a miracle. After so many years, they were not so much fighting for land as they were looking for a real miracle. Golden clock. Unfortunately, the golden bell was pushed to the top of the vines, above Sky Island, invisible to ordinary people. Listen carefully next. The golden bell is at the top of the vine. As soon as the words fell, Xia Ya rode Nami and turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared. And the next second, dang 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 dang! Dang 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 dang! The loud and sacred bell sounded from the top of the vine. It resounds through heaven and echoes for a long time. Shock everyone's heart. The Sky Islanders and Sandians looked up at the sky, and suddenly tears came to their eyes. They found the bell of God that their ancestors had been looking for. They did not expect that the historical truth of Sky Island would be like this. Everyone looked at the sky. The direction where the bell came from couldn't help but burst into tears. God. He is the real God of Sky Island. As the golden bell rings, Xia Ya's status is completely established in the hearts of Sky Island people. Under Xia Ya's suggestion, the Sandians and Sky Islanders resolved their hatred and understood each other. They agreed to protect the sacred object of the golden bell together, and wait for the Sky Island people to calm down. Xia Ya said, "We are looking for gold, and I hope everyone can help collect it. Lord God! We must obey. Sky Island has its own currency, ancient coins. Gold is just a shiny thing to them and has no hard currency value. After learning that Xia Ya needs gold, all Sky Islanders and Sandians started to act. Just 1 hour passed. Not only did they collect a large amount of gold from various ruins, they also took out some gold pots and pans from home, and all came to Xia Ya to dedicate these treasures to the new god of Sky Island. All kinds of gold utensils are piled up like a golden mountain. Under the sunlight, the entire land glowed golden. Nami and Carina were completely stunned at this moment, their beautiful eyes of different colors were filled with the shape of Bailey. Suddenly rich. Massive gold treasure. Bailey, Bailey. Hundreds of billions of Baileys. And at this time, Xia Ya turned over and mounted Nami, forming a seal with her hands. Countless thunder snakes spread over the gold, and the gold began to melt into the shape of a coffin. Lei Yejin. 6 paths golden coffin. Become. After the 6 paths golden coffin was successfully condensed, the Sandians came to report. Lord God, the Ark has been found. Chapter 31. The first half of the Grand Line, Paradise. A warship sailed on the blue sea, dragging out a long white wave. On deck, Carina and Nami are sitting cross-legged under a sun umbrella, counting the massive treasures they received from Sky Island. Treasure, treasure. From now on, my sky will be shining with gold. Even the sun cannot compare with it. Nami, can you estimate how much is left? Ah, there are probably 1.3 billion Baileys left to use. It has been a few days since the Xia Ya trio came down from Sky Island, and the reason why they did not use the Ark proverb sailing is that it is still a bit early in the timeline. Although the Ark is roughly built, the entire ship is only 100% complete. About 80/80. All functions are available, and it can also possess the core flight capabilities. But the living facilities are not convenient yet. It's almost like an undecorated house. Coupled with Enel's poor aesthetics and ordinary taste in life, the layout of the ship was not designed at all. Instead, the big word God was painted on the hull early, which made people look weird. Xia Ya had to live on the boat with her mounts, so naturally she would not use an ark with rudimentary internal facilities. So the Ark Proverbs was stored in the 6 paths golden coffin. The trio are still using the warships stolen by East Blue. Xia Ya plans to wait for Thriller Bark and Alabastus journey. Let's go to the Seven Waters capital. Then, using the power core components of Ark Proverbs, we asked craftsmen from the Water City to specially design a ship that can be used both in water and air. It is worth mentioning that the core energy of Ark is Thunder Fruit's electricity, and all required components are made of gold, which has the best conductivity. The total value of gold exceeds a terrifying 80 billion Baileys. And this trip to Sky Island, the Xia Ya trio have a combined fortune of close to 150 billion Belly. But the 6 paths golden coffin also cost Xia Ya a lot of money. At this moment, in a different dimension space in Xia Ya's body, 6 paths golden coffins are standing there one after another. Each golden coffin is 2.3 meters high and 1.3 meters wide, and the mass of each golden coffin is even closer to the terrifying 4 tons, are all made of pure gold. Apart from the materials needed for the Ark and the gold materials needed for the golden coffin, the remaining funds available to the Xia Ya trio are only about 1.3 billion Belly. It is worth mentioning that the 6 paths golden coffin is a space-based skill, so the specifications are the same, but it can carry dead objects of different sizes. When summoned, the golden coffin will also be different in size. It should fall into the category of special effects. As for the arrangement of Sky Island, the people of Sky Island do regard Xia Ya as the new god of Sky Island, but Xia Ya still has to go to the sea to collect mounts, so they directly delegate the management power to Ganfu and Wappa. Host the entire Sky Island. When the time is right in the future, or when you are in the mood, Xia Ya is going to be the god of Sky Island again. Of course. Xia Ya also tried to form a riding contract with Sky Island people. Take Conies, the blonde beauty who plays the harp. But it may be because the previous god, Enel, ruled Sky Island too cruelly, and the psychological shadow left on the people of Sky Island was too great, which caused the people of Sky Island to regard Xia Ya as their savior and the new true god. But there is still a little bit of resistance to God in the genes. But with just a little bit of resistance, the conclusion of the riding contract ultimately ended in failure. Xia Ya expressed her understanding and did not force herself. As time goes by, Sky Islanders completely dispel their psychological shadow. Taste the sweetness and live a happy life under Xia Ya's rule. The success rate may be improved. On the deck, the two women were busy. Xia Ya was lying on the rocking chair planning her panel. Xia Ya. Devil Fruit, Paramecia Riding Fruit. Physical skills, B, A+. Swordsmanship, disorganized and cannot be rated. Physique, slightly strong but not pervert. Observation Hacky AS. Temporary buff, not refreshed yet. Permanent buff, 10 times increase, 10 times luck, 10 times comprehension. Ride contract, Carina, Nami, Nakajao. Special ability, 6 paths golden coffin. Special mount, none yet. Wealth, fixed assets 150 billion belly, usable assets 1.3 billion berry. This is the panel summarized by Xia Ya. According to the combat power in the pirate world, he is divided into B, A, S, and SS. B stands for Marine Rear Admiral, A stands for Marine Vice Admiral, S stands for Marine Admiral, and SS stands for the strongest. And in addition to the large grades determined by letters and none, plus, divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced. On Sky Island, during the brief contact between Xia Ya and Enel, his personal form of observation Haki has reached A, which is the intermediate Marine Vice Admiral level, and if it is in the riding form, it has reached S level, touching the threshold of Marine Admiral. The red-haired Shanks Conquerors is known as the strongest in the sea, so he has the rank of SS. I hope Thriller Bark can surprise me. Shimotsuki Ryoma is known as the sword god of Wano Kuni. He still enjoys the worship of Wano Kuni after his death. His swordsmanship and haki should have reached the top level in the sea. If he rides Ryoma and uses 10 times the learning ability to learn, maybe he can let my panel take a leap forward. Unfortunately, the temporary buff has not been refreshed for a long time. My 10 was pinched by luck. Come out and refresh. Xia Ya finished checking the panel. He saw Carina and Nami looking at him expectantly. Carina pointed to the treasures piled on the deck. Xia Ya, let's perform again. See the coffin and get rich. See the coffin and get rich. Nami followed and rubbed her little hands. At this time, the beautiful necklaces around the two women's necks have disappeared, and they have returned to the appearance of 14-year-old girls. Xia Ya's brows twitched. One hand seal. Drink. Golden ripples suddenly appeared on the ground on the deck, and then a pure gold coffin slowly emerged from the ground. The coffin was engraved with strange inscriptions, and there was an eye like a mosquito-repellent incense. Under the mosquito-repellent incense eye was engraved hungry. Kid 3 characters. As soon as the solid gold coffin board was opened, smoke and dust immediately appeared on the deck, and all the treasures seemed to be pulled and flew into the coffin. When the coffin lid closed, it sank into that magical extra-dimensional space again. This is one of the abilities of the 6 Paths Golden Coffin, storage. It's great. It's great. So amazing. So amazing. Carina and Nami applauded wildly. It's great, but it's so troublesome. Xia Ya wanted a simple storage method that would come and go when she waved. But my strength doesn't allow it. Nami frowned, ran to the fence and looked into the distance, only to see a strange cloud appearing in the sky far away. There are abnormalities, but it has nothing to do with the weather. If the guess is correct, that area is the legendary Devil's Triangle. It's pitch black, it looks eerie. Carina shrank her head and asked, is this the place we are looking for? It feels a little cold. Nami held a newspaper and handed it to Carina. This is a recent news report, saying that the Devil's Triangle is always covered with clouds, and most of the ships passing by will be lost. Those who are lucky enough to escape will be mentally disturbed, and they will only shout, be careful, zombies eat your brain. Zombie. Brain-eating zombies. Carina shivered with fright and quickly hugged her arms. Unconsciously, goosebumps appeared on my arms. If we don't go to Alabasta, why do we come to this Devil's Delta? Xia Ya smiled and said, of course it's to ride the zombies. Ah! You ride a zombie too? Carina looked horrified at first, then smiled slyly and said, you're kidding, right? No, I'm pretty sure. Xia Ya said. Carina once again got the answer from Xia Ya and finally understood. Okay. This time in the Devil's Triangle, Xia Ya really plans to ride a zombie. Chapter 32. The warship continued to move forward. Xia Ya looked at the increasingly gloomy sky. We're almost there. The reason why there are so many bizarre things happening in the Devil's Delta is because there is a person with the ability of Paramecia Shadow Fruit. He can steal other people's shadows and stuff them into the corpses of creatures, and then control them to become a zombie army. This place is occupied by people with abilities, so a lot of weird things happen. Nami listened carefully. What a strange ability. This is something East Blue has never seen before. Who is he? Gecko Moria of 7 Warlords of the Sea. The fog is getting thicker and thicker, the air becomes thicker, and it feels cold on the skin. Nami's vision began to blur. 7 Warlords of the Sea. The 7 Warlords of the Sea are the 7 great pirates recognized and privileged by the world government. They, the 4 emperors of the New World, and Marine are called the Triangle of Top Forces. Moria is one of the Shishibukai, Xia Ya said. Hearing this, Carina got addicted to stealing and started rubbing her fingers, so, we came to the Devil's Triangle to steal the corpses collected by Moria. It sounds very exciting. It's not stealing, it's robbery. Xia Ya knocked on Carina's smooth forehead. After hearing what Xia Ya said, the tense nerves of the two women completely relaxed. After all this, devil fruit is still causing trouble. I thought there really were zombies in this world. What's that in front? An island. While the three of them were chatting, a huge black shadow like a mountain suddenly appeared in front of them. Looking at the huge black shadow, Nami and Carina were stunned at the same time. No, that is an island ship like an island. Moria has occupied this sea area for some years. Many people have disappeared here over the years. If there is not a big ship, it cannot carry so many people. Perhaps the humans who entered the island ship have already become part of the zombie army. Member. Carina's eyes became a little more serious. The three of them were here to snatch the zombies, so they would probably encounter obstacles. She is ready to light a fire at any time. The warship sailed slowly and came to the entrance of Thriller Bark. The three of them could smell a sinister and corrupt aura just by moving their noses. You can intuitively feel the death energy emanating from this giant ship. The main entrance of the island ship is a huge mouth. Under the huge dark red lips, the teeth are hideous and terrifying. The door is closed. How do we get in? Are you going to fly in? While Nami and Carina were discussing, the big mouth of the front door suddenly opened slowly. Due to the height difference, sea water poured into the island, and the warships of Xia Ya and the others were also sucked in. The warship continued sailing. At this time, the surrounding scenery has changed drastically. There are broken bricks and tiles of ruined buildings everywhere, and the stone brick walls are covered with dense spider webs, as if they have been abandoned for a long time. The water around the hull was still green, with bubbles occasionally popping up and making strange sounds after the explosion. The gloomy environment, Terrifying sound effects, and weird atmosphere are increasing. The three men parked the warship aside casually, officially landing in Thriller Bark Land. At this time, Nami, who had received the Thunder Fruit enhancement, and her perception was enhanced, suddenly said, "There is something approaching, lifeless, it should be the zombies on the island." Carina reminded aloud, "Xia Ya, remember to remind me what kind of zombie you want, I'm afraid I will burn your precious toy with a fire." "It's still early. It's up to you, Carina, to deal with the enemies you encounter now." Thunder, thunder, very loud thunder. The thunder explodes near the ears, which can directly knock people into fainting even if they don't get an electric shock. "I haven't entered yet, so being quiet can save some trouble." Carina got the order and immediately snapped her fingers. The void ignites. Zi la la la. The moment the fingers were snapped, in the dim corner, an orc with human body and animal head was set on fire, illuminating the surrounding environment. With a rough howl, the orc was reduced to ashes and completely disappeared from this world. Superior. Carina then burned several more humanoid zombies. Obviously, these are some uncontrolled small zombies, just appetizers for the Thriller Bark. The real boss is Moria himself and the three weirdos under him. One is the transparent man, Absalom, who ate the transparent fruit of Paramecia. The second is the genius surgeon, Hogbark. The third one is Paramecia, the user with the ghost fruit ability, Princess Perona. Killed a zombie again. Carina was obviously disappointed. In front of Paramecia fruit, these zombies have no ability to resist at all, they were burned with a little fire. Almost at the moment Carina finished speaking, there was a slight rustling sound on the grass surrounding the three of them. Carina's eyes were blazing, and her expression changed instantly. "Burn the city on fire." Without any time to explain, Carina waved her hand instantly, and a ball of flame snaked out from her arm like a fire snake, surrounding the ground in front of the three of them, forming a huge circular cage of flames. As she shook hands, dense flames rose up, enveloping and closing in on the center. Carina, who has used the invisibility buff before, is familiar with the state of invisibility. At this moment, she felt that there was an invisible creature in the grass. "Ah! Impossible, how could I be discovered?" Chapter 33. How could they find me? "Ah! It's burning me to death. It's so hot. Stop it." On the grassland, the wall of flames rose more than 10 meters high, and the burning barrier shrank rapidly. The transparent Absalom was surrounded by flames. Without contact with the flames, it was roasted until its skin burst. Just as the flames compressed, Absalom's burning pain turned into a human-shaped fireball and rolled towards the nearby water pool. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr water. Steam, a burnt, damp, musty smell came out. He is indeed a transparent person. It's so dirty and disgusting. Carina held her nose with one hand and ignited the flame again in the palm of her other hand, trying to light it again. Xia Ya is very satisfied with Carina's performance. He is the invisible man who ate the Paramecia transparent fruit. He is also one of the 3 weirdos under Moria, Absalom. There's no use keeping it, you can get rid of it. Absalom was originally wandering on the outer wall of the island ship, but suddenly saw a ship approaching, so he opened the gate to let them in. The idea was to add a few more zombies to Gecko Moria. After letting the people in, Absalom discovered that there were 2 beauties on the warship who were still young. As a gentleman, he thought of coming over to take advantage, but unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be a ruthless man who owned the Logia devil fruit. Now, this Logia user actually wants to ignite the fire again. Wait! Wait first! Absalom was covered in green water, and the transparent fruit had no effect. He immediately appeared and said in a horrified voice, "Miss, you are Marine, right? You are here to find Lord Moria, right?" Lord Moria is the 7 warlords of the sea, and she is the partner of your marine cooperation. I only let you in when I saw the warship. Ah, yes, yes, I am the one who welcomed you in. Absalom pointed to his leopard head with a flattering look on his face. When he thought that the other party was driving a warship, Moria Shishibuki's identity became Abu Samaro's only life-saving straw. Xia Ya smiled, sorry, we are not marine. Absamuro felt chilled. Xia Ya was so frightened that she almost peed her pants when she saw Absamuro, and then said, let's find Moria. Here, there. With my help, you will meet Lord Moria smoothly. With Absamuro leading the way, the trio encountered no further obstacles. At the same time, inside the dark castle in Shimafune City. Is there a new person here, or someone with Logia ability? In the hall, Moria's huge body was lying on a special sofa. Looking at the Princess Mononoke Perona floating in the air in front of her, she frowned and asked, even defeated Absalom? Perona leaned forward and floated, saying, yes, the ability of Logia's flame was used. Absalom was burned before he could take action. If that guy hadn't been clever, he might have died. Absalom is such a waste, said the genius surgeon Hogbark. Moria patted her head. He hasn't paid attention to the news on the sea for a long time, and he doesn't know what new people have appeared recently. Is he trying to defeat me and take my Shishibukai title? There was a cute white ghost floating in Perona's ears, chirping. Well, their target is Lord Moria. Gwigwigwa. In the square outside the castle, there are many tombstones, and there are still sad crows. Nami used radio waves to sense the surroundings and found that in the surrounding grass, behind the tombstones, and behind the castle windows, there were all humanoid zombies. These zombies were even stacked on top of each other, and he couldn't help but frowned. There are many zombies around, at least there are hundreds of them. But I didn't see the big guy. Xia Ya nodded. At this time, a huge man with a strange appearance walked out of the castle gate with a gothic umbrella holding Lolita. You 3, please sign up. No need, let's fight quickly. Xia Ya said. He, you are a very arrogant newcomer. You have the shadow of me in the past. I haven't made a move for a long time. Let them be your opponents. Don't let me down. He. Moria raised his hands, and many zombies appeared one after another around him. Xia Ya noticed. There is a zombie warrior among the zombies. He has white bandages tied all over his body. He wears a white warrior uniform with the word dragon embroidered on it. There is a famous sword hanging on his waist. He is the dragon slayer who has not failed for hundreds of years. Samurai, Wanakuni's sword god, Shimatsuki Ryoma. At the same time, the sound of huge footsteps came, and the whole earth trembled. When the huge red figure came in front of everyone, a sense of oppression also followed. The big guy in front of them was nearly 70 meters tall. It looked ferocious and terrifying, and had a huge horn on its head. It was said to be able to move islands. Good luck to Ounce. Okay, we have all the zombies we are looking for. Are these 2 guys? Xia Ya, your taste is really unique. Carina, who originally planned to burn all the zombies around her, stopped now. He. Outsiders, have fun with my men. Leave it to you. Ryoma put his palm on the handle of the knife, stared at the eyes with a sinister smile. I can feel the shadow of the swordsman on them. Killing is boring, he. Ouch. Ounce hammered his chest angrily. Destroy them. Destroy everything. The Xia Ya trio were surrounded by zombie troops. Seeing that Longma and Ounce were already in place, Xia Ya immediately formed the seal. Drink. The ground suddenly surged with golden ripples, and 2 golden coffins from another dimension slowly rose upright from the ground. Xia Ya was stepping on one of the huge golden coffins. In the blink of an eye, the huge golden coffin occupied most of the square. The small golden coffin says, the way of the world. The big golden coffin says, Azura Deo. It's so huge, is it made of gold? No way. Real or fake? Moria's eyes widened as she watched two pairs of golden coffins appear, her eyes almost falling out with greed. That golden coffin is bigger than Ounce the Devil. How much gold are these works of art? Ah, oh my god! Perona's round eyes were also occupied by gold, and she was a little confused when floating in the air. How is it possible? Where did this golden coffin come from? Perona looked at the huge golden coffin dozens of meters high and Xia Ya on the top of the golden coffin, and murmured to herself. Are there really such rich people in the world? The entire island shines with a huge golden coffin. Boom! Boom! The lid of the huge golden coffin suddenly opened, and the tube lid hit the ground. Many zombies were shaken to pieces, and the three-masted island ship was rising and falling. When ready, Xia Ya immediately activates the Six Paths golden coffin. Set the target to the sword god Ryoma and the demon Ounce. Start it, human way. Start, Shura Deo. Buzz buzz. At this moment, in the coffin room, the sound of gold rippled. Chapter 34. What's going on? My body is out of control. Hey? The same goes for Ounce. Both Ryoma and Ounce felt an irresistible suction force, attracting them from the golden coffin. You guys! What's going on? As a shadow person, Moria has control over her zombies, but generally gives them free movement. But at this moment, he clearly felt that the two top zombies were trying to walk into the golden coffin uncontrollably. This result let Moria be shocked. In fact, Moria went to Wano Kuni many years ago and encountered Kaido of the Beasts, who was in great power. That failure caused Moria to lose almost all his companions. He wanted to seek revenge from Kaido, so he stole the knife from the Wano Kuni ancestral hall. The corpse of Shenlongma wants to cultivate a zombie army. In order to find more powerful power. Moria also collected the frozen demon Ounce from the land of ice. After the transformation of the genius surgeon Hagubat, the two mostly damaged zombies were able to move. And this Ounce is the most powerful revenge card that Moria has accumulated to this day. But at this moment, it was actually about to be taken away forcefully right in front of your eyes. How could it be allowed? Shadow control technique. Moria roared in a sharp voice. Hundreds of dark shadows emerged from his hands, chasing and climbing up the bodies of Majin Ounce and Ryoma, trying to use the shadows to pull the two zombies back. Tug of war. Tug of war. You give me, I'm coming back. But Ryoma and Ounce easily tore the shadow apart and walked into the coffin like normal people. The golden coffin closed the lid. The golden runes in the coffin flowed around the two zombies. A few seconds later, Xia Ya gets complete control of the zombies. The way of the world, Ryoma. Shuradu Ounce. What's even more exaggerated is that their bodies were repaired with golden coffins. This means that they will never break. At the same time, Xia Ya also knows that the contents in the Six Paths golden coffin are all dead objects. The golden coffin is an independent skill and does not enjoy the 10 times increase in the riding state. But it can restore the peak power of a dead creature in life. In other words, if the dead object is a dilapidated ancient weapon Pluton, when summoned, it will be a brand new super battleship full of firepower, and if it is a character like Ryoma who has been dead for hundreds of years, when summoned, it will also be killed with a single sword. The peak samurai in the flying dragon slaying period. Which zombie should I ride to fight? They are all at their peak, and we are all looking forward to it. Under Moria's wide-eyed gaze, the huge golden coffin was opened again. At this moment, the demon Ounce, with golden runes flowing all over his body, walked out in a complete form with black eyes. Xia Ya jumped off the golden coffin and came to Ounce. Above his head, Ounce's eyes suddenly glowed with golden light. It was as if I was alive again. Ouch! 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 Suddenly, Ounce punched Gecko Moria. Boom! Boom! The earth shook, and the earth was broken. Although Moria dodged, she was not directly hit by Ounce's huge fist. But he was also shocked by the aftermath, vomiting blood, and embedded himself in the castle. Lord Moria! Perona was so nervous that she almost cried, and hurriedly flew towards the ruins. Hogbark and Absalom are also anxious to find Moria. But they were stopped by Carina's wall of fire. Don't move, you two ugly monsters. Is this Ozzy's peak punching power? The devil's physique is so terrifying. There are many peak races on the sea, the powerful giant race, or simply the fishmen race. Their physiques are much stronger than ordinary people, and the devil ounce even has the terrifying power to move islands. With this punch, anyone can be knocked down. Don't dare to eat hard. Xia Ya is very satisfied with her new toys. Damn it! Damn it! Moria's hatred towards Xia Ya has reached full. How dare you steal my things? Ozzi's mine. It's my power. Moria climbed up in embarrassment and looked at Xia Ya riding on the head of the giant demon with unwillingness and anger on his face. But at the same time, he also discovers that Ounce is more powerful. As a zombie controller, Moria has tested Ounce's power several times, but the punch just now completely overturned Moria's previous test values. The current Ounce can be described as terrifying. This is the pinnacle of the devil Moria has never seen before. Yunguo Ounce. Who are you? Why are you causing trouble for me? Moria's forehead was sweating crazily, and his heart was bleeding. Ounce and Ryoma were his hidden trump cards. Few people knew about their existence. There must be a powerful intelligence network behind the kid in front of him, so he came to trouble him. Who is he? What a weird devil fruit ability. As I said, it doesn't matter who I am. Ounce's strong punch struck again, and after learning the lesson, Moria did not dare to slack off at all, and used the shadow fruit to switch places with her shadow. Cage Musha. The next second, the Cage Musha was blasted into pieces. Switch places with the shadow. Good spatial ability. Xia Ya looked at Moria, who fled to the side, and praised. The shadow fruit is actually really good, and it is Moria's strongest support for recruiting on the sea. Even after losing to Kaido, he was still invited to become the 7 warlords of the sea, which is somewhat related to the ability of this fruit. If Moria had not received a huge blow from Kaido, but instead concentrated on developing her own fruit abilities, Moria might have been stronger. However, her mentality was destroyed by the blow. Moria was even more afraid of losing her companions, so she developed the ability to control zombies. Because when you live, you will lose. It would be a pity if he died. After all, it is difficult to survive in this sea relying on external forces. Although Xia Ya's ability is related to the mount and relies on the power of the mount, the difference is that the source of Xia Ya's power comes from the ability to ride. Only when your mount is ridden by him will you be strong. You brat, are you looking down on me? Moria's eyes were angry. He actually felt a sense of being looked down upon in Xia Ya's eyes. The dignified Shishibukai was actually despised by an unknown newcomer. Moreover, this kid didn't even bother to identify himself. How polite is this? Whose ocean is so chaotic? Furious, Moria shouted. Shadow Horn Gun. In an instant, a huge black shadow gecko spear pierced out from the ground. Xia Ya's observation Haki noticed it and casually controlled Ounce to hold the shadow horn gun. With a violent pull, the body of the shadow horn gun was immediately torn and exploded. Your bloated body can no longer support maximizing your abilities. After a brief encounter, Xia Ya has lost interest in Moria. A hole. A hole. Shadow gathering place. Moria couldn't stand Xia Ya's contempt anymore and used his ultimate move. He sucked all the shadows he could control into his body. He roared with a horrifying voice, and his size continued to increase, so terrifying. Even more than 10 meters taller than Ounce the Devil. Move too slowly. Xia Ya no longer expected Moria to test Ounce's limits, and immediately controlled Ounce to dodge Moria's huge and slow fist, and then bent down to swing a powerful punch. At this time, Moria's belly sank like soft mud. Boom! The terrifying demon uppercut struck Moria's bulging belly, and the fat flesh rippled like layers. The surrounding floor tiles were shaken and cracked, and all the shadows of Moria seemed to be driven away by this heavy blow. When it reached his throat, his neck swelled crazily, getting bigger. It seemed like it was going to split Moria's neck. Vomit! In an instant, Moria rolled her eyes and fell to her knees, opening her mouth wide and spitting out countless black shadows into the sky. SSSSSSSSSSSSS. At this moment, Moria remained kneeling and completely lost consciousness. Don't come here. Stop. Stop. Perona's petite body suddenly appeared, her body trembling as she stood in front of Ounce, shouting in despair with tears in her eyes. She looked so small in front of Xia Ya riding Ounce. Stop. Please. Whoa 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 whoa. Xia Ya released her riding form and came to Perona. My name is Xia Ya. I am a rider who ate the Paramecia Riding Fruit. I came here to find a mount. If you can join us, then you will be one of our own. Chapter 35. To join you guys. The sudden invitation caught Perona off guard, and her tears stopped halfway. Xia Ya smiled and said, yes, you can be my mount. This loli's feet are in the air, and the shock absorption effect is full. Riding a lolita like this will definitely give you an explosively soft riding experience. Hulyalu. Here, Moria is kneeling on the ground with his eyes rolled up and unable to make a sound, but his throat is still leaking air, as if he is snoring, and he looks exactly like Haki from Seven Warlords of the Sea. The appearance of being slaughtered by the deputy. Still alive. Perona was picked up by Moria since she was a child. She has always respected Moria and regarded him as her father. Now seeing Moria in a mortal crisis, as long as the other party makes a move, she can easily take her life. Perona's heart has been extremely nervous. And when she heard that Xia Ya wanted to accept her as a partner, regardless of what the mount meant, Perona just wanted to seize this glimmer of hope. Then can you let Master Moria go? Perona was not confident and asked softly. Robbery of crew members often happens on the sea, but most of them kill the captain and then rob. Just like Moria, who would give a reason for killing and stealing. After all, in Grand Line, the strong are the ones who set the rules of the sea. Okay. Xia Ya said cheerfully. His purpose is to snatch Ryoma and Ounce, and killing Moria is not part of the plan. Now that both Ryoma and Ounce are in the bag, Xia Ya also needs to thank Moria for her generosity. And if I can form a riding contract with Perona, I will get another permanent buff. Perona thought for a long time and hesitantly put forward the condition, I can join you, but you have to promise me to leave here first. I want to ensure the safety of everyone here. Look, is this okay? Okay. Facing the weak-looking Perona, Xia Ya nodded distressedly. After receiving the answer, Perona returned to the princess's room and packed up a few dolls, a few sets of princess dresses, and a few small red umbrellas, as if she were carrying a dowry. She gave a few words to Absalom and Hogback before coming to Xia Ya stepped forward, then can we go? Bring it on. What's coming? Ride you out of here, of course. Now? I hate you so much. It doesn't matter, you will fall madly in love with me in the future. An hour later, the warship sailed away from the waters of the Devil's Triangle. Xia Ya issued a riding contract to Perona. And Perona thinks being able to exchange her own freedom for Moria's life is a very worthwhile thing, and she can't regret it now, otherwise Xia Ya will directly fight back to the thriller bark, and Moria will not escape death. So there was no rejection. On the deck, in Xia Ya's expectation, the ceremony of signing the riding contract officially began. The temperatureless spiritual flame entered Perona's body through her fingers, making her hum in comfort. Soon, Xia Ya successfully harvested her fourth contracted mount. Is this a contract for riding? I am completely controlled now. Perona was about to cry, but her life was completely at stake. She could only comfort herself secretly. What to do? I can only rely on this man in this life. I hope he can be nicer to me, woo woo woo. Although Perona looks like a petite Lolita, she is already 19 years old at this time and is a real adult. She is several years older than the Xia Ya trio, but she was raised like a princess and has a simple mentality. Like a blank sheet of paper. As for Carina and Nami, they are both old fritters on the sea. Perona sometimes looks forward to meeting her Prince Charming. In her mind, a princess is naturally worthy of a prince. But now, the prince doesn't ride the horse, the prince wants to ride her. It's so troublesome. Perona covered herself with a little red umbrella, pouted and sat in the corner pointing her fingers, shutting up. At this time, prompt characters also popped up in front of Xia Ya's eyes. 10 times education. Education, when you impart combat experience to your mounts, their understanding increases tenfold. The increase in education is equivalent to adding the academic attribute to the mount. So, I can start training the mount. Xia Ya looked at the permanent buff that Perona gave herself with some surprise. The understanding of buff effects is also clearer. Before, educational buffs are temporary and will become invalid upon expiration. Just like Nami, she did not enjoy the benefit of the golden experience when she got the thunder fruit. Nami has now developed the thunder fruit well, but it is far from Carina's proficiency with the Paramecia fruit. And those physical combat skills are even more difficult for them to learn. And now with the increase in education, everyone's path to becoming stronger is promising in the future. Yes, coming to the Devil's Triangle in advance is the right choice. Ounce, the pinnacle luck country, Ryoma, the peak sword god. With such combat power, he can even fight against the Marine Admiral. The warship sailed away from the murky waters of the Devil's Triangle. Nami and Carina were in a very beautiful mood, enjoying the sunshine happily. At the same time, Nami and Carina were also very curious about their new friends. They heard that Perona was a person with abilities, so they immediately pulled Perona to let her show her abilities. Perona didn't know how to refuse. With the appearance of the cute ghost, the two girls fell in love with Perona even more. Perona was raised as a princess and has a very simple mind. After learning that Carina is a Logia Paramecia fruit user and Nami is a Logia thunder fruit user, she was completely stunned. This kind of natural disaster level power. There are only 3 Marines. You get 2 in one boat. What a magical team. It's all thighs. Only then did Perona realize that if Carina and Nami took action, the entire 3-masted island ship might be destroyed. And with this kind of power, he went to the thriller bark without killing anyone. What a kind team. As the leader, Xia Ya should be a good person. Perona feels relieved and is ready to meet her new team. What do you want to eat? I seem to only know how to cook. After half a month of sailing. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Nami got out of the cabin of the warship and breathed the sea air. There was nothing abnormal. As her vision gradually became clearer, the outline of the continent with its golden coastline appeared in her eyes. The island in front of her was so large that it was impossible to see the end of the coastline at a glance. People like Nami who come from a small place in the East Blue can really be shocked by the huge landmass. Here is the superpower of the first half of the Grand Line. Alabasta. Nami looked at the record pointer on his wrist and confirmed the position. The magnetic pointer is right ahead. We finally arrived at Alabasta. After going around and around, we finally arrived at the first stop of our original plan. Carina raised her hand and stretched, revealing her smooth belly. What a beautiful dream. Xia Ya pinched it. The journey is about to begin. Perona held a piece of bread in her mouth and placed a plate of fried eggs on the outdoor dining table. She squeezed a little lemon juice on it and said, Everyone, let's have breakfast first. Leave out the honey. Okay. Let's have fun. Alabasta, here we come. Chapter 36. Alabasta, Rapeseed Flower Market. Rapeseed is the port city of Alabasta, rich in perfume and the main commercial city of the kingdom. A certain street. A tall man wearing an eye patch walked listlessly, followed by Marine Admiral Kuzan, Marine Rear Admiral Hina and Trainee Assistant Tashiji. Hina-chan, Tashiji, see you later. Hina knew that Kuzan was going back to the headquarters, and she showed a trace of helplessness at the end of her eyebrows. I didn't expect that Crocodile was hiding so deeply. People in his club would not leave any traces of their actions. Even if they reach the level of club codders, they will not leave any traces. I don't know anything about the organizational structure. The two men were investigating the Baroque working society established by Sir Crocodile. Except for Nico Robin, the vice president of Baroque Working Company, all other codders do not know that their immediate boss is the 7 warlords of the Sea Crocodile. Baroque studios are tightly structured. Even the most professional marine can't investigate anything in a short time. The information about Nico Robin that Kuzan cares about cannot be found out. After all, Robin is the vice president and has a high level of confidentiality. Occasionally, 1 or 2 news breaks out, but the clues are quickly cut off due to deliberate concealment. So the investigation so far. Kuzan and others don't even know where Crocodile's headquarters is. After the investigation proved fruitless, Kuzan and the other 3 also got the rapeseed flowers back from Aruba, the royal capital of Alabasta, and prepared to return to the Marine branch. Report. Aokiji Admiral, Hina Rear Admiral, we have news about the pirate Xia Ya. The Marine investigator on duty at our flower came to report. What? Xia Ya? Hina asked immediately, please tell me in detail. The investigator said, in the morning, Xia Ya and 3 beautiful girls landed in Camellia in a high-profile manner. They ate local delicacies, such as charcoal-grilled banana crocodile, baked mezcal cactus, and salt-baked santala catfish. I also purchased tents, fresh water, food, fashion, sunscreen, parasols, and family planning supplies. Hina muttered. What? Family planning supplies? How did Hina hear this? He is only 14 years old. Hina blushed, just get to the point. Investigator, well, they walked into the desert and headed towards the rainy place. When the investigator mentioned the news about Xia Ya, Hina seemed relieved. She finally had a reason to leave Marine Admiral behind. Hina has long said that there will be news about that man sooner or later. Kuzan-san, do you want to go to the rainy land? Kuzan, it's troublesome, but I can kill Xia Ya and give an explanation to Marshal Sengoku. Tashiji held the famous sword Sao Shiu's chest trembling. So annoying. He was about to see the man riding him again. Rainland is Alabasta's dream city. In a desert deep in Alabasta, with scorched loess and scorching sun in the sky, a huge figure is walking forward with a heavy load in the desert. Each step he takes can span dozens of meters. This zombie is the Devil Ounce. On Ounce's head, under a parasol. Xia Ya drank an iced drink, took the purple grapes fed by Carina, and continued to explain to the girls, the Rainland is also the base camp of the 7 warlords of the Sea Crocodile, where we are going this time. Rainland. Nami pushed up her sunglasses, so, are we looking for trouble with Crocodile this time? It's Shishibukai again. Same as Lord Moria. Perona looked at the gothic skirt she had just bought. She was obviously very satisfied with her previous shopping at Rapeseed Flowers. After all, they had a lot of Sky Island gold, so the shopping experience was sure to be satisfying. Xia Ya said, we are not looking for trouble, we are just going to rob people. If Crocodile wants to make trouble for us, let him come. It doesn't matter. Zizi. Xia Ya was very comfortable lying on the wicker chair and sipping a drink. You've already robbed people, so you're not making trouble for them. The three women complained, that Shishibukai is so unlucky. By the way, it's really cool to have such an awesome mount like Ounce. Not only does the devil have great strides, but he also knows how to hold his own. It is a corpse after all. No matter how hard you work, you won't get tired. Running in the desert is like playing. Moreover, Ounce's head is big and flat enough, so it's not a problem for 10 people to sit on it. It's worth saying. During the 10 days she came to Alabasta, Xia Ya learned armament haki from Ryoma, and Ryoma's unique swordsmanship. Although the level is not very high, it is enough. This Wano Kuni sword god really did not disappoint Xia Ya. Ryoma is strong. Very strong. Peak Ryoma is not only excellent in swordsmanship, but also has a complete set of Conqueror's haki, and his armament haki has reached the top level in the world. In fact, you can understand it if you think about it. There are only 2 black swords in this world, one is the black sword of Mihawk, the current world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk, and the other is the black sword of Shisui, the dragon-slaying warrior Ryoma. There are so many great swordsmen on the sea, but these 2 are the only ones who have black swords. It is enough to show that if you want to refine a famous sword into a black sword, you need a powerful armament haki to support the tempering. Ryoma, who had perfected the black sword a few years ago, had top-notch weapons. And Xia Ya also made her armed color reach the level of junior vice admiral by riding a dragon horse. It's a little regretful that I didn't understand conquerors. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, that's all the riding condition is. Nature. Xia Ya, who had an increase in education, also taught Carina, Nami, and Perona the essentials of observation haki, armament haki, and swordsmanship. As for how much they learned, there was no strict test. Because of the existence of Ryoma and Ounce, the strength of the girl group can be developed slowly. Xia Ya doesn't force it either. After all, they are together for fun. Whether they are good at it or not is another matter. That's for sure. Nami has gotten the hang of observation haki. Carina has mastered the art of armament haki. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Also at this time, I suddenly remembered several violent explosions in the desert not far away. But because Xia Ya had to rush to see Robin, she acted as if she hadn't heard anything and kept driving Ounce forward. After all, no matter where you are, there will be battles and so on. Why are you minding your own business? It would be better to meet Robin. However, backfired. Soon 2 figures emerged from the smoke of the explosion in a panic, running towards where Xia Ya and others are. Chapter 37. Akaram. Run, we can't stay here. Along with the sound, a beautiful figure with blue hair, a ponytail, and a yellow shirt rushed out of the dust and smoke on a running duck, and behind her, followed by a similarly riding duck. A middle-aged man with curly hair running fast. But both of them were wearing masks, so their faces couldn't be seen clearly. But Xia Ya, who was at a high place, saw that iconic long blue hair, and was in a desert country. How could she not understand the situation? Isn't this the princess of Alabasta, Nefet Vivi? That middle-aged man is the captain of the Kingdom Guard, Akaram. Your Highness Princess, run! I'm already injured. I'm going to lure them away. You don't have to worry about me. Run! As he said this, Akaram fell down in the desert due to excessive blood loss. He gritted his teeth and covered his arms tightly, kneeling in the sand with a look of reluctance on his face. Damn it! Vivi quickly got off the running duck, holding back tears in her eyes, with a hiss in her voice. How could I abandon you and run away alone? You were hurt because of me. I will not abandon you. Leave me alone. Let's go. No. We have to go together. No, if your identity as the princess is exposed, everything we have done for the country will be in vain. For a long time, there has been no rain in Alabasta, and it starts to stop raining in one city after another, as if someone has controlled it. This is a climate phenomenon that has not happened in hundreds of years. And public sentiment was inflamed. People have already gathered at the entrance of the royal palace to question King Cobra of Alabasta. Princess Vivi noticed that there was a problem in the kingdom. The troublemakers were organized, so Vivi left the palace and investigated secretly. She slowly discovered that it was related to a working company called Baroque. But while trying to break into the Baroque working society, an accident happened. Vivi and Akaram were chased by the cadres of the Baroque working group. If Vivi's princess identity is exposed, it may make Baroque works more defensive, and everything will be in vain. Let's go! Akaram shouted. I don't. Vivi insisted. At this time, the yellow sand dispersed, and a man with an afro and a windbreaker appeared, walking arrogantly. At the same time, a light woman floated over from mid-air holding a sun umbrella. Tisk, 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 I'm afraid you can't leave. What a troubled time it has been. First, the number of Marines in the entire kingdom began to increase, which made us confused. Now people like you are secretly investigating us. Do you think our Baroque works has no temper? Take off the mask and let me see who you are. The man with the afro ordered fiercely. Princess Vivi clenched her teeth and made a gesture to fight back. As the captain of the kingdom's guard, Akaram's most important duty was to protect the safety of the princess. He stood up with difficulty, stood in front of Vivi, and stared sharply at the two pursuers, a man and a woman. So, did you reject my proposal? In this case, then you will be buried under this yellow sand. The man with an afro and a windbreaker picked his nose and finger-licked Vivi. Phew! A round black object flew forward like a bullet. Boom! An inexplicable explosion sounded in the air instantly. When the smoke dissipated, Akaram stood in front of Princess Vivi. At this moment, his whole body was injured and even his clothes were no longer intact. Quick, go, quick, go! Akaram trembled all over and his voice became weaker and weaker. Vivi, who was protected by him, had tears in her eyes. Tisk tisk tisk, Mr. 5, are you showing mercy? You can't even kill an old man. Miss Valentine, what's the fun if you blow up all at once? These two people are senior cadres of the Baroque Working Company. Mr. 5, whose real name is Mr. 5, has paramecia and has the ability to explode fruits. The other one floating in the air is Miss Valentine, whose real name is Mishita and has paramecia and has the ability to bear kilogram fruit. Mr. 5, you are right, it is fun to torture them slowly. Miss Valentine, use 1000 kilograms to crush them to death. No, 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 I have to crush them to death slowly with 100 kilograms and 100 kilograms. Oh! There is still Miss Valentine who can play. At this moment, Princess Vivi and Akaram looked solemn. The two people in front of them both had very tricky devil fruit abilities and were very powerful in combat. They were no match for them at all. Vivi already holds the peacock thorn in her hand and is ready to fight hard. And at this moment of tension, Mr. 5 suddenly raised his head nervously and shouted, "Damn! What the hell is that? Big monster!" Miss Valentine also covered her face in shock. What a scary monster! Everyone looked along and saw a 60 to 70 meter tall red giant with a ferocious face. He appeared in front of everyone a few steps later. The demon even squatted down in front of them. But even if the demon squats down, he is still 20 or 30 meters tall. Strong oppression came head-on. The demon's shining golden pupils were simply too frightening to look directly at. This scene is so terrifying. Ah! Go to hell for lousy! Blow you to death! Blast you to death! Mr. 5 was so frightened that he pulled out handfuls of his hair in a panic and threw it forward wildly. Immediately, there were several explosions on the arm of Demon Ounce. Boom boom boom! But unfortunately, although the noise was huge, these explosions did not even blow up a single hair on the body of Majin Ounce. You guys! Not only did he block my way, but he also tried to blow up my toys. Can you afford it? Little booger man! At this time, a long voice came down from above Ounce. Chapter 38. Oh haha, what do I think? It turns out they are some little brats. Miss Valentine and MR5 now saw the Xia Ya foursome on Ounce's head. The fear just now disappeared immediately. A little kid can ride on the head of a giant thing, which means it just looks scary. It felt like there was a dark path. The two of them didn't dare to walk, but suddenly a group of children appeared and walked freely into the darkness. If they were afraid again, they asked two adults to put their faces. Miss Valentine, smash them to death. You brats who are pretending to be gods. Euler. Miss Valentine made an okay gesture. MR5 looked at Xia Ya with a playful look on her face, and then pointed at Vivi and Akaram. How dare you offend our Baroque works? Do you know what the consequences will be? These two people are a lesson learned from the past. Soon. Miss Valentine used her kilogram fruit ability to float several hundred meters in the air. Kilograms, kilograms, kilograms. Miss Valentine snapped her fingers, and her weight, which was originally only 1 kilogram, suddenly soared to tens of thousands of kilograms. As she closed the parasol, her figure fell rapidly under the strong gravity. 1,000 jin drop. Mount Tai is crushing the top. Seeing the bizarre things happening, Carina and Nami both twitched at the corners of their eyes. This guy's abilities are really fancy. How can Logia's abilities be so simple and crude? Vivi looked at the rapidly falling black spot and yelled at Xia Ya and others in fright, get off the monster's head quickly. That woman can increase her weight and she will crush you to death. Monster, big monster, hurry up too. Run. Just when Miss Valentine fell down at extremely high speed, Ounce opened his big hand and waved it above his head. Snapped. Call out. Miss Valentine, who was falling at a very fast speed, flew backwards like a cannonball. The sound of a big explosion immediately sounded in the desert in the distance, as if a meteorite had hit the ground, and the entire desert was shaking slightly. Miss Valentine. The MR5 people were all frightened. As Miss Valentine's teammate, he was very aware of the power of the kilogram fruit. It weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. When Miss Valentine used her power, 100 adults couldn't move at all. But now his whole body is shattered by just one tap. Is this a real guy? What great power! Amid the exclamations, MR5 picked his nose in panic. But the next second, a big hand grasped MR5. MR yelled in pain and hammered Ounce's fingers crazily. Explosions sounded in Ounce's hands. Boom boom boom. Ounce exerted a little force like squeezing a lemon, and a pool of blood dripped from his fingers. After finishing, Ozzy, who loves to be clean, grabbed a handful of sand to wash his hands and patted his big butt. Ah, this died. Vivi and Akaram were both shocked. They never expected that the two strong men who were chasing them would completely disappear from this world as soon as the monsters clicked together. Horrible and unreasonable. When Vivi was in a daze, Ounce's huge hand stretched out like it was covering the sky. Ah! No! Vivi held her head and trembled. Please, big monster, I don't want to become a piece of meat. However, the scene of being crushed did not happen. The giant fingers pinched Vivi's blue ponytail and lifted her up. When Vivi opened her eyes, the person had appeared above Ounce, who was dozens of meters high. He was being looked at by a handsome man and 3 beautiful women. Take off the mask and let me see. Xia Ya said. Vivi followed the instructions tremblingly, and a beautiful face appeared in front of everyone. Drink. Xia Ya ordered an iced drink. Vivi nodded in confusion. Is it okay? Ziliu. So sweet. After a while, Princess Vivi calmed down and knew that Xia Ya did not intend to harm herself. The injured Akaram was also lifted up by Ounce and was bandaged and treated. Akaram whispered to Vivi in a low voice, "Your Highness, he can easily kill MR5, Miss Valentine, he is definitely a top powerhouse, and they also helped us, take a look, can you ask them to investigate Baroque Work Club?" Vivi nodded cautiously, thinking for a long time and found that she was embarrassed to speak. After all, Miss Valentine and MR5 are just cadres of Baroque Working Company, and they are already so powerful. Isn't the mysterious boss of their working company even more powerful? It would be bad if they bring trouble to their savior. That's not good. Vivi whispered. "Xia Ya, I heard them discussing, saying they wanted to ask you to help investigate the Baroque Working Society," Nami said while lying on the beach chair wearing sunglasses. Nami's mental network ability is extraordinary, and her hearing is even more sensitive than Xia Ya's. Vivi's face turned red when the whisper was heard. "I didn't mean that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Xia Ya stretched out and continued riding Ounce toward the rainy place. "They are not my friends. I don't even know their names. Isn't it too nosy to help her? Xia Ya came here mainly for Robin. But what if we could also ride the princess? It's good to think about it. My name is Nefet Vivi, the Princess of Alabasta. My name is Akaram, and I am the captain of the Kingdom Guard." After getting Xia Ya's hint, Vivi and Akaram immediately revealed their identities. Vivi mustered up her courage and said sincerely, "If you can help us investigate the situation of Baroque Works, I am willing to provide a reward of 10 million belly. Please help us. The whole country of Alabasta is in civil strife. Every belly in the kingdom's treasury is very important." Vivi, who doesn't have much idea about money, thinks that 10 million belly is a lot. When the remuneration terms are proposed, Vivi can feel the pain in her body. Unconsciously, Ounce has reached the edge of the Rainlands. If he continues to ride Ounce forward, he might destroy the entire city. The group descended from Ounce and chose to walk. Xia Ya clapped her hands, and an 80 to 90 meter high pure gold coffin slowly rose from the sand. The appearance of the golden coffin instantly turned the entire desert into a golden color, as if every grain of yellow sand on the ground, all made of genuine gold. Vivi was so scared. There are also gold products in her palace, but there is only a small kettle. That weight is only about half a kati. It's already very luxurious. But now, the giant gold coffin in front of me must weigh tens of thousands of tons. Yellow. The visual effects can scare people silly. Vivi did a little calculation and felt that this golden coffin might be worth more than the entire Alabasta. 10 million baileys. Xia Ya seems to be seriously considering it. Vivi lowered her head in shame and blushed. "Ha ha 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 ha, I was joking." Xia Ya said, "If we are good friends, talking about money would be too hurtful." Does he consider me a good friend?" Vivi asked cautiously, "Are we already good friends?" Xia Ya, "Of course. Continue walking into Yudi City." Xia Ya said, "But as a good friend, the princess shouldn't mind being ridden by me, right?" This is my only hobby, riding a bit. I also particularly like the blue ponytail. Forward. Chapter 39. After entering the Rainland, Akaram was sent to the hospital for treatment due to serious injuries. Carina, Nami, and Perona browsed the shops leisurely. Vivi was listening to Xia Ya's speech carefully. "You guessed it right, Alabasta climate change is indeed man-made. Baroque Works uses a large amount of dancing powder in rainy areas. This powder can induce rainfall, but excessive use will cause droughts in downwind areas. The rainy area is located in the uppermost part of Alabasta, and it is the only area in Alabasta where it can rain." Hearing this, Vivi felt shocked. She didn't expect that. The truth of the matter is this. Vivi has also investigated some useful information before. It is true that only rainy areas in the entire Alabasta can rain, and all the cities downwind are experiencing drought one after another, slowly connecting into a huge drought belt, until it spreads throughout Alabasta. Dancing fans. The starting point of the spread of disaster. Surprisingly, there is no rainy land affected by drought. Today, Yudi is called a dream city by the people, and everyone wants to move there. In the hearts of the people, Yudi's status even exceeds that of the royal capital, Arupana. If a country loses hope in its capital, it means that the core of a kingdom begins to decline. Burning dancing powder will produce green smoke. Xia Ya continued. Vivi looked up. Sure enough, I saw clouds of green smoke floating in the air. And when the green smoke reached the sky above the two people's heads, the drizzle fell just in time. This was originally a very romantic scene, but now it seemed so heart-stopping. The drizzle fell down my face, and the chill hit my heart. Yudi sacrificed all the cities in the kingdom in order to get rain. How could he behave so selfishly? Vivi thought Baroque Working Group was a local interest group in Rainland. They are greedy for rainwater and harm the interests of the whole country. Xia Ya smiled and said, do you think that such a large area of rainland needs so much rain? Vivi was stunned, then why? Xia Ya shook her head. The Baroque Working Group uses dancing to plunder the rainwater from all over the country and at the same time incite national emotions in order to overthrow your Nefertari royal family and subvert the entire Alabasta. What? The leader and founder of the Baroque commune is Sir Crocodile of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, a legal pirate tacitly approved by the world government. His power has been deployed in Alabasta for a long time, with the purpose of controlling this country. The layout has been planned for a long time. Overthrow the kingdom. Hearing this, Princess Vivi felt like she was struck by lightning. She had not realized at all that Alabasta had fallen into a crisis of national annihilation level. In fact, the strong ones have the final say in this sea. Most countries have no voice. Even a superpower like Alabasta has been resisting invasion by external forces for hundreds of years, but it has successfully survived. What Vivi didn't expect was, this time, it's 7 warlords of the sea. As for Crocodile being chosen as Shishibukai, the forces behind it are extremely large and complex, and his strength is beyond doubt. Nowadays, Baroque Works is like the roots of a giant tree, entrenched throughout Alabasta, and is already a cancer-like existence. A little princess of a kingdom. How to resist a super force that has been planning for a long time? It's impossible even to think about. Chill spread throughout the body. Vivi couldn't help trembling, and said helplessly, help me. Xia Ya. As long as you can help Alabasta get through the difficulties, I am willing to do anything for you, even if I give myself to you. There was a hint of sadness in Vivi's pleading tone. Xia Ya rubbed her blue ponytail. Don't be like this, Vivi, we are good friends, aren't we? I won't help you because of this. I am a knight of justice. There are many members of the Baroque Working Group, and they have set up bases like Whiskey Peak in the Grand Line. As for the two most important locations, they are both in Alabasta. One is the Spider Cafe in Rainland. The cafe is actually the headquarters of the Baroque Working Society. The second is the Yuan Casino in Yudi. Now, in the gambling hall of Yuan Casino. Wow, it's such a luxurious casino, there's so much wealth on the gaming table. It all seems very fun, there are so many leisure activities. Carina and Nami's eyes glowed with golden light. Perona is also immersed in the shopping experience. The Yuan Casino is luxuriously decorated, and most of the people inside are pirates and bad gamblers. The space is filled with smoke. Vivi fanned the tip of her nose with her hand, frowning and thinking about the kingdom. Hey, 4 ladies, why are you pretending to be pure when you've already arrived at the casino? Call. How do my cigars taste? Do you want to follow me? I guarantee you will get generous rewards. What future can there be for following a brat? Seeing Xia Ya with 4 girls with similar looks, a burly gambler in the casino was smoking a cigar, tilting his head and puffing away at them, and teasing words burst out of his mouth. The surrounding gamblers laughed. Xia Ya didn't have time to waste time with this guy, so she nodded slightly. Nami and Carina instantly appeared on either side of the sturdy man. One person kicked each other, breaking both knees of the sturdy man. Crack! Ah! The sturdy man immediately fell from the chair, rolling on the ground in pain and wailing, "It hurts! It hurts!" The surrounding gamblers were instantly confused. "Hey, Lux kicked the iron plate this time, these two little girls are so violent. People should not be judged by their appearance, it is extremely terrifying. It's so scary." "Shut up!" Xia Ya came to Lux and said calmly, "Shut up, or ask me to kill you again." "Ahoy!" Lux knelt on the ground, shivering, kowtowed one after another, and made a grunting sound. Xia Ya turned to all the gamblers and said, "Hand over all the cigars you have. You go to the glass display case and smoke enough. If I come out after finishing my errands and see that you haven't finished smoking one stick, and I'll stab you." Lux panicked, hurriedly grabbed a lot of cigars scattered on the ground, rolled and locked himself in the glass display case, lit several cigars with trembling hands, resisted the strong urge to cough, and took a big puff. "Stand up!" At this moment, Lux was surrounded by everyone like a mascot. "If you haven't finished smoking one, I'll stab you. This is so deadly." Time. The enclosed space of the showcase was filled with smoke, which made Lux burst into tears. The waiter in formal clothes stopped him and said politely, "Guest, if you continue to do this, I'm afraid no one in the entire casino will dare to play cards with you. Do you need me to arrange a VIP table for you?" Xia Ya smiled and said, "Then let the person in charge of your casino come out and play a few games with me. I'm afraid this is a bit difficult, sir." "Gigs, stand down." On the stairs to the second floor, a beautiful woman with a tall figure, a straight nose, and red and black eyes walked down. She came to Xia Ya's side, with a gentle smile on her lips, and said in a calm tone, "Dignified guests are here, how can we let a few of them leave disappointed? Please come with me." Seeing the visitor, Xia Ya showed a satisfied smile. "It's so easy to find Nico Robin." Chapter 40. Bang bang bang. Robin clapped his hands, and a maid came into the box carrying tea, followed by a waiter carrying chips. "What do you want to play? What's the stakes?" Robin motioned for Xia Ya to sit down. And she was sitting opposite Xia Ya. "Guess the size," Xia Ya said casually. Robin was obviously startled when he heard the words "guess the size." He straightened his expression and immediately asked all the attendants to leave. After the attendant left, Robin personally filled some tea for Xia Ya and said with a polite smile, "What a pleasure to meet you. Captain Xia Ya, who has a bounty of 73 million belly, and Miss Carina, who has a bounty of 70 million belly. I don't know, you guys came to you since the banquet is not for gambling, what are you planning to do?" After Xia Ya came to the casino, Robin knew his identity. After all, this was Alabasta, which was different from the Devil's Triangle, a place where information was secluded. Xia Ya's information was not a secret. And now, Xia Ya talked about the unpopular gambling game of guessing the size. Can only say, he didn't come here to gamble. Robin is indeed very smart. Xia Ya stopped wasting time communicating with smart people and introduced to Robin, "There are a few other companions you forgot to mention. This is Nami, our navigator, and this is Parona, our chef." He turned around and introduced to Nami and others, "This is Nico Robin, the archaeologist on our ship." "Welcome, Robin." Carina nodded. "New partner. Welcome Robin." Nami clapped her hands. "Hey! It's so efficient." Parona tilted her head. The actions of Xia Ya and others immediately confused Robin. "No. What on earth is he going to do? You actually know my name? Are you inviting me on board?" But Robin still kept his calm professionally, and said with a smile, He, Mr. Xia Ya is joking, I am not willing to give up the stable job in Yuan Casino in front of me and choose to go to sea with you. After the O'Hara Buster Call incident, 8-year-old Robin wandered around the sea. She joined many pirate groups, but was betrayed because of her high bounty. She also believed that there are no good people in the sea. Over the years, she has also survived by betraying others. Until she met Crocodile, she became the vice president of Baroque Working Society and the first person in charge of Yuan Casino. Whether it's work or life. Only then did she enter the stability and security she longed for. Robin, who is extremely insecure, naturally does not want to return to the sea. A woman's first need is stability. Do you think so? There was a hint of coquettishness in Robin's tone. Xia Ya just smiled. Vice President of Baroque Works, Miss All Sunday, the only survivor of O'Hara, your job and your identity are destined to make it difficult for you to get stability. With your ability, it may be difficult to obtain it. But, I will. The conversation was extremely informative, and the box was a little quiet. What? Vice President of Baroque Works. The first person to break the atmosphere was Princess Vivi. When she learned that the beautiful lady in front of her was the vice president of Baroque Works. Suddenly stunned. Baroque Works is the main culprit that brought disaster to Alabasta. Xia Ya continued, Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Alabasta, the princess of the Nefertari royal family, Nefert Vivi. It should be said that she is here to cause trouble for your Baroque Works. At this moment, Vivi felt numb. What's going on? Is Xia Ya selling herself? Robin was silent, she didn't care at all that Vivi was the princess of Alabasta. However, her hidden identities were revealed one by one, which shocked her greatly. Robin suppressed his composure and tried to find out Xia Ya's real purpose. Sir, he knows so much that it's hard to figure out. I'm afraid we can only continue to communicate by talking about it on the card table. Why don't we play a few games first? Bundle. No need. Xia Ya immediately refused. You will never forget the O'Hara incident 16 years ago, but what I want to tell you is that what your Baroque working group is doing now is the same as Marine back then. I came here to stop your plan. What? After hearing O'Hara's past, Robin immediately stood up with excitement. Who are you? Facing the excited Robin, Xia Ya confirmed what she was thinking. People like Robin who have suffered the disaster of national annihilation can be ruthless and kill pirates and marines, but she will not take action against innocent people, especially not to subvert a country, because she knows firsthand the pain of homelessness. And the fall of a country means that millions of people are homeless. At this time, Robin was the vice president of Baroque Working Group. This identity is inconsistent with her bottom line. Or simply say, Robin was unaware of Crocodile's plan to subvert Alabasta. Don't get excited. Xia Ya said, Vivi, please explain the situation and let Robin make his own judgment. Vivi knew Xia Ya's intentions and immediately revealed Crocodile's conspiracy to subvert Alabasta one by one. Robin fell into a long silence after listening. In fact, although Robin is the vice president of the Baroque Work Club, what he does is manage the Yuan Casino and take care of the bounty business of the work club Whiskey Peak, and he is not involved in other things. Crocodile valued Robin's ability to interpret historical texts. But now, the plan is far from reaching that point. Just imagine, a conspirator like Crocodile, who is thoughtful and meticulous in his work, has built the structure of the work society so tightly that the members do not know each other, let alone who the boss is. How could such a person tell others his ultimate purpose? I don't believe it. Stop talking. Robin looked in disbelief. When Robin joined the work club, she was looking for stability. If the purpose of the work club was to subvert Alabasta, she would never accept it. In the original novel, Robin did not tell Crocodile Pluton any information about the historical text, which proved her bottom line. At this time, Xia Ya took out a photo and pushed it in front of Robin. He and Nami also took pictures of the historical text when they rang the golden bell. This is the historical text about ancient weapon Poseidon, and what I want to tell you is that the historical text about ancient weapon Pluto is in the hands of the Alabaster royal family. Ancient weapon Pluton is also Crocodile's ultimate goal. And you? He is the only son of O'Hara in the world who can decipher ancient texts. When Crocodile gets the historical text, it's time for him to ask you to show your value. So, can you still continue to be the vice president of Baroque Works with a clear conscience now? Chapter 41. This world really has such secrets. Robin looked at the historical text photos and fell into a deep daze. In fact, Robin's experience of being on the move for many years has made her know how precious safety is, so that the little sense of security provided by Baroque Works has become the absolute reason for her to stay in the organization. Knowing that there is no future, just live now. If the sky doesn't love you, the earth doesn't love you, and the sea doesn't love you, you don't have the right to choose. It was only at this moment that Robin looked at the records about ancient weapon and realized how much responsibility his mother and all the senior O'Hara scholars shouldered when they ran away to search for the historical text many years ago. O'Hara's will cannot be destroyed. The world needs history and the truth. Here, Xia Ya said directly, tell me the location of Crocodile. Robin was silent for a long time. Can you agree to my request first? You say. I don't want to get involved in this. Xia Ya lightly flicked Robin's forehead. Ha. So, you think I will lose to Crocodile? So, are you planning a retreat for yourself in advance? It doesn't matter, this is the normal psychology you should have. You are still too insecure. Robin's little idea was revealed by Xia Ya, and he could only grit his teeth. Spider Cafe. Half an hour later. A few more figures appeared on the yellow sand land. Robin pointed to a yellow building in the city and said, Xia Ya, there is the Spider Cafe in front of you, and Crocodile is inside. Are you sure you want to trouble him? He is a Logia sand fruit ability user. Xia Ya shook her head, if people don't go there, just stay here. If you want to fight people with Logia ability, it is more relaxed to choose to stay away from the city. The Spider Cafe is the headquarters of the Baroque Working Society. Because there is no need to make money, it was established on the edge of the city. The farther location is a piece of yellow sand, which is very spacious. Yellow sand everywhere will give Crocodile home field advantage. But it doesn't matter. Xia Ya had no shortage of trump cards and immediately said, Perona, Vivi, Robin, just leave and watch from a distance. Although it is not necessary, considering Robin's lack of security, and if she wants to conclude a riding contract with her, it will be impossible to succeed without giving her complete peace of mind. Therefore, compared to others, Xia Ya is willing to spend more on Robin. A little patience. No matter what, Robin is also related to the phantom beast devil fruit. After all, a broken heart can only be mended with tenderness. Then you won't leave. Robin looked at Nami Carina, who was laughing and joking. In her opinion, the configuration of Xia Ya's pirate group is really strange. The sea is full of dangers. The first requirement for almost all pirate groups to recruit crew members is strong combat ability, and combat talents are generally stronger in men. Obviously, except for him, the captain, the rest of Xia Ya's team are all girls. Even Robin can clearly feel it. Xia Ya only plans to accept girls. It makes people very worried and insecure. How can there be a pirate group with all girls? At this time, Perona floated over and gestured, no need, Carina is a Logia Maramara fruit capable person, Nami is a Logia thunder fruit capable person, facing Crocodile is just a Logia sand fruit capable person, just handle it. Yes, there is no need to worry, let's go quickly. After saying that, Perona floated away lightly. Hiss. Robin took a breath when he heard this configuration. Logia Maramara fruit. There is also a Logia thunder fruit that is said to be invincible. Oh my god, what a team this is! Vivi was also a little stunned when she heard this. Originally, she was still expecting Xia Ya to summon that big monster. Well, that big monster is the strongest. At least that's what Vivi thinks in her heart. But now I heard something incredible about the power of Logia from Perona. It seems to be still with Nami and Carina? Then Xia Ya as captain. Doesn't he have terrifying power that surpasses Logia? Vivi felt a little more relieved. Present. Xia Ya formed a seal with one hand, drink. Phew. Rustle. Yellow sand burst out from the sand, golden ripples rippled on the ground, and a golden coffin engraved with various strange inscriptions slowly rose. The sand fell to the ground, making a rustling sound. When the coffin lid of the human world was opened, Shimotsuki Ryoma's empty eyes glowed with golden pupils. Ha 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 ha! The world's greatest swordsman hundreds of years ago had a black sword tempered by his own hands hanging from his waist. He will announce the return of the sword god with his peak posture. Inside the spider cafe, under dim light. A figure with a slicked back hair, a transverse scar on his face, an earring in his right ear, a cigar in his mouth, and a gold hook in his left hand was sitting in front of the dining table, tapping the red wine glass with his hand, and the steak on one side. It also exudes hot steam. But Crocodile has no appetite at all. Because just now, news came back from the exploration post in the desert, saying that the broken bodies of Miss Valentine and MR5 were found. According to the scene, it was judged that they were moved by the hands of a huge creature. And the huge footprints of the unknown murderer have arrived at the edge of the rainy land. There is no doubt that the people who are causing trouble for Baroque working group have arrived in the rainy land. And what's even more uncomfortable is, Crocodile has no idea who the other party is. If it was done by the Alabaster royal family, it means that his purpose has been discovered, and an investigation has even begun. The obstacles to overthrowing the royal family have also increased. This is the last thing Crocodile wants to see. After all, Nefertari is one of the original 20 countries. If it really wants to bow its head and ask for help, the world government will most likely take action. So, Crocodile would rather postpone the matter and figure it out slowly than expose his plan in advance. After all, it's related to ancient weapon Pluton. One cannon can destroy an island. Owning Pluton means controlling the world. The stakes are so high that Crocodile has no room for surprises in its plans. And while he was deep in thought, a ray of sword light, wrapped with strong murderous intent, suddenly swept past his eyes. In an instant, the dining table, steak, red wine glass, and even the entire building of the Spider Cafe were split into two by this powerful slash. Yellow sand welled up from the corners of Crocodile's eyes, staring firmly at the direction of the slash. Hawkeye. Wrong. Then who will take action? Chapter 42. Xia Ya, did he just ride a zombie? Robin, Vivi, and Perona came to a rooftop in the city, looking at Xia Ya in the distance. Among the three people, two are Paramecia demon fruit power, and one is an ordinary person. His self-protection ability is relatively weak and may be affected by the battle, so he is asked to stay away from the battlefield and just be a spectator. Just now, Robin saw with his own eyes a warrior zombie walking out of the golden coffin, and Xia Ya He actually turned over and rode up. Facing Robin's question, Perona floated over lightly and explained, Master Xia Ya is a rider who ate the Paramecia Riding Fruit. He can ride everything in the world, including Mr. Zombie Ryoma just now, including me. Carina, Nami too. We are all Master Xia Ya's exclusive mounts. Mount? It actually has such magical abilities. Vivi sighed. Then, where is that super monster? That was Mr. Ounce, the demon who froze to death in the land of ice 600 years ago. Like Mr. Ryoma, he was originally a zombie collected by Mr. Moria from all over the world. As a result, he was killed by Xia Ya in Thriller Bark half a month ago. Your Excellency snatched it away. Parona whispered, I was actually snatched aboard by Master Xia Ya. Robin understood completely after hearing this. That guy Xia Ya really only accepts women. Even if there are men on the team. It's just a corpse. So. Yes. Master Xia Ya defeated Master Moria in one fell swoop. I was also robbed. There is still some sadness in Parona's words. After all, after living in Thriller Bark for so many years, she still has a little nostalgia for the previous team. But she quickly smiled and said, but, I am really happy sailing with Master Xia Ya. It would be better if I could ride more. 7 Warlords of the Sea. Gecko Moria. All right. Robin was shocked again. She didn't expect that Xia Ya had already defeated a Shishibukai. Vivi stared at the wind of yellow sand blowing in the distance. Sir Crocodile. Shashasha. A sandy wind blew by, and gradually gathered into the figure of a tall man. He was holding a smoking cigar, wearing a huge black windbreaker, and had barbs made of gold on his hands. He had already arrived in front of Xia Ya. Staring at the figure in front of him, a boy of 14 or 15 years old was riding a decaying warrior zombie. It is worth mentioning that whether it is Ryoma or Ounce, their corpses have been transformed by 6 paths golden coffins. However, they look a bit zombie-like in appearance. They have no physical defects, will not decay, and have no odor. Crocodile already knew in his mind, who did I think he was? It turned out to be the brat who just debuted from East Blue. Just now. Crocodile was about to ask Xia Ya if he was the one who sent out the slash just now. The terrifying swordsmanship like the eagle eye is definitely from this kid? What is his purpose? Logically speaking, the two of them should have nothing to do with each other. As a result, the question was half finished. I heard Xia Ya say casually, ah, indeed, Miss Valentine, I killed MR5. You. Originally, Crocodile planned to have a good talk. After all, in the world of Alabasta, he had a great plan to implement. It would be bad if he randomly fought with others, especially if the other party was a person of unknown strength, which would affect the progress of the plan. Only. As Xia Ya bluntly killed Miss Valentine and MR5. They were stuck talking, and their feud reached an irreconcilable level. Time. Sir Crocodile's eyes revealed a strong murderous intent. Who is he? 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government. No matter how patient Crocodile is, he can't be offended by a brat who just debuted in East Blue. Although Xia Ya's bounty is 73 million belly, which is only a little lower than his 81 million belly, but because of becoming Shishibukai, his bounty has not changed for a long time. Now a brat dared to destroy his base camp and kill his subordinates. Faced with such a provocation, Crocodile twisted his neck and said fiercely, do you know who you are talking to? You don't think this is still the weak East Blue, do you? This is the Grand Line where people can lose their lives at any time. Wind and sand gather, and strong winds rise. You brat, pay for your ignorance. After the words fell, Crocodile's feet turned into yellow sand, washing over like a desert whirlwind. When it was about to arrive in front of Xia Ya, Crocodile's arm instantly transformed into an element, and the huge crescent-shaped sand blade was like Shinigami's sickle, and it moved towards Xia Ya with the sound of sand, chopping the sky and the canopy. Crescent-shaped dunes. Crocodile smiled ferociously. In his opinion, the ignorant boy in front of him was already a mummy that had been drained of water. He. It's just juggling. Under the control of Xia Ya's riding, Shimotsuki Ryoma let out a low whisper. He pushed with his left thumb, and a small section of the dark blade emerged from the scabbard. Then, Ryoma clenched the handle of the knife and stepped on the earth. An afterimage flashed past. Flying dragon flying slash. Ryoma's figure landed more than 10 meters away, and the black sword Kyushui had been sheathed. The autumn water opens and closes in just a moment. How can it be? On the ground, Crocodile's body, together with the crescent-shaped dune sand blade, was cut in half at this moment. With his upper body floating in the air, Crocodile showed a surprised expression, hiss. What a domineering knife! Chapter 43. Quicksand gathered, Crocodile looked at Xia Ya. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't use much strength just now, Xia Ya's speed shocked him. Especially Xia Ya's riding fruit ability. Crocodile is curious. How did he ride a samurai corpse to such a masterful level? Paramecia was actually fooled by him. Crocodile felt a pang of pain when he thought of the crooked people under his command, especially those who were on the street like Miss Valentine and MR5. If you can take Xia Ya under your command, the plan to capture Alabasta will be greatly accelerated. Boy, you are very good. Are you interested in becoming Lao Zi's subordinate? I will not only help you grow with the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea, but I will also make you the deputy leader under one person, and we will enjoy the glorious future together. Crocodile no longer cares. Xia Ya kills Miss Valentine, MR5, and turns to wooing. However, Xia Ya just said calmly, if you hand over your overall plan in Alabasta and record everything you have committed in my hands right now, I might consider sparing your life, Crocodile. Princess Vivi, Xia Ya must ride. If we can get all the incriminating evidence of Baroque works easily, Vivi will have a perfect explanation for Alabasta. Speed up, and maybe we can have a great ride tonight. I think you want to die. Upon hearing the plan, Crocodile's smile suddenly froze. Not only did the other party not give him Shishibukai face, it may even push hatred into an irresolvable abyss. Whatever Crocodile cares about most, Xia Ya will poke him where it hurts. Crocodile raised his head and laughed, ha 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 ha, do you have any misunderstanding about my strength? Whoosh! While Crocodile was still laughing wildly, Xia Ya rode a dragon horse and turned into a blast of wind. Quick! Before Crocodile had time to react, Xia Ya had already arrived. Ryoma pulled out the black sword Kyushui, covered the end of the handle with armament haki, and threw it firmly on Crocodile's face. Boom! Crocodile's figure flew backwards at extremely high speed. It's you who misunderstands me, and you're still enjoying yourself like a clown. The expert with the sword uses the hilt to knock Logia away. It can be said that this face slap is quite accurate. What? On the rooftop in the distance, Robin looked excited, and Vivi jumped up with joy. In the fight between Xia Ya and Crocodile, she actually took the initiative. It even knocked out Crocodile's Logia ability. What power is this? Robin quickly crossed his arms and used flower fruit. Dazzled. Robin can grow arms with eyes and ears in visible places. Used to peek and eavesdrop. Pooh! Crocodile got up in embarrassment, spitting out blood, and dropped a tooth on the yellow sand. This knock was really painful, and it directly knocked Crocodile's contempt away. His eyes widened, and he lost his voice. Why did the strong armament haki appear in Alabasta, you little brat? What is your background? There are very few people who can master haki in the first half of the Grand Line. And the other party is just a newcomer kid who just went to sea. Surprising brat. But here, it's a big desert. Crocodile, who had the home field advantage, suddenly shouted, Shalan! Desert sword! The yellow sand surged instantly, and Crocodile's body became nothing. The sandstorm was swirling and moving, confusing the vision. The next second, a huge sand blade extended out from the violent sandstorm. The desert was suddenly cut into two. Brush! Xia Ya controlled Longma to move to one side, and a bottomless ravine appeared at his feet. But at this moment, in the yellow sand, Crocodile's contempt came from all directions. Sure enough, you are still too young. You want to defeat me just by relying on armament haki? You are too naive. This is a desert. Armament haki can capture the entity of Logia users, but that is also based on my willingness to fight you head-on. Superior. Now, you don't even know where my physical body is. How should you deal with Logia? In the yellow sand, Crocodile once again activated several desert swords. Swish, brush. All of this was easily avoided by Xia Ya. Watching the attacks fail many times, Crocodile felt a little self-doubt. Xia Ya is very fast, as if she has predicted in advance, she can dodge the attack by turning slightly sideways. Crocodile's pupils shrank suddenly and he finally reacted. This is observation haki. The ability to control mounts is superb, with the blessing of high-level armament haki and observation haki. How come these advanced combat skills are in one person? Is this really a new person? Crocodile's heart was full of anger, and with a wild wave, huge salon rolls were blown up on the battlefield, sweeping in from all directions, and countless small salon rolls separated, carrying countless small sand blades, attacking Xia Ya without blind spots. And this is just a feint. At this time, Crocodile's true purpose is revealed. His golden hook suddenly took off his hand, and he appeared behind Xia Ya hidden in the wild sand. Scorpion Venom Needle. Chapter 44. Crocodile can turn yellow sand into arms and extend the hook weapon on his hand to attack. The hook is highly poisonous and will be poisoned if the skin is scratched. Moreover, the hook is made of gold and can be hidden in the yellow sand to catch people by surprise. He. It's juggling again. Although the zombie dragon horse is a dead creature, it can still express some of its mantras before it was born. Under Xia Ya's control, the dragon horse teleports back dozens of meters. In the process, it draws a sword and strikes, instantly slashing the dragon horse. The yellow sand arm extending past Crocodile. In an instant, Longma stood on the yellow sand holding a black knife. Little drops of blood rolled down from the tip of Xia Shui's knife, and were immediately swallowed up by the sand on the ground. Tens of meters away, Crocodile felt intense pain and emerged from the yellow sand with a distorted expression. At this moment, there was deep hatred in his eyes. How come? My arm is broken again. Crocodile, who was just starting out, was lucky enough to obtain the ultimate power sand fruit. He entered the new world with high spirits and challenged the man who was called the strongest man in the world. As a result, he was beaten severely and one of his palms was cut off. He has since been equipped with a specially made golden poisonous hook. Now, Crocodile's arm was cut off again. He is shorter. But the severe pain couldn't be suppressed and the past shame burst out. Damn it! Why did you kill this place? A hole! Crocodile roared wildly with hatred in his eyes, are you playing with me on purpose? Little BD! You deserve to die. Xia Ya suddenly felt bored. This is fighting, not playing house. If you dare to reach out, you should be prepared to be chopped off. During the battle, Xia Ya has 10 times the comprehension power and can gain some experience from Crocodile. She has previously gained the skills of shaving and moonwalk from Smoker. Now facing Crocodile, who has a high degree of sand fruit development, he also plans to gain some fruit development experience. After all, he has a 10-fold education increase and can teach any skills to his mount. Carina and Nami are both waiting for food. What's kind of bad is? The development experience Wei Mao gained was from sand fruit. At this time, Xia Ya gently picked it up with autumn water, and the golden hook was thrown in front of Nami. It's melted, golden. Lei Yejin. Nami stood up with a smile and gave a light drink. Blue thunder suddenly erupted all over the body, and the razor freeze continuously eroded the golden poisonous hook. In the blink of an eye, the golden hook is smelted into a large cubic gold ingot. Nami tossed the gold ingot, which was quite heavy. He shouted towards Xia Ya, this broken hook is worth 32 million belly. depend on this group of people. My broken hook is worth 32 million belly? Is this an insult to me? Crocodile's face turned purple, and he was holding back a mouthful of blood that was about to spurt out. Uncontrollable anger. Crocodile immediately wanted to summon a sandstorm to teach Nami a lesson. But also in this moment, a wall of orange fire suddenly appeared, and the blazing flames blocked his way. At the same time, a blue thunderbolt descended and struck him accurately. Don't move. Your opponent is Xia Ya. After speaking lightly, Carina and Nami sat on the chairs again and started chatting by themselves. The content seems to be that the gold ingot is too small. Wow! Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, Crocodile's face was cold, his eyes were shining with fire, and he was standing there. Smoke was constantly coming out of his body, and yellow sand was sliding down his body, like a drowned rat. A pile of sand accumulated on the ground, like a small pyramid. He was about to collapse, his pupils shrinking uncontrollably. At the same time, he also understood. There are 2 Logia users hidden in this team. They are no less than sand fruit. He. Are you preparing to hunt me? Ha 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 ha. This sea is so crazy. Erosion of reincarnation. The frustration in Crocodile's heart turned into anger, and he broke out completely, come on. You will all die here today. Come on. Come on together. Crocodile slapped the ground almost madly. The endless yellow sand surged crazily, spreading rapidly towards the surroundings, and the earth shook. At this moment, it began to turn into quicksand, slowly sinking, and the withered and cracking atmosphere spread crazily from the ground. In an instant, wild sand swept across the area, further turning the surrounding environment into desert. The battlefield changed directly. A more violent salon roll was formed than before, twisting crazily like a dragon dancing wildly. Even the rainy ground hundreds of meters away was affected by the sandstorm. The building walls were cut by wind blades and the wall skin fell off. Turn into fine sand. Logia is really irritable. A sneer appeared at the corner of Xia Ya's mouth, and she shot out on the zombie dragon horse. Air waves rose up from the solace of Ryoma's feet, and his body moved almost close to the ground. Every time he took a step, the sand on the ground would explode. Even if the ground was sinking, it would not affect the great swordsman's actions at all. A dragonfly touches the water as if it were walking on flat ground. The information unfolds and locks in a certain position in the sandstorm. Ta 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 ta. Every time Xia Ya takes a step on her dragon horse, the ground behind her will explode and bulge. The desert swords spurted out like springs. Stab, stab, stab. But every time, the desert sword could only fall behind Xia Ya. Swish, swish, swish. In the sandstorm, Crocodile's expression was extremely stiff. Extremely frustrated. A dignified Shishibukai, just let 3 kids come to the door to cause trouble. He even encountered crazy teasing from 3 people. What a shame. What makes Crocodile even more angry is he has no idea why these 3 guys are causing trouble for him. But slowly, Crocodile seemed to understand. When he challenged Whitebeard Newgate, he also had this playful mentality, thinking that the strongest man in the world was just a name and that he could definitely kill him and replace him. The results are clear. He failed, completely defeated. Crocodile's personality has changed since then. He became sullen and a schemer. And the Xia Ya in front of me. But he is doing what Crocodile dreamed of doing back then. Be fair and above board, kill the strong ones and replace them. At this moment, Crocodile substituted himself into Xia Ya, and actually got a rich sense of pleasure. However, what Crocodile doesn't know is the reason why Xia Ya attacked him was just to conquer his mount. What challenges the strong? There is no way to collect mounts. Now, Xia Ya's figure in riding form disappeared from the sandstorm. When he reappeared, he was already in the whirlwind, and the figure on the horse was constantly spinning in the air with the saloon. At this moment, he was more like an eagle hovering in the air, waiting for hunting, extending his sharp claws at any time. A fatal blow. And at this time, the blade that had been turned black by autumn water was once again covered with a layer of pitch-black haki. He waved towards the sand in the void. Black light flashed. The dusky sky was divided by a black line at this moment. Ming Kong Zizan. The slash struck, and a frightened human face vaguely appeared in the sandstorm. Desert Diamond Sword. Chapter 45. Desert Diamond Sword. There is a dust storm in the sky. The wild sand gathered on Crocodile's arms and turned into 4 huge sand blades. This is Crocodile's manipulation of sand of different densities to condense the hardest weapons. Now, the Desert Diamond Sword lay in front of Crocodile to resist the dragon horse's attack. However, the next second, Crocodile's eyes were dull. See. A bit of cold light arrived first, followed by a dark shadow. A thin black line as thin as a cicada's wing came out from the dragon's sword, and the Desert Diamond Sword instantly turned into fine sand and collapsed. Scarlet bloom. The sandstorm stopped. Crocodile's body turned into loose sand uncontrollably and slowly sank. He opened his eyes again and saw a glimmer of the sun in the sky. Xia Ya's figure blocked his view at this time. Crocodile's eyes are losing their luster. Cough, cough. You are very strong. You can win even without using Paramecia Fruit and Thunder Fruit abilities. As a challenger, you can't do what Whitebeard did to me. I didn't ask you to use your full strength. I'm sorry about this, ahem. Fortunately, it's not time or illness that kills me, but someone stronger than me, which is pretty good. Take the title of Shishibukai. I have no regrets anymore. Until the moment before his death, Crocodile still didn't understand why he and Xia Ya had never met, but Xia Ya was obsessed with killing him, so he took it for granted. Xia Ya challenged Whitebeard just like Crocodile once did, in order to get the title of the strongest in the world. Only, the peak of Crocodile is nothing more than Shishibukai. Compared to the most powerful man, little Shishibukai is nothing. So, he was ashamed. At this time, Perona floated over, and a nice Lolita sound sounded. What's going on? Crocodile has been cut into 3.5 wu high, why are you still talking so much? Has this guy also experienced the revolving door? Xia Ya was also speechless. Died. It's over. Vivi, who has a blue ponytail, and Robin, who is somewhat silent, have already come over to see 2 pieces of Crocodile. The crocodile who goes by the name 7 Warlords of the Sea. He actually died like this. The culprit of Alabasta's civil unrest is really dead. Vivi and Robin both couldn't believe it was true. And at this time, the natives of the Rainland, pirates, gamblers, marines, employees of Baroque Works. They all watched the battle outside the city and witnessed the final outcome. What a terrifying strength! What a terrifying Logia user! I know, that man is Shishibukai Crocodile, the 81 million belly super pirate. I didn't expect that someone of Shishabukai's level would actually appear in Rainland. But, he was beheaded. Hiss, who was the person who killed Shishibukai? The agent of Baroque Works murmured to himself, why is Sir Crocodile here in the rain? Our intelligence department of Baroque Works doesn't know about this. The terrible thing is that he died here. I will definitely send the news to the big boss later. MR0. What they don't know is, Crocodile has set up a huge chess game in the rain, and almost all the people in Alabasta have participated. Crocodile is inextricably linked to them, but his name and appearance have never been revealed. All I know is the MR0 code name. On the messy battlefield, Vivi took a deep breath, feeling relieved, and said, "Thank you, Xia Ya, Can you go to Nefertari Palace? I want to entertain you well, and my father must also want to see you. Can you accompany me to Aruba? Such a big thing happened in the kingdom, and Cobra had been having a headache for a long time. Now that the matter has been resolved, Vivi, as a princess, naturally has to inform her father about the matter. At the same time, Xia Ya, as the person in charge of everything, should be entertained by the royal family. Xia Ya spreads her hands, naturally it doesn't matter. After all, Vivi has not yet fulfilled her promise to become his mount. I need to find a place to sign a contract. It seems good to take the girl group to experience the life of the royal family. Just treat it as a trip to relax. Soon, Xia Ya formed a seal with one hand to summon the demon ounce, and sent all the team members, including Nico Robin, to the room in the body. Let's go. Arupana. In this way, the group of people rode ounce and strode towards the royal capital Arupana. Everyone in Yudi was completely stunned. He stared blankly at the giant pure gold coffin, which was tens of meters high, and the behemoth that came out of the coffin. The impact was so great that it was unbearable. After a long time, someone started shouting crazily at the scene. Damn it, who is this guy? What did I see today? Crocodile is confirmed dead, Grand Line is about to usher in a new pattern. About 10 minutes later, a tall man and two beautiful women finally crossed the desert and arrived at the edge of the rainy city. The visitors are none other than Kuzan, Hina, and Tashiji. They originally came after Xia Ya, but after leaving the Flower City, they saw a line of huge footprints in the desert, which happened to be in the direction of the rainy place, so they followed the footprints all the way to take a look. Although the footprints were fresh and they were fast, they could not catch up. After all, a demon like Ounce can span dozens of meters in one step, and his speed is not comparable to that of ordinary humans. What a scary padfoot! Tashiji looked back at the line of huge footprints and couldn't help but sigh. Hina lit a cigarette and said, Kuzan-san, what kind of monster left those big footprints along the way, a giant? I see that the shape of the solace of the feet is not like the giants I know. If I'm not mistaken, these footprints should be left by the demon clan, but it's a pity. Kuzan thought for a while and continued, it is rumored that demons have the strongest physiques in the world, and some can even carry an island. Such races are born berserkers. I would like to catch up with him and fight him, but it's a pity. The footprints stop here. And at this time, Kuzan suddenly stopped and looked into the distance with a frown. The aura of fighting. Did a big war just happen here? We're late. Also at this time, an intelligence agent buried in the sand stood up from the sand. Crash! He flicked the sand on his body, trotted to the three people and reported, Aokiji Admiral, Hina Rear Admiral, Crocodile of the 7 warlords of the sea were killed, and this battle happened in front. What? Crocodile is dead. Hina's cigarettes fell to the ground. Shishibukai. You sure? Hina asked in disbelief, who did it? The intelligence officer said, it's Xia Ya. After the battle, Xia Ya rode a huge beast towards the royal capital of Aruba. Hina eagerly, say it again. The intelligence officer said loudly, I mean, Xia Ya killed Shishibukai crocodile and then went to the royal capital. Kuzan and the other three were talking about the demon just now. At this moment, I heard that the demon had been ridden away, and it was Xia Ya who rode away the demon, and he still killed him. After killing the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. Did this kind of thing really happen? Xia Ya is still a newbie pirate who just went to sea. Have you already killed the old Shishibukai? Hina's tone became serious. Aokiji Admiral, do you want to call Marshal Sengoku to report this now? Kuzan was silent. I'm afraid naval headquarters has already been in chaos. After a brief pause, Kuzan picked up the emergency phone. Dial out. Bru bru bru. Chapter 46. Bulu bulu bulu. Marine Ford, Here is the naval headquarters base, which together with Enel's lobby and Impel Down constitute the three major fortresses in the world. It is also the most impregnable military fortress in the world. At this moment, Marineford was shocked. In the marshal's office, the phone kept ringing. Signals come from all over the world. Just because the news that the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile were killed in Alabasta spread like wildfire across the underground intelligence black market, many powerful forces with secret connections to Marine called immediately after learning the news. They want to negotiate terms and go through the back door, to get the vacant Shishibukai title in their own hands. After all, Shishibukai is a legal pirate recognized by the world government, and the title itself has significant interests. Ambitious people can accomplish a lot with this title. For example, Doflamingo has become the king of Dressrosa. This case was successful. It has made some conspirators on the sea crazy. And at the same time, the call came from Marine's internal intelligence department. In fact, Marine is the largest violent organization in the entire world. If you want to run such a huge force, it is impossible without a specialized intelligence agency, so agents are located all over the world. Marshal Sengoku sat on the main seat and frowned. Below him stood Garp, Tsuru, Sakazuki, Porisalano, Jun, etc. Except for Kuzan, who was working abroad, almost all Marine senior executives were gathered together. It's impossible, even if it's vacant, it's absolutely impossible. The Shishibukai title will never be assigned to those with ulterior motives. I would rather all Shishibukai be pure pirates than let those conspirators succeed. Sengoku slammed the table and stood up angrily. Porisalano pinched his chin and said obscenely, I think so too. Pirates are much easier to control than conspirators. Taking a righteous identity and doing evil things is the real terror. I agree. Sakazuki nodded coldly. Garp and he didn't say much. After Crocodile died, how to fill the vacancy was a priority. Only the preliminary resolution of the new Shishibukai candidates was adopted. Only then will we talk about the other party. Xia Ya. The thinking of Marine's top management is very unified. The Shishibukai title can only be assigned to pirates, not to those who have collaborated with Marine. Sengoku continued to frown. Since everyone agrees with this point of view, let me tell you about any suitable candidates on the sea in the near future. To be honest, Sengoku felt a little pity. If it had been known earlier that Xia Ya had the strength to kill the 7 warlords of the sea, Sengoku might have sent people to contact Xia Ya, but now, the news that Xia Ya killed Shishibukai cannot be suppressed, and it will surely cause a sensation in the sea. If Marine from the perspective of face, it becomes difficult to operate. What a headache, Xia Ya. Sengoku sorted out his words, East Blue is not peaceful recently, it is the worst in the world. The spade pirates that appeared in East Blue deserve attention. Their captain Porgas d'Ace has been stealing the show at sea recently. I have sent people to contact Ace to see if he can become a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. No. After all, Ace is the bloodline of Roger, the pirate king, and no matter how hard he pulls, he can't get anywhere, so after he went to the sea from Windmill Village, even without the help of Loguetown Fruit, he quickly became famous on the sea and got Marine of great concern. Before Sengoku could finish speaking, Garp immediately waved his hands excitedly, No, no. Absolutely not. Sengoku said, No. I think Ace has good potential. Garp laughed loudly, Ha 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 ha, of course, Ace is my grandson. What? Grandson? After Garp finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. Sakazuki made a slightly dissatisfied expression. Marshal Sengoku jumped up. Garp. What's going on with the bloodline of your monkey family? That guy Darag has already given us all a headache, and now he has another grandson, Ace. Garp. What on earth have you been doing on the sea these years, you old BD? What? Ha 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 ha. Garp pinched his nostrils and said with a nonchalant expression, I'm just raising a son for a friend. He is better than a biological grandson. I also want to train him into an excellent marine. I didn't expect him to have gone to sea. A hole. If Ace refuses to join the 7 warlords of the sea, I will personally escort him to Impel Down. I am sure. Then you go. Go now. Garp said in a BD way. And just when Sengoku was BG the table and roaring, the emergency phone rang. Brew brew brew. It's Kuzan. Meanwhile, Alabasta, the Rainfield battlefield. Kuzan arrived at the scene of the incident through layers of blockades, and saw Crocodile's body, which was tragically broken into 2 parts. The smooth cut on the abdomen made people feel horrified and numb. To know. Regardless of his actual strength, Crocodile is a person with first-rate Logia's sand fruit ability. Logia, who was able to elementalize, was cut in half. Who would believe this kind of thing? It can only be explained by being hit by dimensionality reduction. And Kuzan looked a little further away. There were deep ravines left by slashes everywhere on the sand. Only a very high level of swordsmanship could destroy the battlefield like this. The deepest slash is 300 meters long. It stretched from the sand at Kuzan's feet to a huge building in the rain. It was a cafe called Spider. Is this the starting point of the battle? Did you come to the rainy land on purpose to cause trouble for Crocodile? Blue blue blue. As the phone was connected, Kuzan began to talk to Marshal Sengoku. I'm here. Explain the situation, Kuzan. I, Hina, and Tashiji followed Xia Ya to the rainy land. We were too late and didn't encounter him. Instead, we saw the battlefield left by him and Crocodile. Crocodile was cut in half. My judgment is, it's equivalent to what a great swordsman like Dracula Mihawk would do. It's even possible. The opponent's swordsmanship is superior to that of Hawkeye. Sengoku, hey! Great swordsman? Are you sure it was Xia Ya who did it? Kuzan, many people witnessed the rain scene. The intelligence source cannot be false. The person who shot was a dead samurai zombie, but the rider was Xia Ya, and Xia Ya was always at an advantage during the entire battle. Even when he left at the end, there was not a single scratch on his body. Yes, with his superb swordsmanship, he crushed Crocodile, a Logia user, without any injuries. After the words fell, there was silence in the marshal's office. Jun unconsciously tightened his grip on the famous sword Kinpura in his hand. There is an inexplicable connection between the swordsman and the swordsman. No less than a great swordsman like Mihawk. The objective facts are here, Crocodile definitely has the strength, otherwise he would not have become a Shishibukai early, and his Logia sand fruit ability is not easy to deal with. But under such a premise, he was actually cut in half. This, really happened? Sengoku looked at Staff He, who frowned and expressed his opinion. The Paramecia Shishi fruit has appeared many times in history, but never has an ability user been able to do what Xia Ya is. His talent is so terrifying, it's simply beyond my understanding of Devil Fruit's ability system. His development of riding equipment is the most pervert I know. Sengoku, Sakazuki, Porosalino, Tsuru. All are demon fruit power. But when it comes to development, herein Xia Ya is the real monster. After Xia Ya received attention, Marine has investigated and researched all the historical data, and the result of the research is that the Chi fruit is an ordinary Paramecia fruit that cannot be ordinary anymore and belongs to the lower class. Many ability users in history did nothing at all. This is simply a useless fruit that poses no threat. All right. That man is dangerous, Kuzan, you have to be careful. Sengoku reminded. Kuzan said, Xia Ya and his party left 15 minutes ago for the capital of Alabasta, Aruba. They were riding a zombie of a giant demon. They were moving very fast, but I could ensure that they would catch up within an hour. Superior. Ordinary people will definitely not be able to catch up with the speed of Ounce the Devil, but if you are a top master of Marine 6 styles, you can use the instantaneous burst of shaving to catch up with the progress of the fallen distance. Just follow Ounce's giant footprints, and Kuzan can be 100% sure they can successfully intercept Xia Ya and his party before they arrive at the royal capital of Arupena. A samurai zombie. A demon zombie. This Xia Ya, a Paramecia Riding Fruit, what else can he do? Hearing about the novel mount again, Sengoku went crazy. But here in Sengoku, Kuzan is one of Marine's strongest combat powers, a Logia frozen fruit ability user, and a super monster inside Marine. Therefore, even if he encounters Xia Ya, who has quite complex and difficult abilities, it is difficult to overcome the problem. Big results will be available within an hour. Chase. Marshal Sengoku gritted his teeth and ordered. Aokiji, well, I'm leaving. Chapter 47. Bulu Bulu Bulu. After Kuzan hung up the phone, a phone bug on the battlefield kept ringing. This is a relic of Crocodile. Although others are dead. But the Baroque Works special phone bug is left. Kuzan did not choose to answer the call, as the answer was to alert the enemy. Phone bugs are a type of biotechnology, and generally store some messy communication information inside. As long as it is cracked, useful legacy information can be obtained. Information. Even if it is just a little bit, you can think of a lot of things. Hina, put the phone bug away and send it back to the Scientific Experiment Department of Naval Headquarters to crack it. There should be secrets about Baroque Works in it. Maybe you can follow the clues and investigate the organizational structure behind Baroque Works. I'll take the first step. Kuzan raised his hand to say goodbye. Hina took out the special box and packed the phone bug. Carry it with you carefully. Apart from Aokiji, the Marine Admiral present, Marine Rear Admiral Hina had the highest military rank and the strongest strength. Naturally, she would take good care of such an important phone bug. Marine Admiral decided to pursue it seriously, and at that speed. Others can't catch up. Hina said, Tashiji and I will follow up. After the conversation, Kuzan's feet instantly exploded with power and he chased after the big footprints left by Ounce. Shaving in Marine 6 styles is to achieve the purpose of teleportation by stepping on the ground or air dozens of times at high speed. It is also the most effective ability for explosive pursuit, of course, except for the demon fruit power with speed. Hina saw that there was nothing more to be discovered. So I asked someone to send the videos of Xia Ya and Crocodile to the headquarters for research. Soon. Hina took Tashiji and a team of Marines, following Ounce's huge footprints, and walked towards the depths of the desert. Meanwhile, hidden among the various branches of the Baroque Works Society in Alabasta, phones everywhere were ringing like crazy. It's like being on a noisy conference call. Mr. 1, tisk, tisk, dagger. Shishibukai sand crocodile is hanging in the rain. This is a big event. It happened on the territory of our Baroque Works. Hey, what are you doing? There's no movement at all. Miss Daublefinger, I heard that our headquarters, the Spider Cafe, was affected and destroyed. Why can't Mr. Zero, the boss, get through the phone? He will definitely be angry when he hears the news. Mr. 2, SE and Demon, such a thing happened. That Xia Ya really did something shocking. It's amazing. I don't have any news about the boss MR0 here. Mr. 3, Candle is probably collecting money to rebuild the Spider Cafe. After all, the other party is someone who can kill the Shishibukai sand crocodile, our boss, he. Our boss Mr. Zero probably can't deal with it, so he can only bear the loss. He is probably distressed. Miss Merry Christmas, you are really pigs. You should watch out for yourselves. A bunch of pigs. Don't mess with Xia Ya when you meet her in Alabasta. I saw that crocodile guy with my own eyes and he was chopped in two. Collective, it's miserable. It's so miserable. Collective, what a good Shishibukai, how could it be gone without you? Discipline within the Baroque working society was strict, and members had almost no chance of face-to-face contact with each other. At the same time, at no time do they use their own names, instead using code names instead. For women, it starts with Miss, plus a holiday. Men start with MR, add a number. Under this kind of discipline in the work club, almost no one knows who the boss is behind them. Now, Crocodile didn't know until his death that even though he was dead, he would still live in this way in the mouths of his carefully cultivated subordinates and become a talking point in their conference calls. Mr. 1, it's strange, the Vice President Miss All Sunday can't be contacted either. At the same time, deep in the desert, a huge red demon figure was stepping on the yellow sand and moving steadily towards the distance. It is worth mentioning that there is a room in the body of Ounce the Devil. Moria requested a specially modified operating room from a talented doctor. After Ounce was restored by the Six Paths Golden Coffin, the room became more luxurious and suitable for temporary living. Looking from the inside of the room, there was actually a window similar to transparent glass on Ounce's chest. You can see the outside scenery from inside the room, just like a viewing window. And Xia Ya can control Ounce in the room. At this time, a man and 5 women were sitting on the sofa in the room. What a comfortable riding experience! It's much better than the running duck. The big monster is great. I like the big monster so much. Princess Vivi looked excited after solving the hidden danger of Crocodile. She has a strong passion for everything around her. Is this you? Nami. Carina. Vivi picked up a photo album on the bookshelf, which was taken by Carina and Nami on Sky Island. The pure white environment is like a dream. The 2 beautiful heroines firmly occupy the C position. Of course. At this time, Carina and Nami were at their peak and most beautiful moment. All of this was accurately captured by Mr. Xia, who loved taking pictures. This is what happened within the pirate group. Write about true events. Wow, you are so big. Vivi had a look of disbelief on her face and was stunned when looking at the ultimate photos. Are these clothes from the Victoria's Secret brand? What a novel interior design, when can I wear such beautiful clothes? This dimension. I'm jealous. Your skin is so good. Perona floated over with the same feeling of envy. It's so sexy. I like this fat thorn with vertical lines. I like this one too. I love both collars too. Robin smiled intellectually and said, could it be? Didn't you notice that Nami and Carina were different in age from now? They are different now. And who is the photographer? Perona, Robin, and Vivi all looked at Xia Ya. Yes. It's you. Xia Ya. Is this what you filmed in the future? Carina and Nami both felt proud. Ha 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 ha. I'm jealous. I know you are in a hurry, but please don't be in a hurry. This is thanks to Xia Ya's riding fruit ability. He can change the age of our mounts and let us enjoy the peak of our appearance in advance. That's why we had the opportunity to take such photos. It's great to be ridden law. Girls, the photographer's technique is really stable. Amidst the exclamations of the girls, 2 lines of small words finally appeared in front of Xia Ya's eyes. The temporary buff has finally been refreshed. I thought 10 times luck had expired. Emotional treasure chest buff. Emotional treasure box, after opening it, you will get an emotional item. The time limit of props is permanent. But the number of uses is limited. Emotional props. Seeing the treasure chest buff, Xia Ya was also slightly stunned. But looking at the explanation, I'm afraid you won't know what the props are until you open the treasure box. Judging from the name, it has something to do with the mood of mobilizing the mount. Although Xia Ya wants to know. But there was no rush to open it. Instead, he looked at another temporarily refreshed buff. 3 riding buffs. 3 mounts, you can ride 3 mounts at the same time, including the mounts with which you have made a contract, and the special mounts in the golden coffin of 6 paths. You can only ride 1 special mount. Use time limit, 1 day. Chapter 48. The 3 cavalry buffs are easy to understand. When Xia Ya was in Koko West Village, she had obtained the double riding buff, which allowed her to ride Carina and Nami at the same time. At that time, the 3 of them shared the power of Paramecia Fruit, the 6-pointed Gatling explosion flame, and the evil dragon sea. The thieves swept away everything. The 3-horse buff, as the name suggests, allows you to ride 1 more. However, you can only ride 1 special mount like the one in the 6 paths golden coffin. So, currently, the Xia Ya team has 2 strongest combat methods. Ounce and Nami and Carina and Xia Ya. Ryoma and Nami and Carina and Xia Ya. No matter which one, it can make the peak dragon slaying warrior or the peak luck country ounce possess the dual Logia abilities of fire and thunder. In the riding mode, Xia Ya's strength will probably increase to an unpredictable and terrifying level. The disadvantage is that the temporary buff duration is a bit shorter. Only 1 hour. What can you do in 1 hour? Crocodile died. Does Alabasta have any rivals? What Xia Ya didn't know was that a figure wearing a Marine Admiral cloak was approaching them quickly. At this time, Xia Ya started to open the treasure chest. An emotional prop, I don't know what it is. I hope the 10x lucky buff can be more powerful. The previous chapter was modified and changed to an emotional prop. Open it and take a look. Xia Ya opened the treasure chest, and there was a flash of light in front of her eyes. Cheat, your fingers can turn into gold, and you can summon the emotional prop tail. Cheat can click on a certain part of the mount's body to make a random style of furry tail grow in that part. There is at most 1 tail, and the single time limit is 24 hours. At the same time, the effect is: when the mount has a tail, its constitution will be improved, and certain emotions may be particularly prominent. Number of uses, 10,000 times. Seeing Cheat, Xia Ya's brows jumped in surprise. It's actually a prop to increase your physical fitness. It's still scary 10,000 times. Isn't it just an endless tale? Xia Ya thinks she is really lucky. Physique. Looking at the entire sea, Charlotte Linland's physique can be stronger than that of men. Other women. Basically completely tortured. Especially for female swordsmen who are born to be strong, their gender is an insurmountable barrier for them, which directly ruins their path to being the world's greatest swordsman. This is a gap that cannot be bridged through hard work. The Zoan Devil Fruit, which can improve physical fitness, is so rare in quantity that the sea today is basically dominated by strong men. Even in a place like naval headquarters where there are many talents, the strongest combatants are male monster. In Xia Ya's team, Carina and Nami are already Logia users. It's not a phantom beast with enhanced physique. They were originally insulated from physical fitness, but now they have encountered this 100 million times cheat. Everything has changed. Maybe one day, she will have a steel balloon physique that can surpass Charlotte Linland. Xia Ya nodded with satisfaction. He set about continuing to summarize the panel. After all, I have experienced battles with Moria and Crocodile before. Although the battle ended in a short time, the necessary experience improvement must be summed up. This is a required course for Xia Ya. This process is like taking notes in class. And Xia Ya's academic performance will be reflected on the panel. Xia Ya. Devil Fruit, Paramecia Riding Fruit. Physical skills, B+, Personal form, S, Mounted form. Swordsmanship, B, A. Physique, slightly strong but not pervert. Observation Haki AS. Armament Haki, A+, S. Conqueror's Haki, C, B. Temporary buff, cheat. Permanent buffs, 10x growth, 10x luck, 10x understanding, 10x education. Ride contract, Carina, Nami, Nuko, Perona. Special ability, 6 Paths Golden Coffin. Special mounts, Majin Ounce, Shimotsuki Ryoma. Wealth, fixed assets 150 billion belly, usable assets 1.3 billion berry. His armament Haki actually reached the mid-level Marine Admiral in riding status. And conquerors actually showed signs. I just rode a dragon horse and had a fight. Furthermore, facing Crocodile, Shimotsuki Ryoma didn't even use his full strength. After summarizing the panel, Xia Ya felt really happy. He stood up from the sofa and went to the transparent picture window to calm down and think about how to get the reins of Robin and Vivi. After all, they were an outcast of the sea and a princess whose luck in the kingdom was a bit bad. Needs good care. What comes into view is a big blue river. The Santo River is like a blue ribbon, lying on the yellow sand land. This scene is so refreshing. In fact, Alabasta is not just a desert. There is also a river called the Santo River running through the middle. There are also some small oases around the river. However, these oases are either swamps or smaller in area, so there are not many cities along the river. And at this time, in a few minutes Ounce would be crossing the Santo River. Continue towards Arupana. Carina, Nami, Perona, come here, I have a surprise for you. Xia Ya waved and called over a few people who were still indulging in admiring the photo album. Then give them 3, each with a tail. At this time, I heard the chef Perona was holding a fruit plate, holding a strange-looking fruit on her finger, and asked curiously, Vivi, is this your Alabasta specialty, cactus fruit? Vivi took a look and shook her head. I've never seen this kind of fruit before. There are several different fruits put together in the fruit plate, but there is an obvious difference. This is a fruit with an earth yellow skin like barren sand, with some spiral lines, and the shape is like a spherical cactus. There are 2 small hands extending from the main body, like a round strange fruit that wants to hug a little person. Xia Ya turned around and immediately showed surprise. It is said that after the person with the ability dies, the devil fruit will escape from the body of the person with the ability and then randomly possess an ordinary fruit. The situation at this time confirmed this rumor. This weird fruit. It's Crocodile's Logia sand fruit. Isn't this devil fruit? Carina said with surprise on her face. Perona was also a little confused. Ah! Devil fruit? The lingling fruit I ate before was not like this. The Paramecia lingling fruit that Perona ate at the beginning was like a rice cake, smooth and soft. It was Paramecia after all, and it was almost 2 different styles from the prickly-looking sand fruit. She subconsciously thought it was a specialty of Alabasta. Nami and Carina have already met Logia Maramara fruit, Logia thunder fruit. So I directly concluded that this is devil fruit based on my feeling. We are so lucky. Nami turned to look at Xia Ya, as if she wanted to get confirmation. Xia Ya nodded, yes, this is exactly Crocodile's previous ability, Logia sand fruit. Ah! At this moment, everyone in the girl group was almost going crazy with excitement. Chapter 49. Ounce moved on, inside the chamber inside him. The girls saw such a magical scene happen. Immediately there were exclamations everywhere. Is this Logia sand fruit, the original ability of Shishibukai Crocodile? Well, the appearance looks very Logia-like. After eating it, you will become a Shasha person and can control the yellow sand. Seeing the girls' reactions like this, Xia Ya was not surprised, so she told them, after the person with the ability dies, the devil fruit will break away from the body of the original person with the ability and look for a new fruit to possess. Logia sand fruit chooses coming here means that it has found a new owner. Ouch! With Xia Ya's words, the girls once again refreshed their world view. No, this is too lucky, right? The world is so big. To take a step back, just at the fruit stalls on the streets of Yudi, sand fruit can be found at any time to reborn the fruit. Come all the way here. Could it be that Crocodile's resentment chased him to give him a gift? Xia Ya felt that the 10x lucky buff had worked, but she didn't care too much. She just looked at Carina with interest and said slowly, "Who do you think it would be better to eat?" Carina and Nami understood immediately. "Don't you just want to drive a new car? The one with the blue twin-tail steering wheel, right? You told me earlier." Carina and Nami both looked at Vivi, their beautiful eyes staring straight at her. Vivi pointed at herself with a look of astonishment and disbelief. Carina spread her hands pretending to be helpless and said, "Count it, there are 6 people in this room, 5 of them are already espers. If you eat devil fruit again, you will explode and die. Is there anyone else here besides you?" Seeing that everyone was looking at her, she almost said, "You eat, you eat, you eat instead of don't eat, don't eat, don't eat." Vivi had the urge to cry, "No, give me such a powerful power. It's a waste, compared to your strength, I am still too weak." After all, Xia Ya helped solve the crisis. Are you asking him to give away such a powerful power again? The secret treasure of the sea is super expensive. How should I repay? In fact, Alabasta has always inherited 2 major patron saints, the Bell of the Falcon, the bird fruit falcon form, the Jackal Gaka, and the dog fruit Jackal form. Therefore, Vivi is very clear about what the devil fruit ability means to Alabasta. Full of divine protection. Seeing Vivi's hesitant look, Xia Ya felt a little regretful and said, "Look, Vivi hasn't considered us friends yet." "No way!" Vivi retorted loudly and excitedly, "I'm ready to sign a riding contract with you. I want to be your partner, but I have to wait until I return to the palace, before I..." In fact, Vivi has decided to follow Xia Ya, but she still lacks the courage to take action. She hoped to get it from her father, Cobra. "Wait until we return to the palace. After announcing the evil deeds of Baroque works, she will have no scruples." Hearing this, Xia Ya originally thought that there would be a little trouble in signing a riding contract. He stretched out his claws with satisfaction and rubbed Vivi's long blue hair. "You are the royal princess of the desert country. After eating Logia sand fruit, you will transform into the great desert. This power comes from the end of Alabasta's crisis, but also means the new beginning of Alabasta. Why is sand fruit not reborn elsewhere? Instead, it is possessed by the fruit you bought. Think about it, when Carina and the others were focusing on buying fashion, why did you buy the fruit on the street in the rainy land?" Vivi answered subconsciously. "I just wanted to thank you for your willingness to step in and save Alabasta." Xia Ya smiled and said, "That's right. This power exists to save Alabasta. Not only now, but also in the future. Huangsha is Alabasta's most powerful protective force. The desert chose her princess." Woo 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 woo. Hearing what Xia Ya said, Vivi couldn't resist sobbing anymore. Robin was very touched. Comforted, "Vivi, you should be happy. Sand fruit is already the top Logia power in the world. With a little manipulation, it can create a Shishibukai level combat power. Xia Ya not only wants to send it out, but also give it to a little girl with weak talent. Even the reasons given are irresistible. The princess of the desert became the desert itself, guarding the desert. Who can refuse such a reason? This man. Is perfection a bit too much? It's too girl-killing." Vivi tried to cry. Although she had already decided, she still insisted, "Can I wait until I return to the palace to decide?" "Of course." Xia Ya nodded. Perona was so excited that she clapped her hands and walked back and forth in the room. "Great, now we have 3 Logia users in our team. Should we also get a XX3 Admiral? I think Marines 1 is very cool. No rush." Carina saw that the sand fruit matter had been settled, and immediately remembered the surprise that Xia Ya had mentioned before. Xia Ya, what was the surprise you prepared before? Say it quickly, say it quickly." Surprise! I'm looking forward to it too. Nami was excited. After all, the two of them had experienced the magic of beautiful colors before. Is there anything new? Under the gaze of the girls, Xia Ya's index finger was filled with a layer of golden powder, and soon the finger turned into cheat. Then, he lightly tapped a certain part of Carina's back. Carina trembled and jumped up, and a magical scene happened. Carina blushed and looked uncomfortable. I'm so hot, it's unscientific, I'm a burning person. The next second, a flame suddenly extended from behind Carina, and after it dissipated, a purple tail was revealed. It still seems. Vixen. Nami recognized it immediately and blurted out with surprise, what a beautiful fox tail. Let me touch it to see if it is real or not. Xia Ya was the first to scratch the fox's tail in her hand. It was fluffy and felt very good. Carina, this is a tail that can improve your physique. It will make up for your physical deficiencies. You have to wear it for a long time. There are many benefits. How can this be worn? Carina grabbed the tail and pulled it, and everyone mentioned it, you see. It grows from my body. Under this fluff is my flesh. So amazing. Then Xia Ya was somewhere behind Nami. Hey, little thief cat. Carina smiled evilly and pulled Nami's cat tail. I caught the cat's tail. Big orange. Okay. In the theatrical version, Carina calls Nami the little thief cat, and Nami calls Carina the vixen. Now it's stone hammer. Then Xia Ya used cheat again, and the click target became Perona. Perona is actually a little devil. The devil's tail is so cute. Perona suddenly hit the sky with a meatball, turned around and screamed, Way! Stop talking! I have a ghost physique, and my body is very light. You guys are going to make me vomit by talking about it. Ugh! The three girls stared at Xia Ya's cheat, their pupils flashing with golden light. Xia Ya, your fingers are so amazing. He 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 he. Seeing this, Robin and Vivi both laughed. Xia Ya stood up with a shiny cheat and explained, this is only useful for my mount. Robin covered her mouth and smiled, it's almost here, isn't it? At the same time, in the desert several kilometers behind Xia Ya and others, dust suddenly rose on the sand. A figure flashed past like a sharp sword, and disappeared in an instant, leaving only a series of bulo 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 phone bug sounds in the desert air. Kuzan looked stern, looking at the huge body of Majin Ounce in the distance, preparing to cross the Sento River. Marshal Sengoku, I have caught up with the demon Xia Ya is riding, and I can launch an interception in 3 minutes at most. Kuzan, wait a minute. Sengoku's voice came. Kuzan held the phone bug and used the razor step operation, fighting in the Santo River, the environment is favorable to me. Kuzan is a user with Logia frozen fruit ability. He can use his ability easily wherever there is water. The demon ounce in the distance has already stepped on the beach of Santo River. Your location is the Santo River. In the marshal's office. Sengoku glanced at Alabastus map. I immediately felt relieved. You can act now. Chapter 50. Kuzan, find a place to install the surveillance phone bug, and you can start the operation. Sengoku hung up the contact number after giving the order. He left the battlefield entirely to Kuzan. Sis. As a signal from the surveillance phone bug fluctuated, the huge screen in the office immediately began to flash a few times, and in just a few seconds, a real-time picture of the vicinity of the Santo River was displayed. This perspective shot should have been taken when Kuzan erected an icicle on the sand in the distance and placed the surveillance phone bug on it. Sengoku took out a remote control handle and adjusted the lens. Kuzan has sent back real-time video of the scene. Yet, when Sengoku pulled the camera in and took a look, he was immediately overjoyed. Kuzan is a user with natural frozen fruit ability and is the strongest combat force in our naval headquarters. The battlefield is in the Santo River with its vast water area. Even though there is Paramecia Fruit in Xia Ya's team, water restrains fire. The burning ability is completely useless. And fighting in water has limitations for anyone, but Quzhan can use the water to create cold air. Even when facing the swordsman zombies riding Xia Ya, he can take advantage of the situation. That BD Xia Ya chose this location so well. Ha ha ha. We are waiting for good news here. The more Marshal Sengoku analyzed, the more excited he became, and his joy was palpable. Other marine executives did not answer, and all stared at the screen. Quzhan looked attentive and was ready to hunt. Only, as a hunter, he is still waiting for the best time. He wanted to maximize his advantage on the battlefield, and the best time to take action was when Ounce entered the water of the Santo River. It is worth mentioning that a master like Quzhan will reasonably control his physical strength to cope with any protracted battle. Even in the process of chasing Ounce, he also distributes his physical strength reasonably. At this time, Quzhan was in perfect fighting condition. The opportunity has come. Ice Age. Meanwhile, the interior of Ounce's room. Cat Girl, Fox Girl, and Devil Girl fully display their little tails. So cute, I like it so much. Vivi's eyes were filled with mist, and she was numb with envy. The girls stood in a row in the glass window in front of Ounce's chest, talking about the beautiful scenery of the Santa Dora River. Vivi explained with a smile, since ancient times, the Sundara River has been irrigating the land of Alabasta. In recent years, it has lost its previous power and been eroded by the inflow of seawater downstream. But even so, the Sundara River belongs to Alabasta. Mother River. Carina smiled and said, Vivi, after you eat sand fruit, you will be able to create deserts, and you can also use the power of deserts to control deserts. Maybe the crisis in the Sandola River will be solved, hee. Really? Vivi was pleasantly surprised and looked forward to sand fruit even more. Carina confirmed confidently, Logia is omnipotent. Nami held Xia Ya's arm at this time, that person is already nearby. He seems to be looking for an opportunity to take action. Xia Ya's team is very smart. Especially Xia Ya, after Nami got the Logia Thunder Fruit, he asked Nami to give priority to developing the heart network ability. In this team, they do not lack output, and multiple detection capabilities are far more advantageous than more output. In addition to sleeping, Nami will release the inner network every once in a while and continue to practice. Nature. The same goes for riding Ounce. Just a few minutes ago, Nami had grown an orange cattail due to Cheat's blessing, and her physical condition had experienced a small improvement. And just this small improvement directly allowed her to instantly expand the detection range of the heart network by several thousand meters. At that time, I had noticed that behind Ounce, there was a master who was controlling the distance and constantly chasing. Only, Xia Ya is not worried about opponents. After all, she has just obtained the 3-horse buff and is looking forward to testing its power. At that time, the girls were immersed in the pleasure of having long tails, so they had no intention of creating tension. Xia Ya was actually prepared early. In fact, he can ride the mount in any way, standing on his head, standing on his body, and even having the slightest contact can be regarded as riding. And in other words, at this time, Ozzy, Xia Ya, Carina, and Nami have become 3 riders. Ounce's demon's strongest physique, Xia Ya's control, Logia Paramecia Fruit, Logia Thunder Fruit, and a series of blessings, can easily defeat any attack. Who is not the same? I finally caught up, Xia Ya. Quzhan's tone was fierce and full of fighting spirit. Suddenly his eyes froze, his feet exploded, and his whole body flew close to the water. A giant red demon approaching at great speed. Ice Age. As Quzhan was marching, a cold air came from behind the huge Ounce. The temperature was so low that the originally hot air solidified at this moment. At this time, Quzhan's figure passed through Ounce's position at high speed and crossed the surface of the Sundala River. Then, an icicle tens of meters high extended wildly from the bottom of the river. At the top of the icicle, a tall figure condensed. His face was covered with frost, chills radiated from his eyes, and the cloak of justice behind him rustled. Directly in front of this man, the demon ounce was standing on the surface of the Santo River in a forward-moving posture. Even the devil's golden eyes suddenly met Kuzan's gaze. Call. The picture seems to be frozen at this moment. Hey! Kuzan exhaled cold air, passing through his ears and spreading behind him. In the room inside Ounce, the girls were still admiring the beautiful scenery, but suddenly they discovered the transparent glass window is actually covered with frost. Even the ice is like a devil's claw, constantly extending ferociously. Ice. Vivi's eyes widened and she was stunned with surprise. It's impossible, we Alabasta don't have winter. The enemy is coming. Nami said calmly. Robin on the side shrank her pupils instantly as if she saw something that frightened her. At this moment, bad memories were washing over her brain. Robin is really familiar with the ability to freeze. Is that the scary man here? During the O'Hara incident 16 years ago, Robin witnessed his friend Saul being frozen to death by Kuzan. During his escape career, Robin also encountered Kuzan several times. Every time Kuzan appeared, wherever he went, he was. It's like a freezing disaster occurred. Robin was also frozen several times. When frozen, thinking will become slower, and the fear of dying will continue to deepen. Robin doesn't even know why Kuzan keeps targeting him. That cold and biting figure was like a reminder that it would pop out from time to threaten Robin, causing her to live in fear all the time. It was the main source of uneasiness in her heart. Is that man here again? Have I brought trouble to my new partner? Think of this. Robin has an emotional breakdown and is about to fall down out of control. Xia Ya stretched out her hand to support her. Don't worry, I think it's a good thing that he came. It just so happens that I can take this opportunity to help you eliminate your fear. Don't worry, leave it to me. Why is Robin like this? Vivi asked in confusion. Xia Ya explained, the person who came was Marine's highest combat power, Marine Admiral Aokiji Kuzan. He was one of the executioners of O'Hara's destruction. He caused serious psychological damage to Robin, but not after today. As she said that, Xia Ya picked up Robin and placed her on the sofa. Everyone was stunned when they heard that the enemy was Marine Admiral. Looking at the sea, Marine is the most powerful force. As the highest combat power of Marine, Admiral's name is resounding throughout the sea. Everyone knows it. Pirates will basically be scared to death when they see it. But here at Xia Ya, the arrival of Marine Admiral made him feel a little excited. This is a great thing. For Xia Ya, Kuzan is a master of various combat skills, which is equivalent to a top elite who can explode a lot of experience. Immediately, his eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he decided to remove all the wool from Kuzan's body. Wait! Xia Ya rotated her index finger, and many flesh ropes extended from Ounce's body, fixing Robin, Perona, and Vivi. Because a discovery was about to happen, he was worried that Ounce would move too much and the three people inside him would be thrown around. Sit down in rows. Just like watching a movie, just enjoy it from the best viewing position. Carina, Nami, do you want to meet the Marine Admiral? Xia Ya joked with a smile. Carina and Nami nodded obediently at the same time, of course. Soon the walls of the room were ignited with flames, and all the coldness was driven away. Xia Ya, Carina, and Nami walked towards the wall of flames and completely merged into the flames. The ice in Ounce's body evaporated instantly, and the temperature rose rapidly. And at this time, 3 orange flames appeared on Ounce's head. Then 3 figures, 1 man and 2 women, condensed. The Marine Admiral's way of saying hello is not the same as that of those little bastards at sea. The flames converged from Xia Ya's face and flickered to Kuzan, who was dozens of meters away. Kuzan is standing on the top of the icicle, also at a height of 60 or 70 meters, which is basically the same height as Ounce. But compared to Ounce's strong body, Marine Admiral's small body is not enough to look good. Like a mosquito standing in front of a sparrow. As the words fell. Fire punch! The ice on Ounce's body instantly vaporized, and then he swung an extremely powerful straight fist wrapped in blazing flames. In a blink, a huge fist like a hill struck towards Kuzan. What? Majin can also use the Paramecia Fruit ability. What's the point? Kuzan's expression condensed, his arms immediately turned into ice, and the soles of his feet suddenly hit the ground. His body, which was a bit weak compared to Ounce, immediately exploded like a cannonball. It doesn't matter, just let me see what arrogance the devil has. In the blink of an eye, the ice on Kuzan's fist continued to expand, like Akainu's great eruption. Icy moment. Boom. Flames and frost instantly collided and blended, and a massive amount of water mist immediately erupted. Heavy fog rose over the entire Centura River. The scene was like the White Sea of Sky Island, a vast expanse of white. At this moment, a layer of air waves exploded crazily at the collision point of the two fists. Boom! The water in Saint Dora was surging continuously at the moment, one layer on top of another, pushing toward both banks like a tsunami. This time the collision. Ounce's power is obviously much stronger. Kuzan did not dare to be careless in the slightest and responded with all his strength. However, raging flames completely erupted on Ounce's fist, destroying everything in its path like wildfire. Facing this huge fire fist like the sun falling, Kuzan immediately frowned, not good. The physical difference is quite big. The demon in front of me is stronger than the rumors say. As the ice shattered, Kuzan felt a huge force that directly took him through the water of the Centula River and smashed all the way into the desert on the other side. An unmatched burst of power, even with ice as protection. Still smashing Kuzan 1,000 meters away. Sis. Ice continued to form on the soles of Kuzan's feet, and even after landing, he was still forced to slide across the desert. Even the whole person was directly embedded in the yellow sand. This. Just one punch. Kuzan's home field advantage was instantly gone. Marshal's office. Sengoku took off the remote control and stood up with a swish. Chapter 51. The video of the scene was transmitted, and Sengoku zoomed in to take a closer look. The remote control was so shocked that it dropped. One punch and Kuzan's home field advantage was instantly gone. Marshal Sengoku was just trying to analyze how much advantage Kuzan had on the open water, how restricted Xia Ya would be on the water, and how unlucky Xia Ya was when she was intercepted by Kuzan on the Centula River. And now, the slap in the face came so quickly that people were caught off guard. Riding on Ounce, Xia Ya violently smashed Kuzan out of the waters of the Sundala River with just one punch, and even hit the sand far away from the shore. The so-called home advantage in the water was gone at this moment. You know, the Centura River is nearly 3,000 meters wide. One punch blasts thousands of meters. It's scary to think about it. In the office, Garp, Tsuru, Sakazuki, Porisalino, and Jun all gasped. The highest combat power in naval headquarters, Marine Admiral Aokiji Kuzan actually. He was knocked away by a punch. How terrifying is this punch? What's even more exaggerated is that Kuzan is also a user with Logia Frozen Fruit ability. If he encounters an ordinary fist, even a low-level armament Haki fist, he will automatically transform into ice cubes and break them, and then repair them perfectly. But now he was punched away by the demon. Even Monkey D. Garp, who is known as the strongest Iron Fist, is not confident enough to do it. At this moment, a drop of sweat slipped from his old face. Kuzan is Garp's apprentice. The two trained in the warship cemetery for several months, and in the end they used abandoned warships as sandbags. Garp knew very well how strong Kuzan's punching power was. Garp said in a serious tone, "This punch is very strong. It should have covered the high-level armament haki. Uncertain. He frowned and denied, then took out 2 pieces of information from the document bag. Based on the photos of Yudi, we have investigated that the great swordsman zombie that Xia Ya rides is most likely the sword god of Wano Kuni more than 400 years ago, Shimotsuki Ryoma. The red giant demon zombie is confirmed to be from 500 years ago. The founder of the Yungu genre, Yungu Ounce. Both of these 2 people have been dead for hundreds of years. And there are traces of scientific modification on my body, so I guess. Ounce the demon's fist is embedded with sea stone technology. After the 2 people finished speaking, silence fell instantly in the marshal's office. Are these 2 zombies so big? Everyone has heard of the legend of Wano Kuni, the dragon-slaying warrior, and the legend of Ounce transporting the kingdom. But forget about fighting while riding a zombie that is so powerful that it explodes. Are you still putting sea stones on your fists? Is it necessary? Crane said, it's all speculation. Let's see how Kuzan responds. Whether it's advanced armament haki or sea stone technology, we'll know soon. Senior armament haki will probably make us more uneasy. That's true. Sengoku was silent. On the bank of the Sundara River, Kuzan stood up from the sand with an expressionless face. Sharp glasses, staring at the river in the distance. The huge demon stood knee-deep in the Sundara River, waving his fingers at himself provocatively. Blow him. Destroy him. Crossfire. However, the next second, the giant demon was muttering, crossing his 2 index fingers, and a cross-shaped flame laser burst towards Kuzan on the shore. The energy of the explosion even distorted the air. Brush! The piercing sound of burning tore through the air, and the flames of the cross were overwhelming. Shoot towards Kuzan's position. With Ounce above his head, Xia Ya said to Carina, now is the time to teach by words and deeds. If you understand how I use my burning ability, your Paramecia fruit proficiency will be improved to the next level. Okay. Carina nodded in response expectantly. Today Xia Ya's strength equals, Xia Ya plus Carina plus Nami, x 10 plus Ounce. The skills that Carina possesses can also be possessed by Xia Ya. He can even absorb their inspiration from the perspective of the other 3 people and create in depth again. This kind of proficiency is an explosion of inspiration from everyone, far better than what one person can comprehend. Of strength. At the same time. Violent pheasant mouth. Aokiji's fighting spirit surged and he shouted loudly. His hands and arms condensed into a huge ice crystal phoenix. The ice crystal phoenix flapped its huge wings and flew towards the crossfire. Moment. The coldness of ultimate and the heat of ultimate bloom at the same time. Wow! Rumble, rumble! At this moment, the cold and hot air have been twisted to the ultimate level. The red air waves and the blue air waves intersect with each other, which directly changes the microclimate of this area. The air is so hot, the moisture content increases sharply, and suddenly it rains. There was a sandstorm and rain. The rain carried the yellow sand and fell like raindrops the size of hailstones. Kuzan's white cloak of justice was now covered in mud. Ho-ho! Layers of cold air spurted out from Kuzan's mouth, making his expression even more solemn. What a strong fruit development ability! It's really tricky. Kuzan had to admit that he was already a little confused about Xia Ya just after the fight. This guy was obviously just a Paramecia Riding Fruit ability user, but he could ride a demon to fight, and his control skills were superb. Loguetown Fruit, which can even fuse the female companion with herself and Majin. If he were Marine. Can you ride Marine 3 Admiral? Isn't it directly invincible? Etc. Kuzan suddenly realized that there was an orange-haired girl above Ounce. According to the intelligence, Xia Ya and his party set out from Yudi with a total of 5 women, 2 of whom only had their backs. But now it's Carina with purple hair. And an orange-haired girl with no information. Stand with Xia Ya. Will the other girl with orange hair? Hiss. Kyuzan didn't dare to think about it anymore. We must return to the water to fight. Ice Age. Mist erupted from the solace of Kyuzan's feet and jumped to the surface of the river. An icicle extended from his palm and pierced into the Sundara River from top to bottom. In an instant, the entire river surface was frozen into ice. The previous Ice Age only affected Austria. This time, it did not target the entire river. Ta. When Kyuzan fell, he was already standing on the ice. At this moment, Ounce's feet standing in the Sundala River were frozen by the Ice Age, but Xia Ya above him looked down with a calm expression, and said to Kyuzan below in a disdainful tone, "Kyuzan, if it's just like this, Marine's strongest combat power is nothing more than this. I don't even dare to use my full strength, well, I'm afraid you'll run away." The room inside Ounce. The three people who were bound by meat ropes looked at this scene in surprise. Perona sighed repeatedly, "Xia Ya, Haki. How dare you speak to Marine Admiral like this?" Vivi said, "The big monster is indeed the strongest. I like the big monster the most." "Vivi, that's Mr. Ounce." Perona said. Seeing Xia Ya's strong momentum, Robin's fear of Kyuzan weakened a little. On the ice, Kyuzan's eyelids twitched, "Cut. In this case, we can only use combat skills to make up for the power gap. This demon has great power, but it is also flawed." Kyuzan had a keen idea that Demon Ounce's left leg had extensive frostbite during his lifetime, so much so that his body was passed down and his left leg became Ounce's weak point. As long as he concentrated on destroying Demon's weak NA leg. How does Xia Ya ride and control? Riding a disabled demon, does his fighting power still exist? In the original book, when Ounce invaded the Kingdom of Ice, he froze to death because he had no clothes on. The first thing that was trapped by the ice was his left leg, so it was also the most severely damaged part of his body. Ice Spear. In an instant, Kyuzan raised his hand and threw an ice spear at Xia Ya above Ounce. But it was melted away by a fire raised by Xia Ya with a snap of her fingers. Violent pheasant mouth hunting. And the next second, a terrifyingly huge ice bird suddenly appeared in the sky, hovering and falling at a very fast speed. The size of the ice bird is even larger than the size of the demon Ounce. Ah! Xia Ya hummed softly, and fierce flames suddenly erupted from the solace of Ounce's feet. The ice controlling his feet immediately exploded, and the steam spread. Ounce raised his fist with one hand, turned into a huge fireball, and rushed upward, instantly smashing the giant ice bird into pieces of ice. Falling ice explodes like fireworks, turning into ice crystals and hitting the ground. Da-day! At this moment, Kyuzan's figure silently landed on Ounce's left leg. Ice gloves. Succeeded. Kyuzan turned his hand into an element, wrapped it around Haki, and punched the sutures of Ounce's injured left leg with all his strength. Crack! Ounce's zombie skin was deeply pierced by Kyuzan's fist, but Kyuzan felt that his arm was clamped by Ounce's muscles and could not break free. He immediately changed his offensive, turned his fists into claws, concentrated the cold energy from his whole body in his palms, and prepared driving into the inside of Ozzy's injured leg. If the inner thighs of Ounce were swept by low temperature, will become more vulnerable. Moreover, Ounce has been captured by armament Haki and cannot be evaded by elementalization. There is no escape. Seeing that Kyuzan was going to succeed, Xia Ya also wanted to express regret. After all, zombie Ounce was transformed by the Six Paths Golden Coffin. Even if Kyuzan was frozen 10,000 or 1,000,000 times, he would still be the same demon whose actions would not be affected. Ounce. But how could Xia Ya let Kyuzan succeed? Doesn't that increase the other party's confidence? In Xia Ya's view, Kyuzan is a very contradictory person, somewhat incompetent and incompetent. Kyuzan and Sakazuki are undoubtedly the executioners of Ohara's destruction, but at the same time Kyuzan did let Robin go. But the funny thing is, he actually said that he was paying attention to Robin's growth. Please. An 8-year-old girl struggles to survive on the sea. Every day and every moment she faces the evil in the sea. The young robin also carries a high bounty on her body. Who wouldn't be greedy? The world has abandoned her, and she still has a damn chance to grow up. It would be nice not to hate the world. And what did Kuzan do during this period? The euphemistic name is paying attention to growth, but in reality it means just watching with a cold eye. What's more, he would pop up from time to time and show off the Ice Age, which put great pressure on Robin. Who wants to see the executioner who destroyed his country? And the executioner was still holding the beheading knife, dangling. Why bother? And do the scholars of O'Hara deserve to be exterminated just because they did not heed Marie Joya's warning to study history? History does not represent the will of the 5 elders, but the will of hundreds of millions of ordinary people in the world. Because he has to maintain the rule of several, or even one, talented people, Marine will take action on behalf of Marie Joyce and others to clean up all those who resist in the world. The attributes of the murder tool are vividly reflected. Again. During the kingdom-destroying hunting festival in the Valley of the Gods, slaves were clearly victims, prey that would be released from their cages by the celestial dragons and hunted wildly. As a result, Marine actually had the nerve to say that he protected the celestial dragons and the slaves raised by the celestial dragons. Protect slaves? Oh. Protect the slaves first, make sure they are alive, and kill them for fun again for the celestial dragons. People like Marine are really funny. Thinking of this, Xia Ya immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly shuttled through Ounce's shared lightning body. When he poked out Ounce's skin, he faced Kuzan with an armament haki entangled with 30 million volts of thunder. High kick! This kick was earth-shattering, the air roared, and thunder surrounded it. This kick firmly hit Kuzan's chin. What is a home court? Ounce's huge body is Xia Ya's strongest home court. Xia Ya in riding form has the power of Ounce. Moment. Kuzan's jaw rang loudly, and he raised his head like a cannonball and flew backwards 1,000 meters away. Smashed into the previous sand trap again. Boom. A flower of ice crystal exploded from the sand. See here. Sengoku, who was monitoring everything from afar in Marine Ford, lost the remote controller again. How so? What kind of ability is this? Space movement? The power of thunder? What on earth did Xia Ya do? Chapter 52. Marine Ford, in the Marshal's office. At this moment, Sengoku's eyes widened, and the eyes under the frame stared at the surveillance screen in disbelief. Seeing Kuzan's little figure being repelled again. His eyes shrank, and his beard was trembling with anger. Sengoku kept asking, how is it possible? Why is this happening? That's Kuzan. How could it be? Vice Admiral he flipped through a piece of information he had compiled, sat aside and shook his head, saying, it's all because of Xia Ya's development of the riding fruit. I wonder if you have noticed that the top of the head of the demon Ounce is standing. There are 3 people, except Xia Ya and Carina, and she is a Maramara fruit capable person. If I guess correctly, the orange-haired girl is the Logia Thunder Fruit ability user. Therefore, Xia Ya can mobilize the Thunder Fruit's Thunder ability while mobilizing the Maramara Fruit ability. It's really scary to think about it seriously. What if there are 100 top-level ability users above Ounce at this moment? Does it mean that Xia Ya has the right to use 100 kinds of demon fruit power? If so, Xia Ya will have more methods than ever before, and the threat level will be unprecedentedly high, and it will be impossible to target it. Hearing his analysis, other Marine executives took a deep breath again. It's really scary. Porisalino put away his vulgar expression and said seriously, Thunder fruit is the power of lightning, and the speed of thunder is not much better than my sparkling fruit. The way Xia Ya grows as a team is indeed terrifying beyond recognition. Do you know? Sakazuki snorted coldly, hey, there are drawbacks to being mixed without being good at it. Having too many devil fruits is not necessarily a good thing. Even if Kuzan is at a disadvantage now, it does not necessarily mean that he has lost. Because Kuzan is one of the 3 monsters. Ask yourself, are you only at this level? Parasalino. Parasalino regained his trace of wretchedness and pinched his unshaven chin. It should be different after you get serious. Sengoku kept tapping the table with his fingers and said angrily, that's true, but now Xia Ya's team already has 2 top-notch Logia Devil Fruit capabilities. This configuration is infinitely close to ours. Marine has the highest deployment. If this continues, one day it will become a serious problem for our Marine. By then, won't we need to use all our highest combat power to take it down? Xia Ya, this BD, is more of a threat than those monsters of the old days. Sengoku thought that Xia Ya already had 2 top-level Logia Devil Fruits. Looking inside Marine, which is the most powerful violent organization in the world, only had 3 top-level Logia Demon Fruit powers. And Xia Ya only has a few people. Have you already caught up with the configuration of Marine 3 Admiral? Garp also became a little serious at this moment. He said directly, Devil Fruit is not the only truth. At least among the opponents I have encountered, men who do not have Devil Fruit abilities are more impressive to me. Sengoku glanced at Garp, just say one piece Roger. But there is only one man with Roger's Haki qualifications in the entire world. Otherwise, the main combat power in this world is still the top Demon Fruit power. But Sengoku pondered for a while, and considering Thunder Fruit's escapability, he finally said, we can push the bounty plan to the progress in advance. I have a hunch that if we don't make careful combat arrangements, we will really get it. No worse than that BD Xia Ya. We were too naive before. Originally, Sengoku had no plans to increase the bounty after Xia Ya killed Crocodile, but judging from the current situation, it seems that he can consider it in advance. Marshal Sengoku's guess was wrong. This guy Xia Ya is not an ordinary pirate. His threat level has surpassed that of Rox D. Bajik at the same time. At the same time, by the river Santa Dora, a Marine Admiral's cloak of justice fell into the sand. Kuzan removed the burden on his body, and the observation haki unfolded with full force, sweeping every inch of the surrounding fields. Xia Ya put a lot of pressure on him. The pressure mainly comes from the terrifying physique of the demon ounce. If he encounters a head-on confrontation with that kind of powerful strange power, he or anyone else will have almost no chance of winning. However, the next second, Kuzan couldn't help but frown deeply. Finally, his uncertain gaze fell on Ounce's huge body. Because he scanned through observation haki, he found that there seemed to be a space inside Ounce. And there were 3 figures sitting inside. Watching their movements is like sitting in rows in a movie theater watching a movie. Those 3 people from Yudi are actually hiding in the demon's body. Are they ability users? Can they be driven by Xia Ya? What exactly is this guy planning when he comes to Alabasta? After all, there were only 3 of them when they last appeared in East Blue Loguetown. And now, they have only disappeared for 2 months, and with the addition of demons and samurai zombies, there are already 8 members. Applause. Can they all see me? Bang bang bang. Inside Ounce, Perona is clapping her hands through the viewing window and pointing at Kuzan in the distance. What Kuzan thought was a sight, was actually nothing more than a viewing window. Perona said excitedly, Master Xia Ya is so powerful. He can even kick Marine Admiral down twice. Aokiji is a Logia user. No wonder Master Moria was defeated after only 2 punches from Xia Ya. Master Xia Ya is really amazing. Robin breathed a heavy sigh of relief, and the pressure of Kuzan's strong arrival was instantly relieved. Vivi is a little worried. She was the only one who had concerns at the scene. The others were all homeless children. Only she was the princess of a kingdom. According to this situation, she should not have anything to do with Haiwu. After all, if Marine saw him, he might cause trouble for the Alabasta royal family. But in just a moment, she was relieved of her troubles. But he still asked curiously, why did Marine Admiral come to trouble us? Is it because Xia Ya killed Crocodile of 7 warlords of the sea? Crocodile is also a pirate. Although he is a Shishibukai, Marine has no obligation to go. Are you responsible for the life of a pirate? Can't you just issue a wanted order? Why would the Marine Admiral be dispatched? Regarding this issue, Chuanyi is also very curious. And Perona explained, Nami told me that in her hometown of East Blue, Koko West Village, the dragon pirates and Marine collaborated to exploit more than 20 villages and brutally charge high protection fees. It is Xia Ya Your Excellency took action to deal with the pirates, and also killed Colonel Marine who was complicit with the pirates, so Mr. Xia Ya was wanted by Marine. Furthermore, because Carina is a user with Logia and Paramecia Fruit abilities, the threat level is very high, so naturally she sent Marine Admiral, who is also a Logia. Call. Hearing this, Robin felt relieved. It wasn't him who brought trouble to Xia Ya. Ajbi. Have you finished saying hello? Let's be practical. Ounce's huge body flashed with thunder, and a thunderstorm fell from the sky and exploded in front of Kuzan. Ounce's huge body had already gathered in front of Kuzan in the huge pothole. Ounce's huge left hand is burning with raging flames, and his right hand is wrapped with blue thunder. He is like a berserker who controls the power of nature. He will attack again if he disagrees. Ounce's golden eyes flashed with golden light. The powerful power of Logia envelops the body of the giant demon. As long as Xia Ya is mobilized at will, it can cause endless destruction. After the Loguetown incident, Smoker said you were very powerful, and it seems that's true. Kuzan was secretly vigilant, but said in a very calm tone. Smoker and Kuzan are close friends, but they were almost completely beaten to death by Xia Ya, which almost ended his marine career. This is the main reason why Kuzan is willing to accept the task of intercepting Xia Ya. Otherwise, it is just Xia Ya's performance in Loguetown, and it does not necessarily have to be Marine Admiral's personal performance. And now, Kuzan felt that he had come to the right place. Xia Ya, besides Marine Admiral, how can Hui deal with him now? What Kuzan didn't know was that Xia Ya's strength had completely changed after just one trip to Thriller Bark, and she had the strength to compete with Marine Admiral and even the strongest combat force in the world. Oh? Smoker is your best friend, right? You are here to avenge him. I said, why aren't they Sakazuki and Porisalino? Xia Ya said that with this distance, this conversation could reach Robin's ears, which would naturally make her less stressed. Otherwise, she was so sensitive that she thought she had attracted the Marine Admiral. Revenge is just one thing, but now I hope they will come. Their abilities are more suitable to deal with you than mine. Although Logia frozen fruit also suffers from frostbite, its control effect is better. However, facing Ounce, who is a giant in his own right, and has various Logia abilities, his attack and control are insufficient. On the contrary, Kizura's sparkling fruit and Akainu's lava fruit are more effective. Is it? Seeing Kuzan admit that he has selfish motives for revenge, Xia Ya stopped talking nonsense. Violent fire power immediately erupted, and the power of thunder was mobilized one after another. Ounce was like a huge meteorite, dragging long flames and thunder with his body, illuminating the desert during the day with more colors, and then moved towards Kuzan shot out. This temper. It's really annoying. Seeing that Xia Ya seemed to have no intention of communicating, Kuzan's whole body was filled with ice. Meat bomb impact. Thunder and fire strike. Ounce rushed over like a meat bomb. When he was about to approach Kuzan, Ounce suddenly opened his arms, grabbing a huge fire ball in one hand and a huge thunder ball in the other, like holding two pot lids. Slapping together towards Kuzan. It's like swatting a mosquito. Snapped. A huge slapping sound echoed throughout the desert. When Ounce's flames and thunder touched the palms of Ounce's hands, they immediately exploded like bombs. The air was filled with heat and thunder, and the whole world seemed to be torn apart. Kyuzan used all his strength to step on the razor step, stepping on it 76 times in just an instant. His figure also jumped into the sky, but because of the thunder and fire, he immediately chose to condense a huge piece of ice to resist. In an instant, 3 forces strangled the evidence in the sky. A stream of water mist erupted. The pouring water washes down like crazy. However, before Kyuzan had a chance to breathe, Ounce's huge figure appeared in the air surrounded by thunder and lightning. Convergence. Thunder Fire Bug Fist. Batter. Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, Ounce's huge fists were wrapped in flames and thunder. His arms were wrapped in natural elements, forming countless afterimages. Then, several flames and thunder, like huge cannonballs, they exploded towards Kyuzan. It's really tricky, the other party has already established an advantage. Physique, Logia ability. It puts me at a disadvantage. Kyuzan, who was well prepared, had his hands frozen, and observation haki was fully open for observation. Several ice crystals condensed around his body, turning into huge sharp spears, which exploded like arrows from the string. Go out! Ice! 2-thorn spear! Huge impact forces collided with each other and completely exploded in the sky. Boom boom boom! Aokiji's figure is constantly being shaken back at high altitude. When it comes to the power of devil fruit, Yunguo Ounce, who has a demon body, has the advantage. Even facing Marine Admiral, the power of the elements force also prevails. Kyuzan can only make up for the power gap by retreating from the distance. Ounce landed on the sand. Golden pupils stared intently at Kyuzan's figure who had retreated 1,000 meters. Really? Marine Admiral's strength cannot be denied. Even if he is weak in terms of physical fitness and devil fruit power, he can use his superb combat skills to make up for his disadvantages and allow himself to be damaged in the confrontation. Xia Ya really doesn't care about this. Because during the fight, his combat experience was also growing rapidly. After all, Kyuzan was not like Moria or Crocodile. Every time he made a move, he burst out with insights. The test is also much higher. Inadvertently, the curve of Xia Ya's mouth became higher. Chapter 53. Kyuzan didn't know about becoming an experienced baby in Xia Ya's eyes. He exhaled a cold breath and his expression became more serious. All colors of haki are fully opened, and my heart is as solid as ice. At the same time, his perception ability was more than 10 times stronger. Seeing that frozen fruit's ability had little effect on Ounce, he immediately used devil fruit's ability as a feint attack and directly chose to use superb combat skills to grind down Ounce. The huge monster in front of Deadeye. Come on! Kyuzan said solemnly. Kyuzan stepped on the air with his feet at high speed, and he kept opening the air. At the same time, the black armament haki instantly covers the whole body, and the tightly locked muscles are tightened. See Kyuzan and get serious. Xia Ya was even more excited. With Ounce's powerful physique and thick-skinned defense, he and Nami Carina can hide in the room inside the body at any time, allowing Kyuzan to attack him enough, but Xia Ya can choose to attack unscrupulously depending on the situation, and kill Marine Admiral. The battle calculations forced him out, and he will make a lot of money, so he will also expose some of his disadvantages continue to reveal. The only regret is that there is only one Marine Admiral. 3 admirals come together to be experienced babies, it's so enjoyable. Xia Ya glanced at the 3-horse buff countdown. Only 45 minutes left. In other words, there are not many opportunities to squeeze, so it is rare to seize the time. Kyuzan glanced at Xia Ya, Carina, and Nami standing above Ounce, his brows stood up, and 2 rays of light shot out of his eyes. Then, the 6 moves under his feet were launched, and he instantly shot out towards Ounce's huge body. When he was about to reach Ounce's leg, he immediately used the freezing moment to seal one of Ounce's legs, trying to temporarily block Ounce's movements, squeeze out time for his next attack, and then forcefully move his body. Turn around, go around behind Ounce, step on Ounce's long golden hair, and launch an attack from behind towards the Xia Ya trio above Ounce. Kazan is one of the strongest monsters trained in the Naval Headquarters training camp. He has extremely strong fighting skills and the ability to seize opportunities. There is a price for being huge, and blind spots will be infinitely enlarged, not to mention that zombies are not your true body. Kazan shouted in a deep voice, "Ice gloves!" In just an instant, Kuzan appeared above Ounce's head and behind Xia Ya and others. His fist was already attached to the ice and black armament haki. The speed was so fast that after images appeared on his arms. Hee hee. Xia Ya snorted coldly, the corners of her mouth raised, and a trace of contempt flashed across her face. This guy still hasn't figured out the situation. The riding fruit not only mobilizes the body of the mount, but can also control anything on the whole body of the mount. In addition, Ounce's body is covered with thunder and lightning, and the area around his body is the area with the strongest perception of the heart network. At that moment, Xia Ya raised one hand. Ounce's long golden hair was like ocean waves, overwhelmingly flowing from behind to the top of his head. At the same time, the hair was still burning with flames, entwined with thunder. The tips of the hair were like spikes, stabbing towards Kuzan's figure crazily. I can see it. Boo-hoo-hoo. In Kuzan's eyes, Ounce's hundreds of thousands of hairs were like a huge tsunami composed of sharp guns, overwhelming the sky. How can it be? Kuzan's eyes widened and he immediately stepped away and shouted. He never imagined that this huge devil's hair could be controlled to such a precise level. Each hair was like a golden twisted spear that could stab someone from behind without even paying attention. Kuzan was not prepared for this move before, so he immediately calmed down and armament haki immediately covered his body. The moment the black haki is completely covered, the spears, like raindrops, were already approaching. Ding 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 ding. Those blonde spikes kept hitting the hands of Kuzan, who was wearing ice gloves. Sparks burst out at this moment, with full impact. In the sky of tens of meters, they seemed to ignite the slow craftsman in Relian. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. A black shadow flew straight and upside down at a speed close to the speed of sound, creating a terrifying giant crater in the Santala River. And at this moment, the river was completely pushed away by the impact, and just when the river was about to close, the burst of cold air froze all the river water, like a blue ice lotus blooming. At this moment, there is a huge pit under the river bed, and there is a figure standing in the pit. It was Kuzan. In the blink of an eye, Kuzan stepped on his shaved head again and ejected from the bottom of the river. And this time, flying next to him were 2 huge ice birds and a dozen ice thorn spears. Meanwhile, Alabasta Palace. What did you say? The Centura River is filled with thunder and lightning, and there are burning fires. In fact, the Centura River has been frozen by ice, and the ice has extended to the rapeseed flower market. King Alabasta, the father of Princess Vivi. At this moment, when I heard the minister's report, I was completely stunned. Alabasta has a hot climate all year round with no frost, so how could the Santa Dora River be frozen, and what about the flames and thunder? The battle on the Centura River spread far and wide, and the violent explosions at the scene were quite loud even if they were dozens of kilometers apart. There's too much movement. The news had already passed through various channels, and soon everyone in Alabasta knew about it. At the same time, the big news that 7 warlords of the sea crocodile died in the Rainland spread throughout Alabasta. All the citizens were eating this melon. As a kingdom, Cobra was puzzled as to how the kingdom could become so powerful. One of the Shishibukai even died. Could it be that the world's top experts are involved in our civil strife in Alabasta? The crocodile of 7 warlords of the sea is just one part of it. How can it be? Why hasn't there been any news at all? Such a movement, coupled with the fact that Alabasta has been in civil strife for a long time, was mistakenly thought to be some kind of celestial phenomenon. In addition, the Baroque Working Society has not been disbanded. It is still fabricating nonsense through various news as usual, and continues to spread in major cities. Popular sentiment became more extreme. 0. Please give me flowers. 0. Too many things gathered together naturally made King Cobra worried. Your Majesty the King, the voice is coming from the northwest. Princess Vivi previously informed about the current trend, which is the rainy land in the northwest. She even asked to hold a banquet in the palace in advance to entertain guests. The princess is coming back. Among them. Could it be related to the princess? News of Akaram being treated at Rainland Hospital reached the palace, and the Alabasta royal family had arranged to pick him up. Princess Vivi's previous location was also in the Rainland. Moreover, Vivi also said that she would return to the palace soon. According to the route of the running duck, she had to cross the Centura River. When King Cobra heard about Vivi, he immediately looked better. Ah! Vivi also told me about this matter. She said that the kingdom's problems would be completely solved soon, but she didn't know the specific situation. To make it clear, I just said that I have important friends to entertain this time, and also said. It was this friend who helped Alabasta. Cobra had a headache and couldn't figure out the connection. It can't be Vivi's friend who killed Crocodile, right? But what does Crocodile have to do with Arastan? Who is fighting now? There were too many factors that Cobra couldn't figure out. But the Santo River incident was related to the civil strife in the kingdom, and Cobra immediately decided to go to the Santo River to have a look in person. Alabasta is the most powerful country in the Grand Line, with vast land and a standing army of 600,000 soldiers. In addition, Crocodile's plan has not been fully rolled out at this stage, which leads to Alabasta's army being very powerful despite being in chaos. Lead an army immediately and follow me to see that no one can act recklessly in the land of Alabasta. Yes. Your Majesty the King. At the same time, in the desert. Marine Rear Admiral Hina, Assistant Tashigi, is leading 30 or so Marines across the desert. Tashigi was holding a phone bug and trembling a little as he looked at the huge demon footprints around him. Too big. The devil is really too big. It's much bigger than the Vice Admiral of those giants in naval headquarters. The average giant is only 10 meters tall, but Ounce, the founder of Yungu, is 70 meters tall. Hina Rear Admiral, news just came from the branch intelligence station that Aokiji Admiral has already fought with Xia Ya and others on the bank of the Santo River, and judging from the situation on the scene, Aokiji Admiral is still at a disadvantage. Ha! Hina put away the map. Disadvantage? This is impossible. That's fine if it's Smoker, but there's no way Marine Admiral will be at a disadvantage, even if the opponent is a man who defeated the 7 warlords of the sea. Hina frowned and said, let's speed up. We'll reach the bank of the Sundara River in half an hour. Chapter 54. It seems that we have seriously underestimated you. Xia Ya. It's just that your samurai zombie was not summoned. This may be the shortcoming of your ability. In the battle between Logia users, how to use Haki is the key. Kuzan left a message and used his ice power again as a feint. Now, he made a series of judgments in his mind. 2 things can be clearly judged. Logically speaking, in the face of a fierce battle, Xia Ya should use all means to form an absolute suppression of force. Xia Ya rode a dragon horse and a great swordsman to kill Crocodile, but at this moment, there was no zombie dragon horse. Figure. Kuzan's judgment of Xia Ya's riding form is also conditional. Although he didn't understand the mechanism, at least he was sure that Xia Ya could not summon the samurai zombie at this moment. Otherwise, the swordsman and the demon will make 917 invincible. Secondly, Majin Ounce has an absolutely powerful physique, but his huge size means slow movement. Although he has Thunder Fruit as a speed bonus, the fruit ability is not the ultimate physical skill, and will be consumed too much as the battle time increases. And exposed more flaws. Both of them have natural elements and have the effect of avoiding each other. They believe that as long as they drag themselves into a protracted war, their chances of winning will increase. Finally, haki is the decisive factor in the outcome of the battle. Kuzan left a word, and the figure suddenly disappeared, hiding among the huge flying ice-birds. The speed of the ice-birds and the two-thorn spears increased again, and they shot out towards the huge figure of Ounce. Ice Cube Violent Pheasant Mouth. Ice Cube Two-Thorn Spear. Aimed by the two-thorn spears, Xia Ya had no nonsense. Immediately raised his right arm and made a move. Two huge flaming phoenixes swooped down, accompanied by dozens of thunder spears, and used their own methods to control others' bodies. Suddenly, the whole world began to shake violently, sand and stones danced wildly, and the river boiled. Boom boom boom! A huge roar shook the sky, as if the earth of Alabasta was roaring. The flame phoenix bit the ice bird frantically, and the ice bird flapped its wings frantically. The cold wind hit, and water vapor exploded in the sky layer by layer. The two thorn spears and the thunder spear collided and exploded in the sky. Time. It seemed like it was frozen in this second. What kind of fight is this? What have we in Alabasta experienced? There was a big sandstorm in the rainy land just now, and now we are on the banks of the Sundala River. Is it the damn Logia fighting again? Damn it! What kind of power is this? Has a natural disaster happened? Crazy, all crazy. I know who one of them is. The one riding the giant demon is none other than Xia Ya who killed Crocodile. The people who came to watch the battle were all panicked, but they only dared to watch from a distance. But my heart was shocked to the extreme. In the marshal's office, he saw that the scene was gradually stabilizing. Sengoku secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The situation has stabilized. Should we make an analysis and provide information support to Shizan? Who are all present? Marine the resourceful General Sengoku, Marine Hero Garp, Staff Officer Crane, and Sakazuki, Porisalino. It can be said that they are the most powerful force within Marine. They are all gathered together. Everyone has rich combat experience. Many of them have fought against the legends of the sea countless times, and their ability to analyze combat is second to none. If these people analyze the battlefield situation, they will definitely be able to give Kuzan a lot of help. He explained, Kuzan should have noticed that the huge body of Demon Ounce will be very heavy in high-intensity battles. As long as the war is dragged into a protracted battle, the flaws will only become more and more. Kuzan only needs to save money. Physical strength will win the final victory. We'd better not interrupt his fight. Garp said, don't be so unsure, Kuzan is not that weak now. Ha 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 ha. Sengoku said, that's right. Let's talk about it when necessary. At the same time, Xia Ya and Kuzan don't care about any of this. Here in Xia Ya, it doesn't matter what Aokiji Kuzan thinks. What's important is that his 3 cavalry buffs are time limited. He wants to use the 3 cavalry buffs to ultimate in exchange for combat experience. And he can have no worries. He is a rider, and he consumes his own physical strength when riding. However, as a rider, he only rides to save energy, and the consumption is minimal. Xia Ya can continue to be unscrupulous 0. If that's the case, then I'll force you into a desperate situation. At this moment, Majin Ounce had a black armament haki wrapped around his hand, flashing black thunder continuously, teleporting with thunder fruits thunder, and got close to Kuzan again, staring at him with all his strength. Then, Xia Ya gave the power of Logia to Carina and Nami to control. He wanted to use it as the main combat force to deal with Kuzan, and Carina became his assistant at this time, shooting cold arrows at any time, and warned, Carina, Nami, find every opportunity use ranged fire attacks. Good. In an instant, the flames on Carina's body became stronger, and Nami's whole body was covered with a layer of jumping thunder. Ounce's huge fist rushed straight towards Kuzan. This time Kuzan didn't shy away from anything and only used the most appropriate intensity to deal with it. He retreated when he had to, and used the force to retreat back after the punch. Boom 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 boom. Between the electric light and flint, the flames all over the sky condensed again. This time, it was Carina and Nami who were operating, and it was no longer as extravagant as Ounce's use of fire abilities. Boom! Immediately, several pillars of fire exploded on Kuzan's retreating path, and several thunderbolts also rained down from the sky. Damn! You actually do 3 things at once. No. It was the other 2 people who took action. Kuzan avoided the explosive flames and thunder, his face flashed with a hint of concentration. 4.1. At this moment, all his planned battle paths were blocked, and the battlefield was already shrinking the moment Carina and Nami participated. Are they joining forces, to force me to go to the depths of the desert? Kuzan realized something was wrong and immediately frowned. The rider's mount is also a living creature. Tashiji's information didn't mention this. As the only marine who has been ridden by Xia Ya so far, when Tashiji was investigated by the headquarters, he talked about all the feelings of being ridden by Xia Ya. This information is that although he is conscious, but lose the ability to control yourself. DJ. At this moment, Kuzan clearly experienced that the person who controlled the thunder and fire was no longer Xia Ya, but Nami and Carina on the opposite side. They all join the fight. Instantly become 1 against 3? Xia Ya. This is your ultimate trump card for riding. Chapter 55. Whirring. Kuzan gasped, and the breath condensed into ice as soon as it came out of his mouth, but it was quickly evaporated by the hot breath around him. Whether it's the fire of Paramecia fruit or the thunder of thunder fruit, all have high temperature characteristics. In terms of elemental properties, these 2 are the opposing forces of frozen fruit. Moreover, water can conduct electricity and can spread extremely quickly. For thunder fruit, isn't an environment with water and ice an increase? Faced with several lightning strikes, Kuzan also needs to mobilize a lot of physical strength to deal with thunder fruit's paralysis ability. Therefore, Kuzan's frozen fruit has no advantage over the elemental attributes of Paramecia fruit and thunder fruit. He was simply born to be defeated. If it weren't for Kuzan's strength, he would have been defeated soon. Kuzan was still in action, his figure kept shuttling back and forth on the sand, and Xia Ya's side continued to attack continuously, chasing his figure, which consumed Kuzan greatly and required him to temporarily slow down. But Xia Ya opposite him seemed much more relaxed. In terms of physical energy consumption, Xia Ya only has riding, and the fruit ability is other ways of making moves. In fact, it only consumes driving control. At this time, Xia Ya is like driving a car, and all it consumes is turning the steering wheel. Press the brakes, gasoline will burn Ounce. The driver saves much effort. Furthermore, what if Ounce runs out of gas? Aren't there still dragons and horses waiting to be ridden? Of course Xia Ya has no scruples. Tick-tock-tock. In the hot environment, Kuzan's ice melted, and water dripped down his face. Looking for multiple combatants, 09 is the core way to improve your strength, right? Continue to let you grow, and your future achievements will be limitless. Xia Ya sneered, you will see that day, or you will become a corpse and feel the power in person. Humph! Kuzan snorted coldly, you are so self-righteous. Xia Ya looked at Kuzan with mocking eyes. It's you Marines who are so self-righteous. You can distribute high-priced arrest warrants all over the world with just a click of your fingers. For the weak, you just need to spend money to watch the show, because with the huge benefits, there will be people who are greedy for money. Take action for you. And if you are facing a tough fight, you just change the bounty amount without daring to take actual actions. Facing the 4 emperors of the New World, you don't even have the power to start a war. Facing the new force pirates, just take action and punish him. You came to find me now, isn't it because I haven't grown up yet? It's a pity that you miscalculated. Your appearance successfully p'd me off, and the whole marine will have to pay the price for it. Really? Xia Ya's strength exceeded Kazan's expectations. He originally thought that he could act at will and take control at will. If he had known that Xia Ya was so powerful, he probably would not have come in person, but would have led the elites to capture it after a well-thought-out plan. And if the size of Xia Ya's forces grows to the level of 4 emperors, that's really embarrassing. Marine doesn't have the power to target him, for fear of offending the other party. Marine has no right to wage war against the 4 emperors. The ones who can issue the attack order are the 5 elders of the Holy Land Marie Joyce. Molt. Whether it's Ounce's powerful physique or Devil Fruit's configuration, they are all top-notch in the world. Perhaps the physical combat is a bit inferior, but Xia Ya's many special effects are enough to make up for this. All these made Kuzan admire Xia Ya with admiration. But what surprises Kuzan the most is not just these, but that Xia Ya is methodically collecting powerful partners. Slowly, they will form a whole and gather into a behemoth. Monster. Even with the world's greatest strength like naval headquarters, Kuzan has never seen such a monster. At the age of 14 or 15, he has reached such a terrifying level. In the short time since I came to Grand Line, my strength has made a qualitative leap. Now I can face Marine Admiral without falling behind, and I dominate the battle with an indifferent spirit. This guy Xia Ya has become like 4 emperors. Power is also a matter of time. But just give up? These 2 words will no longer appear in Marine Admiral's dictionary. Strength is easy to break, don't be too arrogant. The sea will teach everyone a lesson. Neither cold nor cold, Kuzan uttered a word. He bowed, and the cold air on his back immediately rushed up to the sky crazily, condensing new frost, getting bigger and bigger, forming a huge cold air cyclone. Then, the cyclone made a sizzling sound. Freezing sound. Even the water of the Centura River formed endless icicles, constantly condensing towards the cyclone. This is the battle between ice and fire. Ha! Xia Ya didn't hesitate at all. Ounce's huge body stepped on the ground, and the circles of flames were like several giant dragons. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire earth in an exaggerated manner. The dragons snaked and above, a huge burning sun slowly rises. The power of the flames surged, and the entire world was illuminated by orange-red flames. The surrounding air continued to twist, and the water surface of the Santo River began to boil continuously, with huge bubbles emerging. Then, a blue and red figure appeared in mid-air in front of the onlookers. Can anyone tell me what is happening? What's going on with the cyclonic ice in the sky? What's going on with that burning sun? In Marshal Marineford's office, the surveillance phone transmitted real-time footage, making the entire screen appear grey, with only flame and ice elements occupying the entire screen. Are Kuzan and Xia Ya fighting for the natural elements? Kuzan must have tried his best. If Xia Ya continues to attack, Kuzan will be forced back by constant attacks, getting closer and closer to the depths of the desert. As a result, the water vapor resources will become increasingly thinner, which is not good for Kuzan, so he must use moves to utilize all the water vapor around him. A favorable battlefield has been formed again. Day. Marshal Sengoku and others have realized that Xia Ya, who possesses the element of fire, also chooses to be tough at this time. The fireball like the sun held in Ounce's hand is the best proof. Ice and fire must decide the winner at this moment. After the fight, only then did we know who is the protagonist of this world. B. Facing Xia Ya, Kuzan suddenly swung out the rotating ice cyclone. And Xia Ya made a move at the same time, and the huge burning sun crashed down. Moment. The 2 forces were like a discharge from heaven, pressing straight down towards each other. Destroy everything that stands in their way. Under the feet of the 2 people, thousands of meters of yellow sand surged up, the sky and the earth collapsed, and the entire desert seemed to be experiencing a major earthquake. The overwhelming burning sun, accompanied by the hot temperature, seems to burn everything in the world, making it inevitable for people to avoid it. The huge ice element instantly sealed the world, cutting off all escape routes. Boom! Two huge and domineering forces collided together, forming a ball of ice and fire on the ground, and then shot directly into the sky. Countless flames burned more intensely, and ice also condensed crazily. This moment, the atmosphere is torn apart, the earth is collapsing, and the air is twisting. Swallow everything on the yellow sand land. Boom boom boom. The roaring explosion resounded through the sky, and the sound waves spread so that everyone in Alabasta could clearly hear it. At this moment, a huge pit was formed on the several kilometers of land centered on the two people. The yellow sand in the pit had been burned by the high temperature and had crystallized into glass. The glass crystals spread their teeth and claws, thinking that a layer of glass plants was laid on the ground. Twisted and terrifying. The twisted ice on the other side turned into a huge icicle. Every time it was melted by the high temperature, a wave of cold air would come to replenish it and freeze it again. Under the interaction of melting and condensation, the ice on the yellow sand land showing the pattern of waves. Tit! The king of Alabasta, Cobra, who came with an army of tens of thousands, was shocked by the sudden roar of the explosion, making his head spin and his ears ringing. The huge explosion flash in front of them made them unable to look directly. Finally, they all stopped. After a brief period of insomnia, they saw the scene of ice and fire intertwining on the desert land. How can it be? What level of power is this? Cobra's eyes widened, he looked forward with a look of disbelief on his face, and his mouth was already trembling. Cobra only knew that there was a huge figure fighting with a small figure. Although he is the king of Alabasta, his combat ability is at the bottom of the entire pirate world. It is the only time in his life that he can earn such a level of power. Tit! The army sergeants beside Cobra were also stunned by the scene in front of them, with expressions of disbelief that this could be created by humans. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this kind of nightmare scene was a natural disaster. I didn't know it until I came, but I was really shocked when I came. Cobra was immediately frightened. At this moment, he realized how naive his previous thoughts were. The kingdom? It was nothing in the pirate world. There really is something in this world that an army cannot defeat. That giant great fireball, like the sun setting down, could wipe out an entire army with just one blow and turn everyone into ashes. Even if 600,000 troops were mobilized, they would simply kill people. Your Majesty the King. One of them is the pirate Xia Ya who killed Crocodile, and his opponent is none other than Marine Admiral Aokiji Kyuzan. A subordinate reported to Cobra. Pirates? Marine Admiral? Why are they fighting in our Alabasta? Hearing this, Cobra's head was buzzing. When did these two murderers come to Alabasta? Cobra originally planned to bring his army to stabilize the situation, but when he arrived, he realized that he was only worthy of being a spectator who peeked at him from a distance. If he dared to get closer, his life would be in danger. Chapter 56. Boom boom boom. 1 second ago, ice and fire were still fighting for the battlefield. The next second, Ounce's huge body turned into a huge thunder ball with a diameter of more than 50 or 60 meters. Like a rolling wheel, the thunder ball carries endless thunder. The thunderball quickly moved in front of Kyuzan. At this moment, the thunderstorm field opened violently with Ounce as the center. Tens of thousands of giant thunder snakes leaped and covered the entire earth, with a diameter of terrifying thousands of meters. Crazy thunder and twists frequently landed in the entire field. Boom boom boom. Zzz. Thousands of thunder heavenly prison lead. In an instant, the power of fire and thunder merged again, working together to disintegrate Kyuzan's frozen power. Kyuzan looked solemn. New ice was constantly forming around him, but in the face of the bombardment of thunder and the burning of the flames, the hard ice instantly shattered. The cold air was blown away by the thunder, and they could no longer stay together. The next moment, he was steamed by the fierce flames. Even with the replenishment of water vapor from the Sentala River, Kuzan is far from being able to offset the consumption at this moment. Kuzan felt very strenuous. Damn! This guy throws around his ultimate moves casually. Doesn't he have any intention of fighting a protracted war? We must withstand this wave of attacks. And at that moment Kuzan was stunned. Ounce's huge thunder and lightning body had long since disappeared from the heavenly prison. He shuttled through the ice underground. When his body condensed again, a big hand covered with pitch-black armament haki reached out from the ground. He came out and grabbed Kuzan hard in the blink of an eye. However, Xia Ya was not in a hurry to throw Kuzan away. Instead, he stabilized armament haki, controlled Ounce to hold his hands tightly in a clasped fist state, and then smashed the ground crazily. Look how hard your little body will be. Xia Ya sneered. He has absorbed a lot of Kuzan Demon Fruit Power's combat experience. Xia Ya's control over Devil Fruit has improved again. Now he has to force out Kuzan's haki experience, and then continue to absorb it. He has to use the chicken feathers that are sent to him. Until the end of time. Kuzan's heart skipped a beat and his eyes flashed. He was shocked. The opponent's haki is actually so powerful. Since he was captured by the armed color, he immediately gave up trying to escape with elements and defended with all his strength. Iron body. Hearing these two words pop out of Kuzan's mouth, Xia Ya immediately became happy and hit harder. Boom boom boom. The sand exploded and dust flew into the sky. There was a cloud of smoke and dust, and the earth cracked inch by inch. Xia Ya's armed color level has also reached the terrifying medium admiral level in the riding state. With the powerful physique of Majin Ounce, even Marine Admiral Aokiji Kuzan cannot easily escape if caught. After smashing the land, leaving a mess, Ounce jumped to another piece of hard land and continued to smash. What matters is violence. Kuzan, who was held tightly in Ounce's hand, was completely numb at the moment. What the hell? What a crazy move! Is he crazy? Don't your hands hurt? Kuzan was dizzy at the moment, feeling that the bones in his chest had been broken, and even breathing normally was a bit difficult. He tried his best to control his body to strengthen haki, and at the same time, he kept bombarding Ounce's huge fingers with the fist-covering haki. But Ounce ignored it and was not afraid of any pain. He would hit wherever there was hard ground. In fact, in the world of pirates, large size itself is a huge advantage, whether it is the strongest man Whitebeard Newgate, the strongest creature Kaido of the beasts, or even the sun god Nika, the most practical one. The basic quality is that he is huge. Enlargement is a manifestation of Ultimate's power. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the land of Alabasta is like a leather drum, which is being beaten continuously by the giant Ounce. A series of explosions resound throughout the desert, making people's hearts tremble. The earth and atmosphere were constantly vibrating, and the space began to become distorted. Originally the main battlefield occupied by the elements of fire, thunder, and ice, now only pure physical violence remained. As the explosions sounded one after another, Xia Ya also controlled the devil Ounce and kept jumping towards the depths of the desert. Every time I stopped it was a slap in the face. It can cause huge damage to the earth. The cold murderous aura passed through Ounce's huge palm and passed into the body of Kuzan, who was pinched hard. A trace of bloodline appeared on Kuzan's forehead, and his face was already very dirty. It was obvious that his armament haki could not withstand Ounce's violent blows, and it had begun to break through the defense. You guy, you want to kill me? Boom boom boom. Several explosions sounded again on the battlefield. Who the hell is he? Even Marine Admiral is completely passive. Cobra in the distance stared at the huge figure, jumping up and down on the sand, and the next moment, the figure of the huge demon appeared in front of Cobra dozens of meters in front of him. By coincidence, performed a crazy blaster in front of Cobra. This move frightened Alabasta's troops into retreating. Hiss! Is the person who got hit hard the Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji Kyuzan? Among the team, someone shouted something. The terrified tone made the army even more panicked. No way, there won't really be a Marine Admiral coming to Alabasta, right? How can this be? How could Marine Admiral be in such a mess? Logia's frozen fruit, the only one in the world who has this ability is Marine Admiral Aokiji. Plus there is a cloak of justice that fell on the ground. Looking at the rank on the epaulet, it's definitely right. Everyone looked in the direction pointed by a soldier. FASR. Just above the sand, I saw a dirty Marine Admiral's cloak of justice. It's exactly what Kyuzan threw there before. For many army soldiers, the identity of Marine Admiral Aokiji is shocking. And Cobra's facial muscles were numb at the moment. Marine Admiral usually doesn't take action. Once he takes action, it means there is a pirate whom Marine considers to be a super threat. Now Aokiji Admiral is fighting with someone, and the other person is the one who killed Shishibukai Crocodile. There is no doubt that he is a pirate. Since when did we in Alabasta have such pirates lurking? Father! Father! Vivi's voice came from Ounce's body. Vivi, Perona, and Robin were all at the best viewing platform in the room inside Ounce. In addition to seeing Ounce violently hitting Kyuzan, Vivi also saw Cow a little further away. Brah! When Vivi saw Cobra coming with his army, she immediately wanted to tell him to stay away. Okay, Zhao, the big monster is really powerful. It will be bad if you hurt one of your own for a while. But as the demon Ounce smashed the ground in front of him to pieces, he jumped again, away from the destroyed battlefield. Vivi's voice naturally gets smaller and smaller. And here? Cobra was a little confused, and quickly turned around and asked, "Did you hear just now?" "What did you hear?" "Is it Vivi's voice?" "No. I didn't see anyone." "Your Majesty, there are only Majesty and Xia Ya in front of you, a girl with purple hair, and a girl with orange hair. The rest is Marine Admiral Aokiji Kyuzan. Where is there any trace of Princess Vivi?" No, really do not have." 9. Cobra felt a little relieved when he saw the giant Ounce going away. He just had a delusion. Vivi seems to be calling for help. Cobra looked nervously at the devastated battlefield. He was even worried that Vivi would be trampled to death by a giant monster. Chapter 57. Nami, you can create thunderclouds. At this time, Ounce continued to grab Kyuzan, and his huge hands were like holding a piece of iron and pounding him crazily. But at the same time, Kyuzan was also resisting, and endless chills radiated from his body, but he was easily destroyed by the flames. And burned away by the heat of thunder. Strong steam is constantly coming out of Ounce's palm. Xia Ya also gave orders to Nami at this time. "Do you want to use that move?" Nami's eyes flashed with anticipation. Carina smiled and said, "Ahihihihi. Come on Nami, I really want to see it." Lei Ying. In the original work, the ultimate move of Thor Enel is called Lei Ying, which has terrifying power that can destroy an island. It is worth mentioning that Lei Ying needs the arc to create a wide range of black clouds, then accumulates enough thunder in the black clouds, and finally stimulates the thunderclouds to achieve activation conditions to create a ball lightning with a diameter of 1 kilometer. The entire manufacturing process takes time and the arc's motto to coordinate. Nami, who is sensitive to the weather, also understood the horror of Lei Ying's move after receiving Xia Ya's tips, and felt that it was a move worth developing. Of course, Nami also considered ways to create Lei Ying besides the arc. This method is to use the weather in the natural environment. Only. If you want to take advantage of the weather, you must understand the weather. Maze. Nami is talented in this area. After a battlefield baptized by ice, fire, and thunder, the weather in the area has long become a strange state. There is thunder, mist, and heat. It can be said that the weather is very chaotic and has no rules at all. Nami was not bothered by this at all. She was wearing a thunder coat and her hands were flashing with thunder. Then small black thunderballs continued to float into the sky, slowly entering the clouds. Thunder bubble. Bulu bulu. Zitsizi. 883. As black thunderballs floated regularly into the clouds at designated locations, the clouds slowly began to turn black in the sky. After fermentation, the entire world seemed to be a huge giant created by black clouds. The pot lid is completely covered. Thunder roared in the black clouds. Xia Ya, I think we can wait. This weather is simply amazing. I feel that the thunder clouds created will be bigger than imagined. Xia Ya nodded and continued to control Ounce to jump 100 meters away. Facing the hard yellow sand earth, he hammered hard with both hands. Boom boom boom. In the clenched fist of Demon Ounce surrounded by jet black haki, there is a small pure black figure. It is the appearance of Kuzan covered with armament haki. However, although there is no fatal threat, the situation is firmly controlled by Ounce. At this time, Kuzan was tired of coping and looked extremely embarrassed. There was a trace of bloodline everywhere on his pitch-black body. Although not fatal injuries. But Kuzan is a Marine Admiral. Marine Admiral is actually injured. He was injured at the hands of a rookie pirate with a bounty of only 73 million. This kind of thing. Even if the surveillance video is released and seen by others. I'm afraid some people can't believe it. Perona, Robin, and Vivi in the room inside Ounce watched with their own eyes as Kuzan's little figure was being hit repeatedly in Ounce's fist, and there were even drops of blood splashing on Ounce's chest. Switching to the three people's perspective is. The transparent glass window was covered with Marine Admiral's blood. Robin and others only felt that their worldview had been greatly subverted. Xia Ya is simply amazing. No wonder he was so confident when facing Crocodile before. Dare to love. He didn't even take Marine Admiral seriously for a long time. And at the same time, a little further away, Cobra and the others looked at the sky, completely frightened by the scene in front of them. Ajbi, I saw that the sky was completely covered by black clouds, as if there was no daylight. From time to time, there were blue thunder snakes scurrying in the black clouds, and the black clouds were still sinking, as if there was a giant. The sky was covered with a black quilt of clouds. A huge spherical object burst out of its cocoon with blue thunder flashing all over its body. It is sinking slowly. People can clearly feel that this black ball is filled with lightning and contains violent energy. Is still growing. What's this? It's sinking. Cobra was dumbfounded when he saw the thunder ball several kilometers in diameter in the sky. Immediately ordered the troops to retreat, retreat quickly. If this thundercloud hits them, they will all be sent. Originally, the king of Cobra came to end the war and came with tens of thousands of troops to strengthen his courage. However, after arriving at the location, he found that he could not intervene. Even just looking at it from a distance makes me feel scared. Now seeing the opponent's skills drop, all he can do is run for his life. Run, run, run. Immediately, Cobra took the lead in running towards the rear on his speedy duck. The army in the desert was also in panic at this moment. The other side of the desert. Tashiji looked at the sky in the distance and said in surprise, Hina Rear Admiral, what is that black mass in the distance? Is it a sign of heavy rain? No. That's a thundercloud. Hina frowned, lit a cigarette and took a deep breath, that's Logia's power. At least among our marines, Logia's Marine Admiral has the power to destroy an island. It is rumored that the Battle of Top Logia will permanently change the climate of an island, but looking at the behemoth in front of us, it looks like it is going to completely destroy an island. If Alabasta is not a continent, I am afraid that this thundercloud can completely destroy it. And the worst part is, this is not the strength of our naval headquarters. Hina frowned. Tashiji looked in surprise. It's not our power, does that mean? We need to speed up the process. Hina said anxiously, everyone speed up. No matter what, we must arrive at the scene as soon as possible. Marine Ford. Marshal's office. Seeing the huge thunder cloud in the sky, combined with the fact that Nami is a Logia Thunder Fruit ability user. All marine executives understand now. Sengoku trembled with his beard, what on earth is this? Thunder and lightning are invisible. If such a thing lands in Marine Ford, who can resist it? Damn it, how can that guy Xia Ya be so strong? The degree of fruit development is no less than Marine Admiral. Bye. Does this move gather all the thunder and lightning in the black clouds in the sky? It sinks to the earth. In terms of destructive power, I am afraid that it is far inferior to my 8-foot Megatama. It looks terrible. It's terrible. Porisalino said bluntly. On the other side, Sakazuki looked at the scene on the surveillance screen with a cold face. He was also thinking about whether his meteor volcano could be so scary. The answer is negative. After all, whether it is Porisalino's 8-foot Megatama or Sakazuki's meteor volcano, the elemental attacks released are scattered, just like hundreds of photons and lava fists falling from the sky, showing a wide range and dispersed state massive elemental attack. But this huge thunder ball in front of me integrated all the thunder and lightning in the sky. The attack power hits the core of the thunder ball. The entire big ball is filled with lightning, and any position is in a conductive state. The ability to explode at a single point may completely reduce an island to ashes. I'm afraid, except for the slower landing speed, this move has almost no shortcomings. The power of thunder and lightning is not physical. It is as difficult as climbing to the sky to gather it together. It is really a terrifying fruit development ability. Sakazuki said and turned to look at Porisalino, your photons are also energy. Can you concentrate them to maximize your attack power? Porisalino said solemnly, gathering some clones or condensing the Tian Kong Yun sword is already the limit of sparkling fruit. If it can gather a huge light ball thousands of meters long, the destructive power of the laser blast will probably be the highest in history. Obviously, I can't do it. Among the people present, Sakazuki and Porisalino are the Logia demon fruit power and have the most say. Hearing them discuss the power of this move can't help but make people's hearts tremble. Sengoku frowned, what's going on with Kyuzan? Is he still in the fist of Majin Ounce? In this case, you should run away. Why are you insisting on living in the house? He took a long breath of cold air, it's not that Kyuzan can't run, but that he is tired of dealing with the huge power suppression of Majin Ounce. Frozen fruit has the opposite properties of Maramara fruit and thunder fruit. When he is caught at that time, I could no longer fight as I pleased. It seems that we made a mistake in sending out a Marine Admiral. I didn't expect, Xia Ya, this guy, could make Smoker run away 2 months ago, hiss. He seemed to have thought of something and suddenly paused while speaking. Then he continued tremblingly, from Loguetown to Alabasta, where did Xia Ya go? No way, in such a short time, he found Thunder Fruit, found the zombie entities of Shimotsuki Ryoma and Majin Ounce. Is that why there will be a qualitative leap in strength? What you said makes sense. Sengoku nodded in approval. If that's true, this guy's intelligence capabilities are even stronger than our Marine, and he killed Colonel Rat in East Blue and then eagerly entered the Grand Line without any pause in the process. This must be gathering these resources. Impossible. Sakazuki denied. The Grand Line is not his only ocean. Garp looked at the surveillance screen with a look of serious concern on his face. Santadora River Basin. Being tightly controlled by Ounce, Kyuzan felt pain all over his body and wanted to check his injuries, but he couldn't be happy. Now, not only did Ounce's huge strange power squeeze his whole body in pain, but fire and thunder also struck from time to time. Kyuzan could only use all his strength to deal with it. Damn! This guy's strength is so terrifying that it makes people scared. When will he get tired? This is not what a rookie pirate can do. Looking at the entire naval headquarters, I am afraid that only by dispatching 3 admirals at the same time can we be sure to take him down completely. Quzhen's eyes were fixed on Xia Ya, who had a calm expression on Ounce's head. My heart went crazy. Originally, he thought that he had overestimated Xia Ya enough. But at this moment of the battle, Quzhen discovered that Xia Ya was still firmly in control, and the scary thing was that in these dozens of minutes of battle, both sides had released countless skills. It can be said that Xia Ya did not hold back at all. Violent driving with the accelerator pushed to the bottom all the time. But at this moment Xia Ya, he was still in peak condition, with no trace of breath exhaustion. Does it really take no effort to control a huge demon? Things are in trouble. Wait, what was that? Bang bang bang, amidst the constant BG sounds, Quzhen suddenly opened his eyes and saw that the sky was completely gloomy, and the formed ball of darkness was slowly descending. As the size of the thunder ball continued to increase, its weight seemed to be increasing. Increased, the speed of landing became faster. This is used against me. Suddenly, Quzhen felt that Ounce's body was sinking, and the entire demon was standing on the ground in a bowed state. And the next second, the demon Ounce stepped on the ground dozens of times with his feet. The figure disappeared instantly. This is 6 style shaving. Chapter 58. Boom boom boom. At this moment, I saw a huge black lightning ball about to land on the ground. King Cobra of Alabasta realized that this was a power that ordinary mortals like them could not touch. Even watching from a distance might cost their lives, so he decisively withdrew his troops and fled towards the palace staggeringly. Go! Go quickly! It's going to explode! There's going to be an earthquake! At the same time, Ounce's huge figure suddenly used the razor step, and in the blink of an eye he reached an altitude of several thousand meters, directly above Lei Ying. Ounce seemed to be stepping on a black land, looking a little small. Boom boom boom! The moment Lei Ying landed and touched the ground, countless thunderbolts began to shine, illuminating the entire sky into a forest of white. The sound of explosions sounded one after another, and the earth trembled and the land sank, as if a huge earthquake was coming. Xia Ya controlled the demon Ounce and gathered all the power in his hands at this moment. His muscles bulged and were covered in jet black armor. The demon clenched tightly, and powerful black thunder and lightning exploded in his hands. Quzhen's Yuan Hao completely covers up the past. Then, Ounce overturned the powerful strength and armament haki, allowing Quzhen to completely break the defense. In an instant, Ounce suddenly threw his hands and knocked Quzhen down from the sky. A small black shadow vertically smashed into the dark thunder from high altitude, passed through the black thunder ball at an extremely fast speed, and smashed towards the ground. At this moment, Quzhen realized that he was in darkness, which was Thunder Fruit's ultimate move. What was terrifying was that under Lei Ying's dark shell, there was a dazzling blue inside, with countless razor snakes in the middle. Winding and winding. When a foreign object passes through Lei Ying, it immediately attracts countless lightning bolts that converge towards it. Damn it! I have no power to resist. Can't escape. What kind of terrifying power is this? Quzhen was almost desperate at this moment. This was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. He seemed to have endless trump cards and made him pay a heavy price every time. Boom! Quzhen was hit hard on the ground, and he instantly felt that his body bones were shattered inch by inch, and then the thunder completely detonated at this moment. A huge hole of more than 10 kilometers was blasted out of the ground, and the shock wave was blasted by dozens of kilometers in radius. It's flat. The fine yellow sand was pushed all over. The strong impact made countless people tremble. Such a huge thunderstorm is unstoppable and irreversible. The violent power eroded every cell in Quzhen, but at the same time it was suppressed and unable to move. Under his body was a piece of crystallized glass, and his blood had already been scorched and steamed. Not much. All the strange images on the yellow sand land disappeared. Only a huge hemispherical pit of more than 10 kilometers was left at the site. The scope of the pit even covered the entire Sundara River. At this moment, the massive river water began to search for gaps in the earth like a trickle, surging flowing towards the bottom of the pit. Vax. At this moment, it fell on the yellow sand land again. Compared with the world-destroying thunderous light, the faint sunshine makes people feel depressed. It's over, is it over? The result is that Marine Admiral lost. Far away, the Alabasta people who were watching the battle opened their eyes again. They have long been aware of the battle involving strong men. But despite Ounce's huge body, they couldn't see clearly at all. They only saw the aftermath of an afterimage, especially the gorgeous Logia battle special effects, which was so dazzling that they couldn't open their eyes. When I opened my eyes again, there was only a suffocating feeling left in the whole world. Who actually won? It's that giant, right? His master is Xia Ya, who has been on a bounty for a long time. This guy killed Crocodile in the Rain Land before. Now, his opponent is Marine Admiral, and it seems that he has also achieved the same goal. Victory. Hiss. What a scary newcomer! Did the 7 warlords of the sea and Marine Admiral all die here? I think Marine Admiral will still stand up. They have only seen such a battle once in their lives, and they cannot make a judgment at all. Marine Admiral has been defeated almost never in history, so many people subconsciously believe that they will not be lucky enough to witness Marine Admiral's defeat. Let's go. Evacuate everyone. Staying here will only cause trouble for Alabasta. Cobra and his army rushed past, not forgetting to evacuate the onlookers. The earth is still shaking and screaming. If this kind of power were thrown into the royal capital of Alabasta, it could easily make the royal capital disappear from the world. Cobra has decided not to participate in this matter anymore. I am still praying in my heart that after this battle, the winner will not turn around and cause trouble to Alabasta. Ah, this, King Cobra. Have you lost the courage to watch? Where is my father? Ounce's body began to fall rapidly from a high altitude. Princess Vivi ran to the picture window and looked around, and found that the army led by Cobra had long disappeared. The surrounding area was empty desert, and no one was seen at all. Perona also lay on the glass of the viewing window and looked down. We should have won, but where is the Marine Admiral guy? Why didn't you see him? He has disappeared from this world, right? 0, please give me flowers. At this moment, a huge meteorite crater appeared directly under Ounce's body. The ground scorched by thunder was billowing with thick smoke, and the water from the Sundara River poured into the crater crazily. The hot surface of the crater that was scorched by the thunder immediately reacted violently with the river water, stimulating the river water in the blink of an eye. It boils and the steam continues to arouse. This battlefield will probably form a circular lake. What a terrifying power! I really don't want to believe that Xia Ya is so powerful. Seeing that the battle seemed to be over, Robin suddenly felt relieved. Starting from O'Hara many years ago, Robin was deeply afraid of the force of Marine. That group of people were like demons driving more than a dozen warships to launch an indiscriminate destruction of the O'Hara Island. Later, Kuzan, the Marine Admiral, appeared like an evil ghost from time to time. Robin's inner fear of Marine's power intensified again. Now, with the appearance of the Xia Ya team, Robin's fear seemed to be released from the source. Marine actually lost at this moment. He really did it. As they say in the casino, Xia Ya does what she says. And at this time, Ounce landed at the bottom of the huge pothole. It was already a small puddle at this time. Presumably, given a little more time for the water level to rise, it would become 10 large lakes. The water of the Santala River overflowed Ounce's knees, and Ounce stretched out his hand and lifted up a man's figure like an ant. None other than Marine Admiral Kuzan. However, Kuzan was dying at this time. He was in tatters, as if he had been drilled out of the mud. He was extremely embarrassed, and even one of his legs was broken. However, after all, after experiencing Lei Ying's super thunderstorm, even if his leg was broken, no blood flowed out. It's just like it was burned away by fire, like a dead tree, it's just a piece of black ashes. Then, Ounce's figure flashed to the ground casually. He casually threw Kuzan to the ground and even stepped on him to test whether Kuzan had the ability to resist. And Xia Ya reached out from Ounce, took out a musket and banged it on Kuzan's body several times, and several sea stone bullets were ingested into various parts of Kuzan's body. After a few operations, Kuzan completely lost his ability to resist. Where is the majesty of the previous Marine Admiral? Just like a useless person. Upon summoning, Carina, Nami, Perona, Vivi, and Robin all appeared above the ground. At this time, Carina asked curiously, Xia Ya, what are we going to do with this guy? There is no way to summon that ghetto statue and drain this guy dry. Carina is very greedy for frozen fruit. Chapter 59. Marine Ford, Marshal's office. Seeing Kuzan defeated, he even encountered Xia Ya who fired a last-ditch shot. Seeing this scene, Sengoku and others fell into complete silence. Kuzan, is he dead? Garp glared at the surveillance camera, looking at the scarred figure with clenched fists and veins popping out on his forehead. Impossible. His heart was in turmoil. Although she didn't believe that Marine Admiral would be defeated, this was the fact. After a moment of pause, he still analyzed calmly, the few shots that Xia Ya just fired were not aimed at the vital points. Moreover, Kuzan's mind is still clear and he has not lost his frozen fruit ability. Common attacks such as firearms should be passively avoided with elementalization. I can only say, those shots should be sea stone bullets, and the purpose is let Kuzan completely lose the ability to resist. Things haven't come to their worst yet. Garp directly crushed the armrests of the wooden chair and roared, but Kuzan's legs. Looking at Kuzan's broken leg, he jumped anxiously. Silence fell again in the marshal's office. He ignored Garp and continued, Xia Ya is so thoughtful and very different from ordinary pirates. Even among the four emperors team, this kind of style is probably only possessed by the red hair pirates. I've confirmed it. If it is a threat, there will be no mercy. Sakazuki looked cold and said nothing. Porisalino was also shocked, what a terrible enemy. Alabasta, on the banks of the Santa Dora River. The ghetto statue is gone, but we can test our luck the same way we got the sand fruit. Why? Xia Ya held her chin and said slowly and thoughtfully. When Crocodile died, the sand fruit was reborn on top of the fruit purchased by Xia Ya and others. It can be said that they were extremely lucky. Although Xia Ya had a 10 times lucky buff, he still felt that there was little hope. Logia's devil fruit. One is lucky enough. If it were 2, it would probably be a 100 times lucky buff. It's not that Xia Ya is not confident, but the probability is too low. How about keeping Kuzan first? Will you propose to kill him at any time if you have the opportunity in the future? At this time, Perona floated over, with a hint of coquettishness in her tone. He, when you were fighting just now, we were sitting on the sofa watching, because it was so exciting, we accidentally ate all the fruits. Devil fruit needs fruits to be reborn, right? Now, there is no fruit. I regret it so much. Perona's round eyes blinked. Ah, this. After Perona finished speaking, Vivi touched her belly feeling embarrassed. Ha, I didn't expect this at all. It's all my fault, I ate several more. After Crocodile died, Vivi was in a happy mood and she ate the most food in the room. Robin looked at the dying Kuzan and didn't know what he was thinking. And at this time, stab, sting, sting. Chug tug tug. 8 black spikes suddenly appeared on the sand, forcing Xia Ya and others to take a few steps back. Then, fence-like black iron branches suddenly emerged from the ground, surrounding Kuzan. The moment was like a solid iron cage. Black spear formation. Qiao Yushan. Xia Ya glanced around and saw a woman with long pink hair, wearing a marine uniform, and a body that was so good that she opened her hands and stared at her, releasing her devil fruit ability. The visitor is the person who ate Paramecia fruit. Marine Rear Admiral, Hina. On the other side was a shivering girl with glasses, Insiki. And behind them were about 30 Marines. They originally had 100% confidence in Marine Admiral Kuzan, but when they rushed over, they saw Lei Ying landing, and Kuzan was hit like a thunder welcome. By the time the thunderstorm passed, Kuzan had lost his ability to fight. Now, I also encountered Xia Ya using a pistol to hit the target. Damn it! Xia Ya, you damn BD, how dare you hurt Kuzan like this? Hina is angry. Hina saw that Kuzan's left leg had been broken and there were several gunshot wounds on his body. Dying like a dead dog. Hina was instantly furious. Xia Ya couldn't help but sigh that this woman is really brave, and warned, since even a Marine Admiral like Kuzan has become like this, you, a Marine Rear Admiral, are you qualified to challenge here? I can kill you as a random person here. Clean up. Since you dare to show up, does that mean you're ready to pay the price? For Marines or pirates, as long as there is no conflict of interest, Xia Ya will usually ignore them, but if they feel that they have been offended, no one can even think about retreating. After Xia Ya said this, Hina realized that she was indeed impulsive. Kuzan almost threw himself into the street. Why don't you come to deliver it yourself? But she couldn't see this, and she would stop it even if she died. And you? How dare you appear in front of me? It seems you are ready to be ridden again. Tashiji. Xia Ya's voice suddenly made Tashiji's hair run cold, as if he was in hell. Tashiji raised his head with difficulty and looked at the terrifying figure so close. Thinking of the terrifying experience of being ridden, he was suddenly frightened and almost collapsed on the ground. You can't blame Tashiji for not having the courage, it's really because the Xia Ya in front of him is too terrifying. Crocodile from 7 warlords of the sea kills whenever he wants. Marine Admiral Aokiji Kuzan was defeated by him. Now it is certain that this man can really kill Aokiji Admiral lying on the ground at will. So how terrifying is his ability? The Marine soldiers who followed were frightened and did not dare to take a step forward. If Boss Hina hadn't already taken action. Who is willing to follow the muddy waters of Loguetown? Their lives are too long. Xia Ya snorted and said coldly, you guys alone can't save anyone, so don't get in the way here, otherwise. Ride first and then kill. You. Hina was instantly furious after hearing this, her chest rising and falling crazily. At this moment, the phone bug in Hina's pocket rang. Blue blue blue. Hina frowned. Was this ringtone from Marshall Power Company? La Boonla Boonla. Hina frowned again, and the phone bug that was Crocodile's relic in the suitcase rang again. It is estimated that the codders of the Baroque working group are looking for their boss. There is no way, Crocodile's phone bug Hina can't answer it. After all, it has to be sent to naval headquarters to crack it, but the phone call from the marshal's office must be answered. Hina even felt that Zhang Wei and others were paying attention to the battle between Songgaya and Kuzan. Marshal Sengoku. Hina answered the phone. In the phone bug, Sengoku's voice was a little urgent and he said, Hina, give the phone bug to Xia Ya. Xia Ya, I am Marshal Sengoku of Naval Headquarters, let's talk about the terms. How can I let Kuzan go? Hina muttered and handed over the phone to Bugs. I'm really looking for him. In the marshal's office, the figure of Marine Rear Admiral Hina suddenly appeared on the surveillance screen. Sengoku realized that this was an opportunity for negotiation, so he quickly dialed Hina's phone number on behalf of Naval Headquarters, but the target of the call was directly Xia Ya. Pirates. Negotiation. Ha 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 ha, you are the Supreme Marshal of the Naval Headquarters, and I, a pirate with a bounty on your marine head, have nothing to negotiate with. Hearing what Sengoku said, Xia Ya laughed directly. 30. It is said that Marines and pirates are at odds with each other, but when their interests are actually entangled, they can still negotiate. It can even bring a lot of benefits. The target of negotiation can also be the Supreme Marshal of Naval Headquarters, Sengoku. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Sengoku, when you posted the bounty on me, did you discuss it with me? Did you negotiate with me? Now that you want to negotiate, you don't really think you are qualified to negotiate with me, do you? Saying this, Xia Ya patted Ounce's huge toes. Ounce received the order. He raised his leg towards Kuzan in the black iron fence and stepped down. Boom! Huge footprints appeared in front of everyone. The iron fence condensed by Hina's ability shattered instantly. Among the footprints, Aokiji's figure is even blurrier. The victory in Marineford was so angry that he vomited blood and almost collapsed. Once upon a time, when had he Sengoku been treated like this? Even the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and even Roger of the old era, this series of very arrogant people. In front of myself, I just say a few words of joy. I would never do something so ruthlessly and leave no room for anything at once. And Xia Ya. He actually acted to destroy the bargaining chip the moment he proposed the negotiation. How vicious! Now, the eyes of the Marine Corps in the office were filled with hatred as they stared at the screen. At this time, Robin came to Xia Ya and whispered, "I just heard the voice of the crocodile phone bug. It is a special secret phone bug of Baroque Works. It should have the contact information of all members." Oh? Crocodile's special phone bug. Ignoring Sengoku, Xia Ya pointed a gun at Hina and ordered, "Take out the phone bug from the box." Hina gritted her teeth, "This is an encrypted phone bug. Even in our naval headquarters, we need the scientific department to decipher it. It's useless for you to hold it. Even the crocodile was killed by you. You don't need this thing." "Who said that?" Now, Xia Ya controls Kuzan's life and death, and it's about completely conquering Robin and turning him into a mount. 4.5 Behind Crocodile's phone bug is the line of Baroque Works, which is an important link to completely solve the Alabasta crisis and is related to the complete release of Vivi. Xia Ya is very concerned about the mount's mood. How could it not be necessary? Xia Ya sneered, "Naval Headquarters Scientific Department, isn't it great?" Robin nodded and used the flower fruit ability to immediately grow an arm on Hina's body. With a little movement, he snatched the phone bug away and handed it back to Zhongli. Xia Ya took the phone bug and tossed it in her hand. He rode up in front of everyone. "Phone bug, damn! What are you doing?" "What? You ride the phone bug too?" Xia Ya's operation shocked everyone. They originally thought that riding a demon was invincible, but who would have thought that some people would not even let go of creatures like telephone bugs? What the hell is wrong with you? What kind of ability is it? Blue. Crocodile's phone bug was immediately controlled by Xia Ya, and brew sounds kept popping out of his mouth. A male voice sounded on the field. This is Crocodile's voice. He is actually still alive. Chapter 60. Phone bug? Hee. Just a little creature. Xia Ya rides easily. Riding equals control. Immediately, Xia Ya threw the phone bug on the ground and stepped on it with a small jump. The phone worm felt his body sink, and his whole body was about to be embedded in the sand. However, the phone worm quickly adapted and began to crawl on the sand, constantly ringing the sound of bulu. At this time, Xia Ya also discovered that phone bugs are creatures with memories. In other words, all the previous calls made by this phone bug were recorded by a certain organ in its brain. Xia Ya also wanted to take this opportunity to mock Sengoku. See what the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile and marine are doing in Alabasta behind their backs. The phone bug knows everything. Start tracing back the phone calls crocodile made. Download from Rangbu. Alabasta has dancing powder everywhere. From organizing bounty hunters in Whiskey Peak, making a lot of profits in the hands of Marine. From letting his subordinates use Bailey to incite national sentiment. Wait for everything. Although these incident lists seemed to be trivial matters, there was no connection between the incidents. Even the subordinates on the other end of the phone were confused and followed K09 Rockdar's orders. But Crocodile has made more phone calls, and the core of the content remains unchanged. Read the entire call from God's perspective and you will know clearly. Crocodile Guy. They are plotting to overthrow the Alabasta royal family. As the elite officers of the Baroque Working Society were exposed one by one. The address and members of the branch of the Work Society. All were exposed in one fell swoop. Only those who heard this understood how huge the Baroque working group was and how deeply it penetrated. But, as phone bug records are exposed, it also means that the day when the Baroque Working Society will be completely destroyed is coming soon. So that's it. It's so scary. I didn't expect Crocodile to penetrate so deeply. When the time comes, I'm afraid the entire Alabasta will fall into chaos. Fortunately, it's all over. Vivi was immediately angry when she heard the content on the phone. But he also immediately relaxed. Based on this information, all the participants of the Baroque Working Society can be found. Alabasta is a powerful kingdom no matter what, and it still has a large number of troops and escorts. As long as Vivi gives the information to the royal family, it will not be difficult for the royal family to send people to kill some of the scraps from the Baroque works. At this moment, it also means that Alabasta's crisis will be completely eliminated. Xia Ya. Thank you for saving Alabasta. All members of the Nefertari royal family will thank you. Vivi hugged Xia Ya excitedly and kissed her, her joy was beyond words. Xia Ya just smiled and rubbed Vivi's head. Now that the crisis has been completely resolved, there is no need to worry anymore. This phone bug came at the right time. You have to thank Marine's Hina Rear Admiral. After saying that, Ya glanced at Robin and smiled. In phone bug, Robin was not arranged by Crocodile to participate in the plan to overthrow Alabasta. Although she was the vice president of Baroque Works, she was really only involved in the management of Yuan Casino and the management of the bounty business. This is undoubtedly good news. At least there is no grudge between Vivi and Robin. Contributes to the great unity within the Mount. And Hina on the other side was already numb with shock. She never expected that the crocodile of the 7 warlords of the sea hiding in Alabasta would have such a conspiracy, and it had penetrated into every corner of the kingdom. However, she had been investigating for so long, but she had not found any clues. Now, with Xia Ya comes Alabasta. It only takes one day. Even just a phone bug gets ridden by Xia Ya. All the truth is revealed. But Crocodile has died, and Hina's anger has dissipated a lot. It is meaningless for her to continue investigating Alabasta's affairs. All she needs to do is provide a summary report to Naval Headquarters. On the other hand, Xia Ya, it turns out that he came to Alabasta to help the Nefertari royal family solve the crisis. Was it Princess Vivi of Alabasta who invited the rescuer? Therefore, Xia Ya went directly to the rainy land. It only took less than half a day to kill Crocodile cleanly. Regarding this, Hina didn't expect it at all. This man is so efficient. This guy's skills are really amazing. On the other side, Marineford is in collective silence at this moment. Crocodile is a legal pirate designated by Marie Joyce. The first regulation of Shishibukai is to prohibit doing anything other than being a pirate. They don't care about burning, killing and looting. They are also happy to see civil strife among pirates, but if they are involved in the struggle for royal power, it will definitely be not allowed. After all, Marie Joyce doesn't want Shishibukai to become stronger and bigger. Unless Shishibukai himself is from a certain kingdom. Crocodile has no background in this area and is actually making plans to overthrow Alabasta. If this kind of thing was done successfully, Marie Joyce would be humiliated. How will people in the world view this? After all, Doflamingo has set a precedent, and Marie Joyce's authority has been damaged. But considering that Doflamingo originally belonged to the Celestial Dragon's camp, his ancestor was the king of Dressrosa, and he had mastered many secrets of Marie Joyce. Therefore, whether it is Marie Joyce or naval headquarters, since Doflamingo overthrew the matter of the kingdom was done, and it was done, so it gradually acquiesced. But Crocodile is different. If he succeeded, the impact on the image of Marie Joyce and Marine will be unimaginable. Cough cough cough. At this time, Kuzan miraculously woke up. He felt that all the bones in his body were broken, and the pain was so severe that he wanted to scream, but at the same time, he also found that he could not exert any strength. The sea stone in Kuzan's body is emitting the power of the seal. It was like drowning and it was difficult for him to breathe. So much so that he couldn't feel the injury, and couldn't even realize that he had broken his left leg. Kuzan. Sengoku's voice came from Marine's phone, "Are you okay?" Kuzan said weakly, "Ah, there must be a few sea stone bullets in the body. He actually lost. Xia Ya, let's talk. I can make a deal with you on behalf of Naval Headquarters. As the Supreme Marshal of the Naval Headquarters, I can let you have the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea. As a legal pirate handpicked by Marie Joyce, you and your team will no longer be hunted by the Marine, and you will even own some on the sea. Privilege." Sengoku shouted to the phone bug, 917 just let Kuzan go. No way. Marine Admiral is too important to Marine. Not only is Kuzan himself powerful, but also the Admiral name behind him. Any damage to Kuzan's life and reputation would be a huge blow to Naval Headquarters. Sengoku also has a headache about this. He must find Xia Ya's points of interest and negotiate terms to make Xia Ya release Kuzan. Shishibukai? Very powerful? Xia Ya just beat up a Shishibukai in the Thriller Bark not long ago, and now she killed another Shishibukai in Alabasta. If you let him be the 7 Warlords of the Sea, then let go of the Marine Admiral who is far more important than the Shishibukai? Are you sure you got it right? He really knows how to do business. Sengoku. Sengoku. Who are you looking down on? At the moment, Xia Ya once again controlled Ounce and stepped on Kuzan. Boom. Kuzan falls into coma again. R. Sengoku watched helplessly as the huge footprints were smoking on the ground, and Kuzan's figure sank into the ground again. Going to collapse. Even Garp, Sakazuki, and Porisalino could no longer stand it, their expressions were extremely cold, and they wanted to drag Xia Ya to Marineford, beat her up, and cut her into pieces. Since when has Naval Headquarters been so insulted? This BD character of Xia Ya is really annoying. It's so annoying that it's almost disgusting. He stepped on Kuzan, but he slapped everyone in Naval Headquarters. Sengoku said eagerly on the phone, "Xia Ya, what do you want? You can say whatever you want. Any." Chapter 61. Shishabukai's title? Money? Pele. I can give it to you. Sengoku said. In fact, it doesn't matter to Xia Ya whether Kuzan dies or not. After all, the frozen fruit is out of reach now, and Kuzan is also looking disabled. By the time he gets back on his feet, Xia Ya will have taken off completely. No matter what Kuzan's mentality is, he will give it to him. You can handle it all. Therefore, Xia Ya prefers to solve this matter from Robin's perspective. Strictly speaking, Robin did owe Kuzan his life in O'Hara, this is an indisputable fact. Xia Ya can take this opportunity to let Robin completely release his inner demons. At the same time, if Kuzan could use his life to trick Hina and Tashiji into mounts and teach Marine a lesson, Xia Ya would be very happy to see it. After all, Xia Ya was really upset about some of Marine's actions. Just because Carina was with him, and because she was a Maramara fruit user, a terrifying 70 million belly was placed on her head without doing anything harmful to civilians. Marine is just bullying others under the guise of justice. It's not impossible. Xia Ya said. Seeing that there seemed to be something going on, Sengoku, who was far away in Marine Ford, felt relieved. However, the next second, Sengoku was furious when Madoka spoke. You transfer Jun, Hina, and Tashiji to me as subordinates and as my mounts, and I will let your Marine Admiral go. What? Jun is the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. His mount? How is that possible? Everyone in the Marshal's office immediately became furious and started chattering like crazy. What condition is this? Absolutely unacceptable. Give a Marine Vice Admiral, a Marine Rear Admiral, and a Marine trainee to a pirate to use as a mount? Why don't you let Sengoku step down from his position as Marshal and become your mount? Xia Ya felt a little regretful and said, it turns out it doesn't work, then forget it. As he spoke, he continued to control Ounce to stomp on Kuzan a few times. Bang bang bang! Among Ounce's big footprints, Kuzan's figure is even more blurry. Wait! Xia Ya, you should have something you want. For example, devil fruit, money, Bailey, or the cancellation of the bounty order. We at Naval Headquarters can give it to you, but if you and Naval Headquarters completely see through, I'm afraid Grand Line there is no place for you. You should know the seriousness of the matter. Sengoku thought of countless conditions and threatened in a ferocious tone. I don't need it, I don't care about it, I don't care. After Xia Ya refused directly, she took aim at Kuzan with a musket. Boom! Kuzan's ear was blown off by a sea stone bullet. Abe! Kuzan regained consciousness in pain. Xia Ya couldn't help frowning and blew away the smoke from the gun. He seemed unhappy with his aim. Wait! Seeing Xia Ya aiming at Kuzan's head, Sengoku couldn't sit still anymore. Xia Ya smiled, now that Hina and Tashiji have come to me, their fate is no longer under their control. Old man Sengoku, you can order them to be kicked out of Naval Headquarters. Whether I can ride them is my business. I don't need you, my former boss, to worry about. Marshal Sengoku must not do this. Kuzan roared. Xia Ya squatted in front of Kuzan and patted Kuzan on the forehead with a musket. Just a prisoner, shut up. When did you get the illusion that weak people can decide their own destiny? Killing is heartbreaking. Because of the pirate's words, Marine Rear Admiral and the intern were turned into bargaining chips in the transaction. If such a thing was done, it would mean that Marine Admiral's majesty would be damaged. But at this moment Sengoku has no choice. Kuzan is a Marine Admiral, and Hina at this time is just a not-so-remarkable Rear Admiral at Naval Headquarters, and Tashiji is an intern at Marine, with basically no sense of existence. If it is indeed a good deal from a trading perspective. Sengoku looked at Higarp and others in the office, but everyone's eyes were flashing with anger, and they said nothing about whether they could agree to Xia Ya's deal. Such a deal? Are you going to let Sengoku stop being a human being? It would be fine if it was done behind the scenes. There are many cases where Marines exchange warships for pirates. But now, aren't you selling people in front of them? Hina's face was full of anger. Do you know what you are talking about? What a shameless guy! Xia Ya chuckled. Tisk, 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 I'm shameless? Aren't you here to save Marine Admiral? You were standing in front of me before to prevent me from taking action. What, now you are not happy? Are you not willing to dedicate yourself? Using strength to snatch it from you and being traded are two different things. You big-chested and brainless guy, you have so much strength to steal someone from me? Even that old man Sengoku can only choose to make a deal with me. If you don't come and give me away, can you become a bargaining chip in the deal? You're really stupid. Hina is so angry. Equals. As Xia Ya counted down, the trigger on his finger was already halfway pulled, and sparks were just about to erupt from the muzzle. An urgent voice came from Sengoku. Sengoku gritted his teeth and said, I agree. In the name of Martial Marine, I will separate Hina and Tashiji from Marine and compensate them with 3 years' salary. Can you stop? Xia Ya. I am very trustworthy. Xia Ya chuckled, go away. Kyuzan. Listen, I will continue to pay attention to you with Robin. If your growth does not meet my justice, I will personally terminate your life next time. After saying that, Xia Ya kicked Kyuzan away. It wasn't until Kyuzan was kicked away that he realized that Robin was standing next to Xia Ya. Only then did he understand the meaning behind Xia Ya's words. Damn! He's doing this to avenge Nico Robin. Over the years, Kyuzan may have become accustomed to being invincible, always looking at the weak with pity, but he has never looked at the problem with in-depth analysis. Justice in his heart is simply absurd, casual, and also confusing. In other words, he has never tried hard to pursue the so-called justice. He could disobey Marie Joya's orders and secretly let go of a little girl from O'Hara. I think this is my own conscience and my own justice. At the same time, he also used his own ignorant concept of justice to evaluate this little girl and label her. Marie Joyce defines O'Hara guilty? Kyuzan went there with the golden phone bug and launched the tragic national age. Marie Joyce defines an 8-year-old girl as a child of the devil? Kyuzan will doubt an 8-year-old girl and believe that this little girl is a born devil who can destroy the world. He also generously wants to pay attention to her growth and hopes that she will not go astray. I never noticed that it was an 8-year-old girl. A storm, a cold wave, or hunger on the sea could kill her. So weak. 2. Then, who convicts such a weak person? Who defined her as a devil? Does the little girl herself know what a devil is? Anyway, Kyuzan has never thought about these or verified them. After all, you don't need to use your brain to listen to others, and you are so lazy that you don't need to think. Marie Joyce said yes. Now, Xia Ya has neither the qualifications nor the interest to tell Kyuzan what justice is. He just wants to repeat the fear that Robin suffered, Wang Di Hao, on Kyuzan without explanation, just torture and play. At this moment, the marine soldiers rushed to chase Kyuzan, who was kicked away. Aokiji Admiral! Aokiji Admiral! Only Hina and Tashiji were left shivering. This is Sengoku, your immediate superior. But congratulations, it's not the case now. I'm not interested in you either, goodbye. After saying that, Xia Ya took the girls and rode down towards the capital of Alabasta. As for Hina and Tashiji, although Xia Ya really wants to ride now, it is troublesome to stay with them in this state. Anyway, they have been betrayed by Marine. Even if they return to Marine's camp, there will definitely be a gap. After all, it is difficult to climb to the sky in one step during the process of surrendering a mount. Just let it go, you may not be interested in it one day. As a matter of urgency, Xia Ya decided to ride Robin and Vivi. Hina and Tashiji looked at the huge figure going away. I was stunned for a moment. Wait, we are not Marine anymore. I live in Marine and it was just sold, but the seller didn't want it anymore. Chapter 62. Naval Headquarters, Marshal's Office. Marine Marshal Sengoku, Marine Hero Garp, Tsuru Vice Admiral, Marine Admiral Sakazuki, Marine Admiral Porisalino, Marine Vice Admiral Jun, several real top executives of Marine, gathered in the conference room. The solemn expressions had been hanging on several people's faces for 2 hours. During these 2 hours, not one of them spoke. Even Garp, who has always been playful and optimistic, has a serious expression at the moment. Because just now, Marine Admiral Kyuzan has been sent to the Marine branch near Alabasta for treatment, and military doctors from several branches gathered together to give a collective diagnosis report. The results were naturally very ugly. According to the report, there were 12 deep bone scars on Aokiji's body, broken bones all over his body, and extensive burns from thunder and fire, with the area coverage reaching a terrifying 80%. At the same time, he was attacked by a thunderstorm and completely lost his left leg, and his ear was blown off by a sea stone bullet. And what's even more terrifying is, Kuzan has 10 sea stone bullets embedded all over his body, and they all attack the movable joints. These sea stone bullets cause the greatest damage, because they put Kuzan in a state of high load for a long time, and his body is overdrawn in advance. In other words, even if Kuzan can be cured one day, his combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Finally, the military doctor came to a conclusion. Putting aside the bonus of frozen fruit, there is a 98% chance that Kuzan's future combat effectiveness will only be restored to 553 to the level of Marine Vice Admiral. This guy Xia Ya. Killing was not his purpose. He did it with the mentality of completely destroying Kuzan. With such an injury, it's a miracle that Kuzan survived. Sengoku frowned, a sense of shame filling his heart. Xia Ya, this BD really deserves to die. Damn it! You actually did such a thing to provoke naval headquarters. And Sengoku not only shamefully accepted Xia Ya's conditions, but also kicked Hina and Tashiji out of Marine like chess pieces, only to get a scarred Marine Admiral. You know, Marine Admiral is related to Marine's face. As for Kuzan in this state, just from the scarred image alone, going out will cause huge criticism. What's even more hateful is what Xia Ya said before leaving. Xia Ya said he will continue to pay attention to Kuzan's growth in the future. If Kuzan's growth does not meet the justice in his heart, he will take action to take Kuzan's life. It is simply threatening, ridiculing, and making enemies. Although Xia Ya spared Kuzan's life, it was no different from breaking up and becoming full of hatred. Sengoku frowned deeply, his eyes full of sharpness. Do you know the meaning of those words left by Xia Ya? I even heard the word festival from his mouth. There was a history between him and Kuzan. What hatred! Everyone shook their heads and quickly denied. I don't know, if it was just Smoker who was beaten violently, it shouldn't be. Kuzan intercepted Xia Ya, it was also the first time we met. At this time, Sakazuki on the side said with a stern face, the hatred originated from West Blue O'Hara 16 years ago. West Blue O'Hara. After hearing this, everyone was confused. What? Sakazuki was at the scene as another executioner in the O'Hara incident. Sakazuki also knew more or less that Kuzan deliberately let go of Nico Robin. Only. At that time, Kuzan and Sakazuki were both Marine Vice Admirals, and they were both nominated Marine Admiral candidates. As long as the O'Hara incident was successfully resolved, they would receive a large sum of military glory. When Sengoku and Zephyr abdicated, their admiral positions would be it's a sure thing. The Sakazuki at that time was attacking the fleeing ships. Kuzan landed on the island and released the people. In order for the O'Hara Buster Call destruction incident to have a happy ending, give Marie Joyce a perfect explanation. Sakazuki also deliberately ignored the fact that Kuzan deliberately let Nico Robin go. After all, letting someone go intentionally is disobeying military orders. It's two different things than making a mistake and letting someone run away. If he had not suppressed it at that time, it is very likely that his position as admiral would have been hindered by Marie Joyce. Even if you can successfully become a Marine Admiral, a scolding is unavoidable. Now, Sakazuki Admiral's position has long been secured, so he no longer has any worries. As if recalling the past, Sakazuki said sternly after a long time, back then, the headquarters received an order from Marie Joyce and went to West Blue to launch a buster call against O'Hara, the island of scholars. The entire island was reduced to ashes in the sea. In the process, Kuzan deliberately let go of the only survivor, who was none other than the son of the devil Nico Robin. Afterwards, Marie Joyce discovered that someone had escaped and issued a reward for Nico Robin. Kuzan also took the initiative to explain to me afterwards that he would continue to pay attention to Nico Robin's growth. If, at sea, Robin did something that was not in line with his inner justice, if something happens, we will get rid of it. I haven't mentioned it since then. The black-haired woman who was next to Xia Ya before was Nico Robin at that time. Speaking of which, Sakazuki paused for a moment, no longer hiding the traces of ridicule in his eyes. He, what a retribution. Now, Xia Ya returned this sentence to Kuzan intact on behalf of Nico Robin. He, it's so ridiculous. Hearing this, Sengoku frowned, remembering what happened back then. At that time, the naval headquarters was facing a change of admiral. Porisalino had already reserved the Marine Admiral seat by virtue of his meritorious service in the scientific force, while the other two headquarters monsters Sakazuki and Ku still missing some military merit. So Sengoku, like sharing the fruits of victory, sent 2 people to O'Hara to pick up the military merits. All we have to do is wait for 5 elders to approve it, and it will be done. O'Hara's buster call phone bug was handed over to Kuzan by Sengoku himself. During the previous surveillance, all marine executives were paying attention to Kuzan and did not discuss Nico Robin in detail. Only now did they understand what happened. Xia Ya and the son of the devil have joined forces. Sengoku said indignantly and angrily, damn it. The existence of the devil's son turned out to be Kuzan's deliberate release. He also frowned, these are the consequences of cutting the grass without eradicating the root. Sengoku, Crane, stop talking. Garp interrupted, now that the matter has come to this, there is no point dwelling on the past. We should first arrange for Kuzan to be treated at the headquarters. After all, he is the only marine who has fought against Xia Ya. Admiral is also the person who knows Xia Ya's information best. Based on this information, we can recover the place later. Sengoku rubbed his sore eyebrows and thought deeply. Xia Ya killed Shishibukai Crocodile, seriously injured Marine Admiral, and directly insulted Marshal Marine on the phone, even forcing him to choose between Marine Admiral and Marine Rear Admiral, Marine Trainee. It can be said that Xia Ya has offended the entire Marine, and regaining her reputation is what she must do. This person must be taken down regardless of life or death. Kuzan's matter was concealed for now, and Xia Ya was charged with killing the 7 warlords of the sea, provoking Marie Joya's authority, and raising his bounty to 1 billion. At the same time, raising the bounty of all his staff to let him the whole group's bounty is between Shishibukai and 4 emperors. Let's use the forces on the sea to destroy his momentum. We spread the word across the sea as fast as we can. On the other side, Alabasta Palace. King Cobra fled back to the palace with lingering fear, gasping for air. He swore that he had never seen a battle of this level in his life. A single impact on such a person could destroy Alabasta. At this time, the palace minister came to report anxiously. It's not good. Your Majesty the King. The giant demon who fought with Marine Admiral before has already run towards the royal capital crazily. Boom boom boom. The minister didn't finish his words. Along with the trembling of the earth, the sound of huge footsteps clearly reached Cobra's ears. The tremors coming from the solace of his feet suddenly made the wealthy Cobra feel frightened. What's going on? We saw something we shouldn't have seen, so he came to trouble us. This is a misunderstanding. Quick, follow me and explain to that man and apologize. Don't let him trample on the palace. Chapter 63. At the same time, although Marine deliberately hid it, such a huge thing that happened in Alabasta cannot be hidden. Not only many people in Alabasta witnessed it with their own eyes, but some news media also caught up with the news. Vinegar, at a high altitude in the Grand Line Com Belt. A ship pulled by an albatross is flying in the sky. This is the headquarters of World Economic News. The leader is none other than Morgans in the form of Zoan Fruit and Albatross. He is an Esper in the form of Zoan, Bird Fruit and Albatross, and he is also the biggest news in the whole world. In the world, the influence of all newspapers cannot be compared with that of World Economic News. Newspapers published by World Economic News account for more than 60% of world sales. This ratio almost monopolizes the entire industry. Compared with the official newspapers published by Marie-Joyce and Naval Headquarters, people around the world prefer the down-to-earth world economic news. Because everyone around the world knows that the newspapers of Marie-Joyce and Naval Headquarters are boring, and they always only say half a sentence. They all praise Marie-Joyce's great achievements, which is obviously biased. The current president of World Economic News is one of the kings in the dark world. Morgans is a person who dares to say anything. At the same time, what news is interesting, what news makes money, what news can make meteors. The newspapers he owns just write whatever news they want. Therefore, this type of newspaper is the most acceptable. Number. If there is super big news, Morgans, the newspaper president, will even write the news himself. His keen insight into the news and his superb writing skills can often make the news deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. So over the years, Morgans has offended countless forces. Whether it was Marine, Shishibukai, or 4 emperors, he wrote about them all without any scruples. Anyway, his newspaper headquarters is in the sky, and it is still sailing in the calm belt, almost there are no natural enemies. FFLX. Created by a diligent news geek like Morgans. World Economic News was a huge hit. And Morgans himself, because of the existence of the news, became a mysterious sea legend. Now, countless newsbirds were high in the sky, circling around the hull, chattering noisily at a birdman on the deck. Morgans was not angry at all, and the more he listened, the more excited his eyes became. Xia Ya landed in Alabasta, first killed the crocodile of the 7 warlords of the sea, and then almost killed the admiral of headquarters Aokiji on the bank of the Sentora River, turning the battlefield into a super large circular lake. The moves he used were earth-shattering, like too difficult. Even the mount you ride on has a frightening background of legendary proportions. Such news. All captured by Newsbird. Number. As a person with abilities in the bird fruit albatross form, Morgans can understand the language of the newsbird. As long as he closes his eyes, he can substitute into the information, which is equivalent to observing the 2 battles on the spot. The strength of the newcomer Xia Ya undoubtedly makes Morgans very excited. Ha 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 ha. Xia Ya, Xia Ya, Xia Ya, you really gave me a huge surprise. The biggest news in the past 30 years. Killed 7 warlords of the sea crocodile and destroyed Marine Admiral Aokiji Kuzan in one day. This kind of news will detonate the whole world like a super bomb. Every word is endless Pele. This is truly the most sacred moment in journalism. Morgan's eyes flashed with excitement. He boarded the private deck on the bow of the Albatross, sat on the ground in front of his exclusive desk, and then plucked out one of his feathers. Stab into a water bottle. Then, I wrote furiously amidst the noise of newsbirds. Amazing! Well done! Xia Ya, you will amaze the world, and the whole world will be turbulent because of you. I swear on the reputation of big news, I will definitely do it. Ha 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 ha. But, what name should you give your pirate group? What nicknames should you, the team members, have? During the writing process, Morgans had a mental breakdown. Because Xia Ya is a pure newcomer. Although he founded a pirate group, it has not yet got on the right track. Not only does he not have a ship, he doesn't even have a name for the pirate group, let alone a famous name. Like the strongest creature, the strongest man in the world, the greatest swordsman in the world. What a name like that, Haki! How should I describe you so that people who read the newspaper will have a sense of belonging and people will know that this is an extraordinary person? On the deck, in front of the desk, Morgans fell into deep thought. Alabasta, Ounce is advancing towards the royal palace. Xia Ya, finally done. In the room inside Ounce, Xia Ya rides on the phone bug and plays Crocodile's phone record again. And Vivi recorded everything on the side. As long as it is handed over to the kingdom of Nefertari, the cancer of Baroque works can be completely pulled out from the land of Alabasta. Vivi sucked Sakura's peach lips, dried the ink on the paper, and her handwriting was beautiful. Then he said with an excited expression, "Xia Ya, I don't want to wait any longer, just ride me now." Now that the hidden danger of Alabasta has been completely solved, Vivi gained a lot of courage at this moment. She was fearless and asked Xia Ya to ride her in front of everyone. Faced with Vivi's reasonable request, Xia Ya will naturally not refuse. Soon, under the attention of everyone, Xia Ya and Vivi linked their fingers, and the riding ceremony officially began. Vivi hummed softly, "So comfortable." In Xia Ya's eyes, a clear text immediately appeared. Fit flexible love. Buff usage time limit, permanent. Source, Vivi's reins. Ability 1, during riding, you can change the size of yourself and your mount within the range of the largest mount you currently own and the smallest mount you own. Ability 2, you can fuse with your mount to form a combined form. The combined form is so varied that it cannot be described in words. Please experiment slowly by yourself. The buff given by Vivi in the contract actually has 2 abilities. With Xia Ya's knowledge, he also clearly knew the specific function of this buff. For example, he currently has the largest mount, Ounce the Demon, and Perona, the petite one. After possessing the body-fitting and freely stretchable love buff, he can put Nami, Carina, Vivi, and even his own body shape. It can become as huge as Ounce, or as small as Perona. This skill can still be used as a proper adjustment. Xia Ya quickly commented. The second skill is easier to understand. It can be understood as, Xia Ya is the mount, and the mount is also Xia Ya. He can completely become an arm on Carina's body, or become a soft ball of flesh on Carina's body. Of course, it's not just that. There can also be new changes when combined. This is a bit like the Paramecia fusion fruit ability of the Devil's Descendant Douglas Bullet, except that he is a fused inorganic substance, and I am merging all mounts. The characteristics of the mounts mean a new form. If we merge with Perona now, maybe we can actually transform into a ghost form. When Xia Ya saw this, although he was looking forward to it, he decided to go back and study it in detail. After all, we are about to arrive at the Alabasta Palace, so it would be good to enjoy the royal life with the ladies first. Testing skills can be postponed a little bit. Xia Ya has already planned it. The next stop is the capital of 7 Rivers. In fact, neither he nor Carina had a real ship after sailing for so long. They were either small sailboats stolen from everywhere or warships stolen. Although such ships could sail, they lacked the elements of life and lived in there is no emotion in it. There are only those luxurious ships with swimming pools, cinemas, love music rooms, massage rooms. 0, please give me flowers. Only a boat with a series of functions can meet the daily needs of Xia Ya and her mounts. Seafaring life is very hard. In the past, warships were like living in a house without water, electricity, or decoration. Able to live, but not happy. Now, Xia Ya has the gold transported from Sky Island and about 1.3 billion Baileys to use. There is no shortage of money for shipbuilding. He can go to the 7 Waters capital to build a luxurious ship. Xia Ya also has the core technology of arc proverbs, which can use the craftsmen of the 7 Waters city to make the ship unique. Any luxury and function that can be enjoyed can be gathered into one ship. In the same way, he and the girl group only then can our sailing life be considered on the right track. Number. The city of 7 Waters is still a must-visit place for Xia Ya. Because there is another mount worth capturing. CP9 Agent, Khalifa. If you use your best tactics, this black silk mount can still be conquered. More importantly, there is a drawing of the ancient weapon Pluton in Frankie, the capital of the 7 Waters. If you hold this in your hand, even if you can't find the ancient weapon Pluton when you go to Wano Kuni in the future, you can still build a Pluton yourself. Come out. There is no doubt that the city of 7 Waters is definitely worth a visit. Anyway, there must be a place for Pluton in the golden coffin of 6 paths. And at this time, Vivi looked at Xia Ya excitedly and said, tail. 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 Vivi had already looked at Carina's fox tail, Nami's orange cat tail, and Perona's devil tail. She had already been envious of Ma. Now she has become Xia Ya's mount. As long as Xia Ya gently touches her butt, it will naturally can be born with a tail. Xia Ya uses cheat and clicks behind Vivi. Vivi suddenly shrank and made a comfortable sound from her mouth. A strange-looking tail grew out, somewhat like a peacock. The girls looked at it curiously. Hey! Is this a peacock tail? It doesn't seem like it. Carina said with a wicked smile, moreover, only male peacocks can grow tails. It seems to be used for courtship, right? Ha 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 ha. Vivi, show us a courtship in situ. The goal is how about Xia Ya? After the words fell, everyone in the girl group except Vivi laughed. Vivi's face turned red from their laughter. She quickly changed the subject, ha 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 ha. But after I grew a tail, I felt so powerful in my body. What should I do? Suddenly, very suddenly, I really want to dance. Vivi suppressed her desire to dance and marveled at the magic of long tails. Because she found out. The moment her tail grew, she wanted to dance passionately in front of Xia Ya. No way, mating dance. Carina continued to smile evilly. Vivi blushed even more and held back a few words, no way. It's Alabastus' most passionate rustling dance. 11. Wait. Listen to what Vivi said. I think I also want to do it. Carina brushed suddenly and her face turned red. Carina, why is your face the same as it was on Sky Island? Do you have a fever? As Nami said this, he suddenly hesitated. I seem to have special emotions occupying my heart. Perona, I just want to hang on Xia Ya's lap. As soon as the words fell, Perona hung up and rubbed her left and right. Xia Ya looked up. In fact, Cheat's growing tail can not only enhance the mount's physique, but also mobilize a certain emotion of the mount, making this aspect of the emotion particularly prominent. Because Xia Ya and Kuzan were fighting before, Carina, Nami, and Perona did not notice any special emotions. Now with the defeat of Marine Admiral, the scene suddenly relaxed, and their moods were also released. The girl group's tail is starting to kick in. In order to suppress the emotional outburst, the girl group all changed the topic. Robin, we have all grown our tails. It feels so special. It's really great. Now I'm missing you. Chapter 64. Robin. You're the only one left. The girls looked at Robin expectantly. Kuzan, the fear demon, was eliminated by Xia Ya. Robin now felt extremely safe and immediately agreed with a smile, come on, Xia Ya, but I may be a little too sensitive. After joining the Xia Ya team, Robin discovered that Xia Ya had many intimate behaviors towards each of her female companions. Just like they grow tails with just a touch of Xia Ya's finger. That location. It's all in the gap behind the point. Are they really not itchy? Are you sensitive? He. I used to be very sensitive too. After being ridden by Xia Ya, my neck would be particularly itchy and slightly red and swollen, but I got used to it after a few times. Look at it now, if he is riding it for a day without riding, I feel a little uncomfortable. Carina said seriously. Okay. Robin nodded, looking resigned to his fate. Soon, under Ya's operation, successfully completed the riding contract with the blushing Robin. And a line of information also popped up in Xia Ya's eyes. Property collector. Buff usage time limit, permanent. Source, Robin's reins. Ability, your mount is like a sunflower. Different colors of sunlight will be produced from time to time above your head. When you ride on it, you can harvest sunlight, which can be added to the corresponding abilities. Does this attribute collector buff require me to collect attribute points? This is a bit like a small game I once played, Plants versus zombies, and the mount is like a sunflower that can produce sunlight, but instead of exchanging for plants, it can be exchanged for corresponding attribute points. Thinking like this, Xia Ya noticed that a small golden sun suddenly appeared on Robin's head, and then hovered over her black hair. Like a decoration. 073. However, it is explained according to the capabilities of the attribute collector. This golden sunbeam can only be seen by Xia Ya and will not disappear. You can collect it when one pops up, or you can wait for many to pop up and then collect them all at once. Out of curiosity about the properties of golden sunlight, Xia Ya cupped Robin's face. Come on. Let's ride it now. Hee hee hee. Ah. Now? I'm really sensitive, please be gentle, it doesn't work here. Soon, Xia Ya looked at the golden sun, and a line of instructions appeared in front of her eyes. You gained 1 point of swordsmanship. I see, let's ride on whoever gets the sunshine on his head from now on. After harvesting the sunshine, Xia Ya didn't intend to touch the switch on Robin, to prevent her from shivering and causing her body temperature to soar. Anyway, there will be plenty of time in the future. Xia Ya then checked her dashboard. Xia Ya. Devil Fruit, Paramecia Riding Fruit. Physical skills, A+, Personal form, S+, Mounted form. Swordsmanship, B, A. Physique, slightly strong but not pervert. Observation Haki A+S. Armament Haki S, S+. Conqueror's Haki BA. Temporary buff, cheat, 9,994 times remaining. Permanent buffs, 10x increase, 10x luck, 10x understanding, 10x education, combination, flexible love, attribute collector. Ride contracts, Carina, Nami, Nuko, Perona, Nefet Vivi, Nico Robin. Special ability, 6 Paths Golden Coffin. Special mounts, Majin Ounce, Shimatsuki Ryoma. Wealth, fixed assets 150 billion belly, usable assets 1.3 billion berry. It's not bad. Armament Haki has actually reached the level of top admiral when riding. It can be regarded as the top strength certification in the sea. It seems that Kuzan used Armament Haki to defend himself when he was beaten. This experience is really worth it. After getting everything done, Xia Ya and others have arrived at the entrance of Alabasta Palace. At this time, many people were watching from a distance, and one of them exclaimed in amazement. The god of death who killed the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile? They came to Alabasta? What are they going to do in the palace, Oh my god, that's the guy who killed Shishibukai. Shishibukai is nothing. He fought with Marine Admiral on the banks of the Sentora River before, and Marine Admiral was defeated by him. It's terrifying. I saw with my own eyes that Marine Admiral was defeated by some. The soldiers carried it away. I was herding camels in the desert at that time. Marine Admiral was so miserable that I didn't even recognize her. Do you know Marine Admiral? I mean, Marine Admiral is so miserable that he doesn't even look like a human being. He looks like a Kurozumi. The people in the capital of Alabasta simply couldn't believe their eyes. Too scary. Terrible. Whether it is 7 warlords of the sea or Marine Admiral, for them, they are existences that need to be looked up to. But now, in one day, I was defeated by this person. What's more, he also came to Alabasta Palace. If something happens, who can stop it? King Cobra is out. The people were keenly aware that King Cobra had already trotted out of the palace with all his ministers, and stopped at the feet of the demon Ounce. As long as Ounce took a step forward, he might trample people. Died. Now that the other party came to the door, Cobra could only discuss it with the other party in a friendly way. For a strong person with world-destroying power, resistance is foolish. Sir, please wait. At this time, Princess Vivi's voice came from the body of the devil Ounce. Father. Ah! Vivi! Soon, under Xia Ya's control, and in the shock of all the people of Alabasta and the king, a huge pure gold coffin slowly rose from the ground of the square, and the golden light illuminated the entire place in a magnificent way, making everyone unable to open their eyes. Open your eyes! At this time, Vivi appeared on the ground and said happily, Father! He is Xia Ya. He helped me solve the crisis in Alabasta. I told you before, are you ready for the special dinner? Cobra looked at Vivi. Stunned, Vivi, what did you just say? Wait a minute, female goose, what is that thing growing on your butt? Cobra wanted to remove Vivi's feathers. Vivi immediately turned around, then her gluteal muscles twitched and her tail swayed seductively. This is my long tail. Ha! Cobra was completely numb. And Vivi said, it's better to go back to the palace first. Is the dinner I requested ready? How could Cobra be in the mood to prepare for the dinner now? Fortunately, he had already given the order to the chef before leading the army, and the fact that the order was not withdrawn meant that preparations were already underway. Cobra led Xia Ya and his party into Nefertari's palace in a nervous mood. Alabasta Palace. At the banquet, Vivi handed over all the communication records about the Baroque Working Society and the Working Society and Shishibukai Crocodile to Cobra, and specially arranged for several ministers to come for verification, and various cases have been basically confirmed. Father! Do you believe it now? Behind the turmoil in Alabasta is Crocodile from the 7 warlords of the sea. He intends to overthrow our Nefertari royal family and take control of the entire Alabasta. It was Xia Ya who took action and killed Crocodile. Hearing this, Cobra's expression was extremely complicated. 7 warlords of the sea are lurking in Alabasta, which is enough to explain some problems. In addition, the content of Crocodile's phone bug communication now provides a reasonable explanation for Alabasta's recent chaos. The truth is already in front of us. Anyone who is not stupid can guess it. Coupled with Vivi's serious expression, Cobra was completely convinced. So, did Brother Xia Ya take action to help solve the crisis in the Nefertari royal family? Suddenly, Cobra looked shocked and stared at Vivi carefully. He killed the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. Right. He defeated Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji. Right. Ah, this. Even if Vivi said it herself, even if Xia Ya rode the demon ounce to fight Kuzan, even if Cobra saw it with his own eyes with tens of thousands of troops, even if the scene of world destruction was vivid in his mind, it still frightened him now unbelievable. Who is Xia Ya? Cobra doesn't know at all. And it's about the same size as Vivi. Such a person. Really kill the 7 warlords of the sea? What is the strength to defeat Marine Admiral? Looking at the terrifying Xia Ya and the female companions around him, including Vivi, who all had animal tails, as if they had just come out of the zoo, Cobra's eyes were a little flustered. However, he still showed the demeanor of a king. Dear Mr. Xia Ya, you helped us Alabasta get rid of the rebellious crocodile. I don't know how to thank you. Vivi hurriedly said, Father, you can start the dinner party first. During the dinner, Xia Ya received special care from King Cobra and sat next to the king, the best seat for important guests. Carina, Nami, and others were also guests and were feasting at the moment. This is the real royal family. Almost everyone was born in poverty, so naturally they have never seen such a luxurious banquet. All kinds of Alabasta delicacies were served, once again igniting everyone's appetite. During the meal, Cobra thanked Xia Ya again. Xia Ya said, if I really want to thank you in the past, there are 2 things I hope the king can agree to. Cobra said, only 2 points? It would be rude if I didn't agree. First, Nico Robin, the archaeologist on our ship, is very interested in the historical texts held by the Nefertari royal family and would like to take this opportunity to visit them. What? Cobra was instantly shocked. The historical text is a secret passed down from generation to generation in Alabasta. Even his daughter Vivi has not reached the age to pass on the inheritance and does not know that the historical text exists. How does the Xia Ya in front of me know? However, facing the demands of such a strong man who defeated Marine Admiral. If not satisfied, what are the consequences? Cobra looked embarrassed, not knowing whether to agree or refuse directly. Xia Ya looked at the confused Cobra and explained directly, Crocodile came to Alabasta, and there was a theft. The country's plan is for the historical text of your royal family. Robin is a pure scholar, she is the only survivor of West Blue O'Hara, she needs to know the history. Furthermore, isn't it that the secret that your Nefertari royal family has protected the text of history for 800 years will one day be able to resist today's powerful people? And we have already fought against Marine Admiral. If you say hello, I believe you will soon enter Marie Joye's sight. We are about to leave for the capital of Seven Waters, and there is the Pluton blueprint that the five elders have been planning. Sooner or later, Xia Ya's whereabouts will come into the sight of Marie Joy senior management. This is to avoid unforeseen consequences. Understand? Am I right? King Nefertiti Cobra. Alabasta was one of the original 20 kingdoms, and after the war 800 years ago, the remaining 19 royal families moved into Marie Joyce and became the Celestial Dragons. District. Only the Nefertari royal family, led by their ancestor Nefertiti Lily, chose to return to their own kingdom and did not choose the identity of Celestial Dragons. After that, the D family. The inheritance was inherited in the Nefertari royal family. And only the people in power in the royal family have the right to know. Here D. Cobra's expression changed instantly and he was speechless. This lady is a survivor of O'Hara. Someone who can read the text of history? 16 years ago, a group of O'Hara scholars came to Alabasta, and the leader seemed to be called Nicole Albia. I turned them down at the time. 08- When Robin heard the name, the wine in his hand fell to the ground instantly. Because Nicole Albia is her mother. Mother. Cobra regretted, I'm sorry, because of the kingdom's consideration at that time, I rejected her. However, a few months later, I heard that O'Hara was launched by Marine and launched a buster call. I regret it very much. Xia Ya said bluntly, anyway, I am very sure that we are all on Vivi's side, or on the side of the entire Nefertari royal family, and the second thing is that I am here this time. Also to take away Vivi. What? Cobra became numb again. Originally, he had planned to let Robin go to the secret room. After all, something inhumane happened to O'Hara. Cobra knew some inside stories, especially his ancestor Nefertiti. Lily left a note, telling the Alabasta royal family to always be wary of Marie Joyce. Although the conversation between Xia Ya and Cobra made Vivi a little confused. But Vivi said, killing crocodile this time, Xia Ya was very lucky to get Logia sand fruit, and Xia Ya let me eat sand fruit, using the power of the desert. Come and protect Alabasta. With that said, Vivi took out a strange-looking fruit in front of Cobra. It's Logia sand fruit. Logia sand fruit. This time, not only Cobra, but also the ministers who were having a banquet with 4.9 in the distance all showed shocked expressions. After learning that 7 warlords of the sea crocodile appeared in Alabasta, information about crocodile was repeatedly investigated, and he owned the Logia sand fruit. Is the most powerful series of devil fruit and is the power of destruction that controls the yellow sand. Now I see Vivi holding sand fruit in her hand. Everyone looked at it in astonishment. Is this real? A series of questions were thrown, and Cobra couldn't resist at all. His thinking was confused and he asked subconsciously. At this time, Vivi decisively tore open the peel of the sand fruit. She had already made enough mental preparations and took a bite immediately. Gulu! It really tastes terrible. After swallowing a mouthful of fruit pulp, Vivi's whole body floated lightly. and her body began to be surrounded by yellow sand. On the land of the palace, the yellow sand began to tremble, like raindrops hitting the lake. Then, there was endless yellow sand pouring into the banquet hall. These yellow sands did not cause damage to the surrounding things, but floated in an orderly manner, as if waiting for the command of the desert princess. This is the power of the patron saint of Alabasta. The ministers in the palace immediately knelt down. Everyone looked at Princess Vivi with reverence. After the banquet, Robin successfully entered the secret room of Nefertari's royal family and obtained information about the ancient weapon Pluton. At the same time, Cobra made several. After weighing the pros and cons, he agreed that Vivi would go to sea with Xia Ya. Xia Ya said it so clearly that it was hard for Cobra to refuse. If Marine wants to pursue the case, just say that Vivi was kidnapped. And this is the fate that the Nefertari royal family should accept. After everything is over. In Princess Vivi's boudoir, various beasts swayed with the lights. The furry party has officially begun. Chapter 65. 7 days later, following Morgan's order, the newsbirds scattered the newspapers across the sea. It was like a bomb exploding at the bottom of the sea, causing a splash of water that was about to flood the entire world. Grand Line, New World. Hakinosu's Sea area, within the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. A big bird burning with blue flames descended from the sky and transformed into a man with pineapple hair. This person is the captain of the first division of the Whitebeard pirates. The birdman Marco, who ate the Zoan, phantom beast species, bird fruit and phoenix form. Dad. Marco landed on the deck of the Moby Dick and said to a huge man with a machete-like beard covered in tubes, "Dad, the sea is not calm lately." An amazing character was born. As he spoke, Marco handed the newspaper to Edward Newgate in front of him. "Dad. It's him, the newcomer from East Blue, the captain of the Rider Pirates, the Rider King, Xia Ya. The Riding Pirates. King of Riders. What a strange name." Newgate glanced at the newspaper and muttered, only to realize that this report was written by Morgans himself, and that the King of the Riders Pirates was all Morgan's brainstorming to name Xia Ya. In order to increase the sense of substitution. It's really boring. After Newgate read the newspaper, he immediately showed a puzzled expression. "Hey! Did that kid from Crocodile die in his hands? Blah blah blah, even Marine Admiral's popsicle boy was defeated by him. In hand. There is a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. This kid is really awesome. Goo la 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 la." Newgate laughed heartily. 1 billion Baileys. Hearing this, the surrounding officers of the Whitebeard pirates were stunned, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Although none of Whitebeard's sons have directly fought against Marine Admiral, the name Admiral alone is an amazing being. To actually be defeated by a newcomer, is this really possible? After all, in the previous era, Marine Admiral is the direct rival of Whitebeard 09's father. Even now, Marine Admiral is not in trouble. Is a newcomer who just entered the Grand Line really that strong? And even Father Whitebeard's bounty was accumulated bit by bit. And the newcomer named Xia Ya. In just a few months, a huge profit of 10Z was made. This bounty has reached the level of Captain Whitebeard. And he is also the best squad leader. Goo la la la. Newgate laughed and threw the newspaper aside, turning to look at the autistic black-haired boy on the side. "Hey, Ace kid, Lao Z heard that you are also from East Blue. Do you know this guy from East Blue recently?" "A kid from East Blue. Tell Lao Z about him." "I do not recognize." Ace said with an unhappy look, "Don't do it in front of me Lao Z, I'm not your son. I will kill you." "Whitebeard. I don't know, forget it, goo la 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 la." Crocodile was the defeated opponent of Whitebeard Newgate. At that time, Newgate defeated the opponent with only a few moves. But when it comes to strength, Newgate knew that Crocodile really existed. It is definitely not an existence that can be ravaged by anyone at will. Newgate absolutely recognized this. And this Xia Ya has the strength to kill Crocodile just after her debut, and even defeated the Popsicle Boy in Marine Admiral. She just started from East Blue and entered the first half of the Grand Line. Such a record is truly an amazing fighting talent. But so what? The man in front of me is Whitebeard. The strongest man in the world. Except for the Whitebeard pirates. All over the New World. Xia Ya's bounty was also known to most of the pirates, including 4 Emperors Kaido, 4 Emperors Anti, 4 Emperors Red Hair and others. In the eyes of people of their level, it is still very easy to pick up a Shishibukai. But Marine Admiral? To be honest. Although they don't like it. But all the 4 emperors still agree that naval headquarters has the strongest combat power. Kingdom of Tato Land, Charlotte Linlin, MM. Mom. I'm interested in him, please investigate him quickly. Wano Kuni, Kaido of the Beasts, ugh, 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 ugh. Hiccup. Give birth to a child like Xia Ya. Gilu, Gilu, Gilu hiccup. On a certain island in New World, red-haired Shanks, Xia Ya? I thought Luffy went to sea early, Beckman, the sea is becoming more and more exciting. It is because of the existence of these young buds that the sea is wonderful. Sabayati Archipelago, really, today's newcomers are stronger than the last. They stood at the top of the sea when they debuted. Even Roger back then it seems like it would be extremely difficult to kill a Marine 1 on 10, right? Shucky, in the last era, that BD Rocks did it. Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters, Hospital. Sengoku and others felt a headache as they looked at the 2 tightly tied mummies in front of them. One of the white bandages was completely stained red with blood. The bandaged eyes were closed tightly. Sengoku stood beside the hospital bed, pacing back and forth with a sharp look in his eyes. Kyuzan, is actually injured like this. Xia Ya, that BD deserves to die. He reminded, Kyuzan's life is no longer in danger. It will take a lot of luck to recover. On another hospital bed, the mummy was covered in bandages. It was obvious that his condition was slightly better. At least there was no blood on the white bandages. Madara also closed his eyes tightly, but he was just pretending to sleep. This person is none other than Marine Colonel Smoker, who was also arranged to be recuperated at the Naval Headquarters Hospital early. Smoker's mood was extremely complicated at this moment. First, his best friend Kyuzan was lying on the hospital bed not far away from him. He was injured much more seriously than himself, and it was done by the same person, Xia Ya. Smoker was very angry about this, but there was nothing he could do. You can only be angry with yourself. Secondly, Smoker has heard that both Hina and Tashigi have been kicked out of Marine. This. Smoker will never accept this. However, facing Sengoku and others at this moment, he did not have the courage to question. No way. Even Kyuzan is like this. To lose his temper at this juncture is like seeking death. Smoker could only pretend to sleep in a very uncomfortable state. Grand Line, a warship is sailing on the sea. Xia Ya and others only stayed in Alabasta for 10 days, and the warship was already on its way to the capital of 7 Waters. Because the rest of the trip is mainly for shipbuilding. Therefore, the girls and Xia Ya purchased a lot of brand new furniture in the royal capital. Princess Vivi even selected many favorite royal household items in the palace, plus the cloud bed, cloud sofa, etc. purchased by Sky Island. These furniture are arranged in the space of 6 paths golden coffin. After the ships in the 7 Waters capital were built, they were all arranged into the huge new ships. The living environment has changed. Boring sailings will become a thing of the past. Xia Ya enjoys life mode. At this moment, the sky is blue and the sea is blue. On the deck, Xia Ya is explaining the Grand Line combat classification to the girls. This is a required course for the girls. After all, Xia Ya can't ride them anytime and anywhere, and often has to protect herself with her own strength. As for the reward order, the novelty has worn off as soon as it wore off. Xia Ya said, although devil fruit has all kinds of weird abilities that can make it unpredictable and have an absolute advantage in ordinary people's battles, the power of devil fruit. Not the only one in the sea. Physical skills, sword skills, and even an ordinary sniper rifle, when combined with haki, will pose a real threat to devil fruit. Carina thoughtfully said, Conqueror's haki also has two major. Yes, among them, Conqueror's haki is an extremely rare haki. It cannot be trained. Only one awakening occurs in a million people. However, the other two haki can be obtained through hard work. In the New World, the weapon color and the knowledge color are basically standard. There is no future by relying solely on devil fruit. It can even be easily defended by any master, whether it is fire or thunder. Following Xia Ya's explanation, all the girls gained some new insights. After all, Xia Ya has a 10x education buff. No matter how he explains it, the mounts have the terrifying learning ability of association and reasoning. This is what Zhonya wants to do to the girls during the voyage. You may not see the effect now, but as time goes by, they will all find a fighting method that suits them. Perona asked curiously, Xia Ya, have you awakened Conqueror's haki? Xia Ya looked at the few red little suns emerging from Perona's head, which were the attribute points of Conqueror's haki. It's already there, but it's not the top of the sea. Ouch! So awesome! At this time, Robin came to Xia Ya, we will arrive in the Seven Waters capital soon. Carrera Company is the best shipyard in the water capital. They not only receive Marines shipbuilding business, but also the shipbuilding business of various kingdoms and royal families. We accept orders from pirate forces in a fair and honest manner. This world is made up of the sea. As long as someone gives money, the shipyards in the Seven Waters city will build ships they are satisfied with. The royal family of Alabasta has had business dealings with Carrera Company. Robin also asked the royal family for the phone number of Carrera Company and got in touch. The president of Carrera Company is Bing Shan, and he is also the chief persimmon of the Seven Rivers capital. What we are going to this time is the number 1 dock under his name. Because of its world-famous shipbuilding technology, the Water City has become the most important city in the first half of the Grand Line. Whether they are pirates or caravans, they will come here to check in, either to rest, resupply, maintain ships, or come here. Do business with people coming from all over. Therefore, Water City is a quite prosperous metropolis. The products inside are also from all over the world, which can be said to be a shopper's paradise. Now the girl group has cheat with a long tail. So we need some wonderful outfits to match. Xia Ya naturally wants them to spend money to dress themselves up. When the new ship and new environment are available, various parties can be held. Although the core components of the ship are ready, the design and craftsmanship of the Ark may be different from ordinary ships, so we must be mentally prepared to stay in the water capital for a while. Nami has already booked a room at the Crown Hotel. You can have fun during this time. Soon, Nami took out a brand new Bailey that was exchanged for gold at the Alabasta World Bank. Laughing over and over again. Of the women. Enjoy sightseeing and shopping in the Water City. Xia Ya will be angry if you don't spend all your money. Carina reminded, buy more clothes. Also buy all kinds of flower 140 style headbands. Xia Ya likes double ponytails and weird clothes, so I am going to buy fabrics. A swimsuit with just a few strings. By then, our ship will have the most luxurious swimming pool. Robin blushed and muttered, Xia Ya, will he like spiked pants? The girls were excited. Xia Ya and Nami confirmed it and immediately formed a seal with one hand. Above the sea, a huge golden coffin with a height of 100 meters slowly emerged from the water. When the lid of the coffin was opened, an ark slowly sailed out from inside and soon floated a few meters above the sea. Meter-high location. The construction level of Ark Proverbs is about 80%, which is sufficient for basic use. Wait for Xia Ya and others to board the ark. A bolt of thunder fell from the sky and landed on the warship. The warship snatched from Colonel East Blue has ended its mission. Let's go. Water City. Water City, Hitachi Zosen Co., Ltd. President's Office. A middle-aged man with blue-purple hair and a dark red striped shirt was sitting on an office chair. He looked at the red circle on the calendar and clicked on his chest pocket. The head of a white mouse. This person is none other than the president of Carrera Company, Bingshan Asbagu. And in his office, there is another person with long blonde hair, glasses with tinted lenses, a wonderful hip-hugging skirt, and a pair of over-the-knee boots. He is a bit cold. There are some naturally stupid women recording that. Khalifa is Iceberg's secretary. But she is also the only female member of the Marie Joyce organization CP9, and her weapon is a long whip with thorns. Her father is a CP9 spy. Unlike some people who inherit their father's business, Khalifa was born with qualifications and strength. After training hard at a young age, he joined CP9 based on his strength. The reason why Khalifa became Iceberg's secretary was because she accepted Marie Joy's secret mission. She, Lu Chi, Bluno, Jabra and others were lurking around the iceberg. It is to seize the drawing of ancient weapon Pluton that was taught. Only. What CP9 doesn't know is that blueprint is not in Bingshan's place, but in the hands of his junior brother Frankie. Khalifa smiled professionally and said, "Boss, I recently recovered a credit account, totaling 9.8 million belly, and it has been credited to the company account. Please confirm your signature." Bingshan nodded and said, "I understand." After signing, Bingshan said, "Some time ago, the Alabasta Naifat royal family recommended an important customer to me. According to the agreement, he can arrive today, Khalifa, here. It's a customer's call. You are responsible for receiving him well during this time." "Okay, boss." A smile formed on Khalifa's lips, and she pushed up her glasses professionally. Chapter 66. When Khalifa next appeared, she had a new fashion look. Wearing a yellow top with a black skirt, black over-the-knee boots, and her favorite hay fishnet stockings. After all, important customers came here, and it was a recommendation from the Alabasta royal family. Khalifa naturally wants to build relationships with customers. It is best to take them to visit the Water City and let them have fun. As long as the reception step is done well, subsequent orders will be signed easily. Khalifa must use performance to make itself a core member of the company. By the time. This was a good time for her, a CP9 spy, to find out about Pluton's blueprints from the mouth of the iceberg. Blue blue blue. After the call is connected, Khalifa's nice professional voice reached the phone bug. "Hello, Mr. Xia Ya, I am Khalifa, secretary to the president of Carrera Company. Has Mr. Xia Ya arrived in the Water City? Carrera Company can provide you with hotel reservations, transfers, tours, and other services. Sis. Soon." A lazy male voice came from the phone. "Your name is Khalifa?" "Yes, sir." "Do you like wearing hens?" "Hey, fishnet stockings are indeed my personal hobby." "Wait, sir, you are so unreasonable. Why are you talking about this? Are you dressed today? Damn it. Sir, I just put it on specially." "Where are you?" "To the top of my thigh." "I'm so angry. I'm asking you where you are." "I'm already in the Water City." "Ah? I just came out of the main entrance of the company. I'm on top of you." OPG. Hearing this strange call, Khalifa looked up inexplicably. As a result, he saw a flying ark hovering dozens of meters above his head. It seems that the spacecraft has just arrived and is looking for a docking location. Are there really ships in the sky in this world? Is it weird? No, sir, please come with me." As he spoke, Khalifa shook his hands towards the sky, and then walked quickly on the ground with his beautiful figure, guiding the ark to dock at the number 1 dock. At the number 1 dock, amid the shock of Khalifa, Rob Lucci, Koko, Jabra and other CP9 organization personnel, ark proverb slowly fell until it was firmly anchored at the designated location in the dock. Lucci, what did I see? Koko, God! Jabra, it's all gold. Khalifa, impossible, I must be dazzled. And after Xia Ya disembarked the boat with Carina and Vivi, Khalifa was completely confused. Is this the client recommended by the Alabaster royal family? How? They are the cavalry pirates that have been causing a lot of trouble recently. And their captain? The handsome man in front of me is only 14 or 15 years old. Was he really the one who killed the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile? The strongest newcomer to defeat Marine Admiral Aokiji? Ride King. Xia Ya, the super pirate with a bounty of 1 billion belly. And the ones around Xia Ya are genuine. Bounty of 630 million baileys, Flame Spirit Lady Carina. With a bounty of 620 million belly, the electric shock user Nami. There is a reward of 260 million baileys, the son of the devil, Robin. Bounty of 98 million baileys, Princess Mononoke Perona. As well as Princess Nefet Vivi of the Desert Kingdom, who has no bounty because she was kidnapped. Look at this situation. Princess Vivi doesn't look like she was kidnapped either. But after all, CP9 is the spy organization arranged by Marie Joyce to Carrera Company, and their only goal is to find Pluton's blueprints. So, even if CP9 encounters many pirates on the run in Carrera Company, they will turn a blind eye. Only in special circumstances will it be reported. And now, Nico Robin, the son of the devil, seems to meet the requirements. But there is no time to care about this now. Lucci and others are dumbfounded and curious about the layout of Ark of Proverbs. It's really because the main parts of the Ark are made of gold. With such gold content, you can tell it is worth tens of billions of belly at a glance. Moreover, the Ark also has a mechanical engine that fascinates all men. My dear, this guy Xia Ya is too rich. Hiss. Lucci and others secretly sighed, what a terrifying financial resource. Also, what kind of ship is this? Khalifa made up his mind and said with a professional smile, Mr. Xia Ya, the ship can safely dock here. Our company's security is the best in the entire water city. As soon as we enter the dock, just take the insurance and there won't be any accidents. I have been hosting you recently. Do you need me to book a hotel? Unnecessary. Then, let me take you to President Bingshan's calendar office. Without quarreling with these CP9 agents, Xia Ya and others followed Khalifa and left. In the president's office, Bingshan secretly smacked his lips when he saw the visitor. The recent news that the riding pirates killed 7 warlords of the sea crocodile and defeated Marine Admiral Aokiji caused a sensation in the entire ocean. The bounty has soared to the highest in the first half of the Grand Line. The captain Xia Ya alone has reached a terrifying 1 billion baileys. The entire cavalry pirates team has reached a terrifying 2,628 million baileys. This terrifying amount may only be surpassed by the New World 4 Emperors team. It can be said. The appearance of such a terrifying character in the first half of the park is quite explosive. What's more, Xia Ya is still his customer. Bingshan knew that Xia Ya and others were not simple, but he would not worry about their identities. After all, in the Water City, there were only merchants and customers. He did not study each other's identities and immediately smiled and said, I am Bingshan, the president of Carrera Company. On behalf of the company, I welcome you all. After all, many years ago, Bingshan's teacher Tom took over the order from Roger the Pirate King. Come up to the iceberg and introduce it. Xia Ya didn't want to waste time and directly took out the design drawing of Ark Proverbs. This was obtained by the way when acquiring the Ark at Sky Island. It also contained information on the power layout of the Ark. This is the ship we want. The Ark Proverbs has arrived. I need the existing power core assembly on the Ark. The design, layout, decoration, and planning of the new ship all need to be designed by you, Carina. By the way, this ship pig must use the best materials. Also, here are the specific requirements. Xia Ya handed Bing Shan 2 pieces of information. One is a design drawing of the Ark Proverbs. The other is the requirements for the functional area. This is the wish that Xia Ya and her female companions discussed together when they came to Chuzhong, the capital of water. For example, Nami wanted to have a planting area on the Ark. After all, the 2 orange trees she brought from Koko West Village were planted in flower pots before. The soil was not enough, and the orange trees were almost dead. Of course, there is also a dedicated charting room for navigators. Carina, on the other hand, requested a luxurious swimming pool and a very private love room, where she wanted to hide many family planning supplies. Anyway, she was already addicted to Xia Ya's vines, especially when they had long tails, which made them even more intense. What Perona wants is a princess room and a multifunctional kitchen. Robin hopes to have a tasteful reading room. Vivi wanted to decorate her room to look like the boudoir in Alabasta Palace. In addition to these individual private rooms, there are some public areas such as living rooms, entertainment rooms, viewing rooms, etc. Bing Shan first took the information card requested by Xia Ya, looked at it for a moment, and nodded immediately. Mr. Xia Ya, there is no problem with these requirements. We at Carina are the best shipbuilding company in the entire Seven Waters capital and even in the entire world. We can fulfill any requirements of our customers. Then, Bing Shan looked at the design drawing of Ark Proverbs and was completely stunned. Immediately his pupils shrank. Is this, such a thing, does it really exist? Ark Proverbs only has propellers and other technologies. And also need to study the aerodynamics of flight. This kind of technical requirement has never been seen before, even for icebergs that have built hundreds of ships. The boats he built were all sailing on water. This ship is capable of both water and air use. The shocked expression hung directly on Bing Shan's face. Ahem. Sorry, I'm rude. Bing Shan realized that he was the president of Carina, but he was shocked by the shipbuilding industry he was most familiar with. He immediately resolved the embarrassment with a smile and said, Dear Mr. Xia Ya, I thank you in advance. Choose our Carina company. Because the order is so large, I can only give a reasonable quotation after repeated calculations. TRO. Why don't you let Miss Khalifa accompany you for a walk around the water city first? Although she is only Carrera's secretary, her level of tour guide is definitely the most professional in the Seven Waters city. How about I wait until my team has done the calculations and then give me a quote? At this moment, what Bing Shan wanted was not just a complicated quotation, but also an assessment of whether his company had the strength to build this technological ship capable of both water and air use. Therefore, on-site inspection of the Ark is particularly important. Iceberg can only allow Khalifa to accompany Xia Ya and others to visit the water city. Only then can you squeeze out time to lead the team to make an evaluation request. And Ark Proverbs is actually not just about ship forging, but also some technological fields. Although Xia Ya has already brought the core components, they can be used directly by disassembling and installing them. B. At this moment, Bing Shan didn't have the confidence to sort out the complicated electrical circuits. He immediately thought of his junior brother who was a technology geek. Frankie. Perhaps with Frankie's help and Carrera's background, it would be possible to build the boat. No problem, I'll trouble you, the iceberg will win first. Chapter 67. The Water City is an important maritime town with a long history. Because of its unique geographical location, its shipbuilding industry has developed. The waterways in the city are quite complex and cover the entire city network. Local residents raise a creature called Bulu as a means of water transportation. What a beautiful city! After walking around for a while, everyone in Xia Ya marveled at the water city. Khalifa took Xia Ya and others to the rental center and assigned everyone to Blue. Very professional introduction. The city of water is hit by a huge tsunami called Yakwaragna every year. After it hits the city of water, it leaves a high concentration of sea salt on the eaves of every house. The unique sweetness of this sea salt, the taste is unique in the entire Grand Line. You came at the right time, because Aqualagna has just passed, and the sea salt at this time is also the most sweet and fresh flavor. The next 3 months will be the best food season in the water city. Oh! When the foodies on the boat heard this, they immediately became interested. Khalifa took everyone riding Blue to the food court. This is the unique local water meat. After it is grilled, a pinch of delicious sea salt is sprinkled on top. It is quite tender and delicious. This is a must-eat delicacy for every tourist who comes to the water city. Come with me, this is the most authentic gourmet restaurant. Soon everyone had several skewers of meat in their hands. Perona couldn't hold anything in her mouth. She puffed up her little face and muttered from the gap in her mouth, "This sea salt is so delicious. If it is sprinkled on cheese bread, it will definitely be delicious. Xia Ya likes cheese bread the most. I want to buy some sea salt for later use." Khalifa smiled and said, "Let me help arrange this. It is definitely the most authentic sea salt. Then, let's go to the huge fountain for the rest." The islands in the Grand Line are all different, and Water City is an island with its own absolute characteristics. This time, because they had to build a ship, Xia Ya and others were not in a hurry at all and had time to savor it carefully. The time came to 663 afternoon. Crown Hotel. Xia Ya's suite. I didn't expect that today would go so smoothly. I love it here so much. Carina dove into Xia Ya's soft big bed and inhaled on the pillow. Xia Ya, you smell so good. Did you secretly use Nami's shampoo? Nami smiled and said, "The secretary today was very nice. Later, she helped us buy a lot of cosmetics. She has a unique vision. She can explain the brand and style of every piece of clothing clearly. She is really professional." Khalifa is, after all, a high-level agent trained by Marie Joyce. She is famous for her beauty, and her beauty is also her most advantageous weapon. Of course, she must take good care of and use it. Therefore, Khalifa's clothes and looks are all cultivated through long-term efforts. As an agent, she also has the attributes of a social butterfly. She knows what clothes to wear and what kind of appearance to look for on any occasion. Compared with the beauties from poor backgrounds on the Xia Ya ship, Khalifa has a better mentality and vision for beauty. Will be much more mature. Ahihi. I also bought a lot of fishing nets today on Khalifa's recommendation. Xia Ya, I will wear it for you now. I find she is a nice person. Xia Ya, do you want to consider taking down Khalifa as well? Prying someone off an iceberg. It's actually not difficult. Xia Ya rode on Robin's neck, pinched her warm and moist ears, and reminded, "Khalifa is a member of Cipher Pol No 9 under Marie Joyce. She is an agent. You should be careful. Be gentle, I'm sensitive." Robin blushed. She was itching to death. But after hearing what Xia Ya said, Robin was immediately shocked. "Agent? Marie Joyce?" Xia Ya finished collecting the little golden sun of swordsmanship on Robin's head. "Jump on the bed." He was surrounded by his female companions. He could only explain, CP9 is the secret cipher Paul directly under Marie Joyce. However, her target is not us, but the iceberg, Aged. But other CP9s lurking in the water city may take action against us, but it doesn't matter, there is no need take it seriously. Xia Ya knows. Robin is the only survivor of O'Hara, and Marie Joyce will not let him go. And if you want to get the Pluton drawings yourself, you are robbing Marie Joyce of something. so it doesn't make any difference what reason they use to cause trouble. The girls looked confused. Against my boss? For the management rights of Carrera Company. Xia Ya continued to explain, Robin, have you read the historical record of Pluton in Alabasta? In fact, there are still design drawings of ancient weapon Pluton in the water capital. In order to obtain this blueprint, Marie Joy sent CP9 to lurk around the iceberg. The first Pluton battleship in history was built by craftsmen in the water city. The girls nodded. That's right, Xia Ya, you are so awesome. Why do you know everything? After briefly chatting about Khalifa's identity, everyone quickly forgot about it. After all, the Xia Ya pirates no longer look down upon those who are not agents. And the most important secret, Xia Ya, no one will tell. Even if the female mount group tells everything they know, others won't be able to analyze anything. Carina suggested, didn't our secret agent help us buy so many fashions today? I really want to try it with a tail, so let's start with this one. 1. With that said, Carina changed her clothes generously in front of everyone. After all, Xia Ya is still here. Nami almost covered her face, but she still had a smile on her face. I even touched a rubber umbrella on Carina's bedside before. Nami ran over and pinched Carina's face with a suspicious look on her face. Tell me. You vixen, when did you eat secretly? Hee. Isn't the little thieving cat stupid? Of course it's on the vine leaves on Sky Island. Stupid Nami. You missed the development of Xia Ya at the age of 26. OP. Thinking of the time at Sky Island, when Xia Ya carried Carina, who was rosy and as if she had a fever, back to the warship, Nami realized and went crazy. Wait a minute, am I the only one on the ship or? Nami looked at Robin, Vivi, and Perona suspiciously. As a result, they all looked at Carina with shocked expressions. Nami felt relieved and immediately jumped on the soft big bed. I have reserved this pillow tonight. I don't care, Xia Ya, you have to make it up to me. Robin, Vivi, and Perona were completely numb. What a fat thing! Are they all so open? We just got on the boat and haven't thought about this problem yet. Soon. As the girls changed into beautiful clothes that fit them, Xia Ya cheated little by little, and the girls grew tails again. Blue blue blue. And at this time, Xia Ya's phone rang. Mr. Xia Ya, the quotation for the order has been released. Should you come to the office of the president of Carrera Company, or should I go to your place to quote in person? Khalifa said there. Come here, Crown Hotel, Suite 000. Nami swept the orange cat's tail across his chin, and said with a bit of pain in the corner of his mouth, has the quotation from Carrera Company been out yet? Our ship requirements seem to be too much, and it will probably cost a lot more. It doesn't matter. The boat is not only a means of transportation for us, but we also have to live on it all year round. It's worth spending a little more money. Xia Ya said indifferently. However, Xia Ya will seriously consider Carina's proposal. Khalifa is a master of the 6th form of Grand Master. She has not eaten the Paramecia bubble fruit yet, so she still has great potential. After getting in touch at the same time, Xia Ya discovered that Khalifa's business capabilities are also quite outstanding. If such professional women can appear on board, they will be of great help to the group. Even the worst. It can also improve the clothes of all the girls. And now that Robin is on board, just head to New World, find Torrance, and sleep in Ancient Town. There is a high chance of finding the devil fruit of the phantom beast species. It just so happened that there was no one left on the ship to eat the devil fruit. After thinking about it, Khalifa became a good choice. Soon. There was a knock on the door of the suite. When they arrived at the suite, Khalifa's expression was a little confused. What is this? A group of monsters dancing wildly? Why do they all have tails? Shake and shake. Like the real thing. In order to win this order and break into the core level of Carrera Company, Khalifa wore a black outfit this time, and also specially matched it with a fishnet-style dress just to make Jinya pleasing to the eye. She immediately adjusted her mood. Ahem, sorry, the road is a bit bumpy. I'll sort out my quotation ideas. After President Bingshan and Carrera's technical analysis team, it has been determined that we can take over this order. In view of the ready-made core power assembly and sufficient construction materials in Water City, the construction period has been greatly shortened, and the shipbuilders are working hard to it will only take 3 months at most. As for the quotation, this is a detailed quotation for various expenditures. The total is 780 million belly. 780 million baileys. Hearing this quote, Nami felt dizzy instantly. This is too expensive. There is no way. What Xia Ya wants to build is not a pirate ship that only needs to be sailed, but a palace in the sky that can be used both in the sky and the sea. Even in order to satisfy everyone with a large room with the same characteristics, they have to leave the other crew members. Location, these requirements themselves increase costs. As for this size, the hull keel must be built using the largest treasure tree atom, and all kinds of wood are also the best, and most of the rooms are for girls. There are many things and many requirements. The materials alone are already sky-high. For this order, Carrera Company also invited craftsmen from other shipyards at a high price. It took almost half of the Water City's craftsmen to work together to complete the ship. Xia Ya readily agreed, no problem, it's settled. Ah! Khalifa couldn't believe that she agreed so readily. This is an order worth close to 800 million baileys. Don't you think about it at all? Xia Ya smiled at the same time. Khalifa, are you interested in becoming a secretary on my ship? Khalifa was immediately startled, and her beautiful eyes secretly looked at Nico Robin. Khalifa is a member of Marijoy CP9. After joining, all information is registered. The right of life and death is in the hands of Marijoys. If he betrays, he will be hunted to the ends of the earth by the most powerful forces. First of all, the professional conditions do not allow it. Now, Robin appeared on Xia Ya's ship and came to the water capital, and Liu Qi had already informed the 5 people far away in the Holy Land. At the pinnacle of power, it won't be long before Marijoys has special agents coming to investigate. In Khalifa's opinion, Xia Ya's ship will be the most dangerous place in the world. She was unwilling to wade into this muddy water. Now Khalifa just wants to get the order, gain the trust of Carrera's core management, and get the Pluton drawings as soon as possible. The rest is not her job. Xia Ya just casually said that whether to do it or not is still a follow-up matter. Seeing Khalifa's face was embarrassed, she immediately signed the contract and said, "You go back first, we will meet tomorrow. Transfer the money to Carrera's company account." So fast. There will be a new ship in 3 months. Xia Ya, what's the name of our new ship? I think Arc Proverbs is a bit ordinary. How about calling it Chivalry? How about Titanic? You actually already have an idea, right? Xia Ya smiled and said, let's call it Made in Heaven. The girls were confused. Made in Heaven. Khalifa, who had been out of the hotel for a long time, looked incredulous. It was so easy to sign the bill. Is that new ship called Made in Heaven? Boarding it is equivalent to boarding heaven? Such a name. Oh. Chapter 68. It takes 3 months to build the ship, which becomes the Xia Ya Pirates' collective vacation time. And with Khalifa, a capable secretary, as a tour guide. They successfully visited the number 1 dockyard, saw the progress of Made in Paradise, and also took the sea train to visit the islands near the capital of 7 Waters. The capital of water does not belong to any country, and it exists entirely due to its superb shipbuilding technology. In this world, the people of the Xia Ya Pirates can travel freely. One day 3 months later. It was a sunny day in the water capital, and the sounds of seabirds were everywhere. The entrance to the Crown Hotel. Khalifa was dressed in business attire, holding an exquisite sun umbrella, and asked kindly with a professional secretary smile. "Ladies, do you still want to go shopping today? Or go directly to Carrera Company? Because there is a ship delivery ceremony today, Carrera Company will hold a sumptuous banquet at noon." Carina refused with a smile. "We have browsed all the shops in the Water City, and swept away all the goods we like. Even the room in the Crown Hotel can hardly be filled. Let's take our time to visit number 1. Let's dock. Whenever there is an order exceeding 100 million Baileys at the ship delivery ceremony, Carrera Company will hold a particularly grand dinner party. First, because people who can spend 100 million Pele on shipbuilding are Carrera's big customers, and Bingshan and other Carrera executives are willing to make friends with them to pave the way for possible subsequent business. Second, such a large order means that shipwrights and technicians will work very hard during the shipbuilding process. Carrera Company does this to reward these shipbuilding heroes. The third one. The ship delivery ceremony was ceremonial, which also proved that Carrera Company is a leader in the shipbuilding industry of the Water City, has performance, and can pay a large amount of tax for the Water City, which itself is a matter of pride. And this time, because the amount of Xia Ya's order is as high as 780 million Baileys, it is an unprecedented large order. For this list, President Bingshan went to various shipyards and hired temporary shipbuilders. Even Frankie, his younger brother with whom he was not very close, was forced to join the shipbuilding team by him in order to successfully complete the order. Now that the order is completed, it is natural to celebrate grandly. At this moment, dock number 1. The party square has been cleaned at this moment, and the tables are neatly placed on the ground. Pedestrians are shuttled among them, and delicious food is served to the tables by the kitchen. Drinks are also essential on the tables. Boatman's area. The boatmen invited from major shipyards gathered together and looked excited. "It's finally built. It's the most perfect boat I've ever been involved in building. I really want to thank Carrera for giving me this opportunity. Made in heaven? I really look forward to seeing her take off. What an amazing, magical 3 months." Another table. Frankie and his assistant, younger brother, and younger sister, looked equally excited. Super. Super enjoyable. Boss Frankie, you stayed in the cabin for more than 20 days to clear those lines. Ah. Such a good ship, of course you have to take it seriously. What a perfect technology. Kids, do you have any Coca-Cola? Frankie looked at the Made in Paradise in the distance with a satisfied look on his face. When the iceberg found him 3 months ago, he refused to participate at the first time. After all, compared to his senior brother, he could only hang out in the seaside garbage dump. But after seeing the design drawings of Arc Proverbs, he gave up his dissatisfaction with the iceberg and decisively participated in the construction of the ship. Facts have proved. It was truly a dream boat building experience. The other side. The boatmen of Carrera Company are several CP9 spy boatmen. Koko pinched his long nose, frowned and said, "Lucci, I shouldn't ask about this matter, but there is no news about Marie Joya's agents. Our ships have been built, so why haven't they taken action yet? If we don't take action, Xia Ya, they will leave today." The pigeon on Luqi's shoulder spoke on his behalf. "I have no right to know how the 10 CPO agents sent here this time acted. Anyway, I have done my job well, and we don't need to worry about other things." Bluno made a silent gesture. "Keep your voice down, the real master is here. Soon." Accompanied by Bingshan and Khalifa, Xia Ya and his party arrived at the banquet venue. "Iceberg expresses joy," he announced loudly downward. "Now. It's the launch ceremony of Made in Heaven. All rise." In the eyes of boatmen, every ship is alive. Many old boatmen's lifelong wish is to see the magical life of the boat spirit with their own eyes. This has become a legend on the sea. The launching ceremony of every ship is quite grand, but Made in Heaven is a ship in the sky. Therefore, this ship does not need to be pulled to the coast. Instead, the launching ceremony can be started directly at the number 1 dock. Soon, with help from staff, a huge piece of dark blue covering was torn off. A luxurious ship with a length of 100 meters appeared in everyone's eyes. The tail, middle, and sides of the ship were equipped with huge propellers. On both sides of the ship were propeller-like components used to control navigation and turning. It is worth noting that this ship does not have traditional sails. Because the power made in heaven is the electricity of thunder fruit, and at the same time, it can also be controlled by Xia Ya's ride. Overall, the appearance is simpler than ordinary ships, but there is soil and turf on the deck, and orange trees and other plants are planted. Under the deck, as long as the electric motor is controlled, there is a panel that can be moved to expose the huge swimming pool below. There is no doubt that every corner of Made in Paradise has luxurious design. Especially the bow. In the pirate world, the bow is the focus of every ship's design, such as the sheep's head on the Mary, the lion's head on the Sunny, and Made in Paradise, where Xia Ya collected various precious metals and then used thunder fruits, a silver centaur made by lay metallurgy. Made in Heaven. Made in Heaven is the stand-in for Father Pucci in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Sea of Stone. The upper body is a human body, the face is black, the forehead is wrapped with a green ribbon, there are a lot of pink feathers from the shoulders to the collarbone, the lower body is the front half of a horse, and there is a pink rein on the horse's head. The arms of the horse and the horse will always hold the reins, as if they are galloping. There is a speedometer in the center of the human face, clock-shaped decorations on the horse's head and joints, and a golden pipe on the back that connects the upper and lower bodies. Because the image Made in Heaven is good, it also fits the fantasy of Xia Ya's Riding Fruit Knight image. When planning to build a ship, Xia Ya directly copied the image of Made in Heaven and used it as the bow of her own ship. Even the name of the ship was directly copied. Because Made in Heaven is used as the bow, the temperament of the entire ship has been improved a lot. It is much more distinctive than the pure cartoon cats and dogs on the sea. What's more, as a rider who ate the fruit of riding, Xia Ya's image Made in Heaven also fits his knightly temperament. At this point, the temperament of the pirate group was initially determined. At Xia Ya's nod, Nami turned into a flash of thunder, and her figure appeared in the control room Made in Heaven. Her hands were placed between 2 gold balls. Immediately, a heavy blue light flashed above her hands. Sis. The current created by the thunder fruit is transmitted to various circuits through the control ball, and the lightning passes through each circuit and flows into the core power components of the arc. Under the strong voltage, the entire ship is quickly destroyed. The power is fully charged. And the next second, in the number 1 dock, dozens of propellers made by the giant Heaven began to rotate, and the entire ship slowly broke away from the ground and lifted into the air at an altitude of more than 20 meters. Made in Heaven is like a helicopter that can hover at any time. When Nami's figure appeared on the ground, Made in Heaven is still hovering in mid-air. That's great. It can actually fly. I thought it was just a joke, but I didn't expect. Super. Exactly what I expected. Ha 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 ha. She can really fly and is perfectly aerodynamic. This is the best boat we have ever built. Ha 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 ha. Have a big glass of Coke. Super. 0. All the participating boatmen looked up with a sense of accomplishment on their faces. Even people like CP9 looky. There is something amazing about this paradise manufacturing ship. And that's just the surface of the ship. Made in Heaven core is even more luxurious. 80 billion Baileys were used up just for gold, I can't believe it. In the view of Liu Qi and others. Even the ships of the noble celestial dragons in Marie Joyce, the Holy Land, and even the palace ships used by the heads of the largest families, are far less luxurious than Made in Heaven. If the celestial dragons saw Made in Heaven, they would all drool with greed. Bing Shan took a deep breath and finally relaxed a little. This not only means that the Carrera Company has completed the largest order in history, but also means that this Made in Paradise has become the face of the entire company. Just like the poison produced by Lamborghini, Made in Paradise is undoubtedly Carrera, the company's first masterpiece. B. The party begins. Fireworks. At the same time, there was a stone street not far from dock number 1. The residents of the Water City knelt on both sides of the street, trembling and lowering their heads. And in the middle of the road, a group of people occupied the main road and were heading towards the number 1 dockyard. The guards were holding flags with the red mark of Heavenly Dragon's hoof, which was fluttering rhythmically in the sea breeze of the Water City. 0. The hooves of the Celestial Dragon are the symbol of the world's nobility, the Celestial Dragons. And the most central location of the street. A curly-haired man with a round transparent glass cover is extremely conspicuous. He has pot bangs, an extremely ugly pumpkin-shaped face, and a disgusting thick snot on his nostrils. Under him was riding a man about 3 meters tall with chains hanging on his body. Behind him, there were more than a dozen chains. However, the chain collar is not locked to various animal pets. Instead, there were more than a dozen young girls kneeling and crawling on the ground. Their knees were bleeding at this time, but their faces were purple and expressionless. They continued to kneel and crawl forward without knowing the pain. These are the Celestial Dragons who claim to be the descendants of the Creator. 800 years ago, 20 kings from 20 countries jointly formed Marie Joyce. Except for the Nefertari family of Alabasta, the Creator kings of the other 19 kingdoms brought their families to live in the Holy Land. From then on, they called themselves Celestial Dragons, and as time went by, under the indulgence of Marie Joyce, the privileges of the Celestial Dragons are getting heavier and heavier, and the Celestial Dragons are becoming more and more lawless. They enjoy all the privileges. Once offended, the Marine Admiral or CPO must be protected. And the one who came to the water capital was St. Roswald Preminger. Because the ship of St. Roswald Preminger was manufactured by the Carrera Company, he went to West Blue this time to collect several kings' heavenly gold, and on his way back, he stopped by to give the ship some money. Just do some maintenance. Lord Slave, lower your head. Sir Roswald Preminger is not something that lowly people like you can look at directly. Bang bang bang. The guards of Celestial Dragons were furious, and whipped their whips wildly at the civilians on both sides of the street. In a short time, several people were knocked to the ground, and even a little girl's face was whipped out. A deep bloodstain. Sir, we were wrong. Please forgive us. Please, please let us go. We don't dare anymore. In this world, except for those countries with war potential and sovereignty, such as the country of warriors Wano Kuni, the country of giants Elbaf, the other franchise countries are still. Whether it is a non-franchised country or not, everyone who sees Celestial Dragons must kneel down to greet them. This is already a universal justice. St. Roswald Preminger took out his pistol with disdain on his face. He was about to execute the little girl who had looked up at him in the street. But suddenly, in the direction of dock number 1, a row of fireworks shot straight into the sky. Soon it exploded in the sky. Boom hoo 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 hoo. Blah blah blah. St. Roswald Perming frowned and said angrily, "Damn it! How dare you scare the Creator? You." 0. Chapter 69. Come with me and have a look, I will make the lowly slave pay the price. How dare you scare the Supreme Creator? St. Roswald Preminger, who owed more than a dozen slaves, said angrily as he walked. The guard next to him whispered, and immediately came over nervously and explained, "Sir Roswald Preminger, this is the disembarkation ceremony of Carrera Company's new ship. They did not mean to scare you, please don't take it to heart. After all, Carrera Company is a cooperative shipyard, and Celestial Dragons ships have to be maintained here, so the guards can't let the stupid Celestial Dragons cause trouble, and it can save them a little trouble." Launching ceremony. St. Roswald Perming also seemed to understand. "Oh, you come with me and have a look. And soon, Saint Roswood Pulminger and his party arrived at dock number 1. But when he arrived here, a huge luxurious ship suspended in the sky appeared in the sight of Saint Roswood Perming. Saint Roswald Perming's eyes widened. What is this, sky ship? How is it possible? Hiss. It's actually like this. It's actually more luxurious than my holy car. I will never allow anything more luxurious than my ship to exist in the world. I want it. I want it. Saint Roswood Perminger did not hesitate and walked quickly towards the location of the iceberg. These are celestial dragons. If he wants something, no one can stop him. When they arrived in front of the iceberg, the guard Garpura hurriedly took a few steps forward, pointed at the heavenly creation in the sky, and immediately said, "Our Lord, Lord Roswood Preminger, wants this ship in the sky." Please quote directly, President Bing Shan. Bing Shan looked startled. He did not expect that he would encounter 327 celestial dragons. Although Bing Shan only despised and even hated the celestial dragons, after all, the city of water has become the center of shipbuilding in the world. The first step is to open the door. Do business. In business, Bing Shan cannot choose to reject any customer's order because of his stubbornness. Just like Chef Sanji, as long as you are hungry, he will cook for you. Therefore, Naval Headquarters List, Marie Joya's List, and Iceberg's Carrera Company all have business dealings. Today's launching ceremony is such an unfortunate coincidence. Made in heaven. Actually being targeted by celestial dragons. That is the ship of the strongest newcomer Xia Ya. Marine Admiral Aokiji had just been defeated by him. Even if he faced the celestial dragons, fanatics like Xia Ya would probably cause trouble soon. Bing Shan's head was in pain thinking about it, and he didn't know what to do for a while. Seeing that Bing Shan seemed to be hesitating, Garpla immediately said dissatisfied, "Although you have business dealings with our Lord Roswood Perminger, you must understand your identity. A shipbuilder wants to disobey the noble celestial dragon's orders. You are a stinky shipbuilder. Just the price. Do you understand?" Looking at the iceberg fiercely, Garp ordered in an unquestionable tone. Saint Roswald Perming saw that the matter had been delayed for a few seconds. As a celestial dragon's, his time was very precious, not even for 1 second. What's more, a shipbuilder was actually thinking about how to reject the celestial dragons. Who do you think you are? You actually reject heavenly beings. Saint Roswood Pulminger immediately became furious, rushed to the iceberg, and roared loudly, "Trash! Kill him!" Not to mention a small shipyard boss. Even Sengoku, the big boss of naval headquarters, is just the watchdog of their celestial dragons. But suddenly, Garp was suddenly stunned and finally saw the young man standing next to Bing Shan. And looking at the guest position where Xia Ya is standing, one can tell that the new ship in the sky is his order. His mind immediately started thinking rapidly. It was quickly linked to the reward orders and newspapers I had seen recently. Xia Ya? The Xia Ya who defeated Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji. Absolutely nothing wrong. I will never forget this face. Wait a minute, Lord Roswald Preminger. Just wait a minute, don't get excited. Faced with Garpla's impulsive stop, Saint Roswald Preminger became displeased and immediately took out a golden sniper rifle. Who do you think you are? Do you want to die? Are you just a stinky slave and want to refuse my request? Garp's face was so frightened that it turned into a purple eggplant shape. If it was anyone else, forget it. But next to the iceberg is the super pirate Xia Ya with a bounty of 1 billion belly. Moreover, the Admiral of Headquarters has been destroyed. Now if Saint Roswald Preminger is offended Xia Ya, even if you call Marine Admiral, he won't be afraid. Garp felt desperate. And Garp is not the only one who feels desperate. The 4 members of CP9, Lucci, Keiku, Bluno, and Khalifa are all here at the moment. Only. The 4 men's mission was to seize the Pluton blueprint, so they believed that their identities had not been exposed. The 4 of them are still employees of Carina. But now, with the arrival of celestial dragons, Xia Ya's new ship will also be forced to be purchased. Can a pirate like Xia Ya endure? If there is a conflict between the Xia Ya side and the celestial dragons side, they may even take action. And several of them serve as agents of Marie Joyce. Expose it. The mission to seize the Pluton blueprint failed, leading to a dead end. Hide it. Celestial dragons are in danger and will die if you don't protect them. And is Xia Ya something I can handle with these CP9s? No matter how you look at it, it is a dead end. Liu Qi and the other 4 were as desperate as Garp. Oh! You are such a stupid pig. What the hell are you doing to harm people? Seeing Garpla's feet trembling, Saint Roswood Perminger thought he was afraid of him. Immediately, his face flashed with pride, and he walked up step by step carrying a luxurious sniper rifle made of gold. What a waste! What did I do to raise you? Trash! Are you resisting God's will? Saint Roswald Preminger complained loudly. He decisively raised the sniper rifle in his hand to the back of Garp's head and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom! When the smoke dissipated, Garp's head was like a watermelon dropped to the ground, covered in mud. As this scene appears, the faces of all the boatmen in Carina and the boatmen invited by the water capital for help instantly turned pale. This is a dock. For boatmen, the dock is the most sacred place, and the biggest taboo is accidents and fatal accidents. But the celestial dragons in front of them are killing people wantonly on the dock's territory. This is an insult to the boatmen. But the opponent is the celestial dragons, the irreversible celestial dragons. The boatmen could only grit their teeth and feel cruel. What are you doing standing there, you? Hurry up and clean up the garbage. Roswood Preminger held a sniper rifle that could go off at any time, pointed at several boatmen who were getting closer, and ordered. Seeing that the boatmen did not respond, Roswood Preminger fired directly. The bullet directly blew off Frankie's cheek. Fortunately, it was an android, and only a piece of iron was lost. Damn it, you damn! As soon as Frankie's vicious words came out of his mouth, he was immediately stopped and suppressed by Bing Shan. Their teacher, the fishman Tom, who they regarded as their biological father, was brought to an ice lobby for trial and executed for helping Roger build the Oro Jackson. As 2 of Tom's direct disciples, how could they not hate the celestial dragons? But in order to pass on the teacher's shipbuilding spirit, let the shipbuilding city of Water City operate normally. Bing Shan had no choice but to cooperate with the celestial dragons behind Marie Joyce. But now, as a senior brother, Bing Shan must protect his junior brother. Fortunately, Frankie is a robot, otherwise that shot might have ripped off his cheekbone. And at the same time, Xia Ya couldn't help but feel sick when she looked at Saint Roswood Preminger in front of her. It's so arrogant that no one dares to care. Celestial dragons can be said to be the most disgusting beasts in the entire pirate world. They hold a country-destroying competition every 3 years. How many innocent people's blood has been shed in front of them, and now, they actually plan to go to their own paradise. Made. He. In the past 3 months, Xia Ya has not been idle. He has Robin by his side, which will attract Marie Joy's attention sooner or later. Moreover, he is also planning to launch a plan to seize Pluton from Frankie after the ship delivery ceremony banquet. Drawings, and snatch Khalifa over. Now it seems. The plan was ruined by the celestial dragons in front of me. Why not just follow this incident and start planning directly? The ship delivery ceremony was ruined, which is really unpleasant. A whole lowly trash. How can you look at the creator with such eyes? Saint Roswood Pulminger angrily raised his nose and pulled the chain over with an arrogant look. A dozen slaves were like conditioned vicious dogs, baring their teeth crazily at Bing Shan, Frankie, and others. Woof woof woof. Ho 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 ho. Screams and the sound of iron chains rubbing against the ground resounded on the land of number 1 dockyard. His Excellency Saint Rosewald Preminger. Things are very troublesome here. Please stay away first. At this time, 3 men wearing clown masks and white suits suddenly appeared among Roswood Preminger, Bing Shan Xia Ya and others. They stood in the middle, opened their arms, and combined the forces of both sides. Block it off! Seeing the visitor, Lu Qi and others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. People who come. It is Marie Joyce, the top secret service agency. CPO. It turned out that the CPO received orders from Marie Joyce and hid in the dark looking for opportunities to attack Nico Robin. Xia Ya is the most dangerous person in the first half of Grand Line today. In Alabasta, he not only killed the crocodile of the 7 warlords of the sea, but also defeated the admiral of headquarters Aokiji. Such an extremely dangerous and vicious pirate, the CP0 agent had no intention of confronting him head-on. But Saint Roswood Preminger suddenly appeared. Instantly disrupted their plans. Seeing that the celestial dragons are about to clash with the super rookie pirate Xia Ya. In order to save the life of Saint Roswood Preminger, the CPO agent was forced to show up. Xia Ya. What you have in front of you are celestial dragons. Put away the murderous aura in you. Among them, the tall and lanky CPO spoke directly. Xia Ya. What? Roswald Preminger. Saint asked impatiently. He did not have a good attitude as the CPO was one of his own, and his tone was full of disdain. In the eyes of celestial dragons, there are only 2 kinds of celestial dragons, the celestial dragons and the pariahs. Be it CPO or Marine Admiral. They are just loyal dogs raised by their Marie Joyce. Lord Saint Rosewald Preminger, this Xia Ya is the most dangerous person in the first half of the Grand Line. He is a pirate. Please stay away from this dangerous place. We will call you. Call Marine Admiral, here to keep you safe. Saint Rosewald Preminger looked dissatisfied. What? Are you trash? To deal with a pirate, you need to use a more advanced dog. Go away. I will take action myself. Snatch the boat with my own hands. I want it. I want it. Saint Roswood Preminger didn't care who Xia Ya was. He immediately raised his golden sniper rifle and aimed at Xia Ya. 64. As the gunpowder exploded, the scene immediately filled with smoke. Huge gunfire rang out in dock number 1. The bullets shot into the sky and hit the gantry. There was a buzzing sound and the explosion made the scalps of the surrounding boatmen go numb. And the next second. Ah 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 ah. The painful wails instantly echoed throughout the audience. When the dust and smoke cleared, the guards led by Saint Roswood Preminger had frightened eyes and looked desperate. I saw. Saint Roswood Preminger had thrown away his musket and was rolling on the ground crazily. The glass cover on his head suddenly started to burn. The glass material was burned, and all of it was stuck on the face of Saint Rosewald Preminger. Suddenly, his entire head was wrapped in flames and fluid. The smell of grilled meat at high temperatures emanated from Rosewald 2.3 Premiger's head, and the smell was nauseating. Untouchable. How dare you attack God? Ah! It hurts so much. My eyes are about to melt from the heat. Carina just blew a flame on her index finger and said lightly, how disgusting, this guy. Stop. He is a celestial dragons. The CPO people and CP9 people were stunned one after another, and their hearts were filled with chills. Seeing Saint Rosewald Preminger being attacked by flames. Even if he doesn't die, he will be severely burned and his appearance will be completely destroyed. The celestial dragons were burned to death in front of them. This is a huge crime. No one from the Marie Joyce forces present will be able to escape additional sanctions. Ah! Help me! I feel so much pain. My face. My tongue. Saint Rosewald Preminger was rolling on the ground crazily, wails kept coming from his mouth, but the flame on his head seemed to never go out, and the high temperature continued to burn him. Quickly put out the fire. Xia Ya sneered. Help? Have you asked me? Under the mask, the man's cheeks were covered with sweat. Xia Ya, what on earth do you want to do? Just watch it. Xia Ya immediately made a seal. A gold coffin weighing more than 10 tons appeared in the air. Under the control, the golden coffin of the human world fell steadily. Buzz! Huge golden coffin, terrifying weight. Hit the celestial dragons directly. Saint Roswood Pulminger instantly turned into a pile of meat. Chapter 70. Ah! Watching a pool of blood from the bottom of the golden coffin, scarlet seeped out along the seams in the ground. Roswood Pulminger suddenly turned into an ultra-thin slice of meat. Only a beanie shoe with the Riswald family crest engraved on it was left at the scene, messy in the wind. This Mr. Celestial Dragons is dead. Roswald Pulminger only has one beanie shoe left. Ah! We are dead. Several Celestial Dragons guards knelt on the ground holding a pair of beanie shoes, with tears streaming down their faces in despair. But the dozen or so slaves brought by Rosewade Pulminger's sanctuary went berserk at this moment. Like hungry madmen, they dragged their heavy chains toward the pool of blood. Then, several slaves buried their heads on the ground. The tongue stirred and licked. Ziliu! Ziliu! Such a scene made everyone present feel sick. The boatmen were all here for the banquet, and they already had a lot of food and drinks in their stomachs, so they immediately vomited wildly. In fact, the slaves of celestial dragons had a miserable fate. The first time they were captured, they were subjected to severe torture, and their spirits had already collapsed. The slaves in front of them had been tortured by celestial dragons and lost their personality. There was only one command in their minds. Moreover, it was an instruction left by Saint Roswald Pulminger during his lifetime. Lick the shit stains off the floor, stinky slave. This moment, Luchi, Khalifa, and other members of the CP9 organization were collectively frightened. They never expected Xia Ya's attack was so cruel and decisive. Not even giving anyone a chance to react. Didn't he know that he was killing the celestial dragons, the descendants of the creator of the world? This is a felony that is wanted worldwide. Didn't Xia Ya's reckless attack cost their CP9's life? After all, the celestial dragons were smashed into pulp in front of CP9. CP9 definitely failed to fulfill its protection responsibilities, even if their main task was to hide around the iceberg and seize the Pluton blueprint. The sudden appearance of the celestial dragons was just an accident, but Marie-Joyce cannot escape his joint responsibility. The 4 members of CP9 are making waves. Koko, Bluno, and Khalifa could only suppress their inner fears and look at Captain Luchi. 09 Luchi stood upright, the dove on his shoulder brow twitching. The expression is like people who don't eat coriander are forced to have coriander in their mouths. The celestial dragons died in front of us. We were convicted. Now there is only one way, which is to get the Pluton blueprint to make amends and maybe get a chance to atone for Marie-Joyce. Overturn the previous infiltration plan and act directly. We have no choice. After Luchi Gig finished speaking, Koko, Bluno, and Khalifa all looked at Frankie aside. Originally, the CP9 lurking in the Water City focused on Bing Shan alone, trying to take away the Pluton drawings without anyone noticing, but they never paid attention to Frankie. But this time, Frankie entered Dock Number 1 at the invitation of Bing Shan because of the big project of Made in Paradise. Who is CP9? He is the most professional agent in the world. During the 3 months of building Made in Heaven, CP9 keenly discovered Frankie, and conducted a detailed investigation on this kid behind the scenes, and soon learned that Frankie was Bing Shan's junior brother. Moreover, Bing Shan's side does not deal with his junior brother, but secretly he takes good care of this junior brother. CP9 cannot investigate the reason. But Frankie is already on their exploit list, and they only need to make good use of this chess piece afterwards. Since the iceberg man is as its name suggests, it is difficult to capture. What if Frankie can be captured and the iceberg is threatened with Frankie's life? Maybe I can get Bing Shan to hand over the Pluton blueprint. Although CP9 is not sure whether it can succeed, there is no time for them to slowly infiltrate Carrera Company. Celestial dragons die in front of themselves. It already means that half of the foot is on the road to death, and the identity must be exposed to attack. And as long as you get the Pluton drawings, perhaps Marie Joyce would not take the blame for the death of Saint Rosewald Pulminger in front of her. Lu Chi glanced at Khalifa, who nodded and received the order. Suddenly, Frankie, who was still looking confused, got goosebumps inexplicably. At the same time, the three CPO agents also had no time to mourn the death of Saint Rosewald Pulminger, and they also faced a desperate crisis. They were about to face two outcomes. One is like Agent Fozzie. While performing an escort mission in East Blue, Zoan, the human fruit, phantom beast species, and Nika were robbed by the red hair. Fozzie faced Marie Joya's endless pursuit. He killed him, fled decisively, and defected to 4 Emperors Kaido Incognito. The second option is to do the same as CP9 planned, find an opportunity to complete the most important task perfectly at the moment, make up for the mistakes, and seek the understanding of Marie Joya's senior management in the future. The three CPOs came with the mission of capturing Nico Robin. Just catch Robin. There is a chance to exchange for a chance to survive in Marie Joyce. But they turned to look at Nico Robin. Then he found that Xia Ya had turned over and was riding on Robin's body at some point. Xia Ya held Robin's neck between her legs, her chest was on Robin's black hair, and she pinched Luo Chen's soft cheeks with her hands. Robin seemed to have a high fever and his whole body turned red. Lighter. Sensitive. And at this time, a shocking scene appeared again before everyone's eyes. The lid of the golden coffin of the human world is opened. A golden light flows in the eyes of a warrior zombie. Ryoma steps on Wano Kuni traditional clogs. He walked out slowly. He. The trick begins. Ryoma placed his hand on the hilt of the black sword Kyushui. The power of the world's greatest swordsman hundreds of years ago was faintly emanating from him, and even the golden coffin of the human world was shaken and buzzing. Wait, this zombie is actually alive. The CPO was a little confused. According to the information, doesn't this Wanakuni's power zombie need to be ridden to move? It will be like a puppet on strings, and it can move independently. That guy Xia Ya is obviously riding on Luo Bao. What's going on? The information is wrong. Impossible, this information came from Naval Headquarters Sengoku, and was analyzed by the entire Marine Ford. The three CPOs were sweating under their masks. Xia Ya already put enough pressure on the CPO just by standing there. Now there is a zombie that can move at any time. That was the greatest swordsman in the world hundreds of years ago who could kill Logia crocodile. The scene was completely suppressed. They were secretly preparing to take action. It's all the damn celestial dragon's fault. In fact, the reason why Shimatsuki Ryoma can act autonomously is because Xia Ya's mount at the moment is Nico Robin, who has eaten Paramecia flower fruit. Robin, as a flower fruit user, can move anywhere within sight. Extend your arms. These fancy arms are theoretically part of the Esper's body. As Xia Ya is currently riding on Robin, sharing flower fruit becomes his ability. Simply extend the arms from Ryoma's body. It was already equivalent to Xia Ya riding up. In other words, as long as it's within sight, Xia Ya can already use her flower arms to ride all the mounts present. Carina, Nami, Vivi, Perona, all at the same time. One man controls many women. Mount battle. Such a scenario will become a reality. This is the biggest surprise that Xia Ya discovered after signing a riding contract with Robin. Xia Ya rewarded Robin well. It's so itchy. Sensitive. The arrow is on the string and must be fired. On one side, there is a certain death situation, and on the other side, there is a glimmer of hope. The CPO didn't hesitate at all. The squad leader decided decisively, action. Bring it on. Shabu. Finger pistol. Waves of air surged under the feet of the three agents, and their feet instantly stamped on the ground dozens of times. The next moment, it turned into an afterimage, looming in Robin's direction. He. It's just juggling. Zombie Ryoma's eyes flashed with golden light, and he pulled out the black knife Chu Shui and swung it in an instant. Z for Vendetta. Ryoma's figure flashed past, and his whole body turned into a Z-shaped afterimage. The two CPO members who wanted to rush forward were immediately shot in the back, and two huge scarlet wounds appeared on their backs. The white suit was dyed red at this moment. 383. So fast. Why is this guy so strong after he's been dead for hundreds of years? Suddenly, the CPO team leader braked and jumped away. He looked blankly at the two colleagues who had been killed. Sweat poured down his cheeks under the mask. The smoke of Ryoma killing two CPO agents has not faded yet. Only the rapid heartbeat of the CPO team leader is left on the scene. He has been indoctrinated by Marie Joya's totalitarian ideas since he was a child. He will also pay a heavy price for his formalist justice. He thought he could not bear the blow from the world's greatest swordsman. Now, Ryoma's figure appeared in the sky directly above the CPO team leader. The black sword Xia Shui held in both hands was entangled with wild thunder and lightning. Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, but his appearance remained unchanged. The squad leader's eyes were empty under the mask, and his suit was flawless. He lowered his head and straightened his dark blue tie with peach blossom patterns. He hugged his arm with one hand, holding on to the clothes tightly, holding the brim of his hat with the other hand, and the white cloak behind him. Hunting sound. The awareness of the CPO team leader made people around him stand in awe. Everyone only has one life, so take care of yourself in the next life. But even before death, it's worth fighting for once. Iron body. The autumn water passed by, and a line of blood went from top to bottom. Ding! The moment the sword god Ryoma sheathed his sword, the crow team leader was split into two. Xia Ya also got off Robin very calmly. Everything happens in a flash of lightning. 3 CPOs and 1 celestial dragons all died at the hands of Xia Ya. All the surrounding boatmen looked at this scene with their mouths wide open, their eyes widened, and their breath stagnated. And it didn't give them much time to adjust. The unexpected happened again. Now, Khalifa beside Bing Shan has lost her former cold secretary image. Panic flashed across her face. He staggered and threw himself into Xia Ya's arms. Ah! I'm so scared. Gentlemen! Please get me out of here. Khalifa squeezed softly on Xia Ya's body, and her nervous breathing had disrupted the normal rhythm. The chaotic warmth swept through Xia Ya's neck. Khalifa's tears also burst out at this moment, getting wet. Xia Ya's shoulders. Xia Ya, who has knowledge and knowledge, naturally knows Khalifa's move. He didn't come here with murderous intent. She didn't do anything harmful. Khalifa has another purpose. During these 3 months, Khalifa was responsible for receiving Xia Ya as a secretary. During this period, Xia Ya sent an invitation to Khalifa to board the ship, but she decisively refused considering the pressure from Marie Joyce. At this moment, Khalifa thinks that he has already established a good relationship with Xia Ya and his female companion, so he is taking advantage of Xia Ya to recruit his lingering feelings, conveying the fear in his heart to hope to arouse men's protective desire for women. But all this is just using beauty and acting on the spot. I'm so scared. Woo. Please take me away. What Khalifa wants is to hold Xia Ya down and give Lu Qi and others time to operate. After all, Lucky, Khalifa, Koko, and Bluno are all employees of Carrera Company on the surface. Others do not know their identities as CP9 agents. If they take down Frankie at this moment and find a place to threaten Bingshan, the nature of the incident itself, it is caused by the internal conflicts of Carrera Company. So what Khalifa really wants? He just uses his beauty to influence Xia Ya's mentality. Make him happy and forget about Shu. Let Xia Ya have no time to participate in the civil strife in Carrera. Certainly. When he sees a beautiful woman, he throws himself into his arms. This kind of good thing makes Xia Ya smile knowingly. He turned over generously and rode up. The reins of the black silk fishing net, of course, is to get on the bus first and then buy the ticket. Ah! No! Mr. Xia Ya, you can't put your hands there. The situation at the scene suddenly became a bit chaotic. 1 celestial dragons and 3 CPUs just died. Now, Secretary Khalifa seemed to be scared out of her mind. He was even ridden. The hundreds of people at Carrera Company were a little confused, and the shipwrights from other shipyards invited were equally confused. Even Bingshan himself was buzzing. In his eyes, Khalifa is a very professional secretary. It's impossible to be frightened into doing something as rude as throwing yourself into someone's arms. However, it was too late for everyone to react. Finger pistol! Boatman Lucci's loud shouts echoed throughout the audience, accompanied by Frankie's hoarse wail. Ah! It hurts! It hurts so much! Pigeon man! UBD, what do you want to do? When everyone reacts. There were already more than a dozen big holes oozing with blood all over Frankie's body. Lucci! Are you crazy? A hole, have you drunk too much? Faced with the accusations from his former colleagues, Lucci did not give any explanation. Just a violent kick on Frankie's head. Shut up! Pervert man! Then Lucci dragged the unconscious figure and calmly threw it around Wang Chang's office area. The pigeon on Lucci's shoulder turned back and pointed at the iceberg and chirped. President Bingshan, maybe we have to go to the office to have a good talk. Chapter 71. You can't do this to me. I'm so angry. Sir, you are so good. Khalifa is so itchy that she even listens to Xia Ya in the dynamic zone. Who was asking for protection just now? Of course, we can just forget it. I just have time to go to Bingshan's office to watch the show, which is interesting. If Xia Ya participates in the competition for Pluton's design drawings, Khalifa will be even more unable to bear the consequences. I am willing, but just like Miss Robin, I always have a little bit of sensitivity, dumb. It's not up to you. Khalifa completely lost the ability to move independently. And at this time, Lucky, Koko, and Bluno have taken Frankie to Bingshan's office. After all, they want to make a shady deal with Bingshan. Only a group of Carrera employees were left messy in the wind. Originally, the death of Celestial Dragons and CPO at the number 1 dockyard was already a big deal, and everyone was in shock. But Lucci, Koko, and Bluno didn't know what was going on. He actually tied up Frankie, a famous gangster in the Water City, in front of everyone. What's going on? Are we going to die? Those are the Celestial Dragons, they just died here. The trouble is big, this guy Xia Ya is also lawless. President Bingshan, let's go see Frankie. No more people can die in dockyard number 1. The boatmen were worried about each other, and the scene was quite chaotic. There was no thought of a banquet. He didn't expect that so many things would happen today, and every one of them was beyond expectation. In fact, Lucci and others joined the Carrera Company one after another. They have always performed well and are easy to learn. They have also become good friends and brothers with many boatmen. But these are just the basic qualities of an agent. What Lucci wants is the Pluton design drawing behind the iceberg. The purpose of making friends is to cultivate his shipbuilding skills and to gather information invisibly. When Bingshan saw Lucci take action, using the same moves as CPO, he suddenly felt bad. You stay where you are, I'll go to the company alone to talk to that guy Liu Qi. Xia Ya held Khalifa between her arms and said, why are we missing? Wait, you guys are going too? Isn't it possible? Iceberg. Facing a pirate as powerful as Xia Ya, Bing Shan had no choice but to compromise. At this point, Khalifa collapsed completely. What's going on? Can't you resist when being ridden? Xia Ya has to go to the office no matter what. Didn't I tell him not to go? You don't care about me anymore after you ride? Scumbag. Khalifa said with a difficult expression, please don't go. My legs are very weak now. It hurts so much from the fishing net. There are traces on them. They are red and moist. Under Xia Ya's operation, Khalifa has no autonomy at all. I can't control it. In Bingshan's office, Cookie and the other three punched and kicked Frankie, who was still resisting. If you don't shut up, I'll kill you. You're just a lowly gangster. Bing Shan pushed open the office door angrily and saw the beaten and bruised Frankie on the ground. He could no longer bear the anger and roared, Liu Qi. What are you three going to do? Liu Qi frowned, first glanced at the iceberg, and then saw Xia Ya's figure. The arrival of Xia Ya is not what CP9 wants to see. After the incident just now, Liu Qi and others have already seen that Xia Ya is a madman who is not afraid of anything. He will not take the celestial dragon seriously at all, so he is following here. As long as he knows the information about Pluton's design, he might come to grab it. Liu Qi could only direct the blame towards boring internal conflicts within the company. If Xia Ya looks bored, she may not be interested. Liu Qi said, Mr. Get a 20% discount. Bing Shan had a cold face and rolled up his shirt sleeves on his arms, a hole. I'm the president of Carrera, and this is my office. Liu Qi, don't you want to explain something? You want to get over it? BD. We don't have a holiday on New Year's Eve, so we don't need to have traditions anymore. We don't even need to show off to you. We, the hard-working workers, just come to your office to ask for an explanation. Liu Qi said calmly, and glanced at Khalifa who was being ridden. Khalifa understood, and immediately sacrificed himself as Hugh. The two happy people rubbed Xia Ya's calf, and said with a sweet hum, Mr. Can I find a private place to get to know the inside and out? Crown. How about Suite 0000 at the Crown Hotel? Carina laughed when she saw CP9's timid performance, ahaha. Perona, now is the confession bureau. Perona floated in the air and immediately used the spirit fruit ability. The ghost of negativity. Soon, groups of transparent white spirits emerged from Perona's hands. Soon the entire office was filled. Bulletin lin lingling. The groaning sounds of ghosts floated in the air. Boom. The next second, a negative ghost passed through Keiku's body. Keiku immediately lowered his head as if possessed by a ghost. He knelt on the ground with a depressed face. It's really useless. I'm really bad this week. I can't do anything. What a waste, I no longer have the confidence to live. Dang Keiku, am obviously an excellent CP9 agent, but I have to live with a group of old rough boatmen, knocking on the iron plate every day. I am really useless. If I can complete the task assigned by Marie Joyce to snatch the Pluton drawings, I wouldn't stay here and feel so lost. It's hard for a loser like me to survive in such a world. Then Keiku directly pounded the ground with his hands and continued with a depressed expression, if you fail to complete the task, you should be laughed at by the entire Marie Joyce spy agency. What a waste, Captain Lookie, why am I led by a waste like you? Pluton. CP9. Hearing Keiku's depressing confession, Bing Shan completely understood that these guys were actually the agents Marie Joyce arranged to be around him for the design drawings of the ancient weapon Pluton left by Teacher Tom. Bing Shan was immediately angry and wanted to take action. That's what you're here for. Damn it. But the next second, Bluno also landed on all fours, kneeling on the ground like a naive old student. His whole body was covered with purple-black lines. The depression made him breathless. If there is an afterlife, I would like to be a shell. It's so bad. If there is a hole, I really want to crawl into it. The factory has always treated me like a cow and a horse. They don't take holidays during the Hyuxia New Year, and I don't get overtime pay for overtime work. I'm called here and there all day long to do this and that. I'm given a meager salary, and I'm insulting. Almost. I should be at the bottom of the boat, not here. Now I just want to get the Pluton design drawings, then receive Marie Joya's generous bonus, and have a good vacation. I'm just a heifer, have a happy vacation. Bingshan's face was covered with black lines and he was clenched tightly with his fists. Bingshan was already very angry at these CP9s for telling the truth. These guys deceived themselves. And Lu Chi serves as the captain of CP9. I'm completely numb now. How the hell was it exposed? However, he quickly realized that this was Princess Mononoke's devil fruit ability, and immediately used armament haki to defend against it. Iron body. Depressed. Pfft. As expected, the ghost came and hit Lu Ki hard body. The result bounced back to the iceberg. Perona explained, he, this is a negative ghost, and anyone who encounters it will become depressed. Bingshan was immediately stunned and doubted, how is it possible? The useless guy is played by these strange ghosts just because he is not strong-willed. If he has a strong psychological quality, it is absolutely impossible. A water person like me, the persimmons in the capital are much more stressful. But the next second, Bingshan knelt directly side by side with Bluno and Koko. I'm sorry for being a human being. I failed Teacher Tom's training. He entrusted me with the Pluton design drawings. However, due to the pressure from Marie Joyce, I handed the design drawings to my junior brother Frankie. From then on, I fell in love with relatives, friends, and brothers. Although the ideas were different, the relationship was separated by thousands of years. Qianzhao, mountains and rivers. I am timid, but I actually want to use this method to protect him and protect the teacher's legacy. It's okay now. Junior brother Frankie was beaten. I feel very sorry for him, but the other person is an agent of CP9. I can't beat him. Although I have rolled up my sleeves, but look at my little arms and legs, I really can't beat him. I'm sorry. Sorry. Even in order to run the water city, I have to have business cooperation with pigs like celestial dragons. Damn it. I'm sorry, I really shouldn't have been born in this world. Such a funny scene appeared. Xia Ya and others can only issue one ellipsis after another. Snap. Seeing the truth of the matter comes to light. Perona immediately snapped her fingers, and the negative ghost disappeared out of thin air. Bingshan, Koko, and Bluno woke up from their depressed consciousness and were completely confused. Wait, I told you all my secrets? Koko raised his fist, damn it. Those stinky ghosts made me blow up my identity as an agent. Bluno held his head, I want to dream of vacationing with Heifer. Bingshan drew circles on his chest, did I reveal the secret of Pluton's design? Khalifa, the road has become dark. It's over, now it's all showdown, how to proceed next. Chapter 72. Iceberg, this is what Marie Joyce wants. I was just ordered to come and get it. Now that I've said it, let Frankie hand over the thing. It's good for everyone. With that, Lu Chi stepped on Frankie's head. In Lu Chi words, he tried his best to avoid Xia Ya. After all, Xia Ya is a man who can defeat Marine Admiral. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, you will think that it is a news report bragging, but Xia Ya just took action and killed 3 CPOs in seconds, and even dared to directly kill celestial dragons. Whether it was courage or strength can explain the problem. Lu Chi knew he couldn't afford to offend him. I just want to take away the Pluton blueprint quickly and stay away from this madman Xia Ya. hateful. Pigeon man, I have no idea what a Pluton design is. Frankie gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, feeling nervous in his heart. As a half-scientist, he knew what kind of terrifying thing it was after getting the Pluton blueprint. If Marie Joyce takes it away and creates it, it will be the end of the world. 100 flowers, hundreds of flowers. Sorry, Frankie, Xia Ya also plans to ask for the Pluton design drawings in your hand. Robin crossed his hands, and several arms grew out of Frankie's steel body. Frankie is a modified human being with a hollow abdomen. Xia Ya knew that the Pluton drawings were hidden inside. Of course you have to take it over. No, no, no. Frankie looked at the Pluton design drawing 630 away from him and suddenly became anxious. Wait a minute, you can't take this drawing away. Xia Ya smiled and said, put the Pluton drawings with me, and your life can still be saved. Otherwise, when the news reaches Marie Joyce, there will no longer be a place for your brothers and sisters in the world. Bing Shan, you should understand what I mean. Bing Shan took a deep breath. He originally thought that Xia Ya was a customer, but he didn't expect that he was also here for Pluton's drawings. But Xia Ya is right about one thing. If the news that Pluton's drawings are on him is known to Marie Joyce, both Frankie and himself will be sent to Enel's lobby for punishment just like teacher Tom. Tom died because of Pluton's design drawings. Instead, just get rid of the Pluton design drawings. For the two senior brothers, this is tantamount to transferring the risk to Xia Ya's hands. Bing Shan said, Frankie, Xia Ya is right. Aspagu. UBD. Frankie looked dissatisfied, but his body was hit by multiple finger pistols from Lu Chi, making him unable to move. Xia Ya smiled and said, not bad, President Bing Shan is still aware. After saying that, Xia Ya turned to look at Lu Chi. At this time, Koko and Bluno immediately put up a desperate fight to snatch it. The Pluton drawing was their only hope of returning to Marie Joyce. They were about to get it, so naturally they were unwilling to give up. But he was stopped by Lu Chi. Lu Chi, why are you stopping us? Koko asked in confusion. Lu Chi just shook his head. Call. Xia Ya, we are not going to get involved in this matter, please let us leave. Lu Chi still has some eyesight. Robin's actions have proved that Xia Ya also came for Pluton's drawings, and the information was even more accurate. He directly found the location of Pluton's design drawings, and now he has them in his hands. If he dares to grab something from Xia Ya's hands, he may not be dissatisfied. He couldn't die fast enough. Now, Celestial Dragons was crushed to a pulp in front of CP9. Pluton's design drawings were taken away by Xia Ya and came to nothing. Two felonies have determined that Marie Joyce will no longer be a place for members of CP9. Any behavior that exposes their position will lead to Marie Joy pursuit. Now, if he makes another enemy of Xia Ya, it will basically end his life early. The only way to survive is to leave the water city and find another way out on the sea in a low-key manner. My life is at stake. What are you doing so bravely? In order to increase the success rate, Lu Chi's brain worked rapidly, and then he spoke decisively. We have not participated in what happened today, and we don't know what happened. It is a capital crime for celestial dragons to die in front of our eyes. From now on, Marie Joyce will only chase us crazily. I hope you will not reveal our whereabouts. I am here. Thanks in advance. We are honored to participate in the construction of Made in Paradise. Koko, Bluno, and I have contributed our most exquisite shipbuilding skills in the past 3 months. Every corner of Made in Paradise has the contribution of the three of us. Hard work and design with the most cutting-edge shipbuilding thinking. I hope all the ladies, Ajbi, will like this Made in Heaven ship. If you like it, it is a reward for our 3 months of hard work. There's more. Khalifa, now that we are guilty, you will only suffer if you follow us. Xia Ya is a good employer. I hope you will be happy in his team and everything will go well in the future. Bye now. After saying that, Lu Chi took the confused Koko and Bluno to pick him up again and wanted to leave. Lu Chi series of sexy moves. Bing Shan, Frankie, Carina, Nami, and others were immediately stunned. What is this called? This is an embarrassing old saying. Wei Junjia, the master of Western things. This kid Lu Chi is quite a talent. Lu Chi not only showed that he was no longer a member of Marie Joyce, but also revealed that he would be hunted down by Marie Joyce in the future. He used the bond of shipbuilding to get closer to Xia Ya. He even cared about Khalifa's future and sent him a gift. Bless. Good guy. All the favor buffs were filled up by him. Lu Chi immediately said, "Brother, please let us go." But the next second, Xia Ya rode Khalifa and jumped directly in front of the three of them. "Yes, I agree with what you said, and I even care about my crew member Khalifa, but you reported Robin's whereabouts to Marie Joyce. Isn't this account still there?" To settle the matter, Nami has been practicing her mental network ability recently, and these CP9s are naturally the targets of her monitoring. No matter what they do or what their plans are, they cannot escape Nami's monitoring. Robin's whereabouts were revealed to Marie Joyce by Lu Chi, and Xia Ya and others also knew about it. However, just adopt an indifferent attitude. The moment he was stopped by Xia Ya, Lucky, Koko, and Bluno were sweating like rain. They were stunned in place. This is... Xia Ya means to let us keep our lives? Lu Chi could only grit his teeth and explain patiently, "It was our duty before that forced us to do this. You dared to kill the celestial dragons, and you even stepped on the Marine Corps. 3. Xia Ya, a big shot like you still cares about these little things." If there was a glimmer of hope of defeating Xia Ya, the arrogant Lu Chi would not be so humble. But, he really has no choice. Lu Chi can be sure. As long as Xia Ya takes action, he and several of his subordinates will die miserably. CP9 has been trained in agent training camps since childhood. These teammates, whether they are Koko, Bluno, or Khalifa, have been learning and surviving in the same environment for a long time. Through experience and missions, their group experienced many fatal situations and survived. The relationship has long been beyond a simple relationship between colleagues. They are still very united internally. He attaches great importance to the lives of his companions. But now, if there is a trace of carelessness, everyone's life will be handed over here. As the captain of the team, Lu Chi naturally did not want to see this scene. The most important thing is that everyone survives together. Xia Ya held Khalifa's reins and said with a smile, "A big shot like me does tend to hold grudges." Chapter 73. A big shot like me does have a tendency to hold grudges. After Xia Ya finished speaking, Lu Chi and others were sweating profusely. Even the pigeon on Lu Chi's shoulder covered his eyes. "This guy. Are you about to take action? If you insist on killing them, please kill me too," Khalifa said loudly in desperation. But when he turned around and found Xia Ya riding on his head, he realized that his tone was wrong, and immediately acted coquettishly, "Master, my good master, you can't pity me." Whoa! In the original work, after CP9 lost to Luffy in Enel's lobby, the entire team was kicked out of Marie Joyce. In order to treat Luffy, CP9 collectively performed on the street. In fact, there is still a deep bond among the team members. Seeing that Xia Ya seemed to be killing Lu Chi and others, Li Fa could only plead for mercy. Never mind. The purpose of Xia Ya coming to the Water City is to build ships, Pluton design drawings, and Khalifa mounts. Now all tasks have been successfully completed. The mood is good. Moreover, in the past 3 months, CP9 has indeed not caused any trouble to Xia Ya and others, and has also worked hard to build the ship. It is not a deep hatred. Now selling to Khalifa is a face, which will help to cultivate a good relationship with the Mount. Have to say. The fishnet girl is very sexy and has a good riding experience. Xia Ya took the design drawing in her hand and looked at it. It was indeed the design drawing of a battleship, and there were various words marked with the words Pluton and other words. However, only those who studied technology could understand the design contained in it. Once I got the blueprints, I put them aside until I had the opportunity to go to Punk Hazard in the future. Maybe I could have a good chat with Vegapunk about scientific research issues and have a few pacifists riding around in my head. Soon. Lu Chi and the other three promised again and again that they would definitely forget everything that happened today, and then left Bingshan's office nervously. Xia Ya's team, Bingshan and Frankie are the only ones left in the office. Looking at Frankie who looked unhappy, Bingshan could only say, the Pluton design drawing has been in the hands of the teacher for decades, and it has been in your hands for more than 20 years. It is impossible for us that this drawing has no effect. What is created is also the source of disaster. Frankie lowered his head and didn't want to speak anymore. Bingshan said again, forget about this. Frankie. Dock number 1. Made in Heaven takes off and prepares to leave the capital of Seven Waters. Compared with the warships built by Marine, Made in Heaven is much more luxurious. Not only is it huge in size, but the various materials used are also top-notch in the world. When comparing any ship, it is the difference between a thatched house and a palace. The girls were curious about the new ship. Made in Heaven, it really feels like stepping on heaven, it feels great. Brand new deck, brand new everything. Our beautiful sailing trip is about to begin. Idiot Xia Ya, why don't we stop at an island where you can soak in hot springs and get familiar with the environment Made in Heaven? This ship is really great. The girls all had excitement on their faces. I am very satisfied with Made in Heaven, no matter how I look at it, I am pleased with it. As for Khalifa, she is thinking about how to integrate into the team. Although CP9 only has a few members, Marie Joya's agent organization is as huge as a tree root. When CP9 loses contact and the news that the celestial dragons were smashed into meat pies in the Water City reaches Marie Joy's, paper will definitely not be able to cover up the fire. It was only a matter of time before Khalifa was put on the wanted list. She could only comfort herself secretly. Now, she could only rely on Ya to continue to survive. And just when Xia Ya was about to sign a riding contract with Khalifa, Nami suddenly said, I saw two old friends, just below us, in the water capital square. Old friend? Xia Ya glanced down and couldn't help but smile. Well, we are really old friends. A street in water capital square is bustling with pedestrians. A black iron fence encloses a place. Hina bowed down and picked up a few Baileys from a bowl on the ground with a tired look on her face. It's so difficult, I finally have the money to buy cigarettes. Inside the black iron fence, Tashiji was waving Xiao Shiger vigorously. Drink, drink, drink. Stick, stab, stab. Tashiji's serious performance made the people shopping in the Water City burst into laughter. This is the legendary butt drum backwards flattening the sand and falling into the wild goose pose. Ha ha ha, another goose fell behind my butt. The girl with the eyes is awesome. Good job. Reward. A few minutes later, Hina was kicking pebbles on the street with dissatisfaction on her face and a low-quality cigarette in her mouth. Call. Damn Sengoku, 3 years' salary is due. As soon as the results were reported to Marine, even our bank cards were frozen. FKU. Sooner or later, I will go to Naval Headquarters to ask for an explanation. Prior to this, at the Alabasta Centura River battlefield, Hina and Tashiji were ordered by Sengoku to submit to the Marine Agency, and Sengoku made it clear that they would be compensated for 3 years' salary. Result. The two finally walked out of the desert and walked into the bank to see. But I found that my salary card had been cancelled. Yes. Not only were the two expelled from Marine. Even the bank card was cancelled by Naval Headquarters. As their bank cards were cancelled, the meager wages they had saved were gone like meat buns beating a dog. After all, Naval Headquarters is an unfriendly place. When Hina and Tashiji exchanged Kuzan's life, they lost their value in Naval Headquarters. Who cares about the future of the two of them? At least Sengoku didn't bother to answer. Just like the original Marine Admiral Zephyr, Zephyr had one of his arms cut off by Whitebeard too. This was a grudge that almost ended Marine's career. In the end, just because the Shishibukai position was missing, Sengoku directly agreed to let Whitebeard too join the Shishibukai. 7 warlords of the sea and marine have a cooperative relationship. This decision undoubtedly directly cut off Zephyr's thoughts of revenge. Even the scary thing is, one day Zephyr and Whitebeard too may sit down together for a meeting. Zephyr is not only the original Marine Admiral, but also Sengoku's comrade for decades. He has also trained several Marine Admiral special instructors, and even future Marine Corps personnel, many of whom are disciples brought out by Zephyr himself. 0. Please give me flowers. In the end, Zephyr could only end up being forced to leave Marine. Even Zephyr's meritorious service as Admiral ended like this. Not to mention fringe characters like Tashiji and Hina. With no money, Hina and Tashiji had no choice but to take a boat trip to the water city and make a living by performing on the streets. Sister Tina, can we end today? My hands are covered with blood blisters. Tashiji glanced at his palm. Because he was performing too much, he had a small blister on the handle of the sword. He couldn't help it. In order to make the customers on the street laugh, Tashiji danced with the sword in such a funny way. Hina put out her cigarette butts and tidied up their dirty folding bed. Looking left and right as if counter-reconnaissance. Seeing no acquaintance, his expression felt much more relaxed. Sister Chi, let's go and find a bridge to stay. Sister Tina, why don't you go and eat first? All the money is used to buy cigarettes, and it's good to have a hungry meal once in a while. A meal. To be optimistic, we are not wandering, but traveling with a bed. Okay, friends, we're going to have a rest. When Hina and Tashiji looked up, they saw Xia Ya and others looking at them with smiles. Carina looked at Hina, and said with satisfaction and confusion, no, didn't that Sengoku guy pay you 3 years' salary? Why are you in such a state of decline? You are still a Marine Rear Admiral after all. Why don't you have any ability to survive outside? Nami also pondered, I have been living in the sea since I was 8 years old, and I have never been so depressed. I have also saved tens of millions of belly. You don't even know how to make money. Bar. Help them, they feel like they are going to starve to death. Hearing this, Hina and Tashiji blushed completely and collapsed completely. Hina bit her little lip with an angry look on her face. Xia Ya, UBD, we can be where we are today thanks to you. What are you laughing at? Do you look good when you smile? BDOBEJ. Xia Ya spread her hands innocently, then pointed to the heavenly creation. If you want to travel, I can take you wherever you want to go. This is our new boat, made in heaven. Tashiji's eyes turned black, and when he raised his weak eyelids, he saw a large and luxurious ship like a palace floating above his head. He faced the owner of the ship and sent an invitation, and he was immediately filled with blood. Really? Xia Ya, I think you are quite a nice person. Tashiji. Xia Ya is our enemy. But I'm so hungry. Sister Hina. But I just want to be taken care of and don't want to be an entertainer. Xia Ya hooked her fingers. Khalifa, take them to clean up. Not long after, Khalifa took Hina and Tashiji into a fashionable brand store on the side. When the 3 of them came out with their bags, their spirits were completely new. Hina said fiercely, don't think I will thank you. Xia Ya. Xia Ya, whatever you want, let's go. Where are we going? New World Inch.